Chapter 1 Arrival on Earth, Infinite Combat Power Improvement System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving on Earth and meeting the system activation conditions. The Unlimited Combat Power Enhancement System is starting, 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Ding! The system was successfully activated and started. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kg. Combat Power Index, 15,000 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hang up and activate, Combat Power +1/second. 25 years ago. A full 25 years ago. Who knows how I got here in the past 25 years? As the spaceship landed and arrived, Lin Chuan, who was in the spaceship, was full of excitement and could not restrain his emotions from losing control. As a time traveler, he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball and became a scion child who was sent to invade alien planets in his early years. To him, such a thing was so incredible. However, it became a fact. I remember that when he traveled through time, he was still full of excitement when he was in the breeding warehouse. I have determined that after traveling through time and coming to this world, I will definitely become a big shot in the future. Even if the starting combat power is only 50 points, it is still 50 points, which is 48 points higher than Kakarot. It should be noted that a capable farmer holding a shotgun only has 5 points of combat power. The start was full of expectations, but no matter what happened, Lin Chuan would also imagine another possibility, that is, even if he stretched his hips again, as long as he had the chance to find a remote small planet to hide, he would still be an invincible existence across the planet. By that time, not to mention the ability to destroy the universe with 3 punches and compete with the god of destruction in the original work, but with this strength, it will be enough to marry 10 or 20 beautiful wives on a low-grade planet, and live safely. The cow has finished his life. Imagine, nature is beautiful. No matter which one it is what Lin Chuan desires. And, the most important thing is to bring a golden finger when traveling through time. Unfortunately, it cannot be activated directly. It needs to meet the activation conditions before it can be activated. Go to Earth. You can activate the Unlimited Combat Power Improvement System. It's a very cool system name. Although he doesn't know what its function is, Lin Chuan is so excited about it. After all, as long as he is 2 years old, has stable strength and functions, and can accept the inheritance of memory information, he can leave planet Vegeta to invade alien planets. When the time comes, it won't be easy to go to Earth. The so-called system is in hand, I have the world. At the age of 2, he received this kind of cultural memory transmission similar to the inheritance of the Scion family, and was then sent to a surveyed low-level planet to invade. If the combat power is less than 100, they will only be transported to planets with extremely low risk for invasion. Therefore, Lin Chuan did not have any resistance at that time, nor did he have any thoughts of stopping it. On the contrary, after leaving planet Vegeta, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to jump. Who would have thought that in a few years, planet Vegeta would be annihilated by Frisia because of a word from the god of destruction Beerus? If you want to live, you have to think more about yourself. Just remain unknown. It would be best if no trace could be found, or even considered dead. Otherwise, Frisia's minions might not let him go. As for saving people and saving his parents in this life, Lin Chuan didn't have any emotion at all, and he hadn't even seen what his parents in this life looked like. I only know that there is a record in the inherited information that his mother is Seraph and his father is Thomas. His parents, both fighting scions, have been away fighting all year round and have never even seen him. Perhaps it was because his combat power was too low and he was just a lower-level warrior, so he was not popular. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't care about these. He only cares about whether he can get to Earth quickly, activate the system, and start the path to rise. When his strength is so strong that even the gods can be completely surpassed, then he can pretend to shout that sentence, the top of the immortals, proud of the world, only with me, Lin Chuan, can the world be prosperous. Maybe it doesn't fit in this world, but that's what it means. It's a pity that Lin Chuan was extremely disappointed before arriving at the invaded planet. I thought that maybe I could take this opportunity to make a U-turn and change my destination to go to Earth. As a result, the spacecraft was granted permission to reach the destination planet on its first flight before it could return or go to other planets. Lin Chuan, who had no choice but to let the spaceship move forward, went into hibernation. Space navigation is boring and long. In order to ensure the stability of body functions and to pass time quickly, living bodies will choose to hibernate. After a good sleep, you can reach your destination. With this, the pain of more than 20 years has finally come to an end. When he arrived at the planet he was about to invade, he realized that this planet was no longer what his clan had surveyed many years ago. The entire planet ushered in a mass extinction of species due to the impact of meteorites. At the same time, the planet was enveloped in the sky by perennial haze and volcanic ash, leading to the advent of the Ice Age. When he arrived, he entered directly into a hellish life. Fortunately, he is a scion, not a low-level species without strength. Even as a child, with the help of the compressed basic food reserves in the spaceship, he can barely ensure that he can survive in a short period of time, so that he can slowly get used to it and find hope of survival. You said, now that it has reached its destination, can't the spaceship go to other planets? Indeed. However, he was traveling on an old spaceship built by Frisia's Legion in the early days. The protection level was so low that after the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, it was swept away by thick sand and dust. The landing point happened to be in an ice valley full of potholes, causing the universe to collapse. The ship was damaged and could no longer conduct space voyages. In simple words, he was trapped and died on this planet named V3114. Just like that, let alone going to Earth to activate the system, it is difficult to say whether he can survive. For more than 20 years, Lin Chuan could be said to have been crawling around on the planet every day, fighting for survival every day. Until 3 months ago, a spaceship from Frisia's army fell from the sky. It seemed that he suddenly remembered this low-level planet that he had to conquer in the early years, so he came to investigate whether it was still valuable. The opponent's combat power is quite good, with 5,000 points. But Lin Chuan, who was still hidden, killed him with one blow. As a result, he not only obtained a pile of supplies, but also obtained this new type of micro-spaceship. It should be said that for Lin Chuan, this was a pie from heaven. Fortunately, he has been surviving in a cruel environment over the years, and he will also use his knowledge of cultivation to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to kill this Frisia army soldier. When he had the opportunity to leave the planet, and he also found the planet named Earth number from the star map of the spaceship, Lin Chuan did not hesitate at all. He even discarded all the things stored on the planet all year round and left directly. In the end, it took 3 months. Today, he finally arrived on Earth where the original work set sail. Moreover, the system activation task that had not been completed for 25 years was finally completed. Chapter 2 Combat power increases by 1 every second. Excited. Excited. Happy. Emotions kept coming up. Lin Chuan recalled the past 20 years and almost burst into tears. If he hadn't been a time traveler, if he hadn't been trying hard to restrain himself and hope for a miracle tomorrow, he will never wait until this day. Anyone else would probably go crazy. Sort out your emotions. Lin Chuan finally calmed down and then fully focused on the system. Infinite Combat Power Improvement System. At this moment, it is truly understood what the function of this system is. After 25 years, today, all the resentment and negative psychology have finally been let out in one breath. Combat Strength +1. Combat Strength +1. Combat Strength +1. Combat Power +1 per second. Lin Chuan suddenly felt refreshed as he watched the prompts for Combat Power +1 constantly appear on the audiobook item. Although with his combat power of 15,000 points, even if it increases a little every second, there is no special feeling. But if he continues to accumulate this, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds within a short period of time. The combat power increases by 1 point per second. 1 minute is a 60-point increase in combat power. 1 hour, that's 3,600 combat power points. This means that it only takes a little over 4 hours to double your 15,000 combat power points to 30,000 points. It's scary to think about it. Simply this is his golden finger, not the enemy's. If it is an enemy, what can he use to block it? Based on this calculation, his combat power can be increased by 86,400 points in one day. After 25 years of hard training, I have not been able to reach 1/6 of this value. Counting 30 days in a month, that's 2,592,000 points. In 12 months of the year, combat power increased by more than 30 million points. Lin Chuan can do nothing, and in 3 years, he can become a universe emperor with a combat power of over 100 million. What is the ultimate fighting power of Universe Emperor Frisia? It's just 120 million points. If you just stay like this for 4 years, you can surpass it. The most important thing is that this is still a level 1 system function. The system can be upgraded. After level 2, the combat power that can be increased per second will be increased to 10 points. That's it for level 2, but what about level 3? What about level 4? Or even higher? At this moment, for him in the past, those unattainable existences and those areas that could not be easily reached now seem to be within his reach. I really have the system in hand, and I have the world. But, how to improve the level? I was confused because there was no prompt from the system and I didn't know what conditions were required. There is no way but to wait and see how to trigger it. I don't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more confused I become. I always feel like I have missed something. Have I lived in vain for so many years? No. Absolutely not. If I had lived in vain, how would I be where I am now? Lin Chuan suddenly had the urge to laugh or cry. Of course, I don't really think that I am a noob or a waste. Over the years, it's not that he hasn't cultivated, nor has he always been lying down. It's not that he doesn't want to leave the planet, but he has no choice. Even if I try to practice teleportation, I still don't know anything about it. Regarding the cultivation and understanding of Qi, it still took 2 or 3 years to successfully cultivate. On such a planet, he is either fighting for survival or on the way to becoming stronger. Otherwise, he will be greeted by death. So no matter what happens in the future, I will never forget the experience of more than 20 years, day and night. After all, Lin Chuan felt that even though his talent was limited and his starting strength was not strong, he managed to reach 15,000 points. He was very proud. At least he doesn't rely on anything. He grows by himself under limited conditions and circumstances. Besides, in this era, Frisia is not dead yet, and Vegeta may not even have arrived on Earth yet. His strength is far from comparable to that of the protagonist Sun Wukong at this stage. Comparing the protagonist, isn't this enough to prove that he is not wasting his time? It's just that some things really can't be achieved just by thinking about it. To gain strength, you have to take it one step at a time and cultivate yourself steadily, rather than being able to continuously improve by doing it recklessly. Lin Chuan is a time traveler, but he is not a very ambitious person. Think about it, of course. Who doesn't want to have a combat power of over 100 million, a trillion, or even become a Super Saiyan casually, and then a Super Saiyan God casually? But these are unrealistic. All in all, the improvement of strength is directly related to the things experienced. There is a reason why the strength of the Z warriors in the original work increased dramatically after the era of the big universe, and they were not just random improvements. Although it seems like cheating, at least there are adventures and help. 25 years later, compared with the increase in combat power of system function rewards, it is naturally incomparable. Lin Chuan had an idea in his mind, that is, he must stabilize his mind and not be blinded by the continuous improvement of his strength. Of course, you still have to be arrogant. In his past life and this life, he was originally a heroic and bohemian person. After recovering his thoughts, Lin Chuan raised his eyes and shut down the spaceship's system. Now that we have arrived on Earth, there is no need for this spaceship. After suffering for so many years, I finally got to Earth and activated the system. Isn't it okay to take a break? Delicious food, delicious drinks, and fun things. If he didn't comfort himself for 10 days and a half, he would still be sorry for the hardships he had endured for the past 25 years. The next second, an arrogant belief emerged. I opened the hatch of the spaceship, but there was still no movement. It seems that at some point the hatch got stuck and could not be opened under the control of the spacecraft system. After several attempts, it still didn't work. Lin Chuan didn't want to think about anything else and kicked open the door panel of the spaceship with a domineering kick. Damn it, they have already reached the Earth, and this spaceship is still trying to play tricks on me. As the hatch was kicked open, a different air hit us. Although it didn't feel like the spring breeze was blowing on his face, the refreshing cool breeze made Lin Chuan feel even more comfortable. This is a feeling I have never experienced in my life. Standing up, leaving the small space of the spaceship, and walking out of the crater created by the spaceship, Lin Chuan truly stood on this land. This is a mountain valley with lush forests and grass, and numerous mountains and rivers. Full of the flavor of life, it is so intoxicating. Although there is no breath around, you can feel the breath of various animals from a distance. As long as it has a certain intensity, it can be checked. This is the benefit of practicing Qi. For me, this is a new beginning. From this moment on, the sea is really vast. With emotion in his heart, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, thought, and slowly floated into the sky. Wukong Jutsu. Chapter 3 Important Figures Who Started a New Era. This is the Earth. Although it is somewhat different, it is still the Earth. Lin Chuan was quite emotional as he uttered these words. After all, he was an Earthling in his previous life, and became a scion after traveling through time in this life, and later stayed on that doomsday planet for 25 years. However, the Earth is still the homeland deeply rooted in his beliefs. As the saying goes, first impression comes first. Although they are two different worlds on Earth, they are more or less similar. Open your hands to the world and be part of the Earth. For him, the future is smooth. After breathing enough fresh air, Lin Chuan flew between mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Not only did I see the scenery of this world, but I also saw the creatures on Earth. There are some that he is familiar with, some that he is not familiar with, and there are even animals that have long been extinct on the Earth in previous lives, such as various dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers, and other ancient animals. It wasn't until he galloped hundreds of miles on the sea, stirring up thousands of waves, that Lin Chuan suddenly stopped this crazy venting. For no other reason than that, the combat power detector carried on his right eye sent out a burst of alarm. This is also the inventory in the spaceship that robbed Frisia's army's advanced soldiers 3 months ago. Don't be afraid of being discovered, because even though this thing has the interstellar communication function, it still has huge flaws. The first one is that there is no identity authentication function. You cannot share channels unless you log into your personal registration account. So even if you use someone else's combat power detector, as long as you don't log in, others won't notice you, let alone know who you are, so anyone can use it as long as they carry it. Second, the universe is so big, a galaxy is so huge that as long as it is far enough apart, it will be directly ignored. There are countless combat power detectors within the range, how could they pay attention to such a mere one? Spaceships are a similar example. Although they are numbered, in fact, as long as they are not labeled as objects of focus, they will not receive special attention. Lin Chuan had made detailed guesses and analyses on this point back then. Unless you take the initiative to contact me, you will not be found. When we first arrived at the planet V3114, although the spacecraft was damaged and unable to conduct space navigation, the internal communication function still maintained for 10 years before it was overwhelmed and damaged, plus the combat power detector. He had received the news of planet Vegeta's destruction. At that time, he had been worried for a long time whether Frisia's army would come to kill him to eliminate future troubles, so he did not dare to take the initiative to contact him for fear of exposing his whereabouts. This worry lasted for a full year, and then it subsided. From this, Lin Chuan also roughly understood that although Frisia's army wiped out the Scions, they would also send high-level troops to kill the Scions outside, but as long as they could survive enough, they could escape the genocide. After all, how many Scion babies were sent out in the original novel? The number may not be 100 million, but it is definitely more than 10,000. Afterwards, there were only a few surviving Scions. Maybe there are still in the universe, but definitely not more than 2 hands. Therefore, what is certain is that a Scion like him will either die in a harsh environment, or be accidentally killed by a hidden master or extremely lethal weapon on the planet, or else he will successfully conquer the planet reported it, and was discovered by Frisia's legion and killed. The only ones allowed to survive by Frisia were Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Let's talk about Broly, Paragus, and Vegeta's younger brother Tarbal, who only appeared in the later stages of the original work. It was just that they were living in a low profile and lingering, so they were never discovered and killed. Otherwise, Broly should be on stage early and Tarbal will die. Lin Chuan didn't think that Frisia would be so kind as to keep a Prince Vegeta as a dog and a useless little prince to play with. 2,800 kilometers to the southwest, how many people with more than 1,000 combat power points are fighting against each other? Combat strength 416. Combat strength 1,330. Combat strength 1,307. Combat strength 1,500, wait a minute, 1,307 dropped to 1 point? 1,500 points dropped to 1,345 points. Hi! Could it be that? As familiar data appeared in the combat power detector, Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. I was so excited before that I forgot to use Qi to sense the situation on the entire Earth, so as to judge what stage the plot has developed. In fact, Lin Chuan could roughly guess it, because according to the time when planet Vegeta exploded, until today, it should be the era when the great universe is about to begin. He is 25 years old this year, 2 years older than Sun Wukong, which means that Sun Wukong is now 23 years old. 23 years old, isn't this a twist of fate? Coupled with the extension of the plot, Lin Chuan immediately thought, who are these fighting auras? Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Gohan, and the important figure who opened a new era, Raditz. Good guy, this is a good show for me, and it seems to be over soon. Lin Chuan glared and rolled his eyes. Lin Chuan couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. I once thought about what I would do and how I would develop after coming to Earth. After 25 years, although those fantasies have come to nothing, but now I have an opportunity to let the Z warriors on Earth know about his existence, so that accept his existence. When Lin Chuan got excited, he immediately became furious and rushed towards his destination without hesitation. The speed is so fast that it reaches nearly 30,000 meters per second, which is 100 times the speed of sound. The sound barrier continued to explode, as if it was about to shatter the void. For him, Raditz is a stepping stone in the Z warrior circle. How can we just let it go? Even though he is also a scion, he is him. Taking this opportunity to save Sun Wukong not only changes the plot, but also integrates into it. Not to mention having a good relationship with the Z warriors. Let's just say that he has come to the earth, and in this era, many people and things can be cut off. To intercept some people, you need an absolutely perfect identity. Just like the heroine Bulma, how could she let her go? How can we not cut off the nonsense? Lin Chuan is a realistic person. Before time travel, he had imagined that after time travel, now he has really come to the Dragon Ball world. And there are so many opportunities. Strength must be obtained, and women are also indispensable. If it were Lin Chuan 3 months ago, he really didn't have any hope for the future. But God loves to joke so much. He sent that Frisia army soldier 3 months ago, thus making him successful. As for Vegeta, he can only say that he is sorry. Wrong. This real world, now that he is here, can no longer be calculated according to the original work. His life, what is he going to do? Why should he care about others? Chapter 4 shocked the whole audience. Different times. 100 times the speed of sound, reaching a speed of more than 30,000 meters per second. In just 1.5 minutes, Lin Chuan had crossed thousands of kilometers and arrived at his destination. At this moment, from landing on the earth to now, Lin Chuan's combat power level has reached 16,680 points. From 15,000 points to the current 16,680 points, it has increased by 1,680 points. 1,680 seconds have passed, which is a full 28 minutes. In such a short period of time, even if his strength improved bit by bit, the continuous increase accumulated in such a short period of time made Lin Chuan feel extremely satisfied physically and mentally. There was no specific feeling when activating the system, but now, Lin Chuan has truly experienced the rapid improvement in strength. Even though it seems that there is only an improvement of 1,680 points, not even 2,000 points, warriors of his level can already distinguish between superior and inferior warriors easily. At least now Lin Chuan can be sure that he can completely defeat himself before arriving on Earth, and it is extremely easy. At the same time, above the ground. Originally, the war situation was very unstable. The advantage that was finally created was reversed for the first time because of Sun Wukong's careless kindness. The second opportunity was created, but it was missed because of concern for Sun Wuhan. Now is the third time. It is unimaginable that the 4-year-old Sun Gohan burst out with unparalleled fighting power and severely injured Raditz with one blow. Now, it's time to turn the tables again. However, another person wearing the same clothes as Raditz suddenly appeared in the sky. This person appeared so domineeringly and suddenly, his speed was so fast that it shook the void and was extremely terrifying. Now standing in the void, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. It's much scarier than Raditz. Ha, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Kakarot, you are going to be finished. It seems I'm not the only one who came to Earth. Your Earth has been spotted by Frisia's army a long time ago. Don't say I didn't warn you, this man's combat power should be far superior to mine, and you will all die. Raditz was held by Sun Wukong from behind, and because he had received a fatal headbutt from Sun Wukong before, he was unable to break free for a short time. Originally, he was still afraid, because the guy named Piccolo was condensing the skills that could kill him. Once he succeeds, he will die on Earth. It is better to come by chance than to come well. Even if they don't know each other's identity and purpose, they are both Frisia's army combat uniforms, which means they both belong to the army. Raditz would not know, he is too self-righteous and has too rich imagination. Even if they are also wearing Frisia's army combat uniform, who can guarantee that only Frisia's army will wear it? At this time, Sun Wukong could no longer hold on. He could only put aside everything and shouted to Piccolo without thinking about his own life, "Hurry up and do it, Piccolo, I can't hold on anymore. No matter whether the new guy is a friend or an enemy, you can only think about other things if you kill me, the eldest brother first." Speaking of this, Sun Wukong also vomited blood because of his injuries. Sun Wukong is very innocent and has simple ideas. But I have to say that he can make decisions at critical moments. When he did this, Radit's newly born sense of luck was defeated again, and he immediately panicked. "Stop joking, cockroach, do you want to die with me? Damn it, even if you want to die, don't delay, keep me on your back. Haven't you seen the situation clearly yet? Your earth is over. Hey, hey! You are finally scared. That's right, I just want to die with you." There is no brotherly feeling. Sun Wukong doesn't care about anything else now. This point has been established since Raditz touched Sun Wuhan. If Sun Wuhan is not moved, Sun Wukong thinks that he can persuade this so-called elder brother to put down his butcher knife. "What are you waiting for, Piccolo?" He gritted his teeth and felt Raditz's power getting stronger and stronger. Sun Wukong had exceeded his own limit. After all, with his current strength, he is far behind Raditz. Even in his prime, it would have been difficult to lock down Raditz. He was anxious and urging. But he didn't know that Piccolo on the other side was feeling very uncomfortable at this time. Sun Wukong is innocent and simple, how could he know how Piccolo feels now? The energy that suddenly appeared out of the sky was like a planet pressing down on him, making him unable to move. The chi in the body is inherently unstable, even if it gathers beyond the limit with the help of the demonic light-killing cannon. In this case, it is directly disrupted. Even if the moves remain intact, the level of combat power has exceeded its original limit. However, he was so shocked that he couldn't move. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and Piccolo gritted his teeth. Such a good opportunity can only be missed. He had a lot of resentment. If Sun Wukong had not released his hold on Raditz's tail, Raditz would have died. The situation will not become like this. Beside, the timid Sun Wuhan was trembling and crying. Under such circumstances, Piccolo was even more irritable. Breathing heavier and heavier, he watched the man in the air gradually fall, and finally landed on the ground. The direct look in his eyes almost made him lose his mind. Horrible! The combat effectiveness has exceeded the previous critical value and reached 1480 points. This amazing move not only maximizes one's own strength to the limit, but also makes the move lethal enough to kill the enemy beyond the level. The words of the evaluation said. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and was a little interested in trying Piccolo's ultimate move. Demon Penetrating Light Killing Cannon, this ultimate move that first showed its brilliance in the first part of the universe. How amazing was it when you saw it back then? It can be said that in fact, the early IQs of the Z warriors were all outstanding. Various moves emerge endlessly. But in the end they were all submerged in the tide of history. The early Z warriors each had their own characteristics by virtue of their different methods. Later, the strength could not keep up, and the result was a development route dominated by strength. As long as the strength is enough, moves and so on will be gradually put aside. Sun Wukong is either Kyo Fist or Turtle-style Qigong Wave. Naturally, there are many Kame Senryu fighting methods, but they are all the same. The same goes for everyone else, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, everyone will not innovate easily. This did not change slightly for the two little ones until the beginning of the Majin Buu chapter. After the advent of the Super Era, especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they began to pay attention to changes in their moves, choosing to accept new things, thereby breaking through to a new realm. You are, who? After finally saying such a sentence, Piccolo was sweating profusely. Chapter 5 Piccolo, what have I been doing these years? It should be said that Piccolo in this era is still very discerning. If you feel that you are not easily manipulated by the other party, you will become very tough and domineering. But if the opponent is strong enough to crush him, then he will be smart enough to retreat in order to advance. Before answering this question, how about you let me take over your move first? Lin Chuan said. As soon as these words came out, the three people present were shocked. No, it should be 4 people. Even Sun Wuhan understood it, staring with two round eyes, looking silly and cute. After a few seconds of silence, before Piccolo and Sun Wukong could speak, Raditz, who was locked by Sun Wukong, seized the opportunity, broke free from the restraints, and regained control. Damn cockroach! You calculated this against me, my dear brother, and next I will let you know how stupid you are. Raditz escaped from danger and did not stay where he was in the next second. Instead, he came to Lin Chuan's side as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He subconsciously regarded Lin Chuan as his companion. Due to a series of accidents before, he was almost killed twice, which made him much more vigilant. He didn't directly launch a fatal counterattack against Sun Wukong. To be honest, in Lin Chuan's opinion, he was really stupid. If it were him, he would definitely take this opportunity to fight back directly. You're all risking your life, and you're still acting like a housewife? 1,500 points of combat power only showed the level of a few hundred points of combat power. I am a member of the Scion team No. B119 of King Frisia's First Legion. The leader is Vegeta. My name is Raditz. As Raditz revealed his identity, Lin Chuan looked at him sideways. There was absolute intimidation in that look. For a moment, Raditz, who was about to please, stopped talking and stayed in place obediently. For Raditz, he belongs to the lowest level of Frisia's army. Even if he doesn't know how powerful the person in front of him is or what his identity is, he knows that they must be stronger than him. It was obvious from the model of the suit Lin Chuan was wearing that he was at least one level higher than him. Judging from the momentum they released, their combat power exceeded at least 2,000 points. As for using combat power detectors to detect, this is so disrespectful to others. No matter how stupid he is, Raditz knows that it is very impolite to probe someone's background in the current situation. Once he makes the other person unhappy, he becomes their punching bag. To be honest, as a Scion, you clearly have a combat power of 1,500 points, but you were beaten into such a miserable state by two people with less than 1,000 combat points. It's really sad. He didn't pay much attention to Lottie. Now, Lin Chuan uses his own perspective to criticize the current situation. Tell Raditz what a piece of shit he is. Regarding such a comment, Raditz blushed and felt angry for a moment, but he couldn't express it directly. He could only retort in a low voice, that's entirely because these earthlings are playing tricks, and they have mastered a method to control their combat power. Otherwise, how could I have been taken advantage of by them again and again, and that kid? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chuan turned around silently and looked at Raditz carefully. This move made Raditz take a deep breath. As Lin Chuan exerted his aura, the combat power detector he wore in front of his eyes also changed digitally. There was no prompt at first, but now there is a digital prompt because of the alarm. The opponent's combat power climbed from 1,000 points to thousands of points in one breath. Combat power, 5,000 points. You. Raditz was horrified, and immediately became even more groveling. It was determined that this person's status was far above him, at least comparable to that of senior warriors. He originally wanted to retort, but what did his 1,500 points of combat power mean in front of others? Even Naba, who has a combat power of 4,000 points, is far from being a match for this person. Unless it's a prince. I'm just talking so much to cover up my incompetence. His eyes narrowed, and his breath became heavy for a moment. Lin Chuan directly put pressure on Raditz, seemingly as a superior scolding a subordinate. Under this situation, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Sun Gohan on the other side seemed to have become heir. However, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who have experienced hundreds of battles, know that this is their last chance. No matter whether the opponent is friend or foe, or whether he is the same kind as Raditz, to protect the Earth, he must win by surprise. From the exchange of eyes, Sun Wukong and Piccolo seemed to have made up their minds. At this moment, the two of them took action at the same time. Piccolo's demonic light-killing cannon went straight towards Lin Chuan, directly attacking the blind spot in his back. Sun Wukong risked everything and unleashed the final wave of Turtle Qigong. Under such a situation, Raditz, who was originally scared and had a straight face, was startled and immediately reacted, "You really don't know how to live or die." After that, without waiting for Lin Chuan to react or speak, he instinctively struck backhand with an explosive wave that hit Sun Wukong's turtle-style Qigong wave hard. "Where is Lin Chuan?" He turned around with a smile on his face and raised his hand to hold Piccolo's demonic light-killing cannon in his palm. "A sneak attack on him? Non-existent. The difference in strength is too big. This ultimate move that can penetrate everything in the world originally had the power to kill Raditz instantly, but in Lin Chuan's hands, it was like a plaything. If it were Lin Chuan, whose combat power had not exceeded 10,000 a few years ago, he might not be so direct. But now the combat power is as high as nearly 17,000 points. Even if he only has 5,000 combat power points, this move can't hurt him. Moreover, his physical strength is excellent, even far superior to that of soldiers of the same level. These years of training on that planet are not in vain, and the combat power is increasing every second. Combat strength is a reflection of comprehensive strength, including the synthesis of all aspects of body functions. Therefore, with the current improvement in combat power, Lin Chuan's body is getting stronger every moment, and the progress is very slow, but this can be obtained without practicing on his own. Seeing his ultimate move blocked by the opponent with one hand, Piccolo's heart became even more horrified. It is unimaginable that after reaching such an attack that exceeds the limit of one's own cognition, what kind of courage does the other party have to dare to follow it so directly? Is the gap really that big? Hateful. What have I been doing all these years? Piccolo cursed secretly in his heart. Over the years, his vision has limited his growth. He thought that he was invincible and that as long as he defeated Sun Wukong, he would be number one in the world. I have never thought that the world outside this world is so vast and vast. Any intruder who appears randomly is an existence that they cannot resist despite their best efforts. This is the case now, but what about in the future? Behind these people represent an extremely huge force, the so-called Frisia Legion. Chapter 6. The painting style changes suddenly. Is it meant to recruit? A seemingly unexpected sneak attack. The sand and dust brought by the energy collision explosion are also accompanied by billowing heat waves and fire. Generally speaking, it is really impossible to escape unscathed, but for people who have reached a certain level of strength, it is not worth mentioning. At this time, Lin Chuan stood at the center of the explosion and couldn't help coughing. To quote Raditz's famous saying, that is, useless attacks can only raise some dust. When the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated, the smoke and dust also disappeared with the wind. Under the gaze of Piccolo and Sun Wukong, their last hopes were wiped out. Not only did it fail, but it didn't even harm the opponent's hair. Especially Lin Chuan, he caught the demon Guang killing cannon with one hand, and finally crushed it to pieces, which is enough to show how big the difference in strength is. Even Raditz, who had been injured before, was able to ensure his safety during the explosion. Lost, but, damn! Sun Wukong gasped and finally fell to the ground, with a big character appearing on his whole body. He has tried his best. The last desperate move consumed all his strength, so now he can't even stand. He wanted to fight again and was unwilling to admit defeat, but the reality was so cruel. Piccolo on the other side is in a similar situation to Sun Wukong. He had already reached his limit, and what he had just hit was all he had. Now that the situation is like this, he seems to have fallen into an abyss. Action, failure. I didn't expect that I, the great demon king Piccolo, would one day become a frog in a well. It's really ridiculous. Earth is finished. Having the courage to face death, such a mental breakthrough, is actually good for both Piccolo and Sun Wukong. Lin Chuan didn't wait for anything to say or do. Raditz was one step ahead and was excited because he had blocked his special move, and began to show off his power. It was obviously the absolute advantage that made him drift again. He. Cockroach, my stupid brother, I have told you long ago that your end has come. Originally, you don't have to die, because as long as you join us, you will be a member of Frisia's Legion. Now that you have given up this great opportunity, you have also brought absolute disaster to the earth. Raditz said as he approached Sun Wukong. That arrogant posture made people feel like the god of death was knocking on the door. Sun Wukong was powerless to refute, Piccolo was powerless, and Sun Gohan kept crying. This Raditz is really a typical bully and shy of the strong. It is also this kind of mother-in-law character that has harmed him. Recalling the scenes in the original work, this guy did invent a lot of pretentious sayings, but it was also this kind of personality that cost him his life. Seeing Raditz going to ravage Sun Wukong, Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't pretend he didn't see it. As long as he really kills Sun Wukong, he will stop him in an instant. As for being attacked by Piccolo and Sun Wukong, he didn't take it to heart at all. To be honest, it was very wise to attack just now without knowing whether we were the enemy or not. Seize the opportunity and kill with one strike. It's a pity that the difference in strength is too big, and Lin Chuan is also confident enough. So he is not afraid at all. In simple terms, when adults are talking, why would they care about two children patting themselves next to them? Only people like Raditz can retaliate for their anger. Moreover, Lin Chuan also had a word in advance, asking Piccolo to attack him. He wanted to see how powerful the demon Guang killing cannon was. What's wrong? You don't even have the strength to stand up? What a useless guy! Since your father is so ignorant, then go to hell. I will take your son away and train him for you. When he walked in front of Sun Wukong, Raditz's domineering posture seemed to be that he was afraid that others would not see that he had defeated his younger brother. The weak can only find a sense of existence at this time. Facing the strong, characters like Raditz are dispensable. Stop, Gohan, run! Once again threatening his son, Sun Wukong didn't know where the power came from. It's like a flashback. This scene shocked Raditz again. After suffering several losses, he retreated 10 meters away when Sun Wukong exploded. I have been cautious from the beginning, fearing that the boat will capsize in the gutter again. What a loser! I can still scare you when you are like this. I have 1,500 combat power points on you, why not give it to a dog, Raditz? In one sentence, this is Lin Chuan's General Raditz. Demean to the bottom line. To be honest, their current combat power is probably less than 100. Even if it breaks out again, what level can it reach? Even though Raditz is also injured, he can fully exert his strength with more than 1,000 combat power points. To be frightened by a person whose fighting power has hit rock bottom is really like a dog's life. Needless to say, Raditz is really good at it. He obviously had absolutely crushing strength, and he started with a natural ace, but in the end he was beaten to a pulp by himself, and was counterattacked by Sun Wukong and Piccolo. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Raditz didn't know what Lin Chuan really meant. He just thought he was being looked down upon and couldn't wipe his face off, feeling extremely unhappy in his heart. Although Lin Chuan's combat power is indeed as high as 5,000 points, everyone is working for King Frisia. Even though his level may be one level lower than others, as a team, the three Scions are one of the most capable teams under Frisia. Although I don't know who you are? Which team are you a member of? But, as a soldier of the Legion, there is no need to be sarcastic, right? Everyone, look up and see you, maybe you will have times like this in the future. As he spoke, Raditz suddenly paused, as if something happened to make him stop talking. It wasn't until a while later that he looked stunned and continued, "This time we meet on Earth, it is fate that we meet each other. We are both working for King Frisia. I think you came to Earth to survey whether the Earth is worthy of invasion, right? It just so happens that you are alone, and your combat power is as high as 5,000 points. How about cooperating with us? Compared to the Earth, our Scion team discovered a very valuable planet some time ago. This time I came to the Earth to seek help from this useless brother, just to have more power and seize the time to complete the invasion. If you join, I believe it will be done soon. By then, the credit and benefits will be evenly distributed. After Raditz' long speech, Lin Chuan was surprised for a moment by Raditz' sudden change. You know, he is insulting Raditz without any bottom line. He is not afraid that he will not fight back, but he is afraid that he will not fight back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. As a result, I don't know where Raditz' scheming came from. His temperament suddenly changed drastically and he even said these words to him. There is no doubt that this is recruiting him. They were completely different before and after, and even their eyes changed again. Puzzled. But soon, Lin Chuan saw a subtle red light emitting from Raditz' combat power detector, and then he realized that it seemed that someone behind this guy was passing on the message. It shouldn't be Nappa. After all, although the idiot described in the original book is not stupid, his IQ is indeed not online, and it is absolutely impossible to teach Raditz to say such a thing. So, if it's not Nappa, it must be Vegeta. Unexpectedly, they are far away on the other side of the star, but they are always paying attention to the situation here. Chapter 7 Vegeta and Nappa, The Tragic Largo. Located in an unknown galaxy extremely far away from the solar system. On a grey-black planet of life, two men wearing Frisia Legion combat uniforms were eating the creatures on the planet. Of course, it is eaten after roasting it with the help of fire. There is no doubt that they are Vegeta and Nappa. Originally, Vegeta and Nappa didn't care at all that Raditz went to Earth to find his brother Kakarot. After all, he was just a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2. Even if he is still alive after growing up, how much fighting power can he have? Cleaning up the battlefield won't help them, right? After all, even people like Raditz are just trash in Vegeta's eyes. More of him is not more, less of him is not much. If they weren't the only Scions left now, he would have abandoned them long ago. After learning that Raditz had arrived on Earth, if he and Nappa hadn't already taken over the planet at this moment, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention. The previous changes are indeed somewhat unexpected. After all, there is a way to control combat power on Earth. But later, when he learned that Raditz was almost killed several times, his anger immediately exploded. In his words, he has really raised a lot of people over the years. It's actually not as good as Kakarot, who was born with only 2 combat power and now has less than 1,000 combat power. No matter what you do, eating comes first. However, for him, Raditz also brought him a special news, that is, there are others going to Earth. Although I don't know who it is, the opponent's combat power is as high as 5,000 points, which shows that the Earth has attracted the attention of Frisia's Legion. The value of such a remote planet is almost 0. No one would come to investigate such a planet that cannot be sold for much money. Vegeta, can you just let Raditz pass the message? The value of that planet is at least worth 100 large life planets rich in minerals. Nappa swallowed the food he was chewing. Go down and speak immediately. It is said that only simple-minded people have well-developed limbs, but Nappa's well-developed limbs are not really as brainless as described in the original novel. He has a brain, just a muscle. It doesn't matter. I just want to see what the other party's reaction is. We are also a member of the Legion, and he was so rude after knowing that Raditz was my subordinate. Who is the captain he leads? I am very curious. Vegeta had a cold and stern light in his eyes, and then said, no matter how bad Raditz is, he is still my subordinate. Not just anyone can bully him. He has his plans, and there must be a purpose for doing this. For him, as long as it has value, that's great. If you are unwilling to cooperate, consider how to handle it after understanding the specific details. Although he has always been ranked among the upper middle class in Frisia's army and is not even considered a top fighter, Vegeta, with a combat power of up to 18,000 points, is not afraid of anyone except Frisia and the Jinya team. Even when facing Dodoria and Sabo, he always maintained his pride. As arrogant as he is, he finally came to his senses only after experiencing the severe beating on planet Namek in the original work. Earth. Looking at Raditz in front of him, Lin Chuan's expression changed unpredictably. Such a solicitation would probably have been accepted by those surveyors who were really members of Frisia's legion. After all, who wouldn't want the credit that comes to your doorstep? Pity. Whether it was Vegeta's idea or Raditz's plan, the wrong person was used. Lin Chuan was not interested in this kind of thing at all. Looking at Raditz, Lin Chuan went from thinking he was useless to slowly showing a trace of pity. Frankly speaking, Raditz is indeed pitiful. Not only did he have no brilliant achievements in this life, but he died tragically on Earth in the end, and he died at the hands of his own brother. Do you think he is evil? He is indeed quite evil. In order to make Sun Wukong submit, he told Sun Wukong to kill 100 people on Earth and surrender. He even kidnapped his own nephew as a blackmail. In fact, is this really evil? No. In the final analysis, it is most likely that Raditz wanted his younger brother, Sun Wukong, to listen to him in order to show his strength. From coming to the Earth to dying together with Sun Wukong, it can be said that he only killed the farmer who attacked him with a gun. In other words, Raditz died unjustly. As the first boss that just appeared in the first part of the universe, it ended after a new era started. Besides, Raditz's life can only be described as miserable in 2 words. In his early days, he obeyed the king's orders and stayed with Vegeta. It was not until planet Vegeta was destroyed that he became a laborer at the lowest level. Later, he finally found some sense of existence, but he was dragged to death by his younger brother. Although he committed suicide, who can be sure that this was not a plot kill? If Raditz was truly evil and hopeless, then he would not have asked Sun Wukong to kill 100 Earthlings to submit his name, but would have completely destroyed the Earth. With Raditz's strength, it is actually enough. To put it bluntly, Raditz is quite humane. Think about it, Nappa is mindless and cruel, torturing and killing people whenever they disagree. Vegeta's ruthlessness doesn't even spare his loyal teammates like Nappa. In contrast, when Raditz came to Earth, he did not carry out large-scale destruction, but after finding Goku, he mainly focused on persuasion. Even if he was rejected, he would only use coercion and inducement. If it were Nappa or Vegeta, how could he have so many choices? And that's not the saddest part. Before Raditz died, he thought that his sincerity could be exchanged for Vegeta to come to Earth to seize the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to resurrect him. Life is aggrieved, and death is even more aggrieved. The worst thing about him is that he doesn't even know how miserable he is. From the beginning, he thought about killing Raditz to get tickets to the Z-Warrior Circle, but now he has a little compassion. Lin Chuan was slightly touched. He is a living person, and this is a real world. It's not a game, it's not a plot. His thoughts will continue to change due to encounters and experiences. Staring at Raditz, who was still proudly negotiating terms with him, Lin Chuan really wanted to tell him that he was so obedient, but he was not taken seriously by Vegeta and Nappa at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed and he began to ramble. First of all, my evaluation of you is not simply cynicism. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Because this guy seems to have a brain, but he is very brainless. Secondly, on the basis that we are both scions. You have 1,500 combat power points, but you can only perform at this level. You are so weak that you can only ravage your own brother for fun. In my opinion, this is the most useless performance. We scions are supposed to become braver and stronger the more we fight, but you behave so timidly, even cowardly, in front of your brother. Finally, you helped count money after being sold. What a fool! What you said just now was taught to you by Vegeta, who is far away on another planet behind you. Don't you think that your words will bring you the consequences of killing someone? Disaster. This is the Earth, with endless galaxies in the middle. If I want to kill you if I disagree with you, who can protect you? After finishing speaking, Lin Chuan showed a teasing look. He suddenly changed his original idea and wanted to lend a helping hand to Raditz. Of course, he also needs people to be willing to hold his hand and escape from the abyss. Since Vegeta used him to test and recruit him, he would change Raditz and let him face Vegeta a year later. Raditz vs Vegeta, what a fun thing to watch. I don't expect Raditz to defeat Vegeta, but let's just say that it shouldn't be a problem for Raditz to defeat Nappa under his training. Chapter 8 I am also a scion. A series of words reached the ears of everyone present. Not only Raditz was shocked, but Piccolo and Sun Wukong were also shocked. Even Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the star felt incredible. Nappa stood up in shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. He is also a scion. Over the years, it's not like they haven't visited and investigated, the surviving scions are almost extinct. It's already a miracle that Raditz's brother Kakarot is still alive. Now this guy appears, not only wearing the combat uniform of Friesia's army, but also has 5,000 combat points. What does this mean? There is too much information. You said you are also a scion. Impossible. Logically speaking, there are no other scions except me, Nappa, Vegeta, my stupid brother, and my little brother who lives on Earth. That's right. You are still wearing the combat uniform of Friesia's army. Do you think we are all fools? How can we not know if there are other scions in Friesia's legion? Raditz spoke righteously and vowed. Being questioned for this reason, Lin Chuan knew that his home court was coming. After all, this is the reason for taking the initiative to expose your identity. I'm not afraid to get to the bottom of it, but I'm afraid that people won't care and won't ask. He is a scion, and he must tell it now so that he can better integrate into the world in the future. Immediately, Lin Chuan laughed and responded, haha. There are no absolutes in the world, and many things are just what you think. Besides, you thought of me as a soldier of Friesia's legion. I never said that. I am Friesia's dog. Take a good look at our scion's tail. You probably don't recognize it, Raditz. I'm a scion too. With that said, Lin Chuan immediately released his tail from his waist. Who would have paid attention to this detail before? They were all shocked by Lin Chuan's sudden appearance and display of great strength. Seeing it now, it shocked everyone again. So, you are really our scion. The most shocking person was Raditz, and his tail was the best proof. He stared at Lin Chuan and asked again without hesitation, tell me your name. The name of the scion? It's been more than 20 years. If you didn't ask, I would have almost forgotten it. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's lips quivered. He knew that Vegeta and Nappa behind him also wanted to know who he was, so he said, Taros. But compared to this name, I prefer others to call me Lin Chuan. Forests of woods, rivers of mountains and rivers. After finishing his words, Lin Chuan glanced at Piccolo and Sun Wukong on the other side. Knowing that they were very nervous and worried at this time, he immediately said, you two don't have to be so afraid. I don't come to Earth with any malicious intent. I believe you can also feel that there is no murderous intention in me. Also, you don't need to worry about what Raditz will do. After all, even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't dare to do it with me here. After the words fell, both Piccolo and Sun Wukong were stunned. Lin Chuan was a bit too direct, which made them difficult to accept and made them even more suspicious. In response to this, Raditz on the opposite side quit. What is your purpose, guy? You are not from Friesia's legion, so why are you wearing this battle uniform? And do you mean to protect the Earth? Protecting my stupid brother? Are you going to be a traitor to the Scions too? After asking several questions at once, Raditz was obviously anxious. He couldn't even understand what was going on with Lin Chuan. He was not a legionnaire, but he wore a combat uniform and came to Earth after him. What a coincidence! Also, this guy obviously wants to protect Kakarot and that Piccolo now. Kakarot, in his opinion, is already a traitor to their Scions. His thoughts were confused and he could only wait for Lin Chuan's answer. The method of coercion and inducement can only be used on beings who are weaker than yourself. Raditz did not have the courage to deal with Lin Chuan, whose combat power was as high as 5,000 points. The words of recruitment were so tough before, and it was because of Vegeta's support. So now, I can only question it as a Scion. It's just what you think about being a traitor. Of course I have a purpose for coming to Earth, but it's definitely different from yours. As for what you said about protecting the Earth, protecting Kakarot and this name Kian, you are right. I don't intend to let you hurt them. Speaking of which. As he spoke, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Such an expression made Raditz tremble all over and send a chill down his spine. What are you talking about? Speaking of which, don't you think that instead of figuring out my purpose and plan now, or caring about whether I want to protect the Earth and Kakarot and the others, you shouldn't be more worried about your current situation? As he said, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Then he added, according to what you said, you came to Earth to find your brother Kakarot to help you invade other planets, but now it's like this. Not only did you fail to gain the approval of your brother, but you fell into this situation. I'm afraid that if you return to Vegeta and Nappa now, you won't be treated well from now on, right? In fact, with the arrogant temperament of Vegeta, he will think that you have embarrassed him and kill him directly. You trash! Along with Lin Chuan's critical words, he added what he said before. Raditz was immediately dumbfounded. Yes. What value does he have now? He insisted on coming to Earth and wanted to bring his younger brother Kakarot, but he failed, and was almost killed by his younger brother who was weaker than him. Even if he is not dead, he will definitely not get any benefits if he goes back now. Besides, with his 1,500 combat power points, to put it bluntly, he is essentially dispensable in the team. It has always been the job of cleaning up the battlefield. His face was extremely ugly. Raditz had always considered himself a smart person. He knows that he has always been looked down upon. So he tried to keep a low profile in front of Vegeta and Nappa and didn't speak. If you are weak, you have no right to speak. This is a world of the weak and the strong. Lin Chuan was surprised for a while that Raditz was so serious. From his expression alone, he could see that Raditz knew his situation. It seems that you understand this truth, and that's the best thing. In the end, you are still too useless, with only 1,500 combat points in so many years. It seems that you not only don't practice, but only avoid dangers and live with a lingering breath. So, now he is not even as good as his biological brother Kakarot. Otherwise, even if there is no chance to become stronger. Just because we Scions get stronger as we fight, your combat power will be at least 3,000 points higher after so many years of training. As Lin Chuan spoke, he was also calculating how Raditz had come here over the years. Of course, being suppressed by the genius Vegeta and the elite Nappa, he was indeed depressed. As the saying goes, it is not unreasonable for the strong to become stronger and the weak to become weaker. Chapter 9 Change starts now. Lin Chuan's criticism was so cruel. Hit the nail on the head. Raditz gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. As Scions, when each of us was born, God has already determined how high our achievements will be and how big the gap will be between us and certain people. Yes. My combat power is indeed only 1,500 points. But it's not as bad as you said. Do you think I don't want to become stronger? Do you think I am willing to settle for the status quo? Even if your combat power is as high as 5,000 points? Don't insult me like this, This is the voice of Raditz, who has always been fighting against fate. But in his heart, he still believes that talent determines everything. Even though he is a superior warrior, he is only the lowest talent among superior warriors. It is true that the birth combat power reaches 200 points, but there are so many scions who have reached this level. He was able to follow Prince Vegeta because his father, Bardock, was the representative of the lower-level scion warriors. It was an arrangement made by the original king to show off to all the lower-level scions and win people's hearts. Really? Then why can your brother Kakarot do this? Also, I am very sorry to tell you that my combat power when I was born was only 50 points. Raditz's excitement was not there. Lin Chuan didn't have any mood swings, but he answered calmly. Raditz couldn't believe this again. Even Nappa and Vegeta on the other side of the star were even more shocked. The birth combat power is only 50 points, and he is just a low-level warrior. He can actually increase his combat power to 5,000 points. You know, Raditz's birth combat power reached 200 points, but now it is only 1,500 points. Nappa, as a queen from a famous family among superior warriors, an elite warrior. Birth combat power 800 points. It's only 4,000 points so far. Of course, Vegeta wouldn't compare himself. Because Vegeta considers himself a genius, no matter how clever any scion is, there is no way he can compare with him. He was born with 2,000 combat power points, the highest in scion history, and now has 18,000 combat power points. The most powerful scion in history. How on earth did you do it? Talos. No. Lin Chuan. Raditz took a deep breath. He wants to know. As soon as these words came out, even Sun Wukong and Piccolo on the other side pricked up their ears. They also want to know how Lin Chuan became stronger. They were not fools, they naturally understood what Lin Chuan meant. Hearing this, Lin Chuan laughed again. He said so much, which shows that it is still useful to Raditz. Being able to ask this sentence shows that Raditz has shaken his original concept and also desires to become stronger. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan said, the combat power at birth is just an innate advantage and does not represent the limit of future growth. So what if you are a lower-level warrior, like Kakarot or me, whose combat strength is only 2 or 50 points, but with hard work and practice, you can still become stronger. A high starting point doesn't mean you are absolute. A low starting point doesn't mean you are doomed to be a weak person. Let's put it this way, you think you have been working hard, but I'm afraid you don't know what real hard work is. When you think that you have reached your limit, in fact, others have paid 10 times, even 100 times. Or even 1,000 times more than you. As Lin Chuan's words gradually came out, Raditz was dumbfounded and his mind was spinning. In this case, even Vegeta and Nappa, who heard it with the help of the contact function of the combat power detector, were greatly stimulated. We are not stupid, we have all gone through hardships and obstacles along the way. However, they have indeed been content with the status quo over the years and have been wasting their time. Because as their combat power reaches a certain peak, it will no longer increase. Even improving 1 point of combat power is extremely difficult. Take the initiative to practice. In their opinion, what if they did it? Well said. So what if I am a lower-level warrior? Even if my birth combat power is only 2, I will not give in easily. As long as I work hard enough, I can conquer anything. Inspired by Lin Chuan's words, Sun Wukong's voice came. Obviously, he agreed very much with Lin Chuan's statement, because that's how he got there step by step. Piccolo also nodded, even if he didn't speak, he agreed very much. TCH. Kakarot, do you think you can really surpass my big brother? Stop joking. Raditz gritted his teeth angrily. They say they don't believe it and don't want to accept it, but in fact they are shaken in their hearts. Because recalling the previous battle, he indeed seriously underestimated Kakarot, and even developed a hint of fear in the end. If Lin Chuan hadn't appeared, he might have died, so how could he still be here now? At this moment, Lin Chuan stopped talking. Sun Wukong over there had already taken the opportunity to recover, protected his son, and replied firmly, "Although you are really strong, brother, you are not invincible in my opinion. Over the years, Bai and I have although K has been practicing, he is actually not practicing as hard as he did in the early years. This time we have seen a broader world, and our strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the next period of time. I'm right, Piccolo." Sun Wukong is confident. He is simple-minded and has no evil intentions, and what he says is the truth. Humph. There's no need to take me with you. You scions are indeed powerful, but I, the great demon king Piccolo, will surpass you sooner or later. Also, are you a very strong brother? Didn't you almost get killed by my demonic light-killing cannon? A self-righteous guy who doesn't even know how to practice to become stronger and just relies on talent to grow? How stupid! After finishing his words, Piccolo's eyes fell on Lin Chuan again. He knows that his real target is him. At least he was able to hold his magic-piercing light-killing cannon with one hand, which went beyond the limit and could kill Raditz. So understated and unscathed. What is this concept? The gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm. Under Piccolo's sarcasm, veins appeared on Raditz's forehead, but he did not have an attack. Getting angry is inevitable, but it is indeed the case. And he mainly heard Piccolo's evaluation of him, which meant that he was obviously talented, but he didn't cherish it and practice. Who could blame him for being such a weakling? If he, Raditz, had really practiced harder these years, or tried to become stronger. Maybe, it really is not the case now. Seeing that Lin Chuan's combat power of 50 points had been increased to 5,000 points, Raditz seemed to see a brilliant future waving to him. At this moment, everything and all the thoughts in the past have become farts. Compared with increasing strength, what is nothing? Chapter 10 Largo wakes up and Piccolo's identity is exposed. After some communication, under the guidance of Lin Chuan's words, the original deadlock was brought to life, which not only invisibly resolved the crisis of brothers fighting to the death, but also opened a new chapter. Lin Chuan changed the original plot development trajectory and also changed the fate of everyone present. Neither Sun Wukong nor Raditz needs to die, and Raditz will no longer suffer the joint counterattack of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Of course, the premise is that Raditz doesn't take action against them either. As long as Raditz doesn't do anything that harms the Earth or the people on Earth, even if he stays on Earth from now on, he won't be targeted. To be honest, it is very unexpected that things have developed to this result. But in a sense, everyone is happy. After the exchange with Lin Chuan, Raditz was stimulated and put aside everything else. After abandoning everything in the past, he even disobeyed the orders given to him by Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the star. He also didn't want to be an ant at the mercy of Vegeta and Nappa. So, he wants to become stronger. As long as he also has strong strength, as long as his combat effectiveness is doubled and doubled. At that time, not to mention Nappa, even Prince Vegeta can no longer treat him as a dispensable existence. It was the achievements of Lin Chuan and Kakarot that gave Raditz hope. Talent and hard work should go hand in hand. Raditz believes that his talent is higher, so the intensity he can achieve through hard work will be higher. Kakarot was born with a combat power of only 2, but through his own efforts and training, he reached a combat power of over 1,000, and even threatened to surpass himself in a short time. Lin Chuan's birth power was only 50 points, but now he has 5,000 points of combat power, which is more powerful than Nappa. Raditz is not stupid, nor is he an idiot. He felt that if he practiced hard like Lin Chuan and Kakarot, with his starting point and his original talent, he would at least have a combat power exceeding 5,000 points. It might even exceed 10,000 points. Of course, what Raditz sees at this time is only the good side. He doesn't know that there are too many ways to become stronger, and finding the best and most suitable method for you is the key. Otherwise, if you practice hard and work hard, you will naturally get very little improvement. Otherwise, a person can become stronger just by practicing casually. It took Lin Chuan more than 20 years, using limited conditions to carry out countless kinds of training, to increase his combat power to 15,000 points. Lin Chuan will not tell others this. Raditz only thought that his combat power was only 5,000 points. If he knew how strong he was now, he would probably be dumbfounded. And if he knew that Lin Chuan had not only reached 15,000 combat power points with the help of his hard work, but could now increase his combat power by 1 point per second, he would be scared to death. Speaking of current strength, including these 20 minutes, Lin Chuan's combat power at this time has increased from 16,680 points to 18,060 points based on the unlimited combat power system that increases combat power by 1 per second. An improvement of 1,380 points. This combat power has already surpassed that of Vegeta in the current era. And in about half an hour, his combat power will break through to the 20,000 point mark. Of course, in the era of the big universe, having a combat power of over 10,000 is the foundation. A combat force of tens of thousands is nothing more than ants. But with a combat power of tens of thousands, he would be considered an absolute powerhouse on any planet. Unless it's on those super planets or forbidden planets. It should be said that Lin Chuan had never really felt the feeling of improvement every second until now. I simply am a time traveler and have gone through more than 20 years of suffering and training. Otherwise, I will really lose my way. At this moment, thinking of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in this world, Lin Chuan suddenly had a feeling of empathy. Chuan Chao's existence is getting stronger every moment. No wonder Broly goes crazy because he can't control his power, and can easily go crazy. The slightest mood swing can cause you to lose control. To improve your strength and temper your state of mind, you must catch up. It is true that it will not affect him at the moment, but if things go on like this, Lin Chuan's state of mind will not improve. As his strength continues to grow, he may fall into a state of madness at any time. The situation stabilized. Piccolo used the Namekian's self-healing ability to restore his broken arm. This kind of cool operation shocked Sun Wukong and Raditz. Even though Sun Wukong knew Piccolo's ability, seeing it now, he found it very incredible. Piccolo wouldn't mind this kind of gaze. He seized the opportunity at this time, faced Lin Chuan, and asked, "You said before that I am a Namekian? What does this mean?" When the words came out, Piccolo's expression became solemn. The matter of Raditz was not a foregone conclusion before, but now he would be a fool if he didn't ask. With an above-the-line IQ and courage and resourcefulness, Piccolo's questions also attracted the attention of Sun Wukong and Raditz. Especially Sun Wukong. After he found out that he was an alien, it was difficult for him to accept it. Now that he heard that Piccolo was also an alien, he started to look forward to it. In fact, if we really want to talk about aliens, Piccolo looks like one. It seems that you don't know your identity yet. Speaking of which, your Namekian appearance is unique in the entire universe, and your clan has very strange powers, just like your rebirth of a broken limb before. Ability. Looking at Piccolo, Lin Chuan explained casually with a smile. The reason why Piccolo's identity was exposed in the previous words was to make him realize his identity first. They wouldn't have to wait until a year later to find out about their life experiences through Vegeta. Piccolo was silent. At the same time, the old god in the Temple of Heaven, who had been watching here, was also lost in thought. It was only at this moment that they realized their identity, and they were filled with emotion and confusion. Just imagine, you have always considered yourself a member of life on Earth, and suddenly one day an alien comes and tells you that you are from a certain star. What would you do? After all, Piccolo's ability to accept is extremely strong, so he didn't show any unwillingness to believe it, He laughed inwardly, but after realizing that he was also an alien, he felt relieved. In the past, being bound to a planet resulted in great restrictions on what you could see and hear. Now, he has a new goal. I would like to ask, does my home planet still exist? Piccolo said with a vague light in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan nodded without hesitation. Luckily, Namek was not destroyed despite a catastrophe many years ago. Unlike Earth, Namek is surrounded by 3 stars. The sky is not as blue as Earth, and the environment is not as good. And because it has 3 stars, Namek only has daytime and no night. As Lin Chuan spoke out the information about planet Namek in his memory, these words were also remembered by Piccolo. To him, this is his home planet after all. After hearing these descriptions, Sun Wukong was shocked. There is no night, only day, so people don't have to sleep anymore. At this time, the nervous person thought about this problem. It should be said that he is indeed Sun Wukong. Chapter 11 Acting and Doing the Whole Thing. Okay. I only know so much about planet Namek. Maybe you will have the opportunity to go back in the near future. Now, let me first talk about the purpose of my coming to Earth. I believe you are also concerned about it now, right? I can't come for no reason. As he said that, Lin Chuan's eyes wandered around a few people with a smile. Finally, it fell on Raditz. Now Raditz has been successfully deceived by him, but if that were the case, Vegeta and Nappa might not come to Earth. Because Raditz is dispensable to them. Even if something like this happens on Earth, he still exists. But for Vegeta and Nappa, this is not enough for them to set off to Earth immediately. You must know that they still have a super planet to occupy. In the original work, they would abandon that planet and come to Earth entirely because of the Dragon Balls. They were attracted because of the Dragon Balls. Later, I learned that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, so Frisia confirmed the news and went to the Namek planet to invade and steal the Dragon Balls. Thus, the chapter of the Emperor of the Universe truly begins. Because of Lin Chuan's sudden seriousness, Raditz frowned. Curiosity was inevitable. Including Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the Interstellar, who were already angry and ready to go to Earth to cause trouble, all pricked up their ears. Raditz's betrayal and disobedience made them extremely angry, and they felt that they had raised this loser all these years in vain, and others had instigated rebellion with just a few words. For them, even if what Lin Chuan said makes sense, how can a person's strength be improved so easily? Furthermore, so what if it has 5,000 combat power points? Not only was Vegeta dismissive, but Nappa was just surprised. At this point, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, and Piccolo were all standing ready. They were deeply afraid that Lin Chuan would reveal a purpose that was unacceptable to them. At this moment, there is no doubt that Lin Chuan is the most threatening existence. Don't be so nervous. Through some special news, I learned that there is something on Earth that can fulfill other people's wishes. That thing should be called Dragon Ball. I need to use the Dragon Ball of the Earth to fulfill a wish of mine. I wonder if you can lend it to me. After the words fell, Lin Chuan still deliberately organized the language. On the one hand, Vegeta's combat power detectors are highly monitored by Frisia's army. Once it is too obvious and directly involves the Namekians, then maybe Vegeta and Nappa will not come to the Earth, but directly go to the Namek planet to cause trouble. Therefore, it is only said that the Earth has something that can grant wishes, called Dragon Balls. In this case, it will be the same as the original route, only telling the existence of the Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Even if Raditz's combat power detector is highly monitored by Frisia's army, Frisia will never take any action until there is no definite information to prove that the Dragon Balls can really grant wishes. After all, he is the Emperor of the Universe. What world has he not seen before? There are too many legends and stories circulating on countless planets in the universe, and most of them are just toys to deceive children. If a Universe Emperor rushes for any piece of news, then the Universe Emperor would be too busy. In the original plot, Frisia should have known about the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth with the help of Radith's power detector at the beginning. He just kept waiting until Vegeta came to Earth to verify the accuracy of the news. Using Vegeta to go to Earth, he confirmed that the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes, and then he took action. It's just that he didn't go to the Earth, but knew that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians through the information obtained by Vegeta, so he went straight to the Namek planet. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, Sun Wukong and Piccolo looked at each other and expressed surprise. They couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Lin Chuan, a scion from alien space, to actually know that there were Dragon Balls on Earth. Raditz on the other side was immediately shocked. Make a wish come true? Dragon Ball. His worldview was once again expanded. Is this true? Such a thing actually exists in this world. Raditz couldn't help but ask with enthusiasm in his eyes. If true, he also wants to fulfill his wish. Although I don't know where you knew it from, but now that it's been revealed, we can't hide it anymore. Sun Wukong said calmly, but he wouldn't just ignore it. The Dragon Ball can make a wish for Lin Chuan, but if Lin Chuan's wish is to harm the world, or to benefit himself at the expense of others, or to wish for immortality, then no matter how powerful Lin Chuan is, he will definitely stop it. Just as he was about to say something more, Lin Chuan saw that the effect had been achieved and raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment for now. There is something I need to do first. After saying that, he looked at Raditz again, his eyes widened, and he used his energy to destroy the combat power detector Raditz was wearing. This happened, and several people were stunned. I was negligent just now. I hope what I just said was not heard by Vegeta and Nappa behind you. Lin Chuan's words made Raditz, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo tremble again. Only then did I understand why Lin Chuan did this. Damn! Although I took the initiative to cut off the contact with Vegeta just now, the communication function is monitored by Vegeta and has a listening function. Raditz panicked for a moment. Nappa didn't scare him that much. Besides, Lin Chuan's combat power was as high as 5,000 points, so he didn't need to be afraid of Nappa, whose combat power was only 4,000 points. But he knows best how terrifying Vegeta is. There are things like Dragon Balls on Earth that can make wishes come true. What could be more tempting than this? Hey! What do you mean? Could it be that? Piccolo asked immediately after seeing this situation. Even a smart person can guess it. It seems that there is no way to avoid it. Because of my outspokenness, the Earth may soon be invaded by 2 other scions. Lin Chuan said and looked up at the sky. If you do a complete show and give up halfway, then you have really failed. Those 2 scions? Are they the Nappa and Vegeta you just mentioned? Are they stronger than you? Sun Wukong asked. He was extremely excited now and was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. The Sun Wuhan beside him is also still young. He just feels that his father is beside him and he is not afraid of anything. TCH. Kakarot, so you don't understand anything. Let's not talk about Nappa for now. Vegeta is the prince of our clan. He is known as the most talented warrior in the history of science. Combat power. Up to 18,000 points. Before Lin Chuan could answer, Raditz couldn't wait to answer. 18,000 points. Sun Wukong was shocked. Piccolo's face turned green. No. Wrong. Piccolo's face turned purple. Raditz is so strong with 1,500 points. Lin Chuan, who had a combat power of 5,000 points, could already ravage them with one hand. So what is the concept of 18,000 combat power points? Piccolo couldn't imagine it. Suddenly he felt top-heavy. Chapter 12 Mr. Bay takes action. Universe Emperor Frisia. At this moment, located on the planet where Vegeta and Nappa are, everything that happened on the Earth, including the last message about wish fulfillment, was heard by them through the listening function of the combat power detector. The Earth has things that can fulfill other people's wishes. Let them be shocked and even more incredible. The mere Earth could actually have such a product. That Lin Chuan went to Earth to get this thing and realize his wish. Damn it! Look at the situation, that damn lower-level soldier Talos destroyed Raditz' detector. Not only Kakarot, but now even Raditz, that loser, has become a traitor. Vegeta, what should we do next? Go to Earth and catch them all. Naba became fierce, like a mad beast. The momentum is surging and the appearance is ferocious. To call him stupid is actually not stupid at all. Because he finally said that he would go to Earth to catch all the traitors. In fact, it was also for the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes. But he couldn't say it openly, he could only use purging traitors as the reason. Moreover, he could only go with Vegeta's permission. Where is Vegeta at this time? His expression was very calm, but it was so calm that it felt unnatural. Nappa, who was familiar with Vegeta, didn't dare to say anything more and stood aside obediently. Because he knew that Vegeta in this appearance was the most terrifying. Humph, hum. It seems that they realized that their conversations can be heard by us. That Talos is getting more and more interesting. Naba, you don't need to hide it like this. You have been with me for so many years. You understand me and I understand you. Although I don't know whether the wish-fulfilling Dragon Ball is real or fake, but because that guy didn't take this prince seriously and even instigated Raditz's rebellion, I have to bear my prince's wrath. It's been so long since I've had any serious activities that even a guy like Raditz has forgotten how terrifying this prince is. After saying that, Vegeta showed an extremely cruel smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go to this Earth. Vegeta made a decision. He has already imagined in his mind what will happen after he goes to Earth. He will torture everyone who disobeys him to death. The so-called effort brought by that guy from Talos can make him stronger. When a true genius like him arrives on Earth, he will be completely crushed by him. He wanted to see how much of that vain hope there was. As for the Dragon Ball that can grant wishes, it must be his. Eternal life. Vegeta was already planning in his mind. For a long time, he was subordinate to Frieza. He has always been among the Legion, and his status is neither high nor low. As the Prince of the Scions, he had already guessed that the Scion clan would be wiped out by Frieza, and he already had a rebellious heart. It's just that there has never been a chance, nor is there enough opportunity for him to rebel. If he could gain eternal life by going to Earth this time, then Frieza wouldn't be so scary to him. Frieza can be unafraid, and when the time comes, he can completely suppress Dodoria, Sabo, and those bastards from the Jinyu force. Leaving to Earth now? But didn't we plan it well? If that planet is discovered by others, we won't even be able to drink soup. Nobelias hesitated, and suddenly thought of their original arrangement. And Spoke asked. Hearing this, Vegeta sneered, in front of something that can fulfill your wishes, do you think so-called wealth is still important? Such a planet is rare, but compared to eternal life, it's nothing, Nappa. Vegeta stood up and strolled towards the spaceship. Eternal life. Nappa still didn't react. Of course. As Scions, if we can get long-term life, then we can enjoy the fun of fighting forever. With a sneer, Vegeta opened the spaceship and got in. While explaining the target, Vegeta was also testing Nappa. It would be great if only he, Vegeta, could get eternal life. Let Nappa know this purpose, and he can't wait to take action after arriving on Earth. When the time comes, let him take the lead, and after he has figured out the situation on Earth, he will finally take action resolutely to solve all the troubles. So that's it. Eternal life, such a temptation is indeed worth more than anything else. Nappa understood immediately and quickly got into the spaceship. Let those three traitors survive for a while. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his words full of ridicule. He. It will take less than a year to get to the Earth from here. Although it is a long time, you can arrive as soon as you wake up. When the time comes, please let me crush those 3 lower-level warriors, Vegeta." A cruel smile appeared on Nappa's face. "Then it depends on your performance." Vegeta sneered without objecting. The next second he started the spaceship, he also closed his eyes. Space navigation is boring, and the fastest way for them to spend this gap period is to sleep. Here, Vegeta and Nappa have locked the Earth as their target and are driving the spaceship there. At this same time, located somewhere in the vast sea of stars in the southern galaxy, a huge disc-shaped space battleship is traveling at super light speed. This spaceship is one of the main ships belonging to Frisia's Legion. In the central area of the spaceship, the Universe Emperor Frisia was sitting perfectly on his suspended stroller. This time in the southern galaxy, he captured another 1,000 planets in one fell swoop, and even spread the power of his Frisia Legion's second army. Although he, Frisia, has always considered himself the Emperor of the Universe, in recent years, due to the lack of support from the God of Destruction in his early years, his power can only live in the northern galaxy. Therefore, Nanda Galaxy's move this time can be regarded as a direct expansion of its own power, and it has also raised his status to a higher level. He has been planning a bigger territory. The reason why it has been unable to reach out to the southern galaxy for decades is that, firstly, the power of the demon world cannot be underestimated. Secondly, the southern galaxy is not like the northern galaxy. The situation is chaotic and there are no less than thousands of forces. Fortunately, the leader of the demon world, Dopura, has been missing for many years, which has led to chaos and constant disputes within the demon world. This time he got the exact information and learned that the internal forces of the southern galaxy had been fighting for years, so he decided that the opportunity was not to be missed and led the second legion of hundreds of millions of soldiers to plunder. It's a battle to decide the outcome. From now on, Frisia's army will march straight into the southern galaxy, and his territory will become larger and larger. Holding a glass of red wine elegantly in his hand, Frisia was still recalling the gains from this battle. It had been rare in many years for him to be so happy. While enjoying the wine, he admired the scene of the universe. Of course, what the naked eye sees is just a straight line drawn out by darkness and countless bright lights. But in his eyes, everything he saw was his territory. Chapter 13 Target Earth. Soldier Sorby. Dodoria, how long will it take for us to return to our base camp on the border of the North Galaxy? After drinking the red wine that looked like blood in the glass, Frisia threw the glass to the side of the soldier who was responsible for daily life. Just turning around so casually made the soldiers operating the spaceship sweat all over their heads and dare not say a word. Frisia has always been moody. Once he answers an answer that he is not satisfied with, he will be killed. Therefore, such tasks are usually answered by Frisia's right-hand men like Dodoria and Sabo. The Emperor of the Universe is so domineering and cruel. Go back to King Frisia. According to the original plan, it would have taken us more than 10 days to leave the southern galaxy and enter the northern galaxy. However, the pilots of this battleship are all well-trained elites, so it is 10 days earlier than originally planned. I believe we can reach planet B117 in less than 3 days. Under Dodoria's explanation, Frisia smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Space navigation is the most boring thing. Even Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, has a long life, but he will still find it annoying. Most people's answers would touch Frisia's inverse scale, because they can't grasp the point and can't speak. But people like Dodoria don't. After following Frisia for who knows how many years, how could he not know how to report his trip? Just when Frisia was about to find some topics to talk about, suddenly, the door of the information department on the other side opened. A short soldier wearing a scientific research information uniform came in and came to Sabo's side and whispered a few words. As the information came into his ears, Sabo, who had been staying quietly aside, couldn't help but exclaimed. What? Are you sure you are listening correctly? Sabo asked with a serious look. This voice made the soldier who reported the report turn pale with fright. Frisia was caught and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Sabo. Looking at your startled look, this doesn't look like you. Report to King Frisia, I just heard the news from Vegeta through the detector. Forget it, let you explain it. Sabo's eyes narrowed, knowing that he couldn't explain it for a while, so he ordered to the soldier. After hearing the order, the soldier took a deep breath and immediately said, "See King Frisia. The general situation is this. I have been responsible for monitoring the intelligence of the Scion team, and just now, I heard that Vegeta seems to have discovered something extraordinary. On a planet called Earth, a Dragon Ball appeared that could grant wishes. Now, Vegeta and Nappa are on their way to Earth. Based on the distance, they will arrive in about a year. By the way, 2 new Scions have appeared on the other side of the Earth. One of them is the younger brother of Raditz, who has a combat power of 1,500 points, and the other one, according to the description heard through the monitoring, is not only wearing the combat uniform of our legion, and the combat power is as high as 5,000 points. His name is Lin Chuan, and the Scion name is Talos." After Xiao Bing spoke in one breath, no one in the entire central area dared to answer. After all, the master didn't say anything, so what qualifications did his subordinates have to express their opinions first? Oh. It's really interesting. I have only been away for less than a year, and our little Vegeta has brought me some interesting news. 2 new Scions, one of whom is still hidden in our legion, has a combat power of 5,000 points. A gleam flashed in Frisia's eyes. The next second, he focused his attention on the Dragon Ball that can grant wishes. Are you sure you heard correctly? What kind of Dragon Ball is that on the Earth? Can wishes come true? Yes, King Frisia. That's what Vegeta said, saying that he would go to Earth to get the Dragon Balls and gain eternal life, and then he could enjoy the fun of fighting forever. The soldier did not dare to neglect telling the truth. Answer. These words made Frisia burst into laughter. On the side, Dodoria finally couldn't help it and questioned, "Really or not, is there really something in the universe that can fulfill wishes? And gain eternal life? Whether it is true or not, that boy Vegeta knows this. You haven't reported the stuff yet, are you planning to keep it for yourself?" "It should be so." Sabo answered the question intentionally or unintentionally. They have always disliked Vegeta. Although his strength is weaker than theirs, he has always been self-righteous. If it weren't for King Frisia keeping Vegeta captive, they would have suppressed him long ago. Ho 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 ho. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Maybe little Vegeta just wants to help me test whether it's true or not. Besides, didn't the news get passed on? The Dragon Ball that can make wishes come true happens to be that I have finished the first phase of the Southern Galaxy conquest. There is enough time. I also have a wish that I want to realize. I wonder if that thing can help me fulfill my wish. As Frisia finished speaking, everyone took a deep breath. Dodoria took a deep breath to calm down as quickly as possible. He almost hurt himself by talking too much. "Where is that planet called Earth?" Frisia asked, facing Sabo. As soon as these words came out, there was no one left to stand. However, the short and fat soldier seemed to be taking credit and said directly, "King Frisia, my subordinates have investigated the information about the Earth clearly. The planet called Earth is located at the end of the Northern Galaxy, and its coordinates are Laniakai Sub-Super Galaxy Cluster, a small galaxy called the Solar System. If we go directly at the speed of our main ship, we can reach it in almost a year. It won't be too long behind Vegeta, and we can even catch up. Maybe." After the words fell, the scene became even quieter. However, just when everyone thought that this little soldier was going to suffer, Frisia stared at the soldier with interest. "You did well. What's your name?" "Soldier." "Subordinate Sorbet." Sorbet responded respectfully. If Lin Chuan were here, he would definitely recognize this guy. Because he is the leader of the remnants of Frisia's army who only appeared in the Dragon Ball Super era. He also used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frisia, which led to the subsequent development of the plot. Of course, at this moment, Sorbet is just a soldier in Frisia's army collecting information. Sob, if there is a chance in the future, give Sorbet more opportunities. After nodding, Frisia said nothing more. He used his mind to control the baby chair to slide to the central console. At this moment, the staff had already pulled up the star map so that Frisia could see it clearly. 1 year? It's not too long. Now that Vegeta has started taking action, let's change the destination and let's go directly to Earth to find out. I hope my little Vegeta will not disappoint me. Frisia narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surging. Chapter 14 1 year. The protagonist has his own halo. Above the earth. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely dull. After learning how terrifying the two upcoming scions were, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were dumbfounded. The scene was extremely silent, so quiet that it made people feel uncomfortable. There is no doubt that when their combat power data is only a few hundred points, and when they try their best, they are only over 1,000, the gap in combat power of several hundred points is something they cannot easily bridge. Compared with Lin Chuan, who had a combat power of 5,000 points, it was even more different. The current combat power of 18,000 points directly made them realize how terrifying the enemy this time was. No matter how confident Sun Wukong and Piccolo are, no matter how many hardships and obstacles they have experienced from the past to the present, they have managed to avoid danger every time. But this time, it's different from before. Just standing aside, Lin Chuan did not take the initiative to speak to break the current atmosphere. Now is not the time for him to intervene, but for them to react on their own and develop fighting spirit. Otherwise, even if he changes the plot, it will be counterproductive. After being silent for a long time, Sun Wukong took a deep breath and came back to his senses. He comforted the restless son beside him, and then took the initiative to ask, "Brother, how long will it take for the scion named Vegeta to arrive on our Earth? How long will it take to reach the Earth?" When Sun Wukong asked this question, he undoubtedly chose to fight head-on. What happened this time had made him understand that he had no choice but to face the difficulties and had no choice. Watching the Earth being invaded and hiding yourself? He can't do it. Piccolo on the side frowned, his ears pricked up, and his eyes were full of rigor. Naturally, he is not the kind of person who will sit still and wait for death, so he can understand Sun Wukong's thoughts. After all, even if the numerical value is indeed scary, he is not the kind of person who will be easily frightened by a numerical value. Shocked. Although the enemy is powerful, he will not just surrender and wait to die. Based on the time I came to Earth, it would only take a year at most to reach Earth from the Ordita Nebula where Vegeta and the others are. It might even be faster. Raditz said with a livid face. At this time, he obviously didn't realize what his brother meant. 1 year, not bad. Then we still have time to practice. After getting the answer, the expression on Sun Wukong's face relaxed a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it takes a few days or 10 days and a half to reach Earth, then he really has no other choice. Because even if they have the time to practice, they may have no problem surpassing their eldest brother Raditz, but they will definitely not be able to compare with Lin Chuan. If you can't even reach 5,000 combat points, how can you fight against an enemy with 18,000 points? If the equivalent combat power value cannot even exceed 10,000, they will not even be qualified to challenge the opponent. Not even a fraction of others. However, if they have a year, at least they still have time to exercise. On the side, Piccolo couldn't help but nodded when he heard Sun Wukong's words. He knew that Sun Wukong had similar thoughts to him. It has to be said that although Piccolo in this era has not completely gotten rid of the big devil's personality, he is already changing. The evolution of the situation forced him to change himself to adapt to this new era. After hearing Sun Wukong's words and seeing Sun Wukong clenching his fists, looking full of expectation for him, Raditz was extremely shocked. "Hey! Cockroach! You don't really think that with a year of training, you can reverse the situation and defeat Vegeta and the others?" Raditz's mouth twitched, unable to accept that his brother was so stupid. How would he know that his brother, driven by fate, would really do it in the future? It's just that no one would believe such an outrageous thing until it happened. Hee. You can't say that. In my opinion, you can't give up just because the enemy is too powerful, right? 1 year is not long, but it is not short either. Even if I cannot reach such a high level of strength in the end, at least I have tried hard and will not regret it. Sun Wukong's answer was so firm. The words are also full of encouragement. No wonder, he will be the protagonist and the backbone of the Z-Warrior group. Even though sometimes he is stupid and sometimes quite selfish, in the final analysis, he is always the one who moves forward bravely and resists all dangers. That's right. And just because others can't do it, doesn't mean we can't do it. Over the years, our strength has been limited by our vision and has been unable to improve. It's different now. We have seen the existence of a higher realm, so 1 year is enough for us to become stronger. Piccolo answered. He stood next to Sun Wukong, and even Sun Wukong was extremely surprised for a moment. But Sun Wukong was very happy, because he didn't kill Piccolo at first, just hoping that Piccolo could fight alongside him one day. Although I still had selfish motives at the beginning, so that I could always have a competitor in the future. But Sun Wukong does want to be friends with Piccolo. Listening to what the two said, Raditz was so angry that he laughed out loud. I admit that hard work may really make us stronger. After all, the example of this guy Talos is here. But, Cockroach, you are too naive. And you, the name Kian, are too self-righteous. Before you say such big words, let's first increase your combat power of less than 1,000 points. You're not even qualified to fight me alone, let alone Vegeta. Even Nappa, whose combat power is only 4,000 points, can ravage you to death with a wave of his hand. Raditz had given up arguing and was telling the facts. He wanted to let them know through these words that they can have imagination, but don't think so wonderfully. To increase from 1,000 to 10,000 is a fantasy. However, Raditz would not know how firm Sun Wukong and Piccolo's beliefs would be. You guys who start giving up on yourself and saying it's impossible before you even try hard, stop being alarmist here. If you are afraid, just run away with your tail between your legs. Or, you can go back and surrender, and then you can invade the earth together and see if we can defeat you. Piccolo's retort was filled with the idea that I, Piccolo, the great demon king, will definitely become stronger to show you. Hearing this, Raditz's anger burst out uncontrollably. He thought that he was speaking very harmoniously and peacefully now, but this name Kian was just looking for death. It's you who can't recognize reality. How do you, who only live on Earth, know how big the difference in combat effectiveness is? Forget it, Talos. Your combat power is 5,000 points, you tell me. After saying this, Raditz closed his mouth and even reached out to slap his forehead to show how much pressure he was feeling. How big? Chapter 15 Lin Chuan, 18,000 points, is it very strong? Hearing Raditz's words, he also watched the entire process of the three people's argument. Lin Chuan, who had been eating melon the whole time, smiled. His goal has been achieved, so there is no need to hide it anymore. In the final analysis, the three people are still struggling with the 18,000 point combat power at this time. 18,000 points, after the strength level really reaches the standard, is really nothing. Lin Chuan did not answer immediately, but all four people looked over, including the 4-year-old Sun Wuhan who was as timid as a mouse. Seeing Lin Chuan's calmness, Raditz, who originally wanted Lin Chuan to explain, suddenly felt numb. He even doubted that Lin Chuan also had cockroach thoughts, right? He felt that was simply unrealistic. Hey, hey, hey! You guys have to say something. They don't know. Don't you, who has a combat power of 5,000 points, not know how terrifying a combat power of 18,000 points is? Even if you do have a way, you should be afraid of Vegeta, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't take the initiative to destroy the detector. Raditz spoke vigorously, as if to ask Lin Chuan to stand on the same front as him. Obviously, in his opinion, the Earth will be destroyed in 1 year, and if they continue to stay on the Earth, they will all be finished. And this is even more of a headache for Raditz now. The spaceship was destroyed by Cockroach's son. This also means that he can't leave the Earth. Even if Lin Chuan's spaceship is there, it's probably a one-person spacecraft. How to say? As the words came to his lips, Lin Chuan's thoughts kept spinning. He looked at Raditz, then at Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chuan took a few steps to one side. While walking, Lin Chuan also said, "One thing Raditz said is indeed right. A combat power of 18,000 points is not as simple as you think, nor is it so easy to surpass. Actually, for you, let alone reaching over 10,000 combat power points in the short term, even Naba, whose combat power is only 4,000 points, is not something you can easily surpass. 1 year is indeed a long time, but it is also very short. Find a way to increase your strength to the highest level within an effective period of time. But according to my estimation, no matter how hard you try, you will only be able to improve your cultivation through ordinary means in the end. You can stand shoulder to shoulder with Naba, unless you can discover a more amazing cultivation method." After saying this, Lin Chuan turned around and faced the 4 people. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Sun Wukong and Piccolo made a plan in their minds. In fact, they themselves also know that if they really want to exceed 10,000 combat points, or even exceed 18,000 points, that is nothing more than a fantasy. But they won't admit defeat. After all, they didn't do it. Who knows what the result will be? Raditz raised his head with an arrogant look. Just when he was about to criticize Kakarot and Piccolo, Lin Chuan didn't give him a chance. Just listen to Lin Chuan say again, "Of course, for you, let alone 18,000 combat power points, even Naba with 4,000 combat power points is an extremely terrifying existence. But for me, 18,000 points of combat power, is it very strong?" Lin Chuan said the ridiculing words. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. And the unfathomable look on his face made several people stunned at the same time. Especially Raditz, he couldn't understand what Lin Chuan meant. "Wait, you mean, your combat power is more than 5,000 points? You guy, can you also control your own combat power?" After saying that, Raditz opened his mouth, with a look of horror on his face that could not be concealed. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan took off the combat power detector he was wearing and threw it to Raditz. This thing can indeed detect a person's combat power index. However, the value is dead, but the person is alive. Once you learn how to control your own strength and breath changes, this thing will be useless. And from the beginning, I only slightly mobilized my aura, letting you see that my combat power reached 5,000 points. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's lips curled up in an evil way, and his confident and awe-inspiring look shocked everyone. Raditz stared at Lin Chuan. Sun Wukong and Piccolo on the side took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the shock in their hearts. Isn't 5,000 points of combat power all he has? How strong is this guy? Listening to his tone, there is also disdain for 18,000 combat power points. I am afraid that it may exceed this value. Piccolo was suspicious in his heart. He vaguely realized that Lin Chuan's true strength level was far beyond their imagination. Even the so-called Vegeta was far from his opponent. Otherwise, knowing that the other party will attack in a year's time and showing insufficient strength, at least show a trace of nervousness. So, you actually have the absolute strength to resist that Vegeta? Sun Wukong asked with a trembling voice and a face full of expectation. If this is the case, then the crisis on the earth can be solved. To be honest, his horizons were really open today. There were so many emotions inside that he couldn't even count them. It can be said that it is a mixture of 5 flavors that is difficult to describe. No. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, there is no way you can compare to Vegeta. If you are confident that you can surpass Vegeta, then why are you afraid that Vegeta will hear the news about the Dragon Balls and destroy my combat power detector? At this time, Raditz looked at Lin Chuan with eyes that changed again and again. Unknowingly, a special fear surged into my heart. I didn't say that I was afraid that Vegeta and the others would come to Earth after hearing the news, so I destroyed the detector. I only said that it would be inevitable for them to come to Earth. Raditz. You are a smart person, so you should know that your combat power detector can be monitored by Vegeta, then your detector may be monitored by Frieza. Unlike the combat power detector I gave you, your detector should be bound, right? After giving Raditz a reminder, Lin Chuan said no more. You mean, hiss. For a moment, it was like falling into an ice cellar, and Raditz's body began to tremble. If Lin Chuan's prediction is correct, then their every move is being monitored. If Frieza really gets the news, it will be a different story. The Scions, even Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 points, could only grovel in front of Frieza. Raditz was thankful that Lin Chuan could react immediately. He didn't know, not even Lin Chuan, that the news had been passed on and Frieza was already heading towards Earth. However, according to the plot, Frieza will definitely not be able to reach Earth smoothly. When the time comes, Frieza will learn that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians due to the information collected by Vegeta on Earth, so he will change his target midway to the Namek planet. Chapter 16. As far as I know, the combat strength is 530,000. Sun Wukong and Piccolo did not fully understand the cryptic exchange between Lin Chuan and Raditz. But Piccolo and Sun Wukong were not stupid. They immediately realized that besides Vegeta, there were other beings who might also be eyeing the Earth. And that existence should be the Frieza I heard several times. It's a weird and hard to imagine name. The exact information summarized from the words heard is that Raditz and the others belong to the so-called Frieza Legion, and this Frieza should be the leader. Brother, there's Talo, forget it, it's easier for me to call you Lin Chuan. Who is that Frieza you are talking about? Seeing how cautious you are, could it be that that guy's combat power is higher than 18,000 points? Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask. Only outspoken people are eager to know the truth. If it were someone else, they would not ask so directly, but would wait for Lin Chuan and Raditz to take the initiative to tell them, just like Piccolo. Piccolo is more stable than Sun Wukong. He knows that neither of them can fully react to the current situation. It is very easy to lose oneself when it involves a wider field at this time. But when Sun Wukong asked, Piccolo couldn't possibly pretend he didn't hear it and didn't care. 18,000 points, haha. Kakarot, you have to know that although we Scions claim to be a fighting nation in the universe, we always think of ourselves as a superior race. However, in front of the truly terrifying Emperor of the universe, even ants are considered not going up. The universe is too big. Not to mention our strength, even our Prince Vegeta, who is said to be the most talented warrior in the history of Scions, has a combat power of up to 18,000 points. He is not even considered an elite in front of King Frieza. Can only be regarded as dispensable. You on Earth are like frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to understand. The directness of Raditz's answer shocked Sun Wukong and Piccolo again. You, the Emperor of the Universe. A combat power of 18,000 points is just a little guy. How can you imagine Sun Wukong and Piccolo? This simply subverted the worldview they had just established. I originally thought that Vegeta with 18,000 points was already a peerless warrior. Now the person they thought was a peerless strongman was not even considered an elite in front of the Emperor of the Universe. Can you imagine the horror? Hey! Even you are somewhat self-aware, but you can easily expand the horror you imagine 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Raditz glanced at Sun Wukong and Piccolo with disdain. At this time, he could only rely on knowing more to gain a sense of presence in front of them. Lin Chuan laughed at the sight and said, "Actually, you don't need to scare them like this. Frisia is indeed scary, but not to the extent you said." As soon as the words came out, Raditz felt dizzy. He was going crazy. If Lin Chuan had concealed his true combat power before, he would still be willing to believe it, but he could not accept Frisia's comments like this. "Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? That's Frisia." Looking at Lin Chuan, Raditz wanted Lin Chuan's answer. Sun Wukong and Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan again. At this time, they are like two bottles on the sea, they can only drift with the tide. Given your position, you naturally know a lot. But at the same time, your vision also limits you. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia is indeed powerful, but you only know that he is powerful, but you don't know how strong he is? So, you just think that he is an unbeatable existence. I can tell you now, Frisia's combat index. After saying that, Lin Chuan paused. It's too early to talk about Frisia's information now. But now that it's mentioned, it's unavoidable. Anyway, not to mention that Frisia can transform, it only depends on his ultimate fighting power. In this way, it may be possible for Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and even the Z warriors of this era to see further, improve their strength faster, and become stronger. Just imagine when Vegeta and Nappa come to Earth a year later and see that the strength of the Z warriors generally exceeds 10,000, or even tens of thousands, what will their expressions be like? Lin Chuan is looking forward to Vegeta and Nappa who are mentally broken. You said you knew Frisia's combat power? Even Vegeta didn't know about such a confidential matter. How did you know about it? Raditz asked. Suspect? No. He felt that Lin Chuan should not lie to others, otherwise, the communication would not be like this. How do I know? Is this important? As far as I know, Frisia's combat power should be 530,000 points. After saying that, the teasing in Lin Chuan's eyes became even heavier. 530,000 points. For any existence in this era, it is an astronomical value. Whether it is the Z warriors of Earth or Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 points, it is unimaginable. Raditz's mind went blank, Sun Wukong and Piccolo's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. This is the Emperor of the Universe. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with the changes in their expressions. After all, they couldn't look up to those with thousands of combat points, let alone 530,000. From 1,500 points, to the 5,000 points that Lin Chuan showed before, to 18,000 points, and finally to 530,000 points. The worldview collapsed and then was established, and then collapsed. It went back and forth 3 or 4 times. If the people present were not warriors in fighting form with extremely strong receptive abilities, they would probably be frightened out of their wits. Frankly speaking, if Lin Chuan was not a time traveler and knew the plot of the original work, even if he continued to practice and became strong enough, he would be shocked by this value. After all, you have fought hard for decades and only have a fighting strength of tens of thousands. How can you compare with a fighting strength of hundreds of thousands? When an egg hits a stone, it breaks into pieces. Of course, even Lin Chuan now would still feel fear when facing Frisia. You can only avoid the edge temporarily and hide yourself. In any case, his current combat power is only close to 20,000 points. Even Dodoria and Sabo beside Frisia can torture him to death. Fortunately, he also has enough time to practice and become stronger, and he also has an unlimited combat power improvement system. It is true that he cannot face Frisia now, but a year later, Lin Chuan will have absolute confidence to crush Frisia. At the same time, the god of the heavenly temple, who had been monitoring the situation here, turned purple and was breathing extremely heavily. In this short period of time, he heard too many unimaginable things. As a god, he also realized that he was completely eliminated by the times. Originally, God Piccolo thought that even if the stronger scion arrived on Earth, Piccolo and Sun Wukong might be able to fight with the help of his arrangements after a year of hard training. Even if he is defeated, he has a last resort, voluntarily assimilating with Piccolo and helping Piccolo become complete to improve his strength. But now, the emperors of the universe have appeared. Even if all the trump cards are revealed, can they compare? Their combat value is only a few hundred points. A combat power of several thousand is unimaginable, and a combat power of tens of thousands is a luxury. Hundreds of thousands of combat power, it's simply indescribable. Chapter 17. As the saying goes, Klin sacrifices to heaven, his magic power is boundless. Boom! Just when the scene was so quiet that there was no other sound except the wind. Suddenly, a wave of sound exploded from the horizon and came. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention, and they shifted their gaze and looked over. They are now worried about being unable to escape the depressing atmosphere. If an outsider intervenes, the topic can be temporarily transferred. In the distant sky, a very fast beige jet was seen breaking through the clouds and flying towards this side. On this jet, there is a special mark engraved on it, which should be known to everyone on Earth. Because this is the unique logo of Magnum Capsule Company. TCH. The unsightly Earthlings are here, and we can't stay here any longer. Taros, my spaceship has been destroyed. Is your spaceship still there? Raditz naturally had no idea who the visitor was. He just felt upset and wanted to find a place to quietly think about life. In addition, he also needs to figure out one thing, that is, the Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. Can all wishes come true, and are they true or false? If it were true, he would really want to fight for it. After all, who wouldn't have a wish? I'm sorry to tell you that although the spaceship I boarded was not completely broken, it was damaged due to this space voyage. If you want to use my spaceship to escape from the Earth, you can put away this idea. Giving Raditz an accurate answer, Lin Chuan's eyes remained focused on the jet. It's Bulma, Krillin, and teacher Wu Tian. Through the sense of breath, Sun Wukong quickly knew who the visitor was and said aloud. Of course, without him having to say anything, Lin Chuan could guess that the three auras in the jet must be Bulma, Kame Sennin, and Krillin. The plot of the original book is that they are worried about the situation here, so Bulma brings Kame Sen and Krillin to help. According to the original trajectory, when they arrived, Sun Wukong should be on the verge of death, and Raditz was already dead. Now, the situation is completely different from the original. After Raditz knew that the person who came was an acquaintance of his brother's, and seeing that Lin Chuan didn't take any action, he simply calmed down and made a new plan. In this unfamiliar place on Earth, he only knew Kakarot's son, Lin Chuan, and Piccolo. Piccolo was naturally ignored by him because he was not a scion. If he wants to live on Earth in the future, he must stay close to Lin Chuan and Kakarot. After all, he doesn't know how to make himself stronger. The only one who can help him increase his strength is Lin Chuan. Boom! As the jet landed, a puff of dust kicked up. Klin, Kame Sento got off the jet first, with a solemn look on his face. Finally, there was Bulma, who was hiding behind in fear, surveying the current situation. Immediately, the three arriving people noticed Lin Chuan. Because this person was someone they had never seen before, and he was wearing a combat uniform similar to Raditz's, they immediately concluded that this was a scion who was with Raditz. The aura of this scion seems calm and ordinary, but it also reveals an unfathomable terror. It's much more terrifying than that Raditz. Now, what is going on? The battle is over? Or should I say? The perceptive Kame Senin kept making guesses in his mind. Not sure what the situation was, he couldn't make a conclusion and couldn't completely relax. Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo, it's great that you guys are okay. Has the enemy changed from 1 to 2? Teacher Wushan and I are here to help you. Krillin mistakenly thought that the battle was not over yet. Stepped forward decisively and stood beside Sun Wukong. Looking at his posture, he looked like he was going to fight to the death. They had already made up their minds before coming. If they really needed to die to save the Earth, Krillin and Kame Sento would not look back. Seeing this situation, Raditz first sneered, confirming that the 3 people who came were all Earthlings he had met before, and then hearing the words of the little bald Klin, he couldn't help teasing him, "What a ignorant Earthling. That tail didn't knock you apart before, yet you still dared to come in front of me and talk nonsense. Let me see, The combat power is 206 points. How dare you make such a noise with a mere 200 points of combat power?" Such contemptuous words made Klin furious and gritted his teeth. It was just that he was angry, and Klin really didn't dare to do anything. As Raditz said, his combat power is so low that even Goku and Piccolo can't take advantage of them. How can he be an opponent? Raditz was delighted to see this kind of anger that he dared not speak out, and his expression became even more violent, which gave Klin a strong sense of oppression and even caused dense beads of sweat to break out on his head. "Okay, brother, stop threatening Klin. Although Klin's strength is indeed not as good as yours, he is not as unbearable as you say." Sun Wukong stood up to clear Klin's name. The senior brother who grew up together since childhood, Klin can be said to be his most important partner. Even before the era of the big universe, Krillin could be said to be the person he cherished the most. As the saying goes, Klin sacrifices to heaven, his magic power is boundless. If Raditz killed Krillin, Sun Wukong might actually explode and kill Raditz. The most classic sacrifice to the sky in the original work, Krillin was killed by Frieza, and Sun Wukong directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Tch. Raditz spat disdainfully, turned around and said nothing more. He also didn't want to get too involved with the Earth Ants. At this time, Krillin was confused. Not only Krillin, Kame Sen, and Bulma were also dumbfounded. It was obvious that the conversation between the two parties and the current situation made them incredible. Isn't it a fight to the death? Isn't it a battle to defend the Earth? Why did you call me brother? Raditz obviously listened. And what's that look in Piccolo's eyes? Klin's head was full of questions, and he cast his eyes on Sun Wukong, wanting to get the answer. The same goes for Kame Sen and Bulma. The thing is like this. After a few minutes, under the joint explanation of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, the 3 of them finally understood. To summarize 2 points. First, Raditz is no longer their enemy and has turned from darkness to light. The other scion named Lin Chuan, Taros, is currently on their side. Secondly, 2 scions who are 10 times or 20 times more powerful than Raditz will arrive on Earth in 1 year. Wukong. So, those 2 scions a year later came for the Dragon Balls? And they must be enemies. Under the simple description of the Combat Power Index, Krillin has been beaten by that with 18,000 combat power points. I was so frightened that I couldn't speak clearly. Raditz's 1,500 combat power points are terrifying enough. Isn't this going to destroy the Earth? It's okay, Klin, don't we still have a year to practice? At that time, I will definitely be stronger than now. Moreover, even if I can't beat them then, Lin Chuan's strength can definitely defeat that Vegeta. Sun Wukong said and turned his eyes. Everyone's attention fell on Lin Chuan again. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan with such eager eyes, as if they wanted to get Lin Chuan's affirmative answer. Only Bulma's eyes were different from the others, and had another meaning. Chapter 18 Piccolo is gone? What should Sun Wufan do? Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused again, and this time Bulma, Krillin, and Kame Sennin were also included, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. This is when the home court has shifted back to itself. To be honest, Sun Wukong completely regarded him as his backer, which Lin Chuan did not expect. After all, even if he showed strength and goodwill, and told them so much information at the same time, he had only just arrived on Earth. How should I put it? Although this is what he wants to see, Lin Chuan is obviously somewhat resistant. This resistance comes from being used. Because Monkey King is not really trusting him, but because they are not enemies now, people want to use him to stabilize the overall situation. To say that the early Sun Wukong had an average IQ and could not use his brain at all? This is bullshit. The smile that seemed to be intentional or unintentional, and the eyes were clear, but their thoughts were clear. You have said so, I can promise you that you will not watch the Earth being destroyed without taking action. Anyway, this planet does have what I need, and the environment is good and suitable for habitation. However, don't pray that I will directly suppress Vegeta and the others. If we are really defeated in a year, I will protect the Earth from destruction by then. This is the condition for me to borrow the Earth Dragon Balls and temporarily live on the Earth. How? After the words fell, Lin Chuan also circled back to borrowing the Dragon Ball. Since it was being used, Lin Chuan naturally had to make his position clear. As soon as these words came out, it was regarded as complying with Sun Wukong's words. Your words are enough. The Dragon Balls can be used by you, but you cannot wish for immortality or harm the world. Otherwise, no matter what, we won't help you find the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong said the ugly things first. He had long realized that Lin Chuan would mention this, but he had changed the story before because of the information about Vegeta and Frieza. It is inevitable to come back now. Call him smart, he is indeed smart, but he is also a bit stupid. What he said was so clear. If Lin Chuan acted with him and directly went back on his word when he made a wish, what could he do? Sun Wukong should be glad that he is really not an enemy and would not make that kind of wish. Don't worry, that kind of wish doesn't have any temptation for me. Besides, I think the Dragon Balls on the Earth also have ability limits, right? Once they exceed the ability range, there is no way to realize it. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chuan took the opportunity to look at Piccolo said, actually, I was a little curious about how the Dragon Balls that grant wishes on Earth came from before. Now that I see you, a name Kian, I know it. You should have created the Dragon Balls, right? It is rumored that the name Kians have many strange powers. Your ability to restore limbs is one of them, and making Dragon Balls is also one of them. After saying that, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I said this deliberately to let Namek take the stage first, and at the same time make everyone here realize that there are Dragon Balls on Namek. You are indeed right. But you are also wrong. I did not create the Dragon Balls. The field I am good at is fighting. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo's answer was very direct and unruly. Even though he is weak in strength, the arrogance of the great demon king Piccolo is still there. Really? It seems that you are a fighting name Kian. However, your strength is indeed a bit weak, because the combat power of normal fighting name Kians is generally above 2000 points. Lin Chuan said. He himself had forgotten whether this value was accurate, but according to the development of the plot, the combat-type name Kians have the combat power to kill senior soldiers of Frisia's legion, and they can also control their own power to explode instantly. In my memory, there was a name Kian named Nalo who was deeply impressed. Because he was the first being on Namek to confront Frisia head-on. The combat power is as high as 42,000 points. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, the group of people became uneasy again. Especially Krillin, Kame Sennin, and Bulma who had just arrived and understood part of the situation. Who would have thought that Piccolo is also an alien? According to the news that the fighting power of the combat-type Namekians is generally above 2000 points, doesn't this mean that Big Demon Piccolo can only run wild on the earth, and he will be a scumbag when he returns to the Namek planet? Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling resentment and unwillingness in his heart. Think about it, those tribesmen you have never seen have more than 2000 combat power points. What about him? With the help of the magic-piercing light-killing cannon to transcend the limit, it is less than 1500 points. Looking back now, it is true that Master Tian Shen told me when he was guiding me in my practice. Piccolo was a very powerful existence before you were separated from Master Tian Shen. If you change back again now if you are alone, your strength may suddenly improve by leaps and bounds, and it is not impossible for your combat power to exceed a few thousand points. Sun Wukong said suddenly. This is considered a secret. No one on earth knows the details except the gods Piccolo, Bobo, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo. Humph! Stop making up your mind about me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can get close to you? Sun Wukong. Don't think that you are your friend just because I fought side by side with you. I'm still Big Piccolo Demon King. When the time comes to defeat those two scions, it will be your turn. Piccolo said harshly. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. After looking at everyone present one by one, he finally soared into the sky. Piccolo is gone. No one stopped this situation. Lin Chuan was immediately stunned. By the way, did Piccolo forget to take someone with him? His eyes involuntarily stayed on Sun Wuhan for a while. Without Piccolo's teachings, would Sun Wuhan still be like the original? What the hell, you've been fooling around for a long time, and you seem to have misled the most important part of the plot. Without Sun Gohan, could Piccolo change as quickly as in the original? Just about to say something else. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. He exclaimed, Lord God, it turns out that you have been watching the situation here. Sun Wukong's sudden words startled everyone present, including Lin Chuan. Although he knew the development of the plot and knew that the gods had this ability, he did not expect to intervene at this time. No one interrupted the communication between Sun Wukong and the god. After a long time, Sun Wukong showed a look of surprise on his face and spoke, Just now, Lord God used sound transmission to communicate with me. He meant that he wanted us to go to the Temple of Heaven together. He had something important to say. You have to tell us face to face. Similarly, I also invited you and Lin Chuan, Big Brother. He said that although you are scions from an alien planet, since you have turned enemies into friends, and you will also live on the earth in the future, I hope you can go together. In the Temple of Heaven, the most important thing is to practice together and fight against the enemies that will come in a year. Chapter 19 God's Meaning. Bulma and Yamtia. As Sun Wukong conveyed the words of the god, the atmosphere changed again. No longer as serious as before, nor as solemn. Perhaps everything has been explained clearly, and everyone understands what is going on now, so after broadening their horizons, even though the gods have appeared now, they can no longer shock the people present. Of course, one person is still in the clouds. This person is naturally Raditz. The title of God made him dumbfounded. The word God has too broad a scope. Kakarot, are you serious? God. Is there such an existence as the legendary God on a planet like Earth? Raditz asked urgently. At this time, thinking back to the previous conversation between Kakarot and Piccolo, his brain cells began to burn. Finally, we came to the conclusion that the Namekian and the so-called God were originally one body, but for some reason they became two people. In other words, that God is also a Namekian? Raditz was a little numb. He found that what he saw and heard today had subverted his imagination. Now another Namekian God appeared? What does it mean? After all, this setting is just like a bug in this world. God is the god of a planet. Moreover, not every planet has the existence of gods. Only special planets have the birth of gods. Otherwise, there are countless gods on the countless planets in the Dragon Ball world. It can only be said that whether a planet will have the birth of a god depends first on the development history of the planet, and secondly on the life conditions of the planet. Finally, of course, it depends on whether it has the inheritance of gods. According to alien forces, the Earth is small. But the Earth is not big, but it is involved in all areas. Not only is there a place connected to the underworld, but there are also people on duty in the underworld. The Earth is even connected to many special planes, even areas like the demon world are bordered. There are indeed gods on our Earth. However, I don't know how they are different from the gods in your imagination, brother. Sun Wukong nodded and replied. Immediately afterwards, no matter how shocked Raditz was, he looked at Krillin, Kame Sento, and Bulma on the side. At this time, before he could take the initiative to speak, Klin and Kame Sennin were already sighing with emotion. Unexpectedly, Lord God already knows about the current situation? So, does he also want to guide us in our practice? Kling said with some excitement. In the early years, Wukong practiced under the guidance of the gods, and his strength increased dramatically. Although times are different now, in his eyes, gods are still gods and they are superior. Since Master Tianjin has made a plan, let's go together. It's a pity that Yamcha and Tianjin Fan have disappeared, otherwise, alas. Kamizenran said and couldn't help but sigh. He breathed a sigh of relief. Both are martial arts masters and warriors who protect the earth. At this time, Yamcha and Tianjin Rice are worthy of their great responsibilities in the eyes of Kame Sennin. At least it's better than this old man. The ship of time is still moving forward, but he clearly knows that he has already disembarked. Even if we get on the boat at this time, it will be too late. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask before, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of my eldest brother. As for Tianjin Fan, according to his character, he should travel around the world to practice, right? Where is Yamcha? Does Bulma know? Is there any way now we can be contacted? Sun Wukong muttered and suddenly looked at Bulma. In their group, Bulma has been with Yamcha. He originally thought that he could see Yamcha this time when he went to the Turtle Fairy house. Unexpectedly, he only saw Bulma. Don't mention it, I don't know whether that guy is dead or alive, hum. Hearing Sun Wukong's questioning, Bulma snorted and turned away. The eldest lady's temper exploded, and she looked like she was of no use to anyone. Now that the situation has developed to this point, she can actually put aside the small things in the past. Perhaps because the plot was changed by Lin Chuan, Sun Wukong refused to die, and the current situation was not particularly bad, so Bulma did not put aside her little emotions to inform Yamcha like in the original work. In Lin Chuan's eyes, this situation was an opportunity. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball plot, Bulma has been having a relationship with Yamcha that is not a love affair. Due to various factors, the relationship between the two was first love but not like first love, so their relationship was completely different from that of ordinary couples. In the final analysis, they are two most inappropriate people, but they came together by accident. And this love lasted for more than 10 years. Others don't know, but as a time traveler, how could Lin Chuan not know the inside story? In fact, it was the inner trouble that caused Bulma to be reluctant to leave her. She was always giving Yamcha a chance to change her ways, and she was also waiting for Yamcha to turn around. After all, Bulma in the early days was so innocent that she just wanted to find a Prince Charming who was strong, handsome, and caring and protective of her. Yamcha was the first capable and good-looking man to appear by her side. After becoming her boyfriend, she decided that this was the man she wanted to spend her whole life with. Therefore, even though she was betrayed by Yamcha several times, she finally gave Yamcha a chance. But as a result, Yamcha got worse and worse again and again, and then completely transformed into a playboy. Calculating Yamsha's life, he never got a wife and had a child until the end, and even his life was extremely bleak. Talking about the relationship, Yamsha was also the first Z warrior to be eliminated. After the Super Era, he was even forgotten. Sun Wukong would rather choose Kame Senin to participate in the Tournament of Power, and never thought of letting him participate. In fact, if Yamsha really had some brains, or was a man, restrained his temper a little, and worked harder, Bulma would never be snatched away by Vegeta. For Bulma, she will not change easily. After more than 10 years of inner struggle, she finally became completely disappointed with Yamsha. Later, the fateful Vegeta appeared in her life. Based on this situation, the relationship between Bulma and Yamsha has completely broken down at this time, right? If it hadn't been for Sun Wukong's death in the original work, I'm afraid Yamsha would never have had the chance to be forgiven by Bulma. Speaking of which, it was also at this time that the relationship between Yamsha and Bulma became strangers. After all, what happened next? Even if Bulma forgives Yamsha, the two parties will have to be separated for nearly 2 years because of the Sion invasion and Yamsha's death, Lin Chuan thought to himself, and made a criticism. Recalling the plot of the original work, is Yamsha miserable? Sad indeed. But he did find it himself. Those who are weak in strength but eager to express themselves will always be the first to be frustrated in the end. Chapter 20. The protagonist's halo is too dazzling. In this case, we have to go first. As for Tianjin Fan and Yamsha, we will find a way to contact them after meeting Lord Tianchen. Sun Wukong said. There is no way to summon the companions from the past in a short period of time, and that's all it can do now. Wait until the next direction is determined, and then find a way to inform you. In Sun Wukong's view, whether it's Tianjin Rice or Yamuti, he is still someone he can rely on at this time. Unlike after the Great Universe Era, when the Earth's artificial human era came, everyone except the Scions, including Piccolo, were gradually eliminated. Even if Sun Wukong wanted to rely on him, he couldn't. This was also a turning point in a real sense. From then on, the Scion family was the only one. In fact, is it true that Earthlings or other planets are inferior to Scions? This is certainly true in the case of transformation. But really, if they had the same opportunities, training methods, and no cheats like transformation, other Z warriors would be just as good. Just like when Sun Wukong went to practice with the King of the North for the first time, the warriors on Earth relied solely on the training that Sun Wukong had done, and their combat power exceeded 1,000 points, reaching nearly 2,000 points. Piccolo even used his own training to reach more than 3,000 combat power points. Besides, Sun Wukong learned the Kaio Fist and the Energy Bomb under the guidance of the North Kaio, and practiced under 10 times the gravity, increasing his combat power to 8,000 points. Later we went to Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Yamsha, Piccolo, and others. No matter who they were, their combat strength exceeded 10,000 in a short period of time, and even reached the level of tens of thousands, including the dead Jinyu Special Forces members. Were severely defeated by them. All in all, it's not that the qualifications are not enough, but that there are not enough opportunities, and the aura of the protagonist is too bright. Thinking about the later eras, after the Scions became the main fighting force, they continued to advance in transformation. The warriors who were not Scions had no transformation or new development, even Piccolo, who had assimilated with the gods, were completely eliminated. Thinking of this, as a time traveler, Lin Chuan deeply understood everything, but he could only sigh. After all, he was a Scion in this life, and becoming a Super Scion is his primary goal in the future. TCH. Kakarot, why don't you ask my opinion? Do you want to go? Raditz suddenly shouted, interrupting Sun Wukong's train of thought, and at the same time, making Sun Wukong embarrassed. He really didn't ask other people's opinions, he just thought about himself and wanted everyone to go together. Others looked at Raditz cautiously, fearing that this guy would do something wrong again. To Krillin, came Sento, and Bulma, Raditz is an intruder. Even if they are in this situation now and have turned enemies into friends, they still resist instinctively. Just like Piccolo. Even though Piccolo and Sun Wukong have joined forces to attack at this time, the fear brought by Piccolo will still not dissipate easily. In the original work, it was not until a year later that this grudge was completely eliminated. Therefore, in the final analysis, we still have to stand on the same front, cooperate with each other, and understand each other to resolve grievances. Brother, don't you also want to become stronger? If you go, you can get the guidance of Master Tien Shen to practice. The strength I have now is the result of practice along the way, plus the guidance of Master Tien Shen a few years ago. Sun Wukong said his IQ is indeed a bit higher than expected. I know how to use cultivation to deceive this big brother who I just met. Humph. You mean, that so-called Namekian god can guide me to become stronger? Stop joking. With a combat power of less than 1000 points, what is there to say? Raditz said he was tough verbally, but he actually accepted it in his heart. He didn't give Sun Wukong a chance to refute. He turned his attention to Lin Chuan and asked, Talos, what do you mean? All eyes were once again focused on Lin Chuan. I don't care, but after hearing so many words, I'm quite interested. What's the harm in meeting him? Maybe it's really good. Lin Chuan said while keeping a smile. With his words, Raditz no longer hesitated. It is equivalent to walking down the steps and directly saying, then take a walk. Sun Wukong and others nodded to each other after hearing this. Raditz and Lin Chuan both agreed, so there was nothing else to worry about. Bulma, I leave Gohan to you. Taking your aircraft will allow him to have a good rest. This kid is also tired. Sun Wukong said as he handed Sun Gohan to Bulma. He has somersault clouds, can perform aerial dance, and can fly by himself. Of course, he could take his son with him, but due to the injuries he suffered during the previous battle and the fact that the child was still young, it was better to be more stable. Facts have proved that Sun Wukong at this time is not only thinking about himself, he is also considering everything comprehensively. Don't worry, leave it to me. Besides, if they all go, I will also have to send Klin and teacher Wu Tian there. However, my aircraft may not be able to fly to the temple where the gods live. At most, it can only be sent to Kalin Tower. Bulma took Sun Gohan's little hand and said at the same time. Little Gohan was not against Bulma, so he didn't make any fuss. Klin and Kame Sento laughed sheepishly. One of them is a martial arts master, but he doesn't even know how to dance in the sky. One is capable of flying, but he is not proficient in it at all. He has not practiced flying much in these years. After arriving at Kalin Tower, Lord God will arrange for Mr. Bobo to come down and pick us up. After saying this, Sun Wukong summoned his somersault cloud. It should be said that in this era, the strength of Z warriors has just begun, and even Sun Wukong does not realize the importance of Wukong. It wasn't until the Sion invasion that everyone began to practice this skill seriously. That's all. Led by Sun Wukong and Bulma's aircraft, Lin Chuan and Raditz followed closely and headed to the location of the Earth Temple. Along the way, Raditz often complained that the speed was too slow. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not that Sun Wukong can't be fast, but that Bulma's Earth aircraft is not advanced yet, so its speed is average. Speaking of which, in fact, for people on Earth, it is already extraordinary that civilian aircraft can break the speed of sound. But compared to a strong person who can run thousands of meters or tens of thousands of meters per second, it is naturally slower. Speaking of which, how high is your combat power? What you said is clear and logical, and you have so much information, but you haven't revealed your true strength. I don't know how he suddenly thought of this, Raditz he didn't hide it and asked directly. During the flight, the distance between the two was very close, so Lin Chuan could hear clearly. Want to know how powerful he is in combat? Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. You will know later. At least, he is much stronger than that guy Vegeta. Lin Chuan didn't go too far. At this moment, he realized what stage the combat power value had reached, and opened the system plug-in panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kg. Combat Power Index, 19,450 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. I remember that before, it only exceeded 18,000 points. As time goes by, it is now only 550 points away from breaking through 20,000 combat points. 550 points, which means that in just 9 minutes, he can reach the next level. Chapter 21 Breaking Through 20,000 Points. Bobo's combat power is 1030. Time passes little by little. For Raditz, he was growing impatient. The speed was too slow and he didn't know how far the destination was. He could do nothing but follow. His lack of patience and eagerness for success were also caused by the pressure in his life over the years. Of course, with Lin Chuan here, even if Raditz was unhappy, he could only endure it. No one said anything. What could he do? Not to mention anything else, he now regards Lin Chuan as the only way for him to become stronger. If any god could guide him to practice and become stronger, he thought that was impossible. What if a god of earth is really a god? If he was really awesome, then Kakarot would not be what he is now, and he would not even have 1,000 combat power. Lin Chuan is different. Everyone admits that he is stronger than Vegeta, so there is no need to worry about how strong he is. It would be even more promising to be able to double his combat power in a short period of time with his help, or even increase it to 3,000 to 5,000 points in a year. Cross the plains, cross a sea, until you enter the primeval forest with lush vegetation. Time, counting from the time of departure, has passed for more than half an hour. The reason why Lin Chuan was not impatient was that he also took advantage of this time to experience the increase in strength brought by the unlimited combat power improvement system. Combat power +1 per second. Although after seeing too much, phantoms appeared in his eyes, which made him a little numb. But the growth of one's own strength, one level up every few minutes, is really enjoyable. Today, Lin Chuan's combat power index has reached 21,675 points. In just over 37 minutes, the combat power increased by 2,225 points. It can be said that after exceeding 20,000 combat power points, Lin Chuan felt a broader field. His combat power used to hover around 15,000 points, and it was always difficult to make any progress. Compared with now, it was like the sky and the earth. No wonder, in the original work, Dodoria's 22,000 combat power points are enough to crush Vegeta and Chuyi, who have 18,000 combat power points. Now Lin Chuan just feels that the current self can ravage the previous 18,000 point combat power. Not to mention the strength it had at 15,000 points in the past. Brother, and Lin Chuan, we are here. The voice of Sun Wukong rang out. The speed that was originally flying at a rapid speed dropped sharply again. Looking around, deep in the endless forest, there is a stone pillar standing there that reaches the sky. There is no doubt that this is the Kalanta of Earth. When Dragon Ball appeared in the early stages of the plot, it was so incredible and mysterious. Only later, he no longer appeared on the screen and was forgotten by many people. Everyone's impression of the Kalin Tower rests on the fairy beans of the cat fairy on the top of the tower. To be honest, the existence of Kalin Tower was originally set up as a way for martial artists to hone their strength and practice. One after another fell from the sky. Lin Chuan didn't say anything. Raditz couldn't wait to shout out, "Is it finally here? Is this the so-called god? Stop kidding Kakarot, aren't you talking about the name Kians?" This earthling's combat effectiveness is only 50 points. No, brother. The gods are temples that live on the clouds. This is the warrior who protects the holy land of Kalintat, named Bra. Sun Wukong stood up and explained, I really miss you. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for many years. Come here. Afterwards, he greeted Bra and the protectors of the Holy Land. After revealing their identity and situation, Bra and the others obviously lowered their guard. After all, in their minds, Sun Wukong is the brave man who successfully challenged Kalintat, and he even accepted the call of God a few years ago and became the messenger of God. Revisiting the old place, not only Sun Wukong, but also Krillin and Kame Sennin were full of emotions. Especially Kame Sennin, when he thought about what he did when he was young at the top of the tower, he couldn't help but blush and felt extremely embarrassed. I just hope that when I see the god this time, I won't be reminded of these embarrassing things. Are you waiting here now for Mr. Bobo to come down and pick us up? Wukong. Klin stood next to Sun Wukong and asked. He was still somewhat worried, his eyes constantly wandering over Lin Chuan and Raditz. His character was such that Sun Wukong understood it, but he didn't take it seriously and said, Don't worry about Klin. In addition, Lord God has already sensed our arrival just now, so Mr. Bobo will be down soon. By the way. Speaking of which, during the last martial arts conference, Klin, did you tell me that you challenged Kalin Tower and succeeded? Sun Wukong's sudden question made Klin a little angry. What? You really don't listen to what others say, and you answered me seriously at that time. Not only me, but also Tianjin rice, dumplings and Yamu tea all succeeded in the challenge, and we all also met Carlin on the top of the tower. Immortal. Krillin rolled his eyes and said. Such an answer made Sun Wukong scratch his head and laugh in embarrassment. Sun Wukong's idea is that if he remembers wrongly and Klin has not challenged Kalin Tower, then he can give it a try. After all, this is a good practice. But now that it's successful, that's another matter. In fact, with Klin's current strength, it is indeed not difficult to challenge this. After all, he has more than 200 combat power points and that's not all Klin has. The waiting time didn't last long. In less than 2 minutes, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was Bobo controlling the magic carpet, and it quickly descended to the ground. Fighting power. 1030 points. The first person to speak was Raditz again. The moment Bobo arrived in front of him, the combat power detector on his head reported Bobo's combat power value, which directly subverted Raditz's cognition. There are actually people on Earth, a lower-level planet, whose combat power exceeds 1000 points. For a while, he began to be suspicious of the gods above. Before, I seemed to have underestimated the other party. As soon as he said these words, everyone except Lin Chuan was shocked. Bobo's combat power is as high as 1030 points. What is this concept? Sun Wukong's combat power is only a few hundred points. A full burst can break through 1000 points, but that's only for a short period of time. Is this true? Mr. Bobo, you actually have such powerful fighting power? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. In this regard, Bobo did not have any emotional fluctuations. Bobo didn't know either. It turns out that Bobo's combat power is more than 1,000 points. This kind of performance is really in line with Bobo's setting. Lin Chuan saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. He clearly remembers Bobo's famous scenes in the future. It was the era of the Majin Buu chapter, and Bobo easily withstood the combined efforts of 2 Super Saiyans, Sun Goten and Trunks. Although the 2 brats didn't mean anything at that time, and they didn't mean to hurt anyone, but despite this, it can be seen how high Bobo's cultivation level is. Chapter 22 Lin Chuan, if you want to go, I'll hug you. Because Bobo's combat power exceeded 1000 points, everyone except Lin Chuan made some shocked remarks. After sighing with emotion, Sun Wukong, Klin, and even the turtle immortal all had a high respect for Bobo. This was impossible to do before. At most, it was because he was a servant of the gods and had some strength, so he was just polite on the surface. Even Bulma had put aside her grudge against Bobo's appearance at this moment, and felt a little strange about Bobo. This strange feeling is not that she is disgusted, but that she wants to try to maintain a relationship with this black man in the future. Maybe he can become her supporter. It should be said that Bulma is very smart, and she has always been very discerning. In the original work, she came into contact with Bobo because she was looking for the spaceship of the god Piccolo. At the beginning, she was very resistant. Later, after knowing how useful Bobo was, he immediately started to win over him in various ways. If it weren't for the fact that Bobo couldn't leave the Earth as a servant of the gods, she would definitely have dragged Bobo to the planet Namek in the original book. Besides, Bulma's ability to recognize people is even more remarkable in the era of Dragon Ball Super plot. She used her IQ and communication skills to establish a good relationship with the angel Weiss in a short period of time. At one time, she even bribed Beerus, the god of destruction, with delicious food. She almost indirectly raised Beerus. Became a house cat. Now that everyone is ready, let's hurry up and see the Lord God. Bobo's flying carpet can take 2 people up first. There are a total of 5 people here. As Bobo finished speaking, he began to make statistics. He completely ignored that Sun Wukong, Raditz, and Lin Chuan could all fly up by themselves and did not need him to take them with them. It doesn't matter. Mr. Bobo only needs to take Krillin and Grandpa Kame Sennin with him. Although I am not proficient in Wukong, there is still no problem in taking Gohan to the temple. Brother and Lin Chuan's flying ability not to mention. Sun Wukong began to narrate. Hearing this, Bobo nodded and said with a smile, "That's great." Bobo took Klin and teacher Wu Tian with him, which saved a lot of time. After the two briefly communicated, everyone started to take action. Turtle Immortal and Klin got on the flying magic carpet, while Sun Wukong looked at each other with Raditz and Lin Chuan. It was obvious that he was leading the way. In terms of speed, they must be faster if they know the air dance technique. Bobo can control the magic carpet very quickly, but he still needs to take care of Krillin and Kame Sento. He came down just to bring Krillin and Kame Sennin with him. Just when they were about to leave, Bulma, who had been silent and holding back her anger, couldn't help shouting, "What? Are you going to abandon me here like this? I'll give it to you anyway. After you were sent here, why didn't you take me up with you?" Anger is inevitable. Holding it in the palm of your hand when you need it and putting it aside when you don't need it is unbearable for everyone. Bulma's temper can be considered good, at least as shown in the original work. She will always scold her and will not really hold a grudge in her heart. Sorry. But I have to take Gohan with me, and I can't bring you with me. Bobo's magic carpet can only carry 2 people. Sun Wukong was embarrassed, feeling guilty, but helpless. He wouldn't even think about coming down to pick her up. However, Krillin and Kame Sennin thought of it and took the initiative to say, "Otherwise, Mr. Bobo will take Bulma and teacher Wushan up first, and I will wait here." When Bobo heard this, he directly refused. Master Tien Shen said to bring everyone up, but he did not mention this woman, so Bobo needs to go up and ask Master Tien Shen for instructions. The gods directly excluded Bulma. I have to say that even Lin Chuan couldn't stand it. Thinking about the god Piccolo in the original work, he was indeed very self-righteous at the beginning, and also had a sense of scheming. Don't you take Bulma seriously? Just ignore it. Good guy. If you look down on others now, they will make you unable to reach them in the future. So, that old man from the god has no intention of letting me go up to the god's temple at all? Hey. Okay. If you don't let me go up, I will go on my own in the future. I will build advanced jets when I go back, isn't it the gods the temple? I can even build a spaceship. Bulma was so angry that she couldn't care about anything else. What she said made everyone present at a loss. Lin Chuan can understand Bulma. Raditz on the side was directly shocked by Bulma's last words. Build a spaceship. If it were possible, with a spaceship, he could leave the Earth and no longer be restrained. After spending so many years in the universe, does Raditz have a low IQ? If it was really low, he would have died long ago. Raditz is also ensuring the safety of his own life. If his strength cannot be improved within a year, then he can also use a spaceship to escape from the Earth. At that time, there was no surveillance on him, and he could just find a better planet to survive. At least it would be better than on Earth. If you want to go, let me carry you up. Suddenly, Lin Chuan spoke. Everyone was startled when the voice sounded, and Bulma even looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. Lin Chuan stood there looking at Bulma with a smiling expression. A hidden light flashed in the eyes of Klin and Kame Sento. Raditz looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. It was unbelievable that Lin Chuan would be interested in a woman from Earth. Sun Wukong seemed to have been relieved, and he cast a very good look. Bobo couldn't say anything. One was that he didn't belong to the Earth, and he couldn't be restrained because of him. The other was that he was brought here, and it had nothing to do with him. No one spoke. After Bulma looked around, she made a decision in her heart. There was an impulse lingering in her mind. Friends who have known each other for so many years and have experienced so much together are not as concerned about what they think as a scion who has just arrived on Earth. Even though she was not allowed to go, she still insisted on going to take a look. Humph! I finally understand now that you are all afraid of others, but they are not as bad as you think. I don't think they are scary at all, but you people treat them differently. Bulma said quickly. Bulet and Xia ran to Lin Chuan. This boldness has long gone away from the nervous fear of the unknown scions at the beginning. It seemed that Lin Chuan's kindness and handsome appearance were enough to attract and impress her. No one would know at this time that Bulma was actually pure in her heart. As smart as she is, she has already considered that Lin Chuan is not only powerful, but also capable of resisting future invaders. So she would not miss such a good opportunity to get close to someone. Besides, he is so handsome, with a well-proportioned figure, tall but not burly, and strong but not looking like a muscular man. Even if he hugged her and took advantage of her, she wouldn't suffer. Overall, Bulma is actually a bit of a nymphomaniac. When she compared the men she knew with them, she immediately discovered that no one seemed to be able to compare with Lin Chuan. Chapter 23 Get started. Tian Shen Temple. Then I'll trouble you, Lin Chuan, what Bulma says. Before Sun Wukong could finish his words, he met Bulma's murderous eyes, which directly strangled what he had not finished speaking. Sun Wukong suddenly shed a cold sweat on his head. He immediately said nothing and directly changed the subject. Now that everyone is ready, let's go. Let me lead the way. With that said, Sun Wukong directly picked up Sun Wuhan, comforted him with a few words, then levitated him and flew straight into the sky. It is true that Sun Wukong is not skilled in the performance of Wukong technique. Sun Wukong's achievements in this area are really not considered average at this time. TCH. Haven't you mastered even the most basic flying skills? Kakarot is such a loser. Raditz complained, jumped up, and followed Sun Wukong. They took action, and Bobo signaled Klin and Kame Sento in the next second, then controlled the flying magic carpet to follow them. I don't know if it's because the load has reached the standard or something else, but Bobo's rising speed is very slow, even far less than the flying speed of Sun Wukong's clumsy air dance. Seeing them all going up, Lin Chuan's lips twitched and he looked at Bulma. Are you ready? Bulma's cheeks turned slightly red after hearing Lin Chuan's question. She was so bold and informal as she said before, but now she is still shy when she really wants to be picked up. After all, men and women are different, and they are not familiar with each other. Hearing her soft hum, Lin Chuan reached out and picked up the princess. The first thing he felt when he put his hands on the soft jade body was a wonderful touch. This unprecedented feeling made Lin Chuan tremble in his heart. In this life, Lin Chuan had never met a woman like Bulma until today. Even if I saw pigs running around and ate pork in my previous life, the most they could do was hold hands and put their arms around shoulders. Now that Bulma is being held in his arms, he wouldn't know it if he didn't hold her, but once he holds her, he realizes that this woman's figure is so plump. Not to mention her devilish figure, her whole body also exudes an extremely alluring fragrance, which really makes people linger after one smell. It's really hard to imagine, why doesn't Yamcha cherish Bulma, a top-notch woman, when he's guarding her? If it were him, he would have to hold it in his hands and protect it for the rest of his life, fearing that someone else would take it away. Lin Chuan was dull. Bulma is in the same situation. She never expected that Lin Chuan would pick her up so decisively. She was now a little top-heavy, and a special feeling swept over her heart, making her confused. The masculine breath hit her face, the strong masculine breath, and the hot body contact surface, which made her feel as if she had a fever. Lin Chuan was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, thanks to the reminder from Bra and the others, Lin Chuan finally came back to his senses. For the first time, Bulma's eyes met again, and Bulma's face turned even redder. Lin Chuan smiled slightly awkwardly, apologizing for being distracted. "Remember not to move, I will rush up in one breath and take you to the Temple of Heaven first." After the words fell, Lin Chuan slowly stood up. After the Wukong technique was cast, for just a few seconds, from the ground, there were no traces of Lin Chuan and Bulma. It takes less than tens of seconds. Above the Temple of Heaven, a shadow rushed up from the bottom of the Temple of Heaven, and finally landed steadily in the center of the platform of the Temple of Heaven. It was none other than Lin Chuan who came here holding Bulma. The speed was so fast that it directly surpassed everyone. Even this was just Lin Chuan's casual burst of speed. The vast and majestic celestial temple is filled with a sacred and majestic atmosphere. Invisibly, it brings an extremely strong pressure to people. Of course, if you are strong enough, you can ignore this kind of oppression. It looks just like what I remember. I have to say that the place where the gods live is like a bowl that has been enlarged countless times and is fixed in the sky, full of evil settings. Eyes looking around, Lin Chuan was filled with emotion as the surrounding environment gradually matched the memory in his mind. Sensing the breath and looking forward, Lin Chuan first saw a man standing motionless. The other party was also looking at him there. It was a big fat guy with an afro haircut. Who is Aki Loobei, who is not known as Yasuo in a meat suit? Just like in the original work, he was forcefully summoned to practice by the god Piccolo. When their eyes met, Lin Chuan smiled slightly, but didn't take him seriously and looked behind him. Piccolo, the god of heaven, is inside the temple. Lin Chuan's attention was all on the god. At this time, he didn't realize that he had to put Bulma down. At this time, Bulma's consciousness was still flying rapidly, making it impossible for her to come back to her senses. Now that I came back to my senses, I saw the heavenly temple for the first time. I didn't realize that I was still being held. I sighed directly in my heart, is this, the heavenly temple? It feels completely different from what I imagined. Bulma, who was in Lin Chuan's arms, looked at the surrounding environment with curiosity and disbelief on her face. She had actually wanted to study the existence of the heavenly temple many years ago, but she never had the chance. This time, she got her wish. Thinking of this, Bulma moved her body, and the next second she felt Lin Chuan's tightened palm again, and her mind was confused. Etc. Is she still in Lin Chuan's arms? Bulma suddenly came back to her senses, raised her eyes suddenly, and met Lin Chuan's eyes again. You. Put me down quickly. Bulma blushed, even a little at a loss, and covered her face with her hands, fearing that her embarrassment would be seen. Recalling the previous flight, she hugged Lin Chuan for protection because she was too fast. And this was also brought up by Lin Chuan and said, "When I was flying just now, I don't know who was holding me tightly and yelling at me not to let go." The teasing was so obvious that Bulma blushed even more. Seeing this, Lin Chuan didn't intend to tease her anymore, so he reluctantly put her down. "There is ample time. If you do it too much, it will be bad." After getting out of Lin Chuan's arms, Bulma stood aside and breathed a few sighs of relief, then glanced at Lin Chuan with her big, watery eyes. "The meaning is obvious. I was so nervous and scared before. Wasn't it because Lin Chuan was too fast?" In response, Lin Chuan smiled even brighter. "I have to say, Bulma is actually quite cute." At the same time, at the entrance of the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, Achirobe was sweating all over and felt very guilty. Is he that scion? He really has a terrifying aura. Even from such a distance, I can feel the danger from him, as if he could eat me alive. Akilobe's instinct made him fear Lin Chuan. At this moment, he felt strange. Wasn't that woman Bulma afraid of others? Chapter 24 God Piccolo's Plan. Yakilobe was frightened by the aura emanating from Lin Chuan's surface. He didn't dare to act rashly, even though he saw Bulma and Lin Chuan standing together, he didn't dare to get close. At this moment, seemingly aware of the arrival of Lin Chuan and Bulma, a figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Temple of Heaven. There is no doubt that he is the god Piccolo. Because of his appearance, Achilobe took action and stood beside the god, as if seeking refuge and acting as a bodyguard. Lin Chuan and Bulma, who were standing in the center of the wide platform square, both cast their gazes. As a time traveler, how could Lin Chuan not recognize him? Bulma had met him at the world's #1 martial arts tournament a few years ago, so he wouldn't be frightened either. Not only that, her favorability towards the god Piccolo now is zero. Back then, because she was a god, she believed in her as a god. However, this time, the god ignored her existence, and her anger would not dissipate easily. Walking forward, the god stood on the huge square, and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Welcome to you, scions from the alien planet, I am the god of this earth." After the words fell, God Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan, intending to use his own eyesight to judge how powerful this scion is. He looked at Lin Chuan like this, and Lin Chuan looked him up and down with a smile on his face. For Lin Chuan, he completely ignored the exploration of God Piccolo. As for the God Piccolo, Lin Chuan's aggressive eyes seemed to treat him as a prey, which made him very uncomfortable. As the god of earth, he has always been the supreme being. As a result, now, he has become an ant in the eyes of others. If the other party is weak, he will definitely punish him in his own way, because this is blasphemy to his god. But he knew how terrifying Lin Chuan's strength was, which he couldn't resist. As the times have progressed, from a few years ago to now, he, the god, has been unable to dominate the overall situation. The most he can do is rely on his years of strategizing to see if he can change the situation. It's truly remarkable that a Namekian became a god on Earth. Unfortunately, as I said, both you and the previous Piccolo are too weak. If you two were one, your strength might exceed 10,000 points, or even higher. Lin Chuan said, not waiting for the god Piccolo to answer for a second. Under the Temple of Heaven, suddenly another polar shadow rushed straight up, and then landed steadily on the Temple of Heaven. The person who came was undoubtedly Raditz. Lin Chuan rushed up directly, but he couldn't bear the tortoise-like speed and caught up with him angrily. "Tch. This is the so-called Celestial Temple? Where the gods live? For a Namekian to become the god of the earth is really laughable. Sure enough, the earth has always been an inferior planet, and a Namekian is enough to be called a god." Raditz looked at the surrounding environment and muttered words without giving the god Piccolo any dignity. In this regard, God Piccolo dared not speak out in anger, so he could only calm down and hide all his unhappiness in his heart. For him, he only just knew that he was a name Kian. Now that they are so powerful, he can only swallow his anger. God Piccolo is a very smart being. Although his strength is not good, he is very foresight. He has already planned everything. And now he is just waiting for Sun Wukong and others to arrive to implement it. For the sake of the earth, he decided to make the greatest sacrifice, even if he lost face. For the sake of the earth, he even decided to risk everything to keep and influence Raditz and Lin Chuan, who were instigated to rebel. In this way, at least the short-term safety of the earth can be relieved. Not long after, Sun Wukong rushed to the Temple of Heaven with Sun Wufan in his arms. Afterwards, Bobo, who controlled the flying magic carpet, arrived with Krillin and Kame Sennin. "We are finally here, Wukong," as well as the bald Krillin and teacher Wu Tian. Finally seeing someone he could rely on, Akilobe approached him. He was scared by Lin Chuan before, and then he was shocked by Raditz's bloodthirsty and cold expression, so he didn't even dare to speak. "We haven't seen each other for a while, Akilobe. Have you been summoned by the Lord God?" Sun Wukong said to Akilobe with a smile on his face. Klin scolded loudly from the side, "Don't you have any manners? Although I am bald, please call me by my name when you address me." Okay, Klin. Akirobe probably didn't mean it. Also, God is here, let's calm down first. Turtle Immortal hurriedly reminded Klin to pay attention to his emotions and not to be overly excited. As martial arts masters, although this is not the first time they have seen the gods, now that they have come to the temple and the gods are in front of them, they should maintain the most basic respect. Humph! I'm too lazy to get angry with him. Klin replied angrily. It should be said that everyone has their own bottom line, and once it is touched, there will definitely be emotional fluctuations. I didn't mean it, really, you're a stingy guy. Yakiluo thought so much. He was habitually lazy, so he always spoke in a nonchalant manner. This is also in line with his character. He is a Ronin in the jungle. You can even say that he is a savage. To put it bluntly, Akiluo is able to stand here today entirely because of his relationship with Sun Wukong. With Sun Wukong, he had the opportunity to come into contact with Kalin Ta. As a result, I have been dependent on Kalin Ta for the rest of my life. The reason why the fairy beans in the original work have no production and inventory is all thanks to him. Let's put aside the matters between Klin and Achilobe for the time being. Sun Wukong took his son and walked up to the god Piccolo and said, "Let me introduce you first. This is my son Sun Wuhan. Gohan, this is the god, Dad has told you before of." The timid Sun Wuhan, under the leadership of Sun Wukong, is no longer as timid as he was at the beginning. I don't know if he was born with the name Kians. After seeing the god Piccolo, he said directly, "My name is Sun Gohan. I am 4 years old this year." "Hello, Grandpa God." A simple greeting made the god Piccolo happy. However, now is not the time to coax the child. He smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you also have a son. I can see that your son has extraordinary potential and his future achievements are limitless. Hehe, let me borrow the good words from Lord God. By the way, we are all here now. We can tell you what arrangements Lord God has." Sun Wukong said with a smile. After the words fell, God Piccolo also seized this opportunity. After taking a deep breath, he gathered his emotions and started to speak. Chapter 25 Underworld. King of Kai. Add oil and vinegar. Although the Tianjin rice, dumplings, and yamu tea are not here, everyone is here, so I won't hide it and talk straight to the point. In order to cope with the crisis that will come in a year, it may even involve the Universe Emperor Frisia you talked about, so I know clearly that you all must become stronger as quickly as possible. As the god of the earth, I know a special place where an expert lives. With my ability, I can recommend you to go there and practice. I believe that with the guidance of that expert, no matter who it is, their strength can increase significantly in a short period of time. As God Piccolo's words came out, Sun Wukong and Klin immediately became excited after hearing them. The gods have said so, which means it is definitely not false. In this case, even if those two scions are heinous, they will be able to handle it on their own after arriving on Earth, and they will not need to rely on Lin Chuan's power. Well, Lord God, who is this senior master you are talking about? Where is he? Are there any such masters on our Earth? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. Never heard of it, never seen it. As one of the top masters on Earth, how could he not be excited when he was told the news? At this time, Sun Wukong would not know that God Piccolo was not talking about existence on Earth. Because of these words, not only Sun Wukong, Krillin, Akirobe, and Kame Sennin pricked up their ears. Raditz also heard it clearly and frowned, feeling surprised again. This god is too loud. It is acceptable to say that it is to prevent the invasion of Nappa and Vegeta, but it also involves Frisia. What is the concept of this? Lin Chuan also didn't expect that God Piccolo would say these words directly at this time. This is to expose the king of Kai. Wukong, you need to change your temper. Because if you meet this existence in your current state, if you are rude, you may not have the chance to accept his guidance. He is also a god. And his status is far above that of the god of earth like me. As for where he is? I'm afraid it will scare you if I tell you. Because this god is a super existence in the underworld. He is also the most supreme of our northern galaxy, Lord Kaio. God Piccolo's expression became more and more serious as he spoke. King, Lord Kai? Earth, underworld. Sun Wukong looked at the god Piccolo in shock, feeling in disbelief. Although I am very curious in my heart, what kind of existence is this king of the realm? But, if they are in the underworld, how should they get there? That is the world of the dead. As for the underworld, isn't that the world after death? Is it possible? Lord God, are you going to send us to the world after death? Or, after we die, we can go to the underworld to find that realm king to practice? Klin was so frightened that his face was livid, and he was even a little confused. He died once and also went to the underworld. But he was later resurrected by the dragon, so he returned to the human world. Oculob on the side was obviously frightened. He didn't want to die. The world after death? The underworld? The supreme king of the northern galaxy, king of the realm? What the hell is this? Raditz was so dizzy as he listened to the words of the god Piccolo that he almost thought he was dreaming. He doesn't know anything about this. Coming to Earth. I constantly refreshed my world view. Now even the world after death has appeared, and a supreme king of the realm has appeared. He has been fighting in the universe for many years, but he feels that his life has been in vain. King of Kai, I have heard of his existence. So you, the god of the earth, had this idea in mind, so you summoned us here. Lin Chuan's sudden words caught everyone by surprise. At this time, Lin Chuan once again gave people the feeling that he seemed to know everything. At this time, especially the god Piccolo, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of existence Lin Chuan was. As a scion, he actually knew about the existence of the king of Kai. Ling Huan, do you know Lord Kaio? So, this so-called king of the realm is really powerful and can guide us to become stronger. Sun Wukong's words were filled with urgency. He also wanted to get some information about the king of Kai from Lin Chuan. If even Lin Chuan said that this realm king was incredible, then he was definitely right. As far as I know, our universe is divided into 4 major galaxies, and there are 4 corresponding Kaios. They are the 4 major realm kings of Southeast, Southeast, Northwest, and are in charge of the 4 major galaxies. What we are in now is the Northern Galaxy. So, what this god of yours should have said is for you to go find the king of the North Kaikai. Among the Kaing, the Northern Kaing is indeed quite capable and has such a skill. Lin Chuan's explanation was simple and clear, and seemed to contain little information, but it still stunned everyone present. It can be said that this is Lin Chuan adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, the plot will not proceed smoothly. It is necessary for Sun Wukong and the others to go to the King of Kai to practice, but he will not go, and he does not need to go. Is this true? Talos, that king of some kind, controls the 4 major galaxies in our universe? Raditz asked in disbelief. Seeing Lin Chuan nodding, Raditz took a deep breath. He has been fighting in the universe, invading various planets, and Raditz belongs to Frisia's legion. Naturally, he knows how big the universe is. The northern galaxy alone is too big to imagine. The 4 major galaxies in the universe, this is no ordinary galaxy. Simply speaking, the North Galaxy is known to have tens of thousands of huge star fields. There are hundreds of millions of galaxies in a star field, and each galaxy has many galaxies. In comparison, he suddenly felt how stupid he was at this moment. He is like a frog in a well. A new concept was born, allowing him to compare the northern Kaio with Frisia. He suddenly felt that the Kaio was more powerful than Frisia. Raditz wouldn't know, he was overthinking. Being in charge does not mean that one must be powerful. So this Kaio-sama is really powerful. To be in charge of a quarter of the universe, this is incredible. Sun Wukong reacted, and the blood in his body began to boil. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity to be able to learn from such a super being. As Sun Wukong regained consciousness, Klin beside him also became excited. His brain is actually smarter than Sun Wukong. If you don't understand now, you will be a fool. He is also a martial artist who hopes to become stronger. How can he be content with the status quo? The atmosphere began to change. Chapter 26 Raditz, let me go. More and more information has been exposed, and the atmosphere has become increasingly heated. There is no doubt that the existence of the King of Kai is indeed one of the supreme existences in this era. But in fact, existences like the King of Kai will be placed in the future, and that is the existence at the bottom. After the plot develops to the Majin Bu chapter, Kai Ocean will be blocked. Only the God of Destruction can be regarded as the supreme God of the universe. Even if Kaishin and the God of Destruction are equal in terms of divine status, how does Kaishin's strength compare to that of the God of Destruction? When Lin Chuan said those words, he felt dumbfounded. Because he couldn't talk too much about the King of Kai, otherwise, who among them would be willing to receive guidance and practice? Therefore, it is necessary to praise the King of Kai in a more exaggerated manner. At the same time, while everyone was surprised and daydreaming, God Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan with a dull expression. I didn't expect that he knew everything about the Kaio-sama in such detail. But where did he know it? Could it be that gods from other planets told him? The god was thinking secretly in his heart. Apart from this, there is no other possibility. After all, except for their gods who know the underworld and the existence of the King of Realms, ordinary people, no matter how powerful they are, cannot know or come into contact with them. Unless it is a dead person, I heard in the underworld. As his thoughts deepened, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke at this moment, pulling his consciousness back from his imagination. Lord God, then how do we get to the underworld and how do we get to Lord Kaio? Sun Wukong asked, is it really like what Klin said, that we should die and then go find him? I don't have a problem, after all. Even if I die once, the Dragon Balls can resurrect me, but not Krillin and Grandpa Kame's Ento. They have already died once. If they die again, Shenlong won't be able to resurrect them, right? Being able to say things that don't care about death shows how simple-minded Sun Wukong is. And his words attracted everyone present. Especially Raditz, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe that Dragon Balls could resurrect people. You don't need to worry about this. As a god, although my combat ability is indeed not as good as yours, I am a god and have the authority of a god. I can take you across the two realms of yin and yang and directly into the underworld." The god answered. And then his face straightened. Before Sun Wukong, Klin, and the turtle immortal Akirobe could express their joy and prepare to say something, he directly said, "It's very simple to go to the underworld. Going to the Kaiosama to practice is the only thing I can think of so far. The only way to become stronger the fastest. However, not all of you can go to the underworld. Even as a god, I can only send 2 living people to the underworld. This is the bottom line for challenging Lord Yama, so among you, only 2 individuals can go to the underworld to learn from King Kai, and Wukong is one of them. I believe you will have no objection. As for the other person..." The god's words were like pouring a basin of ice water on everyone present. This is equivalent to the fact that there is only one place to go to practice with the King of Kai. Who among them can follow Sun Wukong to learn from his master? Although there were only Klin, Aki Lube, and Kame Senin present, Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, and dumplings were mentioned before. You can't hide it from them, right? Everyone fell into silence, and it was the turtle immortal who gave Klin a look, signaling him to quickly take over the spot. As Klin's master, Klin has always been the only one who has been truly by his side. Sun Wukong was his most proud disciple, but he always cared about Klin. He knew that this was one of the few opportunities for Krillin to become stronger, so he had to seize it. If he can grasp it, both of his apprentices will soar into the sky in the future. I understand, Teacher Wu Tian. Klin understood immediately. However, just when he was about to explain it to the gods, others took a step ahead. There is still one spot, so let me go. You don't really think that people on Earth can become stronger if they practice, right? The only ones who can deal with us scions are us scions ourselves. As for Frisia. Haha. Raditz' voice was so domineering. When he said such words, even Lin Chuan was surprised. Good guy, Raditz took the initiative to ask for help, which was completely different from what he thought. Originally, he was thinking about whether he could arrange for Raditz and Sun Wukong to go to the King of the North to practice together. First, slowly and gradually change Raditz's mentality and personality. Second, if Raditz accepts the guidance of the King of the North, what will happen in the future? How strong will it become? Brother, are you going? Sun Wukong also paused for a moment because of Raditz's initiative. For a moment, his mind was filled with images he had never thought of. Krillin and Kame Sento on the side could only hold back their tempers from exploding because of Raditz's words. Who makes people strong? But they believed in their hearts that the gods would never allow Raditz to go. After all, they had just arrived on Earth and were planning to invade it. Hey, old guy from the gods, you don't have any objections when I say that I want to follow Kakarot to find that King of Realms to practice, right? Raditz's behavior was obviously full of intimidation. This has been his habit for many years. As a scion, he followed Vegeta and Nappa to invade hundreds of planets. His aloof mentality has long been cultivated and will not be changed easily. If Raditz changed in the next second, even Lin Chuan would have to wonder if he was also a time traveler like him. Piccolo fell into deep thought. To be honest, if there was no other way, he wouldn't want to give this opportunity to a heinous person like Raditz who would invade the planet. But he also knew that Raditz was right. The only ones who can deal with scions are scions. No matter how strong the people on Earth are, they may have their limits. Even if it can grow, it will take more time. This point can be seen in the difference between Sun Wukong and other martial arts masters. I only hope that this person will be infected by Wukong and change after he goes to Master Kaio to practice with Wukong. Once the relationship between their brothers is cultivated, it will naturally be the best for the future of the earth. The god secretly thought in his heart. This was his initial thought. As for Lin Chuan, this scion is too mysterious. And what he reveals on the surface is an uncontrollable aura. In this case, then you and Gaku will go to the Kaio to train together. You are brothers. Raditz, you have also abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. I believe that together, you brothers may be able to go beyond the ordinary and become stronger. God Piccolo nodded and said solemnly. Chapter 27, The Fastest Way to Become Stronger, Spiritual Time Room. God Piccolo's words turned Kame-sen and Krillin to stone on the spot. Aquilobe shivered even more. God! Lord God, how can you agree? He almost killed Wukong, and also captured Wukong's son Gohan. If he is allowed to go with Wukong, then maybe. Klin wanted to stop him, but at this point, he had to shut up. Not only did the God Piccolo look at him in reply, but Raditz also gave him a look of disdain. Little bald man, what do you know? Do you know? If it were me before, I would have killed you long ago. Raditz turned around with murderous intent on his face. The intimidation brought by just one sentence scared Klin so much that he could only endure it. I'm warning you, this is the Temple of Heaven, and everyone is here, so don't mess around. Klin forced down the fear in his heart and gritted his teeth. In response, Raditz burst out laughing. This little bald man actually learned to threaten him. It's okay, Klin. I don't know about the big brother before, but the big brother now has become different. The reason why he attacked me before was just to take me away from the Earth and invade other planets. I think there are factors of the two scions in it. My eldest brother probably didn't have the ability to fight against fate before. Now that he has the chance, he will naturally not be the same as before. Since I have chosen to believe, I will believe it to the end. Moreover, I am also looking forward to going to Master Kaiu to practice with my eldest brother. What will be the result? Sun Wukong took the initiative to reach out and pat Klin on the shoulder. He was excusing Raditz and easing the relationship between everyone. It should be said that even Lin Chuan sometimes couldn't understand Sun Wukong's thoughts. It became too fast. One moment he wanted to kill his elder brother, but now he forgives him. But, alas! Okay. Seeing Sun Wukong acting like this, Klin originally wanted to say something, but when he noticed that Turtle Immortal also shook his head at him, he could only accept it. He also wanted to practice, but this opportunity was taken away by Raditz. No one understands his pain. However, he didn't give up completely. Knowing what the future will be like, even if he can't go to Master Kaiu to practice, he will not sit still and wait for death. On the side, Lin Chuan witnessed all this happening and felt even more deeply. It seems that the changes I made have slowly deviated from the original trajectory. Although the main line has not changed, the seeds have been planted. The world is starting to look different. Klin, you don't need to feel sorry or aggrieved. Although I can't send you to Master Kaiu to practice, you can stay in the Celestial Temple to practice in the next year. Including Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamu tea. They are all the leading martial artists on Earth. I will also arrange for Bobo to find them later. Seeing Klin's discouragement and unwillingness, God Piccolo began to reveal his other plans in depth. Naturally, he also wants to train the warriors on Earth to take their skills to the next level. Only in this way can the crisis a year from now be more completely resolved. At least, this is another way to keep the Earth safe. Is this really okay? Klin's eyes flashed with wonder after hearing what the God Piccolo said. For him, practicing in the Temple of Heaven is also a great thing. At least, it was much better than what he could achieve by practicing on his own. Just like that, under the words of the God Piccolo, and with Lin Chuan adding fuel to the fire. Lin Chuan and Raditz were completely involved in the subsequent plot of the original work. However, Lin Chuan is different from Raditz. He does not need to practice according to the arrangements of the gods, and no one can influence him. It is worth mentioning that I did not expect the God Piccolo to be so anxious. He said that there was no need to delay, and took Sun Wukong and Raditz on the road to the underworld. It seems that they are afraid that Sun Wukong and Raditz will repent or become heretics again, and all their plans will be in vain. Others don't know God Piccolo's plan, how can Lin Chuan not know it? Now, about 20 minutes have passed. Because there was no God and no Raditz, Lin Chuan was too lazy to say anything else. He walked aside and thought about his next plan. Since coming to Earth until now, I have been using the information I know to make changes. Now that the overall situation has been decided, it is my turn. Because they were far away, Lin Chuan didn't care about the situation on the other side at all. After all, everyone else is acquaintances. Even though Bobo has only met the others twice, Bulma, Kame Senin, Krillin, and Sun Wuhan are all acquaintances, and they all have a common language. Of course, even if they couldn't hear clearly, Lin Chuan could roughly guess that they must have felt that God Piccolo's decision to let Raditz go to the Kaiosama to train together was reckless. In addition, they must also be thinking about how to explain to Kikai next. After all, Wukong just left. And this journey will take at least a year. Standing on the edge of the Temple of Heaven, Lin Chuan took a deep breath of the fresh breath. This feeling was condescending, and it really felt like overlooking all living beings. No wonder the original Piccolo wanted to be this god even if he separated himself. Take charge of a planet and become the ruler of countless lives. How exciting and proud is this? If Dragon Ball does not follow the plot of the Z era, then he came through time and wanted to try to be this god, the Supreme One. Of course, the world is too big and the earth is too small. It was impossible for Lin Chuan to be restricted by a little god. His future will definitely be extremely brilliant. And what he has to do is to keep getting stronger and keep moving forward. Speaking of which, if I want to rise quickly in a short period of time, there is a fastest way. With this thought in his mind, Lin Chuan turned around and looked towards the temple of Tian Shen Temple. As a time traveler, how could I not know the existence of the spiritual time room? A year inside is just a day outside. With the infinite combat power improvement system he holds, even if his combat power is only plus 1 point per second, as long as he enters it, he can increase his combat power for a year in 1 day outside. A day is 86,400 seconds. A month of 30 days is 2,592,000 seconds. 12 months in a year is 31.104,000 seconds. Based on the fact that each person can only enter for 2 days at the beginning, which is 2 years of training, his combat power can be increased to more than 60 million points. It's equivalent to doing nothing and he can be so strong. Moreover, plus 1 year from the outside world in the future, when he goes to planet Namek to face Frisia, even if he cannot become a Super Saiyan and has a combat power of over 100 million, he will be enough to face Frisia then. Chapter 28 Lin Chuan's Plan, Sun Wufan's Arrangement. The combat power exceeds 100 million. You can withstand Frisia's edge. This is just the basics. After all, only when the combat power reaches the standard can we stand on the same platform and face each other face to face. Of course, he will not simply rely on the system. Because although his combat power value can be continuously increased through the system, other aspects cannot. He himself also needs to take action to practice moves, skills, combat methods, combat experience. Only in this way can his true combat power match his own combat power. Although the system is very powerful, Lin Chuan always feels that he can be stronger given his current strength. Imagine that if your own combat power exceeds 100 million, but you can only exert a combat power of no more than 10 million, what does that mean? In other words, if you rely solely on the system, it will indeed be no problem to crush Frisia in the near future, but if he only has the same combat power as Frisia's final transformation, he will still be crushed by Frisia. If this happens, he will really be a loser. Frankly speaking, Lin Chuan now has great confidence. Thinking about the past on planet V3114, it was because of limited resources and limited conditions, so he could only increase his strength to 15,000 points of combat power, let alone explore how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Simply put, if there are not enough activated S cells in the body, how can it change? There is a way to transform into a super one, super era, so after studying it for a period of time to no avail, Lin Chuan also found the reason. Nowadays, there are all kinds of possibilities on Earth, and many of the cultivation methods provided in the original work are applicable to him. For example, gravity cultivation is the most powerful cultivation method in this era. In the original work, Sun Wukong went to northern Kaiwang to practice. Firstly, although he relied on the guidance of northern Kaiwang, secondly, 10 times the gravity of the Earth was also the key. Later, after Sun Wukong was seriously injured and healed, he activated his psion characteristics and became stronger. After 100 times gravity, he directly reached 90,000 combat power points. The time consumed during this period was only 6 days. Withdrawing his mind, Lin Chuan also shifted his gaze as he looked at the main hall of the Heavenly Temple. Nowadays, it is still a little too early to enter the spiritual time room. It's not that he doesn't want to become stronger quickly, but there are 2 problems. First, it is unknown whether the spiritual time house is recognized by the system and whether it can increase combat power. After all, this is a bug. He tried to contact him, but he didn't get any answer, and the system didn't give any prompts. He just felt that the system was half finished, and he didn't even know how to improve the level. Second, even if the system approves it, the current level 1 ability is combat power plus 1 per second. With his current strength, it will take 2 years to enter and he can only increase his combat power by just over 60 million. But if the system level is improved in the future, the combat power per second can be plus 10, or even plus 100, or plus 1000. Entering again at that time is the best choice. More haste, less speed. Lin Chuan made his decision only after thinking over and over again. At least, he can now use himself to become stronger. The system's combat power has been improved, but it can only be used as a support. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and changed his mind, and now saw Sun Wuhan over there. Thinking of what Sun Wukong said before leaving, he directly entrusted Sun Wuhan to him. This really made Lin Chuan's mouth twitch involuntarily. Sun Wukong meant to let him guide Sun Wufan, and he had a good idea. He himself would influence his eldest brother, and his son would use it to build a good relationship with him. Lin Chuan originally wanted to refuse, but seeing how obedient and proactive Sun Wuhan was, he couldn't refuse directly. Therefore, I just agreed to help take care of him, but it was impossible to accept a disciple. Even though Sun Wuhan has terrifying potential, he is also the strongest single warrior in the future. But if he follows him, what will Piccolo do in the future? Today's Piccolo is still the great demon king Piccolo. In the original work, it was precisely because of Sun Wuhan's company that he was able to completely change. In the end, Lin Chuan's decision was to take Sun Wufan with him first, and then find an opportunity to send it to Piccolo. Besides, with his teaching methods and habits, if he really followed him to practice, he was really afraid of destroying Sun Wufan. After all, he is only 4 years old. Slowly walking forward, Lin Chuan left the edge of the Temple of Heaven. Just as he was about to go over and say something to Bulma over there, Bulma's voice reached his ears. Really, I haven't come back for so long. I can only wait and wait here. It's so boring. She was originally curious about the Temple of Heaven, but in the past 20 minutes, she had visited every corner of the Temple of Heaven and found nothing special. Her curiosity turned into disappointment. Around her, Krillin and Kames Ento were much more patient. They know better about the current situation and know that now they can only wait here. Okay Bulma, now is not the time to be anxious. You were the one who came up making noise just now, weren't you? Krillin couldn't help but complain. He was about to say something else when he saw his master's face straighten and he followed his gaze. Seeing Lin Chuan walking quickly, he also became alert and was sweating profusely. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan was too mysterious and too powerful. Seeing their nervous resistance, Lin Chuan did not take it seriously, but directly said to Bulma, "You won't be bored after a while, cockroach? Forget it, I'll call him Sun Wukong. Quite familiar. That boy Sun Wukong should have told you to help me find the Dragon Ball on Earth." After the words fell, Lin Chuan waited for Bulma's answer. After seeing off God Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Raditz just now, Lin Chuan said nothing more. "I mentioned it now, just to make sure, and to look for it later." There are some wishes that Lin Chuan can't wait to realize. For him, some time is expendable, but some time he is not willing to waste. Since it was told by Wukong, I will definitely help you find it. But to be honest, I'm curious. You are so powerful. What else do you need the Dragon Balls to help you realize? Is it to be immortal? To rule the world? But Wukong said, "If it is that kind of wish, you want me to stop you?" Bulma said with a strange smile on her face, a bit quirky. "If I really want to make such a wish, how can you stop me?" Lin Chuan showed a conspiratorial expression. Such a performance directly frightened Krillin, Kame Sento, and Akirobe in front of them. Bulma, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. She seemed to know that Lin Chuan was not the kind of unreasonable, evil, and domineering scion. "That's why I said he was a big idiot," Bulma said. "How do you say that?" Lin Chuan asked in surprise. Chapter 29 Warm-hearted? Do not make jokes. What should I say? Of course, he has already agreed to help you find the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Then it will be determined what wish you will make by then. Who can stop it? He can't do it, let alone a weak woman like me. Bulma rolled her eyes and changed the subject the next second. "However, I am not worried at all that you will make that wish now, because if you really want to make that wish, just say it and no one on earth can stop it. After the words fell, Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at her again. Bulma is really extremely smart. What she said was absolutely correct. In fact, no one can control what wish he wants to make from the beginning. Unless, the existence of Dragon Ball is directly destroyed. Hey! Bulma, are you so sure? Why do I feel like that's what he thinks? Klin interjected, worried. His words caused Bulma to feel helpless. It was obvious that Krillin was so stupid and made Bulma angry. In Bulma's mind, Krillin was usually very smart, so why did he still not understand even though she spoke so clearly? Their strength is there, what's the use of worrying about it now? Bulma is right. I also believe that this scion Lin Chuan will not make too many wishes. So Klin, you don't have to worry, and Goku has gone to practice with Lord Kaio. Now it's the face of the earth, don't be so petty all the time. Turtle Immortal said, signaling to Klin to be more generous. Turtle Immortal is worried. He knows that if his apprentice is too outspoken, he will make the other party unhappy. After all, he is a scion, he has just arrived on Earth not long ago, and he is very powerful. Although he appears to be a good person, it takes time to prove what kind of person he is. Kame Sennin actually understood what Bulma meant, which was that if Lin Chuan was so strong, they could only rely on him and not resist. At least not now. Lord Tenjin. Suddenly, just when Lin Chuan was about to praise Bulma, he heard Bobo calling out. The next second, everyone turned their attention. God Piccolo has stood again at the place where he disappeared before. The only difference is that he is sweating profusely and panting. It can be seen that the consumption of traveling between the yin and yang realms is extremely high. I'm afraid, this is also the reason why Piccolo, the god of heaven, said that he could only take 2 people with him. Naturally, Yama, the underworld king, can turn a blind eye, but he will certainly not allow the same thing to happen twice. Therefore, there are only 2 places, which is a fixed number. Lord Tenjin, you are back. Have Goku and his eldest brother Raditz arrived at Lord North Kaio's place? Kame Sennin took the initiative to step forward and asked. He is concerned about the specific situation of his disciples. After all, it is related to whether Sun Wukong can obtain the inheritance of the King of Kai. Don't worry. I have sent them to the underworld. As for whether they can see Lord North Kaio, they still need to go through a training. Only by successfully passing through the snake path of the underworld can they reach Lord Ko's planet for training. God Piccolo waited for a long time before he replied feebly. I see. If you want to meet a higher god, you also need to complete the test. But I believe that with Wukong's qualifications and the strength of his elder brother, completing the test will not be a problem. Turtle Sennin said after thinking. God Piccolo nodded, and then looked at Krillin and Akirobe. Now Goku and Raditz have gone to the underworld to undergo training. Then it's up to you next. After hearing the words of the God Piccolo, Krillin's face became solemn, while Akirobe beside him seemed to be retreating. Please give me your clarification, Lord God. Krillin asked respectfully. In his heart, God is still supreme. Hearing this, the god nodded with satisfaction, and after thinking for a moment, he said directly, it is inevitable to teach you how to practice, but as I said before that, we need to find Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamu tea. Actually, Bobo already knows roughly which area they are in, but the specific location still needs to be found. After all, they have been moving around. I hope you can accompany Bobo and explain the matter clearly. In the end, you will bring them all to me. Although my guidance is not as good as that of King Kai, it is still better than your own blind practice. Having said this, God Piccolo stopped. Okay, I will follow Mr. Bobo to find Tianjin Fan and the others. If they are with me, I will be more motivated. Krillin raised his wrist and made a gesture of getting ready to go. In Lin Chuan's opinion, this scene was truly innocent. It should be said that this era has just entered the era of the big universe. Everyone is changing, and the desire to become stronger is particularly strong. The way Krillin is now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to see him in the future. Also suddenly, Lin Chuan had an idea. He remembered that in the original work, they could find Tianjin rice the fastest with the help of Raditz's combat power detector, so he pretended to say, although I don't know what you are looking for. Who are they? But they should all be some masters with outstanding combat effectiveness on the earth, right? Looking at your appearance, you don't know the specific location, so you can't find it in a short time. Maybe I can help you with this. As he said this, Lin Chuan's lips froze. After hearing Lin Chuan's voice, the others were shocked. They don't know what Lin Chuan means? What are you going to do? Bulma was not worried or frightened, and she didn't have any vigilance at all. She took the initiative and said, I didn't expect you to have such a side and be so warm-hearted. Don't get me wrong, I just hope you can end the arrangement quickly. After all, I still need you to help me find the Dragon Balls. Moreover, this is really nothing to me, and I don't need my assistance. I just need to go to my spaceship to get the combat power detector. As long as the combat effectiveness reaches the standard, the specific location of the existence with high combat effectiveness can be easily marked within the scope of the Earth. Lin Chuan did not take Bulma's good guy card and said methodically. Warm-hearted? Do not make jokes. He just hopes to end it quickly and leave here. Moreover, she also hopes to use alien technology to let Bulma help her build the spaceship and gravity training room he needs. Combat strength detector? Are you referring to the thing Raditz is wearing on his face? Krillin suddenly recalled the scene when he was reported to have combat strength. At the same time, he also remembered that Raditz was on Earth. His actions were also vigorous and resolute. Now he finally understands that Raditz was able to find Turtle Fairy Island so quickly and found them because of the combat power detector. This thing can not only measure the combat power value and show how strong a person is, but it can also lock the target and indicate the direction. It would indeed be much more convenient if there was such a thing to help. I see. I'm really curious as to how your alien technology can achieve this. Bulma said in disbelief, her words full of wanting to see the combat power detector as soon as possible. And of course there are spaceships. It should be said that she is indeed a genius scientist, and her mind is the best in the world. Once prompted, anything can be made. In the future, even time machines can be built. Chapter 30 Sun Wuhan is going to travel to the universe? The combat effectiveness detector can be lent to you, but I don't know if you can understand the words on it. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Lin Chuan knew that his bait had worked, so he didn't forget to add another sentence. It is a combat power detector dedicated to Frisia's Legion. The alphanumeric information on it is different from the alphanumeric information on Earth. Lin Chuan could understand that it was entirely the cultural information in this area that was inherited by the Scions. Although I have never seen the text about this world and the Earth, the original work mentions it, so strictly speaking, to the people on Earth, Raditz detector in the original work shows a bunch of garbled codes. Later, Bulma modified the detector and converted the text to digital information so that it could be understood. What, if it's just a small problem like this, just leave it to me. As long as it's not an overly complicated device, give me some time and I can use our Earth's methods to transform the language module. Bulma said it was said so lightly and decisively. It shows how confident she is in herself. Are you sure? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said. What, are you questioning my ability? I am the most talented beauty on Earth. Bulma, who has always been strong, does not allow herself to be doubted in her exclusive field. Therefore, she immediately decided in her heart that she must do this, otherwise she would be looked down upon. So what you, this woman, said before about building a spaceship is also true. Since that's the case, it couldn't be better. Come with me and help me repair the damage to the spaceship. Lin Chuan followed Bulma's words and said. Repair the spaceship? When the topic changed to this, Bulma was slightly startled, and then everyone else also reacted. If there was no such thing as an invasion, and there was no Scion invasion a year later, it would be nothing to help our space friends repair the spaceship. But these are extraordinary times. I'm willing to help you, but I can't give you an accurate answer until I see the spaceship as to whether it can be repaired. Bulma did not fully agree, and she continued, by the way, you don't want to let me help you repair the spaceship, then make a wish and run away, right? I have to say, this idea is really clever. She is really smart enough to think of this. Don't worry, although I have just come to Earth, I don't hate this planet, so I will continue to live on Earth for a while. Repairing the spaceship is only to facilitate my future space travel. After all, it's impossible to stay on Earth forever, and I have my own things to do. By the way, I have a suggestion. Since you are such a genius, if you can create a better multi-person spaceship, I can take you on a space shuttle. If I have a technician like you by my side, I won't have to worry about the spacecraft being broken and no one will be able to repair it. Lin Chuan answered Bulma's question. And hinted in an alternative form, so that he could subtly let Bulma help him create something in the next time. Space travel? Now that I think about it, if my sister and I had made the same choice back then, maybe. As soon as the words stopped, Bulma's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. She remembered that when she was a child, her sister Tais ran away from home and followed a galactic patrolman named Gok to leave the Earth and travel through the universe. I remember the last contact was a long time ago. Now that she has grown up, she really didn't expect that one day she would have the opportunity to travel through the universe. Well, if I go to travel to the universe, can I go too? Suddenly, a timid and delicate voice sounded in the tense atmosphere. Everyone looked around and saw who was talking if it wasn't Sun Wuhan. This little guy actually dares to travel to the universe. Call him timid, indeed. But let's call him brave, he is indeed brave and he is not afraid that he will not be able to come back. Gohan, you are too young. This idea is very dangerous. Krillin on the side seemed to be worried that Sun Wukong's child would learn badly, so he stopped him. There is a hint of education in the words. Conservative thinking and stubborn. I have never experienced space travel, so I am very old-fashioned in this aspect. Thinking about it, in the original work, he also boarded the spaceship to the planet Namek, which opened up his world view. Beside him, Kame Sennin was silent as he looked at Sun Wuhan, his eyes under his sunglasses filled with an intriguing taste. With his sophisticated eyesight, he was certain that Wukong, the son of his disciple, would achieve limitless future achievements as long as he was guided. If you are afraid, don't scare the children. Bulma stepped forward and interrupted Krillin's threatening education, and immediately said, "What's wrong with wanting to travel to the universe? Isn't it just leaving the Earth? How can Gohan do this? The idea is a good thing, it shows that he wants to see a broader world. Also, our little Gohan's future goal is to become a scholar. Don't limit his thoughts." After Bulma finished speaking, she looked at Sun Wuhan with full praise in her eyes. The 4-year-old child is much braver and more mature than she was before. Although she is a girl. Krillin was embarrassed after being scolded by Bulma. Sun Wuhan spoke again at this time, "Aunt Bulma, I just want to go to outer space to see what the Earth looks like if there is a spaceship. I also want to see Jupiter, Mars, the Sunday. And there are many other planets." That childish voice was full of mysterious expectations for the stars and the sea, without any fear. It can be seen that people in the new era are fundamentally different from people in the old era. If your Aunt Bulma can really build a multi-person spaceship, your wish will not come true. Lin Chuan answered at this time. This kid was a great helper, and he unconsciously cooperated with him to create a perfect combination of punches. This also meant that no matter what Lin Chuan said, Bulma would remember everything in his heart. Based on Bulma's ideological outlook, she should have realized that if the Earth did not have a spaceship and people on Earth could not enter the universe, then it would always lag behind aliens. "Thank you, Uncle Lin Chuan." Sun Wufan bowed politely in gratitude. What he did really made Lin Chuan a little embarrassed. This kid is indeed so kind and simple that he doesn't need it. Then, without further ado, "I'm really sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lin Chuan. As the god of the earth, I sincerely thank you for being able to help us." God Piccolo came up and said. He was urging me. With his current mood, he was very confused and anxious. Therefore, even if Sun Wuhan, the son of Sun Wukong, had such a bold idea, he chose to ignore it. After all, it won't come true in a short time. He wouldn't know that what he ignored would be the strongest single player in the future. I said, "I'm just doing it for myself." Lin Chuan didn't take the God Piccolo's overtures seriously. Chapter 31. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. As several people reached a consensus, each of them began to take action. Lin Chuan took Bulma to find his spaceship. Klin and Turtle Immortal returned to Turtle Immortal Island first with the help of Bobo. First of all, Turtle Immortal is going back. His strength is naturally very high among the people on Earth, and he is also an extremely respected figure. But in the final analysis, when you get older, even God will be embarrassed to tell you that you have to work hard and exercise. Counting his age, Kame Sennin is over 300 years old and can be said to be one of the oldest people on Earth. Secondly, Klin also wanted to take advantage of this time to go back and find Kikai to explain the situation. After all, Wukong has gone to the underworld to train with Lord Kaiu, and he won't be back until at least a year later. Gohan couldn't go back for the time being. He was afraid that once he went back, Kikai would directly stop Lin Chuan from taking Gohan away, so he stayed in the Tian Shen Temple for the time being, just waiting for Lin Chuan's follow-up arrangements. After all, Wukong entrusted Gohan to Lin Chuan before leaving, which also explained the situation. Krillin didn't understand why Goku did this, but Goku said so, and Gohan didn't resent it, and he couldn't stop it. He was forced to do difficult things, which put him under a lot of psychological pressure. He is a thoughtful person and knows that once Kikai learns such news, her husband and son will have to leave him for a year, and he will definitely not be able to accept it. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Because Bulma's aircraft was too slow, Lin Chuan still carried her all the way towards the location where the spaceship fell. Originally, Lin Chuan planned to go find the cat immortal and ask for a somersault cloud and some fairy beans. But after thinking about it, I temporarily let go of this thought. It's okay to say somersault cloud, because he has seen it before. But what about fairy beans? He has never seen it, and where did he learn about it? After all, he has just arrived on Earth not long ago, so he can only wait until he has the opportunity, or slowly intervene in the plot by himself, and then find a solution after learning about it. One of the things he had to do was to take care of the kid Akilobina. The reason why the original novel was so short of fairy beans later on was because of this bastard. Lin Chuan ignored him before and didn't take him to heart at all. Now he thinks of Xiandu and looks for opportunities to scare him in the future. In other words, you can get the method of growing fairy beans from the Nico Immortal. I believe that with Bulma's intelligence and methods, it is not impossible for fairy beans to be mass-produced in the future. Once you have the idea, implementation will have to wait until later. Carrying Bulma back to the dense forest where the spaceship landed. I have to say that Lin Chuan also lost some effort. His original combat power detector was given to Raditz, so he could not accurately locate it, so he could only rely on his own memory to return the same way. Simply, nothing went wrong. This is due to his more than 20 years of survival experience on planet V3114, and he is not a road fool. Otherwise, even with Bulma, an ordinary person, he couldn't fly very fast. And it would really take more than an hour or two to find him. However, Lin Chuan neglected one thing. He ignored that there were too many wild creatures in such a primitive forest. Even if you are frightened by the sound of the spaceship falling in a short period of time, it only takes half an hour to an hour. After it is confirmed that there is no danger, the creatures that originally lived in this area will become active again. Without a threat, the spacecraft becomes a toy for these animals. It seems that Lin Chuan thought that the spaceship would be useless after reaching the Earth, so he directly chose to abandon it. Who would have imagined that this spaceship should be used for Bulma's research to create a better spaceship? After driving away all kinds of wild animals, Bulma couldn't wait to get out of Lin Chuan's arms. As time passed, Bulma no longer resented being taken advantage of by Lin Chuan. After landing, she carefully observed the alien spaceship that she thought was unique. Is this a spaceship? It's so small, but it's capable of space navigation. The alien technology is incredible. As he spoke, Bulma watched while taking action. After all, the seemingly small spaceship actually condenses the essence of technology. As long as she fully understands its technology, her knowledge in the scientific field will also greatly improve. Her heart was filled with curiosity, which gave rise to motivation. She couldn't wait to dismantle the spaceship to thoroughly understand its internal structure. Seeing her so ecstatic, Lin Chuan just smiled without saying a word, walked quickly to the spaceship, and after searching inside, took out 2 spare combat power detectors. All of them are not bound to identity information, let alone activated and used. Here you go, how to use it is to press the button on the side. The intelligent system can even analyze your brain waves and give corresponding feedback. He handed a detector to Bulma, and Lin Chuan wore a getting on the other one, he said while giving Bulma a demonstration. As a genius, Bulma obviously has no resistance to this new thing. After following Lin Chuan's instigation for a while, she roughly understood the function and use of this combat power detector. However, as Lin Chuan said before, alien characters are not that easy to understand, and she cannot understand them at all. It is indeed very complicated text data, but I don't know what the internal structure is. As she said that, Bulma took out the personal master key, used the thinnest screwdriver to touch the entrance of the base, and opened the shell of the combat power detector. Cover. Seeing the motherboard parts and various components inside, Bulma's eyes were full of shock. I didn't expect that a small detector could be so sophisticated, so amazing. And this smart chip, don't say much. It is 10 to 20 years ahead of the Earth. However, it is easier to handle with smart chips. I have several ways to quickly modify this detector. Thankfully, I always have portable work equipment with me. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, she took off the fanny pack from her waist, took out the universal capsule box, picked out a universal capsule and opened it. After the white smoke passed, what appeared was not a room, but it was similar to a workshop, but without walls. A one-piece work area with 3 tables surrounding each other, very long and wide, with a pulley chair in the middle. Looking at the table, there were all kinds of equipment that Lin Chuan had never seen before and didn't understand what they were. Bulma didn't say much, and quickly sat on the chair and got busy, which made Lin Chuan sigh in his heart. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Damn, as a time traveler, he does know all the plots of the original work, and his knowledge is very broad, but compared with Bulma's mind, it is really going to be crushed. Chapter 32. Want to know my fighting power? I told you earlier. Lin Chuan just stood quietly watching Bulma's actions. He remained calm and didn't dare to make any sound. She was deeply afraid that it would affect her and cause her transformation to fail. Although he knew nothing about this aspect, he also knew how difficult it was. If you look at Bulma's series of operations, you will know how precise this transformation process and technique is, and there is no room for negligence. It should be noted that once there is a flaw, the combat power detector will be scrapped directly. It should be said that Bulma really has both brains and action capabilities. Under her transformation, in just 10 or 20 minutes, she has completed the final steps and restarted the combat power detector. Looking at Bulma's victorious smile, Lin Chuan knew that she must be doing more than just modifying the text message. Hey! It finally worked! Bulma shouted excitedly, and the next second she put the combat power detector on her left eye. When the combat power detector was activated again, the alien characters displayed on it had turned into Earth characters. I didn't expect you to complete the transformation so quickly. Although I expected it, but seeing it with my own eyes, it is indeed a genius. Lin Chuan started to admire. The compliment was expressed directly, and it also allowed Bulma to satisfy her vanity. Hey! Now you know, my ability is not just that. Bulma said proudly, then an arrogant smile appeared on her face, and she said to Lin Chuan, I am not just it only transforms the text information of this detector, but also strengthens the detection capability of the detector to a certain extent, so that the combat power units it can calculate can reach a higher peak. Hearing this, Lin Chuan became interested and asked, Are you saying that you have strengthened the upper limit of the detector? Then what is the highest index that it can detect now? Although it is a semi-finished product that has been added together, if the detector could barely detect a value of about 20,000 at the beginning, then it should be able to reach about 40,000 to 50,000 now. I added the chip I developed myself. Although it is not as good as the main chip of the detector, it can play a role in assisting calculations. After Bulma thought for a while, she answered. It can be seen that even though the Earth's smart chips in the past could not compare with alien high-tech chips, they were still developing rapidly, especially under Bulma's production, which was already quite terrifying. Speaking of which, in fact, the technology in some fields on Earth is so advanced that even the technology of Frisia's Legion cannot match it. For example, Dr. Gro's artificial human technology, as well as top-notch biotechnology, etc. 40,000 to 50,000? You can catch up with the advanced combat power detector recently developed by Frisia Corps. Lin Chuan muttered. The combat power detectors they hold are old models that have been in use for decades. The guy Lin Chuan plundered was just a high-level reconnaissance warrior, so the combat power detector was also an ordinary model, and the detection limit was only about 20,000 combat power. According to Lin Chuan's understanding and the information provided by the original work, at this stage, only senior personnel of Frisia's army will be equipped with new advanced combat power detectors. The range of combat power that can be detected can reach more than 50,000 points to 100,000 points. Just like Sabo in the original work is equipped with a new type of combat power detector, the combat power detectors of the Jinyu special forces that appeared later are also high level. Calculating this time, the advanced combat power detector may still be in the development stage. Even if it is developed, it should only be in the trial stage. Therefore, in the plot a year later, most of the soldiers in Frisia's army are still equipped with detectors with a maximum combat power of no more than 20,000 to 30,000. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Bulma finally understood that this kind of detector also has high and low levels. But she felt proud when she thought that she had reached an advanced level through casual modification. At that moment, another idea flashed through her mind. Out of curiosity, she pressed the button of the detector directly towards Lin Chuan. Diddy-diddy-die. As the combat power detector made a detection sound, Lin Chuan was slightly startled and unprepared. Bulma saw a piece of data that shocked her. The combat power value is 100 points. That's not right, did it fail? Your combat power is only 100 points. Bulma pressed the button of the combat power detector again in disbelief, confused for a while. Things like making mistakes should not exist in her dictionary. If it fails, it stands to reason that it will not even start. Hearing this, Lin Chuan reacted, knowing that Bulma wanted to know his fighting ability, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tremble. Her transformation of the detector did not fail. She controlled her own combat power to be a unit with 100 points, so the detector could only detect 100 points. The reason for doing this is that my chi cultivation has already reached a certain level, so I can control it as I wish. Secondly, the combat power is increasing every second. If you always show your strongest posture in front of others regardless of everything, then shouldn't your momentum be soaring every moment? Who can bear it? Your transformation did not fail, it's just that I hid my own aura and the combat power detector couldn't detect it. If you want to see my combat power, you should have said it earlier. If you want to see it, then I will let you see it. By the way, I will also test the level of your modified combat power detector. With a slight smile, Lin Chuan responded to Bulma and directly mobilized the power in his body in the next second. As his energy was released and his momentum soared, the combat power detector Bulma was wearing began to scan and calculate rapidly. Combat power 1000. Combat power 5000. Combat power 10,000. Combat power 20,000. Still rising. Okay, so awesome. Frightened by the numbers on the lenses, Bulma turned pale. With the help of research on combat power detectors, she knew that the numbers set for combat power were not random. Each numerical level has a certain definition. For example, with a combat power of 1000 points, a small satellite such as the Moon can be easily destroyed. The combat power starts from a few thousand points and reaches about 10,000 points, which can probably destroy a planet as big as the Earth. With a combat power of more than 20,000 points, although it still belongs to the destruction star by definition, Bulma can no longer imagine it. Lin Chuan's combat effectiveness is still improving. It's just that the numbers Bulma saw were no longer soaring as before, but increasing gradually. Chapter 33 Combat Strength Exceeds 30,000, Turtle Fairy Island. While Lin Chuan was showing off his strength to test the results of Bulma's transformation, he was also taking this opportunity to feel how strong he was now. Since arriving under the Kalin Tower more than 2 hours ago, his combat power has reached 21,675 points. With the increase of combat power +1 per second, his combat power at this time has reached as high as 30,375 points. A total of 8,700 points of combat power were increased. Calculating the specific time, 145 minutes have passed. Lin Chuan only had a clear feeling when Bulma modified the detector just now when the combat power exceeded 30,000. Add 1 every second, step by step, small increments or nothing, it will become natural after you get used to it. But a big span is a different feeling. This is my current strength. Although it is not completely explosive, I can easily defeat the 10 previous me. Even if a real battle does not break out, Lin Chuan can be sure of his own strength level at this time. The strength is getting stronger and the body is transforming. For a moment, there was only joy in my heart. Just every time you pass the node of 10,000 combat power, the strength gap can become so big. I can't imagine how strong a 100,000 combat power can be. How terrifying is a million combat power? Only when your own strength has truly reached this point can you truly understand. Your combat power has exceeded 30,000 points, and it is still rising. Wait, why has it dropped again? Bulma's voice continued to sound. Until the detector's data dropped again, she suddenly felt that there was something wrong with her transformation. It wasn't until Lin Chuan answered the question that Bulma realized that it was him who had taken the initiative to put away the power that could destroy the planet. It's hard to imagine how you cultivated such a powerful power. Goku has been practicing since he was a child, but his combat power seems to be only a few hundred points, and his eldest brother only has 1,500 points. Bulma, her words were enough to express her incredible shock. In fact, her ability to accept is quite strong. Anyone else would have been frightened to death. Of course, the reason why Bulma is not afraid is because Lin Chuan is a friend to her. He's not an enemy, and he won't do anything to the earth, so what does she have to be afraid of? It won't take long for their strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Okay, now is not the time to think about this. Why don't you sort it out? Let's go to that Gaixian island to give them the combat power detector. Lin Chuan said perfunctorily. Now that the combat effectiveness detector has been transformed, there is no need to continue to waste time here. As for spaceships, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes. Hearing this, Bulma nodded. He immediately started to take action and put the portable workbench back into the capsule, and then took out another capsule from the capsule box. More than an hour passed quickly. Gaixian Island at this time. Turtle Immortal and Klin had already returned to Turtle Immortal Island under the escort of Bobo, and they were all waiting for Lin Chuan and Bulma to arrive here. Time passed little by little. People who are originally calm and don't think too much will often have random thoughts due to instability, causing great psychological pressure. Especially Krillin. This is clearly reflected in him. Sentimentality and excessive worry are also Krillin's character. In contrast, Kame Sennin remained extremely relaxed. After returning to Gaixian Island, he lay on his sun lounger, enjoying the sea breeze and reading the beauty magazines he never got tired of. Where's Bobo? He behaved similarly to Kame Sennin, even calmer than Kame Sennin. As a godly servant who has lived for more than 1,000 years, there is no doubt that he is the real hidden boss on Earth. It's been so long and you haven't come yet? Could it be that there was an accident? Klin stood on the beach looking into the distance in a dull mood. This look, not to mention how depressing it is. After all, he was miserable, and he had to take care of all the funeral affairs. Don't be nervous, let alone be anxious. Klin, you have to keep a normal mind. Instead of worrying so much, you should think about how to face the guidance of the gods in the future and how to become stronger. Kame Sennin's eyes flashed. Guang looked at Klin and said something to him. Hearing this, Klin could only smile bitterly and immediately replied, "Yes, Master." He agreed, but how could his heart calm down so easily? At this point, he will not be able to fully control his heart until he truly realizes the realm of selflessness in the future super era. I don't know what the scion named Lin Chuan's plan is. After collecting the Dragon Balls, what will he wish for? If he wanted to rule the entire Earth, he wouldn't need the Dragon Balls at all, he could do it alone. Besides immortal life, what else does he need? Qin kept speculating in his mind about Lin Chuan's desire to use the Dragon Balls. But there was no way he could have guessed. The conjectures made were all based on the fact that Lin Chuan would persecute them and possibly destroy the Earth. It can only be said that on the one hand, the gap in strength is too big, and the other party is simply not something they can understand. On the one hand, Radith's arrival was too much of a deterrent, and it was also their first time contacting aliens. While he was thinking, a black spot suddenly appeared in the sky that Qin was looking at, which made his nerves jump. "They're coming! That's Bulma's jet!" Krillin shouted. After a while, on the distant sea level, a black spot was continuously enlarged, and finally turned into the shape of a jet. Just not as a flying machine to begin with, but as a large jet. When the real owner arrived, Kame Sennin changed his previous state, put down the magazine in his hand and stood up, and Bobo also came closer. And the turtle, he's always at home. Even though he knew the cause and effect, he was still afraid of having to face a strange and powerful scion again. Inside the jet, Lin Chuan sat in the passenger seat, folding his hands on his chest and looking straight ahead. At this time, his combat effectiveness increased from 30,375 points to 34,695 points. The voyage lasted for more than an hour. If his combat power hadn't been improving every second, he really wouldn't have been so patient. "I had no choice but to leave the spaceship alone." As a result, Bulma insisted on transporting it away, fearing that it would be damaged if it was kept there. This was like treating the spaceship as her property, which left Lin Chuan speechless. Along the way, Lin Chuan didn't say anything, just listened to Bulma talking non-stop. "Here we are." Under Bulma's reminder, Lin Chuan also saw the lonely island in the sea. With Lin Chuan's sight, he could see clearly even if they were still some distance apart. This is Gaixian Island. Chapter 34 Looking for the Dragon Ball. After Bulma docked the large jet on Gaixian Island, Lin Chuan also came out of the jet. Unlike Bulma, coming to Turtle Immortal Island for the first time still brought back a lot of memories for Lin Chuan. These memories are naturally memories of past lives. To use a saying on the internet, in the previous life, that is, Turtle Immortal Island is where the main plot of Dragon Ball really begins. If he had just traveled through time and came here, Lin Chuan would be really excited, because if he came here when he was weak, it would mean that he had one more opportunity to become stronger. But now that I have arrived here, everything has changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is the understanding of Gaixian Island, which is an isolated paradise. To be honest, Lin Chuan would also really like to live a life that is comfortable and free from worldly interference. Especially after so many years of hardship. But coming to a world where the jungle prevails, becoming a scion, and activating the unlimited combat power enhancement system, it is impossible for him to live such a life in this life, at least for now. Wandering around Gaixian Island alone is also a good way to experience the wonderful feelings brought here. Anyway, where was such a place on the Doomsday Planet before? After a long time, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and returned to the beach in front of the main house. At this time, Bulma has obviously explained everything and is teaching Krillin how to use the combat power detector. Don't they feel uncomfortable wearing this thing in front of their eyes? It affects their vision very much. Qin put on the detector and couldn't help complaining, which was considered a complaint. As he turned the button under Bulma's guidance, the combat power detector responded immediately. The first time, it was naturally detected that Bobo's combat power was as high as 1030 points, followed by his master Kame Sennin, whose combat power was 139 points. He had learned earlier that his combat power value exceeded 200 points. This time, Qin became excited because he had surpassed his master. In this era, in Qin's heart, surpassing his master is such a fulfilling thing. Yes, after all, Turtle Immortal's status is too high. It seems that you already know how to use it. The next step is to learn to use brainwaves to perform some basic uses of the detector. Of course, to find the location of people with high combat power, you can also use long press to operate, or you can use language to control it. It only took Bulma a short time to fully understand the detector, and even added her own modification function. I know, let me try it first. Klin said as he spoke. The next second, he began to press and hold the button of the detector to trigger the function of finding powerful combat power. Diddy-diddy-die. The combat power detector keeps making sounds. Less than 10 or 20 seconds later, a force with a combat power of about 250 points was detected about 3,000 kilometers away in the southwest, and next to this combat power, there was another force with a combat power of 150 points. One person's combat power is 250 points, and another person's combat power is 150 points. If I'm right, it should be Tianjin rice and dumplings. Apart from the two of them, there should be no one else on Earth who can have this value. I immediately thought of Tianjin rice and dumplings. As for the possibility of Yamsha, it is almost zero. Yamsha's strength has been slightly inferior to him since a few years ago, and from Bulma's mouth, I know that Yamsha has been living and drinking in these years. By the way, he has been practicing, so there is no way Yamsha can surpass his 206 combat power points. Now that we know the specific location, let's set off quickly. Master Tianshen is still waiting for us to return in Tianshen Temple. Bobo took the initiative to step forward. This is urging, and I don't want to waste more time. As a divine servant, he cannot leave the celestial temple for too long. Now that the combat power detector is in hand, after finding Tianjin rice and dumplings, it should be very simple to find Yamuti. Klin hesitated for a moment, because he was still worried about Lin Chuan and Bulma. But after getting a nod from the Turtle Immortal, he couldn't think of anything else and could only step on Bobo's flying magic carpet. The two of them left Turtle Immortal Island just like that. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan didn't say a word. After they left, Lin Chuan stepped forward to have a simple conversation with Bulma. Of course, I did not forget to say hello to Turtle Immortal and nodded. This martial arts master is a real martial arts master, otherwise he would not perform so well in the future power conference. Therefore, he deserves Lin Chuan's respect. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. After sending Krillin and Bobo away, Lin Chuan and Bulma completed their discussions and started looking for the Dragon Balls with the help of the Dragon Ball radar. In this seemingly long but short period of time, they collected 5 Dragon Balls. Counting the 4-star Dragon Ball that was taken off Sun Wuhan's hat at the beginning, 6 Dragon Balls had already fallen into their hands. Now there is only one last stone left to summon the dragon to make a wish. The location of this last Dragon Ball has also been marked on the Dragon Ball radar. It is located in the coldest zone on Earth, the far north. As the far north, the temperature remains below -30 degrees Celsius all year round. In order to go there, Bulma specially prepared several sets of antifreeze suits to deal with the harsh environment. However, Lin Chuan did not ask for the antifreeze suit Bulma prepared for him. To him, this harsh climate was nothing. The doomsday planet he once lived on, in terms of ecological environment and climate changes, was much worse than the low temperatures in the far north. Both Beidou and Lin Chuan have experienced sub-zero temperatures. All the way north along the Dragon Ball radar, Lin Chuan not only used his own energy to maintain his own body temperature, but also created a protective circle so that Bulma in his arms would not feel uncomfortable. After a while, a strange iceberg nearly 1,000 meters high came into view of the two people. That's it. According to the location on the Dragon Ball radar, the last Dragon Ball is inside this iceberg. If you want to get the Dragon Ball, it seems you have to break this iceberg. After Bulma determined the location of the Dragon Ball, she pointed forward and said to Lin Chuan. I know, small problem. Looking at the majestic and towering iceberg in front of him, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and raised his hand to condense a golden energy ball the size of a table tennis ball. The energy ball escaped from his palm and crashed into the iceberg. Boom! The impact of the explosion was extremely frightening, and the flames shot straight into the sky, immediately causing an ice and snowstorm. I will add another chapter today and tomorrow. Please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Chapter 35 Shenlong, there is no wish that this dragon cannot fulfill. Under the powerful blast of Lin Chuan's energy bomb, the entire iceberg was shattered. The storm is like a wild beast awakening, capable of swallowing up everything. Of course it will not have any impact on Lin Chuan. The strength is there. What does this aftermath mean? Bulma will be fine, because Lin Chuan holds her and keeps the energy shield open, so she will never be harmed. Hey, hey, hey! What you did is a little too much. I just let you explode, I didn't let you blow up the entire iceberg directly. What if all the dragon balls are blown up? The entire iceberg disappeared without a trace. Although Bulma was shocked, her first thought was whether the dragon balls would be destroyed directly by this wave of explosions. As a strong woman, after spending time with Lin Chuan, she became more and more bold and dared to say anything. If you want to start searching for the entire iceberg, you will have to search for an unknown amount of time. You have also said it yourself. The accuracy of the Dragon Pearl radar has an error of nearly 50 meters. Instead of searching slowly, it is better to just blow it up. As for destroying the Dragon Ball, it will naturally not happen. The level of bombing just now, with the strength of the Earth Dragon Ball, will not be broken. After finishing speaking, Lin Chuan continued to stare at the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand. Although the marked position above has changed, the seventh Dragon Ball has indeed not been destroyed. Because of the explosion, he was swept away to the ice field ahead. There! Before Bulma could refute, Lin Chuan flew forward with luck. After a few kilometers, Lin Chuan fell to the ground holding Bulma. In the vast white ice field, there is nothing but ice and snow. There is no living thing or anything else. If there was one, it would be that the debris from the iceberg explosion just now was scattered in every corner of the plain. Putting down Bulma, Lin Chuan took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma's hand. Don't move around here for now. There may be a fault under the snow. If you fall, it will be life-threatening. Lin Chuan warned Bulma, then let go of his senses and started walking to search. Bulma stood where she was, not daring to run around. Although she is brave, she also cherishes her life. It wasn't until several minutes passed that Lin Chuan squinted his lips and took out the 7-star Dragon Ball that glowed orange-yellow from a hole in the ice and snow. Finally, we got it together. It took more than 5 hours to find the Dragon Balls scattered around the world. Looking back, Lin Chuan looked at Bulma and showed the 7-star Dragon Ball in his hand. Seeing that the last Dragon Ball had been found, Bulma was also very happy. For a moment, she forgot Lin Chuan's instructions and trotted away. Bulma, who was originally in a happy mood, thinking that she could finally leave this hellish place, suddenly lost her feet, and for a moment, her whole mind stopped, causing her to fall into death despair. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan didn't know what was going on. I cursed secretly in my heart, stupid woman. The next second he was furious, and in less than a second, he directly grabbed Bulma's body that was about to fall into the ice cave, and used the air dance technique to get off the ground. Fortunately, the distance is short. Didn't I tell you not to move? Lin Chuan adjusted his posture and hugged Princess Bulma again, and Lin Chuan made an accusing voice. If he didn't react to this, something would really happen to Bulma. I didn't think that if I found this Dragon Ball, I could leave here. Bulma pouted with a look of resentment on her face. Lang Buting experienced a death wandering, which made her even colder. She shrank subconsciously, and Lin Chuan felt something. After shaking his head helplessly, he luckily formed a protective shield again, and then left the far northern plains. At the edge of a forest where the vegetation was still lush, Lin Chuan dropped from the sky with Bulma. Once here, it's no longer cold. The temperature has risen to about 15 degrees above zero. Although it is still not warm, compared with the minus 40 or 50 degrees in the far north, this place is simply paradise. Are you sure you want to summon the dragon here to make a wish? Bulma said as she took off her heavy antifreeze suit. Of course, if you hadn't been unable to bear the cold, you would have made a wish over there before. Lin Chuan said. After hearing this, Bulma rolled her eyes, and then took out the dragon ball from the space bag. The 7 round dragon balls gathered together and resonated in the dark, emitting flashes of dazzling golden light. Then let's get started. Come out, Shenlong! Bulma shouted. Wang! The 7 dragon balls suddenly bloomed with extremely brilliant light. At the same time, the sky was shrouded in a layer of billowing black fog, which extended to the entire Earth's sky. In just a short time, the whole world was plunged into darkness. The sky above the Earth was shrouded in darkness. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the Z warriors. The light was shrouded in darkness, and in the next second a golden beam of light shot out from the 7 dragon balls, shooting straight into the sky. The dazzling light gathered into the body of the dragon, suspended in mid-air, full of majesty and domineering aura. The dragon of the earth was suspended above Lin Chuan's head. The sense of oppression that radiates invisibly is real. This is not the suppression caused by strong strength, but the pressure brought by the simple dragon itself. It's not an exaggeration to call it long way for short. Those who have collected the 7 dragon balls, tell them your wish. No matter what your wish is, this dragon can help you realize it. A familiar opening, a familiar taste. For a brief moment, Lin Chuan recalled the scene when he watched the dragon appear on the big screen. It's a pity that he looks so majestic and domineering, but his tone is also so loud. In fact, the dragon on Earth now is little Karami. Compared with the divine dragon Bolunga on Namek, it's not even a bit worse. Only in the future, Shenlong, who will be transformed and upgraded by Dandy, will be able to realize his wishes from 1 to 3, and he will rise a few points. Of course, it was still not as good as Palunga at that time. I remember that in the Super Era, in front of the god of destruction Beerus, the earth dragon was almost scared to death. Okay Lin Chuan, the dragon has been summoned. Now you can tell your wish. Bulma fixed her eyes on Lin Chuan and reminded him loudly. After hearing Bulma's words, Lin Chuan's lips twitched and he showed a wicked smile. I have an idea. I don't know if it can be realized. Bulma looked at Lin Chuan with a smirk on his face and felt something was wrong. Are you the wish maker? Tell me your wish. No matter what wish you make, this dragon can make it come true. Shenlong seemed to have heard Lin Chuan's suspicion, and his rich voice had an invisible impact on people. It seemed that it is saying, there is no wish that this dragon cannot fulfill. Chapter 36 Shenlong, I can't do it, this dragon. Are you sure that any wish can really come true? What if it can't come true? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Argue with Shenlong and see if you can gain anything. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't catch it. Hearing such doubts, Shenlong immediately became unhappy. As long as it does not violate the rules set by the Creator that wishes cannot be realized repeatedly, any wish is fine. It seems that you are very confident, so my wish is to give me 3 more wishes. As Lin Chuan expressed his wish loudly. The next second, not only Shenron, but also Bulma on the side was dumbfounded. There were a lot of question marks in their minds. What the hell, can you still make a wish like this? What do you think he is? As a divine dragon, he knew everything and was omnipotent. However, at this moment, he was out of his mind. The wish was made, but he really couldn't realize this outrageous wish. At this moment, he recalled the Haikao he had boasted about before, and fell silent for a moment. From the day he was born until today, he has never seen such a shameless person. Where's Bulma? At this time, Shenlong didn't answer, and there was an expectant look on his face. If this is really possible, then all their previous summoning of dragons to make wishes was wasted. She has made wishes so many times, and after so many years, she is a genius after all, so why didn't she think of this loophole? After being silent for a long time, Shenlong sighed and replied, I'm really sorry, this wish cannot be realized by me. It was indeed Benlong who boasted about Haikao just now. As the answer came out, Bulma on the side couldn't suppress the disappointment on her face. Lin Chuan guessed it. If this is really possible, it would be outrageous. It seems that Shenlong is not omnipotent. Can you tell me the reason? Of course, this reason is not the wish I want to make. Lin Chuan continued to joke with a smile on his face. After all, if you can't realize your wish, then it will be inevitable give precise reasons why your wishes cannot be fulfilled. Hearing this, Shenlong looked serious. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been tricked, but he had no choice but to say, this dragon can fulfill a wish, which is based on the original rules. If you want to turn a wish into if you want more wishes, you must break the rules and create new ones. This, Benlong, can't be done. After the words fell, Shenlong changed the topic, greedy humans, can't you satisfy one wish? You must know that the cycle of cause and effect, excessive greed, will eventually lead you to a dead end. Really? I wonder if any of your wishes can come true? Is that why I made the wish? Why are you saying I'm greedy now? Lin Chuan was not polite. Is this dragon trying to save face for himself? Lin Chuan didn't buy his fault, nor would he let him gain a sense of presence on him. The atmosphere gradually became awkward, and Lin Chuan and Shenlong were also in a stalemate. Well, Lin Chuan, you'd better make a wish quickly. Although Shenlong is omnipotent, your wish just now was indeed a bit outrageous. If we continue to waste time and make Shenlong angry away, we will lose more than we gain. Bulma stood up to resolve the awkward situation. I was just joking casually. Since I can't realize my previous wish, then give me the ability to teleport to and from any planet at will. Lin Chuan said. As soon as these words came out, Bulma looked at Lin Chuan again with surprise. Is this ability achievable? At least it's more reasonable than the previous one. Both of them waited for Shenlong's answer. After a moment, Shenlong spoke again in frustration, this kind of ability is beyond the scope of this dragon's intervention. Please, make another wish. Shenlong's answer once again surprised Bulma and left Lin Chuan speechless. If the previous wish was a joke, then this time, it is not too outrageous. I didn't expect that Earth's dragons were so weak. I said, why can't it be achieved this time? Bulma asked. His wish has already involved the realm of gods. Please forgive me for not being able to answer. 2 consecutive defeats made Shenlong lose face and wanted to run away. He was deeply afraid that if it happened again, then he would no longer be an omnipotent dragon, and he would not need to make any wish come true in the future. The realm of gods? In other words, Shenlong, you actually have many wishes that cannot be realized. Bulma opened up a new world view and asked. To this, Shenlong did not answer, because this was not a wish, so he did not need to answer. He continued to stare at Lin Chuan and urged, okay, tell me your other wishes. If you haven't thought about it yet, I will leave. Before my wish came true, I thought about leaving. This is not taking other people's hard work of finding the Dragon Ball seriously. Where is Lin Chuan? There was dissatisfaction in his eyes at this time, but he didn't show it. To be honest, his wish just now was to obtain the ability of Kaishin to move instantaneously. Even if it doesn't work, it should be able to be transformed into the teleportation of the Adra people. However, Shenron didn't mention it at all, so it's certain that Earth Shenron's ability is indeed very impressive. Otherwise, there will definitely be more explanations than just one sentence that involves God's realm and he cannot achieve it. If even this wish cannot be realized, then what other wishes does he have to fulfill? Make a wish and go directly to planet Namek? Make a wish with Palunga, the dragon on Namek? As soon as this idea was born, Lin Chuan killed it. It would be a real loss to use this wish to go directly to Namek. Not to mention whether the Earth Dragon can achieve it. You know, as long as the spaceship is repaired, he can go to planet Namek. Moreover, if Bulma builds a new type of spaceship in the future, it will only take 6 days to go to planet Namek. Therefore, why waste this wish when you can use other methods? Don't you have any wishes? Seeing Lin Chuan's silence, Shenlong repeatedly confirmed. Just when Shenlong was about to say goodbye and leave, Lin Chuan suddenly raised his head and said, "My wish is to give me the ability to survive in all harsh environments, such as surviving in space. It's okay if you can't realize the first 2 wishes, but you should be able to fulfill this wish, right?" Lin Chuan said it righteously and sternly. This time, Shenlong gave a direct answer, "As you wish, I will give you the ability to survive in any environment, especially the ability to survive in the universe." As Shenlong spoke, a penetrating light flashed in his bright red eyes. A majestic special force is released with Shenlong as the center. Chapter 37 Tianjin Rice, Yamu Tea, Dumplings. With the end of the wish, Lin Chuan gained the ability to survive in any harsh environment. Of course, the most important thing is the ability to survive in the universe. In order to ensure that his wish would come true, Lin Chuan also conducted an experiment and went directly into the universe to see if he would be threatened by death. I have to say that the buff that Shenlong's willpower has on his body is quite incredible. Being in the universe is no different from being on Earth. In the past, Lin Chuan could use his own power to stay in the universe for a short time, but that was extremely energy-consuming. This kind of survival now seems like something he was born with. Standing in the void, Lin Chuan looked down at the earth. At this moment, there is another feeling. In the past, he was powerful enough, but he could not truly escape the shackles of a planet. Now he can ignore the constraints of the past, so his state of mind has become different. That's almost it. Next, we have to take Bulma to the Celestial Temple. According to the direction of the aura, they are also approaching the Temple of Heaven. Talking to himself, Lin Chuan's figure dropped rapidly, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the interior of the earth. Naturally, the purpose of going to the Temple of Heaven was to take away Sun Wuhan. After all, Sun Wukong entrusted his son to him. No matter what he said, he had to show off and then send it to Piccolo for instruction. Time passed in the blink of an eye for almost half an hour. Temple of Heaven. At this moment, except for Sun Wukong, all the Z warriors of the current era are here. Before finding Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamu tea, Clin had already explained to them what happened today in detail. To them, this sounds like fantasy. Not only was Sun Wukong, the strongest among their group, defeated, but the once invincible Demon King Piccolo, who almost ruled the world, was also defeated. What does that mean? Isn't this to say that the cultivation of these people over the years is nothing to aliens? The world view has been opened, and it is certain that you will not give in. The most important thing is that in a year's time, the Earth will usher in an even more powerful Scion invasion. They must maximize their own strength within a year. Otherwise, they will become ants that the intruders will kill at will. Unexpectedly, Goku turned out to be an alien, a fighting race Scion. No wonder he is so powerful. 1 year, only 1 year to become stronger. Although I can't go to the King of Kai to practice like you, I won't admit defeat. When we meet again in a year, I will definitely impress you, Wukong. Tianjin Fan sighed in his heart. He actually didn't know that he was not from Earth, but from Three Eyes Star. As a martial artist on Earth second only to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, his strength has always been among the best. If it weren't for the lack of opportunities, and if his vision hadn't been constrained in his early years, his strength would never be lower than that of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. After reverie, Tianjin Fan's eyes turned slightly and fell on Sun Wuhan, who was waiting obediently next to Tian Shen not far away. Is he Wukong's son? In just 5 years, he has grown so old. Tianjin Fan asked subconsciously. Involuntarily thinking about himself. Tianjin Fan suddenly had a strange idea. He actually has a chance, because Lan Qi has been pursuing him by his side. It's just that he ignored her existence for the sake of martial arts training. Well, he is Goku's son. His name is Sun Wuhan. He is 4 years old this year. Speaking of which, there is one thing I haven't told you yet, that is, for some reason, Goku entrusted Gohan to the scion named Lin Chuan before leaving. Klin nodded and spoke, taking this opportunity to express his biggest worry. Son Gohan was entrusted to Lin Chuan, a scion who had just arrived on Earth and was almost unknown to him. This is so ridiculous. That guy Goku still trusts others so easily. This scion named Lin Chuan, God knows whether he is a good guy or a bad guy. Yamcha couldn't help but criticize. Logically speaking, even if it is entrusted, it should be left to them. Is it really okay to leave it to a stranger you just met? In short, Yamcha doesn't believe it. The earth had been peaceful for so many years, but suddenly it was in chaos due to the arrival of the scions. What's the point of being invaded by scions a year later and leaving Gohan in the hands of another scion? This matter does need to be discussed carefully. While several people were discussing, under the Temple of Heaven, a figure quickly leapt up and landed on the platform square of the Temple of Heaven. The speed was so fast that even the 4Z warriors present with their superior perception could not catch it immediately. The visitors were undoubtedly Lin Chuan, who had already made a wish and returned, and of course Bulma. "We're here, come down," Lin Chuan said as he slowly put Bulma down in his arms. "Hey!" Bulma muttered angrily as her heels landed. "I said, can you please consider my feelings anyway? Next time you fly, go slower. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't bear it at all. Not as fast as you," Bulma complained repeatedly. She was still thinking about next time, but she didn't realize that she and Lin Chuan had just met today. Because of various coincidences and the search for the Dragon Ball, Lin Chuan would always hold her in his arms. This scene looks like a flirtation between lovers. For a moment, the picture happened to be seen by Yamcha, who was not far away. At this moment, Yamcha was completely stunned, as if something was broken in his heart, making him breathless and extremely difficult. "Bulletin! Bulma, why are you with him? What's going on? Why is this guy hugging you?" Yamcha's eyes were already red. He was so angry that he could not speak clearly, his face was ferocious, and he was full of hostility towards Lin Chuan. Bulma was the woman he had always identified with, and he would never allow any man to get involved with her. Not even if you are a companion. However, now something like this happened. In his opinion, only he can hold his girlfriend. Even his boyfriend only went as far as hugging. Now an outsider, a stranger, had taken advantage of him, making him feel that his life had been in vain all these years. Yamcha was completely unaware at this time that it had been a long time since he and Bulma broke up. Just because he joined the baseball team and flirted with women, either watching movies with other women or having dinner with other women, Bulma directly blacklisted him. "Yay, Yamcha and Tianjin rice and dumplings." Bulma heard Yamcha's question and turned around to look. When she noticed Yamcha's angry look, she couldn't help but feel a sense of revenge in her heart. In the past, she was the only one who was jealous, and she was the only one who was betrayed by Yamcha. Now Yamcha's performance is undoubtedly urgent. Chapter 38 Acting. Why not come for real? The corners of her mouth raised, and a good idea came into Bulma's mind. What she wants is for Yamcha to have the feeling of losing her. It's been so long, and it's obviously his fault, but he won't take the initiative to come to her to admit his mistake. Although she had spoken too much at that time, the incident was caused by Yamcha. If he had refused the approach of those coquettish things, they would not have reached the point where they are today. After being separated for so long, Bulma had forgotten the last time she talked to and met Yamcha. At this time, she just wanted to make Yamcha regret and let him know that her tolerance had limits. What does it have to do with you? The two of us have nothing to do with each other anymore. I can let anyone hug me if I am willing to do so. You have nothing to do with it. As he spoke, Bulma took the initiative to hold Lin Chuan's arm like a provocateur. The conspiratorial smile on his face gave Lin Chuan a headache. Although he didn't mind Bulma dragging him like this, he was caught off guard when she used him as a demonstration. Lin Chuan didn't feel comfortable knowing that Bulma was deliberately trying to piss off Yamcha. At this time, it is true that the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha has not been truly characterized as unrelated. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Chuan saw Bulma's gaze again. Although there was no verbal communication, Lin Chuan knew that Bulma was begging him for help and asking him to act in a play with her. This woman really doesn't take things too seriously. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Lin Chuan was not the kind of person who would be manipulated by others. Anyway, Bulma has already been recognized by him, so he doesn't need to hesitate. On the contrary, Bulma took the initiative to approach and use him as a shield, which was a good thing for him. It should be noted that if a woman uses you as an excuse when facing another man, then she will have more chances of falling for you than anyone else. To put it simply, what kind of play do you want to play? It's better to just do it for real. Lin Chuan pulled Bulma into his arms and hugged her waist even more. This intimate movement makes the two people's bodies close together at another angle, which is particularly eye-catching. Bulma was shocked by Lin Chuan's sudden move. But she didn't dare to move, because once she got disgusted, she wouldn't be able to perform the play well. She glanced at Lin Chuan and Bulma's cheeks turned red when she saw Lin Chuan's evil smile. She could feel those salty hands kneading her. What's the meaning? Treat her as a random woman? You. When Yamcha saw this scene, his eyes widened. There was unspeakable pain in his heart, and he was so angry that he couldn't control it. If looks could kill, Lin Chuan would have been tortured to death thousands of times. My own woman was tainted by another man. And Bulma didn't resist, instead she looked like she was ready to be picked by anyone. He and Bulma have been in a relationship for 10 years, and he has taken the initiative, but he has never seen Bulma act like this. Were you showing murderous intent towards me just now? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in just a moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. An invisible aura formed in an instant, enveloping the entire celestial temple like a king looming over the world. This, just a casual thought from Lin Chuan, was enough to make Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Dumplings present unable to move. Naturally, this also includes the gods Piccolo, Bobo, and Achilobe. If Lin Chuan used all his strength to unleash his pressure, I'm afraid they would be knocked unconscious by him. From the time he searched for the Dragon Balls until now, nearly 6 hours and a total of 20,700 seconds, his combat power has already exceeded 50,000 points, reaching 55,395 points. This kind of strength, placed on the earth at this time, no one can withstand it. Because of Lin Chuan's intimidation, Yamcha suddenly became silent. He knew how terrifying this unknown scion Lin Chuan was, and the cowardly character in his heart was revealed. Well, Yamcha doesn't mean that. The relationship is between boyfriend and girlfriend. So, when I saw you holding Bulma, I just wanted to know what was going on. Krillin wanted to make peace. But he was also overwhelmed by Lin Chuan's momentum. He divided his sentence into several paragraphs before finishing. Lin Chuan laughed directly after hearing this. I don't care what happened in the past, I only know the present. Do you think I felt wrong about the murderous intention just now? Boy Klin. And you, an earthling named Yam Sha. Although I don't know the inside story, I'm not stupid. Now that Bulma has said it has nothing to do with you, what qualifications do you have to accuse others? Or, how great do you think you are? After replying to Klin, Lin Chuan spoke to Yamuti's ceremony in a domineering tone. Klin didn't dare to speak anymore, while Yam Sha secretly clenched his fists with mixed feelings in his heart. He gritted his teeth, his resentful eyes constantly shifting back and forth between Lin Chuan and Bulma. Knowing that he hated him in his heart, but he didn't even dare to answer the question, Lin Chuan smiled disdainfully. He continued to hold Bulma in his arms, regardless of her struggling, and said again, as a man, if you really cared about this woman, you wouldn't even dare to fart under the intimidation of my words. To be honest, you are not worthy of Bulma. After that, Lin Chuan amplified the pressure and brought even greater oppression to Yamcha. Originally, the group of people could barely resist, but now they were completely suppressed. Is this the power of science? Tianjin Fan doesn't care about anything else, he only cares about his own feelings. At this time, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the pressure released by Lin Chuan. The gap was so big that even if he exploded with power beyond his limit and raised his combat power to 400 or 500 points for a short period of time, it would still be useless. No wonder, Lord Celestial God is so anxious to summon us to practice in the Celestial Temple. Are all the scions who will come a year later at his level? Are you kidding me? A person's anger can actually reach this level. Tianjin fans fully realize how insignificant they are. Tianjin. Dumpling stood beside Tianjin Fan. He was so frightened that he could only rely on Tianjin Fan to give him a sense of security. The effect was achieved, and Lin Chuan took back his own breath. Instead, he didn't even look at Yam Sha. His attention was focused on the Tianjin rice and dumplings. But the Tianjin rice was indeed worthy of his admiration. Under his pressure, he still maintained his original intention. I didn't expect that not only do we scions and Namekians exist on Earth, but there are also tri-eyed people. With a frown on his lips, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Three-eyed star. In the original work, even Tianjin Fan himself didn't know this, right? Tianjin Fan is a descendant of the three-eyed star people. Just like a hybrid of Scion and Earthling. Chapter 39. It can only be regarded as seizing the opportunity. What? Oh my god, Tianjin Fan is also an alien. Bulma, who was in Lin Chuan's arms, was the first to exclaim and forgot to break free from Lin Chuan's hand. First it was Goku, then Piccolo, and Lord Tenjin, and now it's Tianjin Fan. Krillin was completely dumbfounded. He began to wonder if he was from the nose star. Compared with people on Earth, he has no nose, but he is no different from normal people. And dumplings, are they also aliens? Although his appearance is similar, his skin is nothing like it. Frankly speaking, he really wouldn't believe such words from other people. But when it comes out of Lin Chuan's mouth, you have to believe it. After all, they are so powerful and have a lot of extraterrestrial knowledge reserves. Naturally, they know more than they know. Not only Klin, but everyone looked at Tianjin Fan in disbelief. Who would have thought that Tianjin Fan, who is the closest to Earthlings in appearance but with one extra eye, is actually an alien like Goku? I should have thought of it a long time ago. Tianjin rice is indeed different from ordinary Earthlings. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Earthlings to grow a third eye. Even if there is a certain probability of mutation, 3 eyes will not. Maybe he was trained to the level of Tianjin Fan. God Piccolo started to speak, but he didn't say much. It was just what he thought he was smart about. It would be strange if he really doubted it. Three-eyed star people, I didn't expect that I am also an alien. There is a problem with Tianjin Fan's worldview. He himself never doubted that he was not from Earth. As a result, the Scion's true identity was revealed today by the Scion in front of him. Regardless of whether Tianjin is an alien or not, in Dumpling's heart, Tianjin Rice is Tianjin Rice. Dumpling stood aside to comfort Tianjin Rice's turbulent heart. After hearing what the most important other half of his life said, Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and quickly came back to his senses. He was relieved. As quickly as possible, he accepted this fact and smiled at the dumplings. As Dumpling said, "So what if he is from the three-eyed star? He loves the earth. The earth is his home. He is from Earth." In fact, there is nothing wrong with Tianjin Fan having this idea. He is a mixed race himself and has half of the blood of Earthlings. It seems that I have unknowingly exposed a person's identity again. However, you, the three-eyed star, are not pure. You should be a hybrid of a three-eyed star and an Earthling, right? Otherwise, the aura will also be they won't be so similar to people on Earth. Lin Chuan said and looked at Sun Wuhan again, just like this little guy Gohan. The reason why his breath has the breath of people on Earth is because he has the blood of Earthlings. In the simplest way, explain exactly what Tianjin Rice is. I see, thank you for informing me. Tianjin Fan expressed his gratitude for the information given by Lin Chuan. He suddenly felt that the Scion in front of him was not evil and scary. Although they had just burst out to suppress them, they did not actually take action. It should be said that everything happens for a reason. If the aliens showed murderous intentions towards him, if it were him and he was strong enough, he would not easily get over it. Tianjin Fan looked at Yamcha. Knowing that this brother revealed his murderous intention towards Lin Chuan because of Bulma. However, he is not a person who does not distinguish between right and wrong. According to what Bulma said before, he and Yamcha should have broken up. If they broke up, it would be inappropriate for Yamcha to pursue Lin Chuan for holding Bulma and question her with murderous intent. I have never encountered such a situation, and it is not easy for Tianjin fans to interrupt. After all, he never knew anything about the relationship between men and women. The focus returned to Yamcha again. Only then did Bulma realize that she was still being held by Lin Chuan. He immediately left Lin Chuan's arms, but his blushing cheeks would not go away quickly. Lin Chuan naturally didn't care about this. The purpose was also achieved. Whether it's his or Bulma's. Forget it, there's no need to get into this situation. Seeing Yamcha's miserable state of being suppressed by Lin Chuan, Bulma suddenly felt unbearable. After all, I have been getting along with Yamcha for so many years. Although Yamcha spends all his time flirting with women, after so many years, even if there is no love between man and woman, they are still partners for many years. It's true that she had to take a breath and didn't expect it to develop to this point. From now on, she will have to think carefully about whether she and Yamcha are compatible. Yamcha's performance did indeed disappoint her, as Lin Chuan said. If Yamcha dares to fight Lin Chuan for her this time, she will forgive him again if he dares to take a step forward or even say a word. But as Lin Chuan said, Yamcha didn't put her first at all. As you wish, but there are some things you must say first. If you take the initiative to release murderous intent on me next time, then I will not pretend that nothing happened. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He also has a bottom line. This time Chuan thought he also had a wrong idea and the robbery was too blatant. However, the two parties have broken up, whether it is true or not, and they have been separated for a long time. If this is the case, then he is not really stealing. All I can say is seize the opportunity. Locked with Lin Chuan's gaze, Yamcha trembled all over and sweated profusely. He really had the courage just now to win back Bulma's heart. But when he met Lin Chuan's eyes, he was scared again. Now that he thought about what he had done over the years, he began to regret it. If he had known today, he shouldn't have just passed by Bulma's house some time ago. He should have put aside his bullshit dignity and gone in, explained to Bulma, and promised not to mess around again. Now, It's too late. Just because he couldn't get satisfaction in that aspect, he chose to steal sex. Their eyes met. Bulma turned her head and stopped looking at Yamcha. Yamcha could only look away and divert his attention. He couldn't show his displeasure, nor could he show his hatred for Lin Chuan. Full of cleverness, he began to make calculations, thinking that there would always be a chance to change Bulma's mind in the future. He would never have thought that he would never have a chance again. Bypassing Yamcha, he also bypassed everyone. Lin Chuan came to Sun Wuhan. Returning to Tianjin Temple, although meeting Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamu tea was one of them, the real purpose was to take him away. So Lin Chuan did not intend to waste time anymore. After some exchanges, Sun Wufan did not resist him. Instead, he cleverly called him Uncle Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan was so embarrassed that he was embarrassed to leave the little guy behind. Sun Wuhan is willing, so how can others stop him? Even though Sun Wuhan was still young, his fathers entrusted their children to each other. Coupled with Lin Chuan's strength, even if they wanted to stop him, it would be impossible. Chapter 42 Big to Imagine. Just watching Lin Chuan take away Sun Wuhan. And, of course, Bulma. No one said a word to stop it. It wasn't until they watched the three people disappear from sight that they barely came back to their senses. Still no one spoke. It was the god Piccolo who stood up and stimulated their group of warriors with words from his perspective. Do you understand the difference in strength now? The Scion invaders who arrive on Earth a year later will most likely have the same combat power as Lin Chuan just now. Although Lin Chuan's previous statement did not take the two Scions seriously, the actual situation is still unknown. 1 year. Only 1 year. I don't want to place all my hopes on Goku, and I don't want to leave the future of the Earth in the hands of that Scion Lin Chuan. So, you must be fully prepared. Welcome the most cruel devil training. God Piccolo's serious words carried a strong sense of depression. There is no doubt that the reason why he asked Sun Wuhan to stay and let Lin Chuan and Bulma go to the Dragon Ball to make wishes first was to use Lin Chuan's power to scare these good seedlings he found. As long as it serves as an incentive and gives them a clear goal for their future, it will definitely make them stronger. Everyone understood what God Piccolo meant, nodded one after another, and expressed their thoughts. All in all, this is what I asked the God Piccolo to give me for guidance. In the original work, they did use the God Piccolo to improve their skills. In a blink of an eye. At night. It is the largest and most prosperous city on Earth. Western capital. At Bulma's invitation, Lin Chuan took Sun Wufan back home on the large transport jet she left on Turtle Island. You said, can't this jet be retracted into the capsule? There was no other reason. Naturally, the jet dragged Lin Chuan's spaceship, so the capsule could not be recovered and could only be driven back to Zidu manually. This was the case before, so we drove to Gaixian Island. Later, Lin Chuan felt that the jet was too slow, so he directly carried Bulma to find the Dragon Balls. Now that all the important things have been done and my basic goals have been achieved, there is no need to be too anxious. On the contrary, it takes a certain amount of time to think and consider the next detailed plan. First, of course, how should I carry out my own cultivation? How to change the plot in the future? The second is how Sun Wuhan guides. No matter how you say it, he needs to take action just to show off. Arrive at Bulma's house. Magnum Capsule Company's private residential estate. The first impression can only be described in one word, that is big. It's so ridiculously big that you can't even imagine it. Lin Chuan is not the kind of bumpkin who has never seen the world. As a time traveler, what kind of mansions and estates have he not seen? No matter how bad it is, I have seen countless photos and videos of my past life on the internet. Still, it was hard not to be shocked. The main reason is that Bulma's family is backed by the Great Plains of Zidu, so if we really want to calculate the size of the area, there is no certainty. At least, it is calculated in square kilometers. To put it simply, a front yard, a backyard, plus a garden, just the normal living area covers tens of thousands of square meters. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the manor. The huge ecological park can provide survival for large creatures such as dinosaurs. That large warehouse group is as big as a port. There are dozens of buildings of different shapes, the research area, etc. Anyone else would find it unbelievable. It should be said that it is indeed the #1 universal capsule company on Earth. Even in this era, when Bulma was just beginning to manage her own property, she should not be underestimated. In any other place, this piece of private land could be considered a sizable town. Jet landing. Bulma jumped off, and Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan also got off the jet. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, he heard Sun Wuhan's surprised sigh, "Is this Aunt Bulma's home? It's really big." Sun Wuhan was like a curious baby, looking around. Everything he saw overturned his small world view. In the past, he only lived in the remote Baizai mountain. Although he knew a lot of information about the outside world through books, he had never gone out, let alone a modern city. For him, it's like entering a new world now. "Little Gohan, what you see now is only a small part of my home. After dinner later, I will take you for a walk. Speaking of which, your father entrusted you to Lin Chuan. From now on, Lin Chuan will temporarily live in my house, and you will also have to live here for a while," Bulma said as she used the remote control to lower the spaceship on the jet. Sun Wuhan on the side said and stopped talking. He just stared with wide eyes. Under Bulma's control, the spaceship quickly landed. At this time, many robots approached to provide assistance. Such a scene shocked Lin Chuan. You must know that such a scene has never appeared in the original work. Even though Bulma's family has intelligent robots in the original book, there are only a few of them. Because of the surprised looks of Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan, Bulma liked to see them. The corners of her mouth undulated slightly, and she handed the remote control in her hand to the robot to continue operating it. "Just leave it to the robots for now. It's already past 6 o'clock. Let's go have dinner first. When I come back, I will arrange for the home robot to start preparing." With the intention of surprising Lin Chuan, Bulma drove Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan in the sightseeing car, and introduced them while driving to the huge round house in the distance. Not only the division of each area was explained to them, but also the significance of the existence of each different building. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the main house of the manor. It's the huge round house that appeared n times in the original work. For Lin Chuan, this landmark building is now relatively familiar. In the past, he only thought that no matter how big Bulma's house was, it only had several large gardens. No one knew it was so terrifying. After entering the main house, Lin Chuan also met Bulma's father and mother, Mr. and Mrs. Brive. The couple was extremely surprised by the identities of Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan. First of all, this is the third man Bulma has brought home. Secondly, Goku, who is younger than Bulma, has a child. Can you not be shocked? Looking at my daughter, as a woman, if she delays it any longer, she will become an older leftover daughter. Of course, Bulma wouldn't listen to her parents' hints about this. In the original novel, she is determined to have her own way. Let her make do. It is better to kill her. How can the parents not know what kind of temper their daughter has? So seeing that surgery on their daughter was useless, the Brives focused their attention on Lin Chuan. Especially Bulma's mother, Lin Chuan was a little flattered by her tentative approach. Chapter 41 The next day. After several exchanges, under Bulma's force, Lin Chuan got rid of his mother's entanglement in an awkward manner. It should be said that the practice of taking action at every turn is really unacceptable. If you didn't know what kind of person he is, you would really think that this is Neptune. I have to say that Bulma's mother looks young, as if she is in her 30s. Although there is an explanation in the original work, seeing it with one's own eyes, it is hard to believe that this is the mother of two daughters, who is nearly 50 or 60 years old. Looking at Brive's appearance, he looks like an old man. After bidding farewell to the Brive couple, Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan were brought to the restaurant by Bulma. The delicious food that caught his eye, coupled with the tangy fragrance that hit his nostrils, instantly aroused Lin Chuan's appetite and made Sun Wufan unable to help but swallow his saliva. For Lin Chuan, not to mention the space navigation process in the previous 3 months, just talking about the turmoil on the Earth for so long, he was so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. His body was now craving for food, and his stomach even began to growl in protest of his abuse. The sumptuous dinner could be said to have completely convinced Lin Chuan. At this moment, thinking about the hard life of the doomsday for more than 20 years before, my eyes suddenly seemed to well up. He had better suppress her, otherwise it would be so ugly for a grown man to cry. When it comes to delicious food, there is no need to be reserved. Lin Chuan sat at the dining table without saying a word, grabbed a roast chicken and started gnawing on it. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan stopped being polite at Bulma's signal and sat down to enjoy his meal. Although Sun Wufan is still young, his appetite is not small at all. He has perfectly inherited the attributes of the Scion Big Eater. Seeing the two of them looking like they had never eaten anything delicious in their lives, Bulma couldn't help but pursed her lips and laughed. This also reminded her of the time when Wukong ate in front of her. It seems that Goku is not the only one who can eat it. It seems that all Scions can eat it. Eat slowly, eat slowly. There is still a lot. If it's not enough, I can let the robot continue to do it. Bulma's words were like a stimulant to Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. One big and one small, even chewing felt like a waste of time, so they just started swallowing them whole. It's delicious. It's completely different from the food made by my mother. I've never eaten it before. Under the interference of Lin Chuan, Sun Wufan also began to learn to eat and drink in large gulps. This also gave him a different feeling. No need to pretend. The dinner lasted nearly an hour. It wasn't until the plates on Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan's left and right sides were stacked almost like mountains that they ended the food fight. Seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How could an ordinary family afford to support this? Suddenly, Bulma began to feel sympathy for Shishi. Not only does Wukong have to be taken care of, but Sun Wufan is also waiting for him to be fed. After the meal, they rested for only 10 minutes. Bulma had already prepared a rest room and clothes for Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan to wash and change. Lin Chuan, who had suffered enough, felt as if he had arrived in heaven. The past will no longer exist. His future will be extremely bright. Came to the room and enjoyed the long-lost feeling of taking a bath. Lin Chuan didn't know it, but taking a hot bath was like a dream to him. Not to mention, there's a bathtub. I haven't experienced this in more than 20 years. Until another half hour passed, Lin Chuan lay comfortably on the big bed. The feeling of warmth and comfort is like a gentle hometown. A feeling of sleepiness came over him, and Lin Chuan fell directly into sleep. So bold and unprepared? Naturally, Lin Chuan knew that it was very safe here. Bulma wouldn't do anything to him, and no one on earth would come to him to ask for trouble. However, Lin Chuan never thought that not long after he fell asleep, Bulma knocked on the door. After seeing him sleeping like a dead pig, she quietly examined him for a long time before leaving the room. The next day, as a ray of sunlight shone through the window, Lin Chuan woke up suddenly and broke into a cold sweat. It wasn't until he saw his surroundings clearly that he breathed a sigh of relief. While sleeping, the dream world keeps switching. One moment the past life, the other moment this life. Especially the last dream, which made him think that he was just dreaming when he arrived on Earth and activated the system. Dreams are confused with reality. You open your eyes on one side and think the other side is a dream. After slowly getting up, he went to the bathroom and took a shower. Only then did Lin Chuan completely relax, and all the tension was gone. If it weren't for the feeling brought by this powerful strength, he would really doubt whether he was in a dream or reality. Open the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kg. Combat Power Index, 110,775 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. After just a nap, just one night, his combat power exceeded 100,000 points. Reached 110,000 points. 110,000 combat power. This was an unattainable number before. After more than 20 years of hard training, he has only reached 15,000 combat power points. It's not that he looks down on his hard work, but when conditions were limited, he might not be able to reach 100,000 points in his lifetime. With my current strength, even Jinyu of the Jinyu Special Forces is capable of fighting. Lin Chuan muttered softly. Jinyu. In the original work, Frisia is the real elite and the strongest subordinate, with a combat power of up to 120,000 points. In just one day, Lin Chuan was already on par with him. According to this progress, in 5 days, his combat power data will be comparable to that of Frisia, who has not transformed. He clenched his fist, and the surging power in his body seemed to be able to build a 10,000 meter mountain with one punch. It's time to practice. I don't want to become a slave to strength. Unable to hide his excitement, Lin Chuan put on another set of loose clothes. Bulma is a very discerning woman. Her clothes are not too big or too small, and the styles are also very suitable for him. After walking out of the room, Lin Chuan went downstairs. He originally planned to go out and practice Kung Fu first, but suddenly he was attracted by a burst of fragrance, which made his eyes light up and he quickly ran to the restaurant. It's not that he can't control his mouth, but that after so many years of suffering, he can finally make up for it, and he must be satisfied. Bulma and Sun Wuhan, who were enjoying breakfast, were surprised by Lin Chuan's intrusion. Then seeing Lin Chuan start eating without saying a word, Bulma rolled her eyes. It's really rude not to say hello. With that said, Bulma still ordered the smart home robot to continue preparing some breakfast. Knowing that Lin Chuan had a big appetite, the food on the table would definitely not be enough. Chapter 42 Sun Wufan, can you teach me to fly? A breakfast made Lin Chuan once again realize what it means to truly be alive. If we were still on planet V3114, it would be okay to eat as much as we wanted, but the food wouldn't be as good as here. Simply the freshness and variety of the food are incomparable. Looking back on the past, Lin Chuan remembered how miserable it was when he first arrived on planet V3114. If it weren't for the several months of compressed food reserves in the spaceship, and the fact that he was a time traveler himself and knew how to obtain food in desperate situations, he would have died long ago. It should be said that he is very lucky, because even if the civilization of that planet has not entered the space era, it has already developed to the level of the Earth. Especially research on food storage. Just say that those foods are made to have a shelf life of decades and will not go bad, which shows how amazing they are. It's a pity that this aspect is really great, but in other aspects it is extremely stretched. Lin Chuan later learned through some special methods from the videos of the planet's remains and various information that because planet V3114 was a very troubled planet, the scientists on the planet would put aside everything and devote themselves to research how to stock up on more food. To put it simply, with the movement of the celestial bodies, the planet will experience minor disasters every 10 years and major disasters every 100 years. Over time, the indigenous people on the planet realized that food was the most important necessity for their survival. Therefore, there are very terrifying food reserves and advanced food preservation methods. Even if Lin Chuan had eaten for more than 20 years, he had only eaten a drop in the bucket of the remaining food reserves. You need to know that these so-called remains were after the meteorite impact. To sum up, this nation is a very miserable nation. They thought they could survive one disaster after another with the help of food reserves, but they completely ignored the threats from outside. Without the protection of other technological powers, the power of life forms is even more fragile. A huge meteorite hundreds of kilometers away hit the planet and overturned the entire civilization in one fell swoop. Even if they hit underground, there was not a single survivor left. Waking up from his memories, Lin Chuan recovered his thoughts. After communicating with Bulma and Sun Gohan for a few words, they came to the nearest open space in the backyard together. The huge courtyard is also connected to the garden. It's really nice to have such a good place for practicing. Of course, Lin Chuan was just doing warm-up exercises and would not mess around. Otherwise, if he broke out casually here, everything good would be destroyed. Bulma did not stay here for long. After giving a few instructions, she went to do other things. The spacecraft needs research and repair. Bulma also needs to master alien technology. Also, many matters of the capsule company have been handled by her. It was also a good thing for Lin Chuan that she went to do her thing, because he also needed to calm down and think about future arrangements. Originally, these plans were supposed to be completed last night, but I fell asleep directly. Of course, Lin Chuan already had some preliminary ideas. Anyway, he was now living at Bulma's house and didn't have to worry about any other trivial matters. The matter of repairing the spaceship and building the spaceship was already told to Bulma yesterday. She didn't guarantee that she would be able to do it, but Lin Chuan knew that she would be able to do it, and in the shortest time. There is also a gravity training room. Lin Chuan mentioned it while eating breakfast just now. Bulma has never thought about this aspect and has never studied it. Now that it was mentioned, she became interested. She didn't say that it would be possible to create it, but Lin Chuan knew that it would be a piece of cake for her. It should be noted that in the original work, although Breve first created the 100-fold gravity environment and combined it with the spaceship, Bulma was even worse than Breve. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, Breve will not sit back and watch. To put it simply, Lin Chuan knows how to proceed step by step. After all, scientific research breakthroughs, like improvements in strength, require time to settle. In the courtyard, without anyone else, only Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan were left. Because he knew that Sun Wufan at this time had not even done basic training, Lin Chuan could not come up and teach him anything directly. With Sun Wuhan watching from the side, Lin Chuan briefly moved his body and did some warm-up exercises to fully familiarize himself with his current level of strength. All he did was simple punches, kicks, and a series of basic training. As for the means and skills, they were only used slightly. Frankly speaking, in terms of boxing, kicking, and various hand-to-hand combat techniques, even if Lin Chuan had to explore and practice on his own, he had achieved a lot, but he thought he was not good at it yet, and he was just average. After all, on planet V3114, although Lin Chuan has been practicing, he actually has no opponent, so his combat experience is really poor. Without enough combat experience, there will be great limitations on improving one's own kung fu. This will also be an aspect that Lin Chuan needs to hone and become stronger in the future, and the system cannot grant it. Suspended in the void, Lin Chuan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After a full 10 or 20 minutes of venting, Lin Chuan finally had a clearer feeling. With the improvement of the system, my own strength has reached more than 110,000 now, but I don't feel out of control at all. On the contrary, the improvement of combat power is as if it comes from self-cultivation. Now that we no longer have such worries, we won't need to spend too much energy on practicing and controlling in the future. Lin Chuan kept scheming as he muttered in his mouth. If the power cannot be controlled, then he must spend a lot of time. However, proficiency requires proficiency. No matter how powerful the system is, it must form muscle memory itself. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan slowly descended and finally landed firmly on the ground. Before he could say anything, Sun Wuhan on the side couldn't wait to walk up, his little eyes full of desire. "Uncle Lin Chuan, can you teach me how to fly?" Sun Wufan's words surprised Lin Chuan. This kid is so proactive, so unexpected. In fact, at this time in the original work, Sun Wuhan and his understanding of Sun Wuhan were timid, unwilling to get in touch with new things. He took the initiative to say that he wanted to learn to fly. Even if this was not about learning how to fight and become stronger, it was still a breakthrough. Yes. How could I forget it? In the original Majin Bu chapter, Sun Wuhan taught Vitalai to learn how to condense energy and learn the air dance technique. I can definitely copy it. It just so happens that this kid wants to learn Wukong. An idea flashed in his mind, and this temporarily solved Sun Wuhan's problem. After all, simply guiding his own energy and controlling his own energy to learn Wukong technique is enough for him to practice for a long time. During this time, he can also carry out his own training, and then wait for Bulma to complete the construction of the spaceship and gravity training room. With the decision made, Lin Chuan smiled slightly. "To be honest, I'm surprised that you took the initiative to ask me for advice. Gohan, I can sense that there is a very terrifying potential in your body, but you can't guide it out. Although you are still very young, only 4 years old. But you have to know that we Scions are not different from Earthlings. In the next period of time, I will guide you on how to practice. And if you want to learn how to fly, you must learn how to control your own chi." Chapter 43. As the combat power increases, so does the potential? Gas. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, Sun Wuhan immediately grasped the key point. It should be said that he is really smart. No wonder I can really become a scholar through my own efforts in the future. Frankly speaking, the vast majority of Scions are fighting types. Although there are auxiliary non-combatants, there are almost no warriors like Sun Wuhan who are both incredibly smart and have unlimited potential. To describe it in one word, it is both civil and military. Looking at Sun Wuhan, Lin Chuan couldn't help but think of the settings in his previous life. Anyway, in the original work, he was originally supposed to replace Sun Wukong as the protagonist, but unfortunately he later became Nobi Han. With the thought in his mind, Lin Chuan sighed and prepared his words. "It seems that Sun Wukong guy really hasn't taught you anything," Lin Chuan complained. "His father is the best martial artist on earth, but his son was raised like this. Actually, I wanted to exercise with my father, but my mother was afraid that I would be injured, so she never agreed." Sun Wuhan replied with a little aggrievedness. Hearing this, Lin Chuan secretly said that it was true. Then he didn't take it seriously. Many things are inherently controversial. Is Kikai at fault? She wasn't wrong either. It can only be said that the considerations are different. Frankly speaking, Lin Chuan can actually understand. What he meant when he said that Sun Wukong didn't teach Sun Wuhan anything was that he didn't even tell Sun Wuhan what chi was. Okay, let's not talk about your family's past for now. Let me tell you first, what is anger? Chi is the most fundamental energy in living things, and it is something that everyone in our lives has. This power hidden in life can be freely manipulated with practice or training. It's like this. As he spoke, Lin Chuan raised his hand and condensed a golden ball of light. For beginners, it is impossible to condense such a large ball of energy in an instant. But after cultivating chi to a certain level and knowing how to use it, you can use it at will. Is this anger? Uncle Lin Chuan? Sun Wuhan asked knowingly, and his eyes widened in curiosity. The first time he came into contact with cultivation, and directly with chi, Sun Wufan naturally opened up a new world. Nodding slightly, Lin Chuan withdrew the ball of energy and continued, "There are many categories of energy, and there are more uses for it. For example, we can use chi to perform energy attacks, which you have seen not long ago. You can control chi to cause more powerful damage during close combat, etc. Of course flying is one of them. So, you said that if you want to learn how to fly, cultivating qi is the first step. Only if you learn to cultivate and control qi, can you fly in the sky." After the words fell, Lin Chuan controlled his body to levitate again. Only this time it was just off the ground. Sun Wuhan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but he generally understood that he had to learn how to use qi before he could do various things, such as fly. After landing again, Lin Chuan looked at Sun Wuhan with a smile. "Uncle Lin Chuan, please teach me." Sun Wufan, who was full of courtesy, really felt like a child who could be taught. "He has said so, do you still need to hesitate?" Immediately, Lin Chuan took him to sit cross-legged on the grass and guided him to guide his qi first to feel the existence of qi. This method, simply put, relies on your own understanding. Regarding the cultivation of qi, Lin Chuan spent 2 or 3 years before reaching a certain level. Simply speaking, it took Lin Chuan several days to guide the qi in his body to make himself feel the existence of qi. Even with the help of the scion's inherited memories, they are naturally equipped with energy-based attacks, but without the qi training method, it is still very difficult to guide them. To put it simply, when he was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, he learned to run before he could walk. When you come back and want to walk well, you will find that you can't walk well at all. Only by practicing over time and accumulating bit by bit in the process can we truly and completely control our own power. Vegeta in the original book discovered this, and then relied on the battle with Sun Wukong to gain insights into this aspect after recovering from serious injuries, and was able to quickly master a series of uses of qi. At that time, in fact, it was only the initial learning to sense qi and control one's own qi. Later, when he arrived on Earth, Vegeta's true transformation began. Vegeta is a genius. There is no doubt about this. But the reason why his strength has improved so quickly and he has cultivated qi to a certain level is because he has enough strength, so the basic aspects of cultivating qi will be very easy. Just like when Lin Chuan's strength reached thousands or even 10,000 points, the basic use and cultivation of qi seemed extremely simple. Remember, guiding your own qi does not mean forcing you to exert force, nor does it force your body to exert force. You need to feel it with your heart and guide it with your heart. After standing up, Lin Chuan did not forget to say something to Sun Wuhan. Then he stopped disturbing him and walked away alone. Sun Wufan's cultivation problem was temporarily solved, and Lin Chuan also needed to think about other things. He would not have thought that just because he changed Sun Wuhan's cultivation method and taught Sun Wuhan how to sense and guide the qi in his body, Sun Wuhan would have the current era in a short period of time in the future. Z Warrior level power. The potential within Sun Wuhan's body is unlimited. With a little guidance, the potential will explode, and his combat power will also increase dramatically. Of course, these are all things for later. For him, he still needs some time to seriously consolidate his own strength. Even if the combat power given by the system is as if it was obtained through self-cultivation. Arriving alone in another open space, Lin Chuan slowly sat down, holding his hands on his chest, his eyes shining. When he was doing warm-up exercises just now, he noticed something strange. That is, as his strength increases and his combat power increases, his body seems to be conveying a feeling of dissatisfaction to him. It felt like he could burst out with great power, as if he could increase his strength dramatically with just a little training. As my combat power increases by 1 every second, my potential is also increasing? So my body is telling me instinctively? Lin Chuan thought. This can be verified in the next period of time. Closing his eyes, Lin Chuan entered the world of meditation. This training method can be said to be learned from Piccolo and Krillin in the original work. There were no opponents before, and there were no good training methods. Meditation and simulating opponents to fight in the subconscious world were one of Lin Chuan's few methods. Chapter 44 In the blink of an eye, 10 days later. Time flies by like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed by. a certain wilderness area in the ecological garden of the Universal Capsule private residential estate. Two figures, one large and one small, are practicing basic battle training here. If it's not Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan, then who is it? In the past few days, Sun Wuhan was like a follower, practicing with Lin Chuan and embarking on the path of a practitioner becoming stronger. You said, didn't you teach Sun Wufan to sense qi, guide qi, and cultivate qi? Indeed. Originally, Lin Chuan thought that simply sensing qi and guiding qi would require Monkey King to practice for a long time. After all, this required him to understand the secret. What's more, Sun Wuhan has never been exposed to this aspect of cultivation. However, what he didn't expect was that it only took Sun Wuhan less than a day to sense the qi, and to guide the qi out in one breath. Although it only succeeded once, it still shocked Lin Chuan. I thought it was a coincidence, but what I didn't expect was that the next day, Sun Wuhan could release his energy easily and with ease. Under this situation, Lin Chuan had the urge to curse. Damn Miao people are so irritating. I think he still understood the plot of the original work and determined the general training method to try. It took him several days to succeed and nearly 10 days to become fully proficient. Although he was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, smaller than Sun Wuhan now, this cannot be used as an excuse to be inferior to others. This talent, this bone, is really incredible. Especially after being guided by qi, Lin Chuan could clearly feel that Sun Wuhan's superficial strength had improved. The system also showed that his combat power value reached 100 points. You can see how much other people's combat power is through system capabilities. This is a hidden function that Lin Chuan discovered after trying it out on a whim after groping for a long time. As long as he stares at the target seriously, he can see the combat power index held by the target. Not only did Sun Wuhan's combat power improve, but his young body also became extra tough with the blessing of his own strength. In 2 days, he completed all the training steps assigned to him by Lin Chuan. Even on the 3rd day, Sun Wuhan himself showed some tricks and was able to concentrate energy bombs on his own. That's right, the protagonist module is activated. Outrageous? Really outrageous. However, his potential is number 1 in the original work. After 3 days of accumulation, on the 4th day, Lin Chuan also had to seriously teach Sun Wu the method of practicing Wukong. In fact, the practice of Wukong is simpler than guiding qi, sensing qi, and controlling qi. Because as long as you can guide your qi out, it proves that you can initially control your own qi. In this way, how difficult is it to use qi to lift one's body and fly into the sky? Sun Wuhan's terrifying talent was once again made known to Lin Chuan, and there was really no need to waste any more words in teaching him. He just casually taught Wukong technique, and once people learned it casually, they were already able to perform operations such as floating and emptying on their own. Although flying is still relatively difficult, as long as you become more proficient in controlling qi. And as long as the qi gets bigger and stronger, flying will be nothing more than a breeze. On the 5th day, as always, Sun Wuhan shocked Lin Chuan again. First of all, he has completely mastered the Wukong technique and can fly freely in the sky. Secondly, Sun Wuhan took the initiative to tell him that it seemed that because he had mastered the Wukong technique, when he was practicing qi sensing qi, he would always feel like he couldn't help but lose control of the power in his body. This aroused Lin Chuan's curiosity. Until he saw Sun Wuhan's active burst of anger, Lin Chuan was confused. At the age of 4, he only practiced for less than 5 days, and his combat power exceeded 500 points without knowing it. What's especially important is that this is something Sun Wuhan can control himself. It seems that the qi cultivation taught by Lin Chuan indirectly opened a little of the big lock that trapped Sun Wuhan's potential, thus allowing his strength to increase rapidly. Such results have been achieved in such a short period of time. Compared with Sun Wufan's year of outdoor survival training in the original work, it is more effective. It is conceivable that it will break 500 points in less than 5 days. It is no exaggeration to say that in a few days, I am afraid there will be no problem breaking 1000 points. After understanding Sun Wuhan's current situation, Lin Chuan began to stop perfunctory and let him go. Especially on this day, because of Bulma's information, Kikai found this place and something happened. Lin Chuan saw a different Sun Wufan and understood Sun Wufan's desire to become stronger. He longs to become stronger to protect everything he wants to protect. A child's lofty dream, because he chose to be independent, Sun Wufan refused his mother for the first time in his life to think about himself. He didn't want to grow up in a greenhouse, so he used a tough attitude to make Kikai make concessions and changes, and then took the initiative to find Lin Chuan to make a request. So, starting from the 6th day, Lin Chuan taught Sun Wuhan basic training, and then spent 2 hours a day sparring with him to hone his fighting skills. Not to mention other things, Sun Wufan did respect him enough and regarded him as a mentor and an elder in his family. He obeyed his words and never complained. Such a mind cannot be separated from Kikai's teachings, so Kikai is also successful. Ha! As the afterglow of the setting sun faded away the last blush of the sunset, Sun Wuhan jumped up after giving out his last shout, and punched hard with his last punch. Naturally, Lin Chuan took it firmly in his hand and easily resolved it, and allowed him to stand firmly on the ground. The power is pretty good. It's better than yesterday, but there are still too many redundant movements. Remember that in battle, any fancy tricks are useless. Facing Sun Wuhan, Lin Chuan said to him. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Although Sun Wufan was very tired and breathing heavily, he still responded obediently as soon as possible. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with this. In fact, if he hadn't been a time traveler, or if he hadn't known what the future would be like, accepting a child like Sun Wuhan as his apprentice would have been the absolutely right choice. After having enough rest, Lin Chuan did not delay and said to Sun Wuhan, "Today's practice is over, we should go back." After that, Lin Chuan directly used Wukong Jutsu to fly up and headed towards Bulma's big round house. Sun Wufan has long been proficient in Wukong. Although his speed has not reached the standard, he can still reach speeds of tens to hundreds of meters per second. Don't think that this speed is very fast. After several days of continuous training, Sun Wuhan's combat power is already comparable to that of the year he spent training with Piccolo in the original work. Combat power 950 points. This number completely surpassed Radith's father, Sun Wukong, who exploded with all his strength when he first arrived on Earth. And if he uses energy attacks, Sun Wuhan's maximum combat power can reach 1200 points. This was tested by Lin Chuan himself, but after using this energy burst, his energy would be quickly depleted, and his combat power would quickly drop to less than 600 or 700 points. Going back to the flying speed, according to this combat power, the flying speed can completely exceed the speed of sound, or even several times the speed of sound. If you can't do it, you can only say that you haven't practiced enough. Chapter 45, Millions of Combat Power. Bulma's News. Back to the big round house. Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan immediately took a hot bath with Kikai's help. Of course, Lin Chuan did not ask her to do this, and even declined many times. Just because Sun Wufan lives here and practices with Lin Chuan, Kikai, in order to take good care of Sun Wufan and hope that Lin Chuan can teach him everything, will help put the hot water every time, and by the way, organize your laundry. It should be said that Sun Wukong is really a lucky person. People say that Kikai is mean, harsh, and even doesn't understand anything and only thinks about herself. In fact, she really goes out of her way to take care of people. Although she would say some uncomfortable words from time to time, her heart was good. After taking a bath, Lin Chuan put on clean and loose clothes and walked out of the room. At this time, the tempting aroma has come from the restaurant. It was also prepared in advance every day after Kikai arrived. It can be said that she brought all the pots and pans from home and prepared to fight a protracted war at Bulma's house. For her son to eat well, wear well, and live well, as a mother, she was worried about it. Of course, Sun Wuhan was indeed worthy of her efforts. While she supported her son, Sun Gohan never let her down. I practice every day during the day, read and study during my free time, and do homework at night. This kid is simply a monster. Lin Chuan couldn't say anything in person. He could only remind Sun Wufan when he was alone to communicate with him, pay attention to rest, and don't overexert your physical strength and mental energy at the same time. As a result, Sun Wufan said to him, "I'm not tired at all." From then on, Lin Chuan vowed never to say anything like this to him again. They are actually smarter than he thinks and know how to make reasonable arrangements, so there is no need for him to worry. After dinner, because Sun Wufan had to study, Lin Chuan also ushered in the most relaxing moment of his day. Every day during the day, he would perform visible exercises and also provide guidance to Sun Wuhan. Every night, he would meditate to a certain extent. Naturally, before meditating, it was the most comfortable moment, the so-called combination of work and rest. I have been here for 10 days and nothing has changed every day. As his strength increased, his weight also soared, and his figure became more and more muscular. This is closely related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, especially food. In more than 20 years of life on the Doomsday Planet, even if I didn't starve myself, what would I eat? It is just what is needed to maintain one's own life. No matter how full you eat, it only provides basic nutrition to keep you from being thin, but you are not burly either. Opening the system panel, Lin Chuan looked at the properties on the property panel with a smile. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kg. Combat Power Index, 981,780 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. The distance to 1 million combat power is getting closer and closer. In more than 9 and nearly 10 days, Lin Chuan's combat power increased by 800,000 points with the help of the system. You said, counting the initial 110,000 combat power, doesn't it only have 910,000 combat power points? Of course. This has something to do with Lin Chuan's self-cultivation. While the system was increasing combat power, Lin Chuan was also practicing. Even though the improvement was not as dramatic as the system's increase, it was still very good. It should be said that after arriving on Earth, Lin Chuan's thoughts and memories of his past life began to flow wildly, which made him think of many new ideas. It should be noted that increasing the combat power by tens of thousands in less than 10 days is actually quite impressive. Tonight is when he breaks through the 1 million combat power mark. In more than 3 hours, even if I do nothing, my combat power will exceed 1 million. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Chuan looked at the sea of stars in the universe. The weather is very good today, the night sky is exceptionally bright, and the stars are extremely dazzling. And the moon, it's not a full moon yet. However, it seems that the full moon is approaching. I remember that Son Gohan in the original book saw the full moon while being trained by Piccolo, so he turned into a gorilla. Later, in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Piccolo blew up the moon in one breath. This point, until later when Vegeta invaded the Earth, the North Kaioking secretly gave Piccolo a thumbs up. After admiring it for a long time, Lin Chuan walked back to the sofa nearby. Meditation training begins. In his meditative world, he constructed warriors from his memories to spar with him. Among them, there are not only boss opponents from the Dragon Ball world, but also characters from other worlds. Although this kind of mental training method is different from actual combat in the real world, the effect is still very good. In order to improve combat experience, in order to prepare yourself for various possibilities. And Lin Chuan could clearly feel that his strength had improved to a certain extent after each meditation. The Z warriors were all geniuses. In the early days, Krillin and Piccolo were both great people. These training methods were just not valued later. Lin Chuan found it very useful. Time passed bit by bit. Just after Lin Chuan meditated and defeated several enemies. Outside, a tall maid with a mature aura walked up to the rooftop and came to him. Lin Chuan, who had just finished the meditation battle, sensed someone approaching and suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to look at the maid in front of him. Hey! Lin Chuan looked at the maid up and down. He had seen this woman before and she was pretty, but he had never been in contact with her, let alone spoken to her. Hello, Mr. Lin Chuan, Miss Bulma asked me to inform you that I hope you can come to the research room. They said that the research has made initial progress and needs your help. After the maid informed her of her intention, after Lin Chuan nodded, he retreated. Unexpectedly, research has made breakthrough progress in such a short period of time. Moreover, do you still need his help? The spaceship had a clue, but what was missing that he needed to find? Or is it that the gravity training room has achieved certain results? I wonder what breakthrough Bulma has made. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan decided to go take a look first. After all, it's useless to think so much. Once you see it with your own eyes, the truth becomes clear. Leaving the rooftop on the second floor, Lin Chuan jumped up and flew towards the distance. Bulma's aura is in the research room to the south, and it is certain that Breve is also there. After a few days, Lin Chuan would occasionally take a look. Looking from the air, he could see that special metal shelves were being built beside the building of the huge research institute, which seemed to be for the purpose of manufacturing something. Prepare. Chapter 46. He's not my boyfriend, so I don't care about that much. Falling from the sky, Lin Chuan landed outside the research institute and carefully examined the 20-meter-high metal steel frame. If nothing else, this should be set up to build spaceships, right? Otherwise, Lin Chuan would never have imagined that such a huge thing would need such a large metal frame to support it. Bulma will build a large spaceship if she doesn't build it yet. Once built, she will build it. For boring space voyages, the larger the spaceship, the more you can relax your mood through activities between areas, and there are more things you can do. Unlike a small spaceship, it can only stay in a fixed place, and even stretching its body is difficult to do. For example, Frisia's Legion's one-man spaceship can only spend a long time sitting in the cabin and sleeping. Lin Chuan is looking forward to it. What will it look like after the spaceship is actually built? Turning around, Lin Chuan entered the research institute. Because he had been here several times and was familiar with the road, the guard robot did not stop Lin Chuan after confirming his identity. Go inside. It is an extremely huge internal space. At a glance, countless mechanical equipment are in operation, which is particularly shocking. Just like a super high-tech factory, many of the machines are assisted by artificial intelligence robots. Looking towards the corner of the research institute, Lin Chuan saw Bulma working seriously. She was controlling a computer, assisted by Breve, who was holding a tablet in her hand and seemed to be checking data. As Bulma entered information into the computer, the large square metal block at the front made a roaring sound. Countless circuits, combined with the transmission of information and the delivery of sufficient energy, completely activated this huge block of unknown origin. Strolling over to Bulma and Breve, Lin Chuan did not interrupt them, but relied on his knowledge to guess what they were doing. There is no doubt that the huge metal cube in front of you is the research result of Bulma and Breve. If they want him to help, I'm afraid it has something to do with this. Otherwise, Lin Chuan couldn't think of anything else, and he didn't see anything new here. Could this be? After thinking about it, I looked carefully and saw that there was a metal door opening directly in front of the large metal block. The internal space was empty, and I could see what it looked like inside. Gravity training room. There is no other possible explanation. Otherwise, what's the point of building such a metal room? Why didn't you say anything when you came? After completing the last important step, Bulma reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned her attention to Lin Chuan and stood up. Said something. It wasn't that she was slow, but that she was focused on research and didn't expect Lin Chuan to arrive so quickly, nor was she distracted. Brief also relaxed, put down the tablet in his hand and lit a cigarette for himself. Fortunately, the last step did not fail, otherwise your trip would have been in vain. However, it is up to you to test it. Only then can we determine whether it was successful. After saying that, Brief took a hard puff to relax his tense nerves. Those who engage in scientific research need something to keep their spirits up at critical moments. Cigarettes are one of the most effective ones, not only refreshing but also relaxing. In the original work, Bulma also became addicted to smoking because of scientific research. I later quit smoking twice, once when I was pregnant with Trunks, but I didn't quit completely this time. It was only when I got pregnant with Bra that I quit smoking completely. Of course, it is unknown whether it was successful because of Weiss's help at that time. In the Super Era, regarding the relationship between Bulma and the angel Weiss, a trivial matter such as quitting smoking should not be a problem for the almost omnipotent angel. His eyes followed Bulma's movements, and Lin Chuan was slightly stunned when he saw Bulma also picking up the pack of women's cigarettes on the table. Unexpectedly, Bulma at this time would already have the cigarette in her hand. Looking at the full cigarette butts in the ashtray on the table, Lin Chuan was sure that Bulma's addiction to smoking was already considerable. Not to say it's annoying, but this thing is really not a good thing for Bulma. Although it can play a role in refreshing and relaxing the body and mind, if you are too addicted to smoking, it will do more harm. Lin Chuan instinctively grabbed the pack of cigarettes and then crushed it into a ball, causing Bulma to glare. After finally completing the last steps, I was about to smoke a cigarette to calm my nervousness. What was going on? It doesn't suit you for a beautiful woman like you to smoke like a chain smoker. It's better to touch less of this stuff in the future. There are many ways to refresh yourself and relax. Smoking is the most undesirable. You are so smart, you should understand this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuan directly threw the crumpled female cigarette into the trash can. After hearing these words and seeing this kind of operation, Bulma almost lost her temper. You are not my boyfriend, why do you care so much? The expression on his face was just short of 4 words, none of your business. Just as he was about to get angry, Brief stood in the middle and said something, thus extinguishing Bulma's anger. It probably means that as his daughter, Bulma is top-notch in terms of both brains and appearance. But for such an old person, if you don't learn from the good ones, you will learn from the bad ones, and you will have more and more bad habits. Finally, he said something heart-wrenching. What it probably means is that Bulma has not achieved much except wasting her youth on Yam Sha for so many years. Instead, she quit smoking and drinking to relieve her sorrow. As a result, her sorrow did not go away, and her addiction became more and more serious. In the past, Breve would have turned a blind eye to Bulma and ignored her. After all, his daughter is older and he doesn't need to worry too much. Now that Lin Chuan has arrived, it can be said that a lot has changed, so Breve decided to help his daughter make some changes. If Yam Sha is gone, it's gone. The past will always pass, and the new future will always come. Lin Chuan is obviously better. He also felt that his daughter should be interested in Lin Chuan, otherwise she would not be able to take her in and live at home without looking up. The key is that my daughter agreed to help repair and build the spaceship, and by the way, she also took over the construction of the gravity training room. Even though he knew that his daughter aspired to achieve higher achievements in the field of scientific research, for this reason, his daughter obviously wanted to help Lin Chuan. Bulma would not know that her father had completely misunderstood her. Although she is very satisfied with Lin Chuan's appearance and body shape, and Lin Chuan is extremely powerful, she is not the kind of woman who will change her mind casually. Especially since the last relationship ended so hastily, neither she nor Yamsha could fully talk about it. No matter how satisfied she was with Lin Chuan, she would not take the initiative to get involved. Chapter 47 Gravity Training Room 10 Beta Version. Chapter 47 Gravity Training Room 1.0 Beta Version. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Breve knew that he had inadvertently touched Bulma's sore spot, so he simply hid aside and stopped talking. In the end, Lin Chuan took the initiative to change the topic. After understanding that this was the gravity training room created by Bulma, he spoke. So, this is the gravity training room you created? Of course, why else would I ask you to come here? It is for your needs that my father and I will spend some free time to conduct research in this area after studying spaceships every day. Bulma crossed his arms on his chest. Next, he said with a proud look on his face. The eyes that looked straight at Lin Chuan seemed to say, praise me quickly. Her mentality changed very quickly. Perhaps as time went by, Bulma also took the initiative to let go of the knots in her past. Of course, that's what it looks like on the surface, but Lin Chuan can't tell what's going on in his heart. Breve was visibly relieved when he saw this. He was really afraid of Bulma yelling at him. He knew exactly what his daughter's temper was. Anyway, his father can't be restrained. He also talked to his wife more than once, saying that if Bulma's temper was gentler, they would have had a grandchild long ago. Are there many people pursuing Bulma? I am very sure of that. You can even walk around Zidu. But it was because of Yamsha that Bulma was delayed until now. The more the Bulevs looked at Lin Chuan, the more they liked it. Because with Lin Chuan's arrival, at least they no longer had Yamucha's entanglement. Not only could their daughter be in contact with other men, but in the past 10 days, Bulma no longer opened her mouth. What about the tea? How about Yamu tea? On the contrary, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to research, and the most mentioned name was Lin Chuan. Your ingenuity indeed exceeded my expectations. In just a few days, you not only succeeded in researching it, but also created an entity. I just don't know how effective the gravity training room you built is. In other words, how many times the gravity of the Earth can it reach? Lin Chuan asked. After hearing the compliment, Bulma's arrogant demeanor became more obvious, but Lin Chuan asked the most important point again, so she quickly straightened her expression. After all, business is business, so he immediately answered, at present, we have only made some preliminary breakthroughs in gravity research, and the materials are limited, so you still need to test the 1.0 beta version of this gravity training room to confirm how many times the gravity of the Earth can be achieved. After the words fell, Lin Chuan roughly understood what Bulma meant. Emotions are just a test product, and the multiples that can be achieved should not be very high. I see, that's why you called me to help at this time. In that case, let me go in and test it myself. Lin Chuan nodded and walked towards the door of the gravity room without hesitation. Seeing Lin Chuan being so direct, Bulma and Breve didn't hesitate. After some introduction and explanation, Lin Chuan roughly understood the internal structure and operation methods. Then, the door to the gravity training room was closed. Lin Chuan, you have to remember that if something unexpected happens, you must tell me immediately. I will directly interrupt the energy transmission outside. In addition, because the internal space is completely isolated from the external space, there is still a problem in the supply of oxygen, and you may have difficulty breathing. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, the last time you made a wish, you got the ability to survive in any harsh environment, especially in the vacuum universe. Although I don't know how powerful this ability is, you can survive in the universe. Then a mere oxygen-free environment shouldn't be a big problem for you in a short period of time. As Bulma's voice came and surrounded the small space, Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at the speaker in the corner. Don't worry, although the abilities given by the Earth's Shenlong are not so heaven-defying, and they can only survive in some not outrageous environments, the Shenlong has indeed made it possible for me to survive in the universe, so the absence of oxygen will not cause me any harm. Influence. Lin Chuan replied. After that, he stepped up to the center console. Without saying anything, he pressed the button of the switch. Buzz buzz. With the activation of gravity, even the initial 2 times the Earth's gravity makes the originally white and bright space around it darken. The pressure is too strong, the gravity doubles, and the environment will naturally be different from before. Lin Chuan could also clearly feel that his body had become much heavier. Not only that, the pressure on his body had increased several times. We're starting to add more force now. Take notes, Bulma. Lin Chuan glanced at the camera and pressed the gravity plus button with his hand. Click once to double the gravity. From 2 times to 5 times, from 5 times to 10 times, and then more than 10 times. It has to be said that although more than 20 years have passed, Lin Chuan still remembers the feeling that planet Vegeta with 10 times the gravity level gave him. Later, the gravity of planet V3114 dropped significantly, so he could adapt so quickly. However, although planet V3114 is not as strong as planet Vegeta, its gravity is about 2 or 3 times that of Earth. Sure enough, for me, a force of 10 or 20 times gravity won't have much effect. There will indeed be pressure, but this pressure will be absorbed quickly, and then you will feel nothing at all. Of course, the results will be better if you practice in this stressful environment for a long time than practicing under the gravity of the Earth. With just such a small amount of gravity, the increase for Lin Chuan will not be much. After all, the strength is here, with nearly 1,000,000 combat power, even in an environment with 100 times gravity, Lin Chuan is sure to adapt quickly. At the very least, it would have to be 100 times the gravity to allow him to quickly improve his strength in daily training. I remember the information in the original work. In the battle with Vegeta, Sun Wukong, who regained his strength after being seriously injured, should have increased his combat power to 20,000 to 30,000 points. On the way to planet Namek, he used gravity training to force his body to become stronger, and then used Senbeans to heal his body and continued to practice again, thereby eliminating several bugs that caused Scions to recover from serious injuries and greatly increase their strength. In 6 days, he not only adapted to 100 times gravity, but his combat power also increased to 90,000 points. In other words, if the combat power reaches about 100,000 points, it can adapt to 100 times gravity. It can be done with 100,000 combat power, so it is naturally trivial to have 1,000,000 combat power to adapt to 100 times gravity. Then according to Vegeta's millions of combat power points in the subsequent plot, he will practice in 300 times the gravity of the Earth. The situation at that time was still fresh in Lin Chuan's memory, which showed that 1,000,000 points of combat power could be practiced under at least 200 to 300 times the gravity of the Earth, and the effect would not be bad. Chapter 48 50 times gravity, this is just the beginning. More than 20 times, can it continue to rise? All data and equipment are operating normally. Strange, according to my original calculations, the current beta version of the Gravity Training Room 1.0 should be able to exert at most about 20 times the Earth's gravity. Watching the surveillance video, Lin Chuan had increased the gravity to 25 times, and doubled it every 10 seconds, Bulma frowned. Based on the current situation, we have all misjudged the limits that the equipment can reach. The processor, operation capacity, and equipment power have only reached about 65% of full load, and then calculated based on the amount of reserved energy, the gravity multiplier can be even higher. On Brive's tablet, there is all the data of the gravity equipment. Based on his experience, he directly confirmed that the limit of gravity is not 20 times, nor 30 times, but most likely 40 times. I hope there will be no accidents. Bulma said. They all underestimated this 1.0 beta version of the gravity chamber, which was pieced together with simple materials. Until the gravity exceeds 30 times, the fanaticism in their eyes becomes more obvious. Especially Briv, he is constantly thinking and using existing data to make bold conjectures. On the side, Bulma started to worry about Lin Chuan after being excited. It should be noted that gravity pressure is completely different from weight-bearing pressure. No matter how unimaginable weight-bearing training a martial artist performs, it is only weight-bearing, the weight of external pressure. Gravity is different. It is exerted directly on all directions, causing every cell in the body to bear pressure. For example, Lin Chuan currently weighs 85 kilograms, but under 30 times gravity, his body will feel more than 2,550 kilograms. This is only the surface pressure, the inside is even more terrifying. Even if the body's muscles and bones can bear it, what about the internal organs and muscles? Of course, Bulma wouldn't know that when one's strength reaches a certain level, the body will continue to transform and become stronger. The internal organs will also be strengthened like the body under the baptism of energy. There's actually no reaction at all? Can you continue to increase the force when the gravity exceeds 30 times? Originally, she wanted to stop Lin Chuan from continuing to operate, but when she saw the calm Lin Chuan through the surveillance camera, Bulma's mouth twitched. She was worried for nothing. His strength once again exceeded her imagination. It's just more than 30 times the gravity, and it can't have any impact on me. There may be things I haven't told you so you don't know. To put it simply, with my current strength, it is not a problem to adapt to 100 times gravity in a short period of time. Unless it's hundreds of times gravity, I can't take it seriously. To be honest, although it is a bit exaggerated and overconfident, Lin Chuan can indeed do it. You scions are all freaks. Bulma couldn't help but rolled her eyes and complained after hearing this. What's that word? He can easily adapt to 100 times gravity, but only a few hundred times gravity can make him take it seriously. You know, even if it is only a few times the gravity of the Earth, if an ordinary person were to stand in it, he would be pressed to the point of being unable to move in a short period of 10 seconds, and his body functions would quickly collapse. If she entered it, she would be in an environment with 2 or 3 times the gravity at most, and she would soon feel uncomfortable. Time passes minute by minute. When Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity to a point of 50 times, something abnormal appeared in the gravity training room. After a short period of more than 10 seconds, an alarm appeared, and the gravity began to decline rapidly, finally returning to the level of Earth's gravity. 50 times the limit. After reaching this number, it cannot rise any further, and it is maintained for too short a time. It is obviously overloaded. Equivalent to 49 times, it can be maintained for a while, but after reaching a certain limit, the line equipment will be burned due to overpower operation and stop operating. Of course, even if it is broken, the gravity training room can still be considered a success. It should be noted that this was independently researched by the people on Earth with the help of their own scientific research power. With a 50 times gravity training room, will 100 times be far behind? 1,000 times sooner or later. Although he only felt the effects of gravity for a short time, Lin Chuan has clearly felt the benefits that gravity cultivation will bring to him. Indeed, even practicing under 50 times gravity can only give him a slight sense of heaviness. But as long as the multiplier is increased to 100 times, it can at least be regarded as the best way to practice at the moment. That's it for today. Tomorrow all the materials I ordered will be delivered one after another. I believe that within a few days, we can create a gravity training room that can maintain 100 times the Earth's gravity for a long time. After finishing the day's research and saving all the data, Bulma spoke. If possible, it is best to expand the internal space, otherwise it will be too small and cannot be used. There is also the problem of internal oxygen supply. If it is not solved, the gravity training room can only be used by myself. Lin Chuan suggested. The 1.0 beta version is too small, just a small house with an internal space of 5 meters long and wide and less than 2 or 3 meters high. There are many other minor issues as well. However, Lin Chuan believed that Bulma could be solved. Hearing this, Bulma nodded, her mind spinning rapidly. On the side, Briff had a flash of inspiration, thought of something, and said, "It is possible to use the internal structure of the spaceship in the gravity training room. Or, we can simply build a large spaceship that can control the internal gravity. Boat, isn't this enough?" Suddenly, not only Bulma showed a look of surprise, but also Lin Chuan became excited. Brive is indeed Brive. The original work is that Sun Wukong asked for a device to control gravity in the spaceship. Now he can think of it without Sun Wukong's reminder. "Dad, you are really a genius. Then starting from tomorrow, while building the spaceship, we will find a way to install gravity equipment on the spaceship. We already have clear drawings of the spacecraft's appearance modeling and internal structure. When the time comes, the construction of the fuselage and internal polishing will be left to you, Dad. The main engine thrusters, as well as the gravity equipment and oxygen production equipment. I can do it alone." Bulma's arrangement was concise and clear. The father and daughter reached a consensus and walked out of the institute while speaking words that only they could understand. Lin Chuan became the heir at this time, because he really didn't understand anything. "Returned to the big round house where I lived." Just when Lin Chuan was thinking a lot, thinking that after the spaceship was built, he could go to the planet Namek, suddenly something strange came from his body, which stunned Lin Chuan. Chapter 49 Above the Moon, A New Realm. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kg. Combat Power Index, 1,025 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. Looking at his own combat attributes, Lin Chuan could not suppress the excitement on his face. Is this the realm of strength that exceeds 1,000,000 level combat power? Compared with the previous strength and now, even if the difference is only 10,000 combat power, it is as huge as a chasm and abyss at this time. For a moment, Lin Chuan couldn't hold back because of the feeling of sudden increase in strength coming from his body, and he used Wukong technique to fly straight into the sky. Break through the atmosphere and leave the earth. And, heading straight towards the moon. Lin Chuan's speed has already reached hundreds of times the speed of sound. Under rapid speed, 100 km per second is no problem. While traveling in the universe, even if there were meteorites blocking his way, Lin Chuan would directly smash them to pieces using powerful means. There is quite a feeling of destroying all obstacles. In just half an hour, Lin Chuan crossed the distance between the moon and the earth and arrived on the moon. Such a speed is so terrifying that even with the naked eye, let alone the naked eye, it is difficult to catch up. Although the distance between the moon and the earth in the Dragon Ball world is not as far as the 384,403.9 km in his previous world, it is still 200,000 km away. Standing on the bumpy surface of the moon. Frankly, it's incredible. Never thought that one day I would be able to stand on the moon like this. Before, he had thought that this moon was also troubled. It had been shattered by Kame Sennin in the past, and was finally repaired by the gods. It was then completely shattered by Piccolo a few years later. Speaking of which, Lin Chuan had always been curious about why the moon in the Dragon Ball world had almost zero impact on the Earth after it disappeared. After all, as the only satellite of the Earth, the moon's gravitational influence on the Earth's tides cannot be ignored. Even if this world is the Dragon Ball world, I believe it will be the same. If the moon were gone, the Earth's tidal phenomena would definitely change significantly. Otherwise, God will not use his authority to repair the moon later. It is conceivable that natural disasters are inevitable. Without the traction of the moon, the Earth's crustal movement will also change, and the entire ecological balance will be broken. Equivalently, destroying the moon is the same as destroying the world, except that it does not directly destroy it, but turns on the chronic self-destruction switch. No matter what, the moon in the Dragon Ball world has no impact on the Earth. Lin Chuan would rather believe that it is because of the existence of the god Piccolo, which ensures that the earth is not greatly affected. The reason why God Piccolo stopped trying to repair the existence of the moon later was probably because he knew that the key to a scion's transformation was the moon. Forget it, why are you thinking so much? To me, it doesn't matter what it is. Coming here, I can have a good explosion. Use your full strength for the first time in a long time. Lin Chuan said to himself. Because of the ability given by Shen Long, Lin Chuan can speak naturally here. I came to the moon to explode everything in one breath, to truly feel how powerful I am now. After all, since entering the Earth activation system, the strength has been increasing every moment. Even though it can be clearly felt, it has never been truly released. Now that the combat power has reached 1 million points, this kind of strength difference that spans a huge realm makes him want to know how strong his current strength is. Although it is not as good as Frisia after his transformation, but with more than 1 million points, he has really entered a new realm. Lin Chuan could finally imagine why Frisia in the original work said that as soon as he transformed, Warrior Z would face an absolutely terrifying version of himself. Combat power of hundreds of thousands and combat power of more than 1 million points cannot be compared on the same plane at all. Looking at the earth glowing with azure light, I finally concentrated all my energy. Drink! A muffled shout came from Lin Chuan's mouth. In an instant, an invisible coercion expanded rapidly, covering the entire moon in a short period of time. The energy continued to sublimate and surge. The simple coercive momentum caused the moon to tremble, and even caused countless meteorite fragments and moon rocks to move around it. The closer ones were directly levitated away from the lunar surface due to pressure, and then most of them exploded into powder and ash. Those farther away are constantly beating around the aura, constantly colliding with each other in space. Lin Chuan naturally didn't care about this. He kept his legs firmly planted and continued to guide the energy in his body and spread it throughout his body. Then, a snow-white halo emitted from the surface of the body. 1% strength, 30% strength, 70% strength. In the end, it reached 99%. Hey-ah! The deep shout was like venting. The next second, the aura exploded and turned into a cyclone covering the whole body, burning like snow-white flames, which was particularly conspicuous. At the same time, because the energy burst had completely stabilized, the moon also stopped shaking, and the rock fragments suspended in the air fell down. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The body slowly levitated, leaving the lunar surface, and turned to find the nearest and extremely huge meteorite. Boom! There was an explosion in space. This is not the transmission of sound, but the agitation caused by spatial fluctuations. A punch out of thin air, 100 meters away. The invisible air fist was like a shock wave, hitting the meteorite several thousand meters in diameter. Pound! In just an instant, due to the bombardment of terrifying power, the meteorite instantly turned into fragments and scattered in all directions. Just like this, it is still impossible to clearly define the current level of strength. For Lin Chuan, the most important thing is the lack of opponents. Without an opponent, even if you know you are strong, you still don't know what level you have reached. It can be said that Lin Chuan now feels extremely eager to fight. He longed for the plot to develop quickly so that he could face Frisia one day earlier. After all, in this era, Frisia is his first goal and the one he must surpass in the short term. In the end, I have to use the clone as my opponent. Lin Chuan said to himself, using his methods. Doppelganger. This is naturally a skill developed on planet V3114. I also learned it from the Z Warrior in the original work. It's just that for the Z Warriors, it's a four-body boxing, but for Lin Chuan, it's just a clone technique. In comparison, it shouldn't be much different from Piccolo's demon clone. Over the years, this has been Lin Chuan's only way to relieve boredom and loneliness. Again, this is one way to provide your own combat experience. Chapter 50 The Clone War, The Underworld. Casting the Clone Technique. In just a moment, a figure separated from Lin Chuan's body. Regardless of their appearance, clothing, or strength, they are almost exactly the same. Not bad. As my strength increases, just a clone will not weaken my power much. And as a clone, you also have the strength to burst into 1,000,000 points of combat power in a short period of time. After evaluating the clone, Lin Chuan carefully felt the loss of power. It can be ignored. In the past, when his combat power was only 15,000 points, after he used the clone technique, his own strength would drop by about 20%, and he could only create 4 clones at most. Looking at it now, if he now splits into 4 clones, even if his own strength will decline, it will not drop as much as before. Isn't this natural? The clone technique is not an equal distribution, not to mention that you haven't allocated much power to me. If I fight with all my strength with the power I currently have, it can only last for a minute or 2 at most. The clone Lin Chuan said. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled. It should be said that while the strength has improved, the control of skills has also reached a more subtle level. This kind of invisible improvement is really exciting. Let's test the strength first. Here I come. The main body. With a loud shout, the clone Lin Chuan took action directly. Indeed, there is no need to continue to lament, because they are the same person. Seeing the clone coming, Lin Chuan's lips curved into a smile. What is needed is a short burst of energy and an all-out battle. Lin Chuan luckily punched, and in just an instant, he collided with the clone's fist. Pound! A shock. The next second, a fierce battle is about to break out. An all-out battle involving millions of troops takes place in the universe. You can imagine how intense it is. The two figures kept flying, flashing, fighting, and colliding in the cosmic space. The speed is so fast that it cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. It is so powerful that just a simple swing of its fists and feet can shatter the surrounding meteorites. If such power were unleashed on the Earth, it would at least subvert everything within 1,000 miles. During the battle, he became familiar with his own strength and accepted the pressure brought by his avatar in the most positive way. This makes his strength more refined and his understanding of combat better. The self is constantly transforming, becoming stronger with the help of the clone. When the battle is over, the clone returns to the body and can bring more insights to itself. Pound. Boom. Boom. Bang. There are continuous explosions in the universe. In addition to close combat, there are also energy attacks. After the battle lasted for more than a minute, the clone clearly felt the loss of energy, and finally opened his hands wide. One final blow. Energy evaporates, and chi continuously gathers and concentrates. Gather all the remaining power together and launch the final killing move. Thunder Crush Cannon. The blue and gold shock cannons shot out directly, bringing with it the power of thunder, like an extremely huge thunder dragon, roaring with its teeth and claws. It was so powerful that it shattered countless stars along the way. If this blow hits the Earth, it will undoubtedly destroy everything. Facing the ultimate move released by the clone, Lin Chuan was already prepared, and an extremely rich and frightening red light was already condensed in his hand. Scarlet penetrating wave. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Finding the best opportunity, Lin Chuan raised his hand to blast out the energy. Scarlet penetrating wave. This move was originally inspired by the combination of the demonic light-killing cannon and Frisia's death ray. It is the ultimate move that Lin Chuan has been researching for the longest time, and it can be ranked in Lin Chuan's top 3. Boom! A huge explosion exploded in the universe. No matter how powerful it is, the dazzling light can already be compared to an extremely bright luminous body. Here, the strength test between Lin Chuan and his clone reached the final stage. At this moment, the other side. In the underworld. On the snake path that is more than 1,000,000 kilometers long. Sun Wukong and Raditz are running on the snake path. For them, during the 10 days after arriving in the underworld, except for the necessary daily sleep and eating, they never stopped. In terms of speed, it's not too slow, but it's not too fast either. You said it's understandable that Sun Wukong doesn't fly, because he's not proficient in Wukong. But why doesn't Raditz fly? Because flying for a long time not only consumes more power than running, but also the speed of flying is not much faster than the speed of running. Kakarot, your speed is really too slow. At your speed, I'm afraid it won't take you a year to reach the end to see the King of Kai. With a stupid brother like you holding him back, even my elder brother's progress has been slowed down at least twice. While Raditz ran faster, he did not forget to taunt Sun Wukong who was following him. These days, they are constantly competing and moving forward. In fact, there has been a good run-in emotionally and there has been some progress in communication. But Raditz is a tough-talking person, and only in this way can he find the strange sense of superiority he had in the past. Because of Raditz's strength, Sun Wukong was thrown away a long distance in one breath. Sun Wukong naturally refuses to admit defeat, even if his elder brother's words are harsh, but there is comparison and motivation. Raditz gave Sun Wukong the greatest encouragement, and also allowed Sun Wukong to unleash his own potential, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It won't surpass his big brother, but it did exceed 1,000 points of combat power a few days ago. Raditz carries a combat power detector, so he can know this. Don't look down on me. This is just the beginning. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong seemed to have made another breakthrough in his realm. The burst of speed in a short period of time allowed him to catch up with Raditz, and even had a faint tendency to surpass him. Humph! You still have some backbone. You can catch up with me. Speaking of your indomitable spirit, it reminds me of our father. As he said that, the smile on Raditz's face changed. But, I don't intend to give you another chance, this time I will get rid of you in one breath. The next second, Raditz increased his speed again. The gap was widened again, and Sun Wukong was annoyed, but he did not give up. If he catches up, the gap will not widen so quickly. At least not to the point where Raditz's back cannot be seen. But if he really slows down, he will really fall behind. In Sun Wukong's dictionary, the word give up does not exist. This is also his belief that his strength will continue to improve along the way. The Snake Road became a perfect venue for competition between the two brothers. The two of you chase each other. Accidents often happen at the most relaxing moments. Just when Raditz looked back at Sun Wukong, who was lagging behind, and was about to continue stimulating, he suddenly felt his feet empty. When he came back to his senses, at this section, the snake path suddenly turned at a large angle, and he rushed out too fast. It doesn't matter, he can fly. But... Stop it quickly, Kakarot! He shouted sharply, but it was already too late. Sun Wukong, who was running at full speed, rushed out of the snake path just like Raditz, and crashed into Raditz. The two of them just fell into the underworld one after another. Chapter 51 Transformation into a Giant Ape. Tens of millions of levels of combat power. The trajectory of fate is often unpredictable. Even if Lin Chuan, the butterfly, changes, even if Raditz follows Sun Wukong and runs the snake path. But in the end, something like falling into the snake path happened. Screen transition. In the universe, in the sea of stars between the moon and the earth. The wave is over. The terrifying destructive power produced by the explosion set off an extremely huge shock wave, sweeping and engulfing everything. If it weren't for being thousands of kilometers away from the moon during the battle, even the battle would have avoided the moon intentionally or unintentionally. Otherwise, the power of the aftermath of the big explosion alone could completely destroy the moon. No matter how bad it is, it can make the entire moon peel off a layer of skin. The clone's energy is exhausted and returns to the body. Although there was no increase in strength, the memory of the battle and all the thoughts during the battle appeared in his mind. This is the strength of 1,000,000 combat power. If the energy of the clone is not exhausted, I can still exert more powerful power. Lin Chuan was in a surging mood and said to himself. It has to be said that it was only at this moment that Lin Chuan realized that he could unleash world-destroying power with just a single movement of his hands. The fighting strength of 1,000,000 is so terrifying. So how powerful would a combat power of over 100 million be? Unimaginable. Just like when I only had 15,000 combat power points, even if I thought it would be terrifying to have 1,000,000 combat power points, it was just a guess and not accurate. Now, he imagines units with a combat power of 100 million, just like he imagined a combat power of millions. Even though his horizons are broad, even though he is a time traveler, he does not possess it himself, and the gap is still very far away, so how can he know it? Withdrawing his mind and calming down, Lin Chuan faced the earth again. This wave of explosion is enough. Although being in the universe will not cause too much consumption to himself, he is still ready to go back. At this moment, Lin Chuan, who was getting ready to set off, suddenly felt a special feeling coming from his body. A strange feeling, familiar yet unfamiliar. The blood in the body seemed to be stimulated by something, like boiling water. The cells in the body seemed to have taken stimulants and began to lose control. This feeling. Lin Chuan was shocked and frowned. This feeling is unmistakable, it is a precursor to giant ape transformation. It was an area that he had not touched for many years. The next second, Lin Chuan turned around and faced the moon 1,000 kilometers away. Because of the sunlight, his angular position happened to receive more than 17 million Boolean rays of light reflected from the moon. The moonlight shines on the body, and after being stimulated, the tail twists uncontrollably and instinctively. It's really careless. However, since I haven't transformed into a giant ape in so many years, it may not be a bad thing to passively transform into a giant ape this time. After Lin Chuan muttered in his mouth, with the thought in his mind, he quickly used his mental power to stabilize his mind so as not to be swallowed by the wild nature. The dazzling moonlight became brighter and brighter, irritating his eyes, causing Lin Chuan to subconsciously close his eyes. The blood flow in the body continued to accelerate, the beating speed of the heart doubled, the body began to expand, and black hair grew on the surface of Lin Chuan's body. Transforming from human form to animal form, his strength also continues to increase. Size: 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. More than 100 meters. Combat power: 1.5 million points, 2 million points, 4 million points, 7 million points, until the end, more than 10 million points. In just 1 minute, Lin Chuan's figure no longer existed. Standing in the starry sky is a huge black creature. Oh oh! A beast roar sounded, seeming to declare his arrival. In the vacuum environment of the universe, sound cannot be transmitted, but a roar similar to sound can be transmitted through the vibration of the universe. Transformed into the form of a giant ape, Lin Chuan did not go berserk. Originally, as a lower-level warrior, he could not maintain his sanity when transforming into a giant ape. The most important thing is that there is no way to control it in his inherited memory, and there is no one to lead the way for him. The reason why he can now control his reason is that Lin Chuan achieved great achievements in the field of mental power through unremitting training on planet V3114. In fact, it is quite simple. Whether you can control reason and defeat wildness is directly related to the strength of your own strength. Feeling the extraordinary surging energy brought by the transformation of the giant ape, the blood-red eyes of the giant ape Ling Huan were full of fiery meaning. A tenfold increase. Now my combat power has exceeded 10 million points. Excited and excited. He had only felt the power of a million-level combat power before, but now it was at a level of tens of millions, making it even more difficult for him to conceal his desire for powerful power. Whether it is physical strength or strength, all aspects have experienced a qualitative leap. Although the giant ape transformation is not as good as the Super Saiyan transformation, at this stage, it is an absolute ace-killer move. Even Frieza, who has tens of millions of levels of combat power, can only resist it after his final transformation. By the way, if I still can't break through and transform into a Super Saiyan after 1 year, giant ape transformation will be my only hope. Without any other changes, just relying on the power of the system, with more than 30 million combat power a year later, how could it be possible to defeat Frieza if that was all? Therefore, if you really can't transform by then use the giant ape transformation. 10 times the strength of the wild, even if it cannot perform to its true level, it is definitely stronger than Frieza's 120 million points. Of course, Lin Chuan doesn't think he is such a loser. Even if you still can't figure out the Super Saiyan transformation, improving your combat power is inevitable. You said, there is no spiritual time room? Lin Chuan has made a decision, at least for now, he will not touch it. In other words, we have to wait until the system level is upgraded. It is true that the space of the spiritual time house can be broken and then returned. But if you want to break through, you need at least a combat power of hundreds of billions or more. Or even trillions of units. The original Fat Majin Buu has a combat power of more than 600 billion, and Big Buu is much stronger. By the way, if I still can't transform by then, should I just kill Frieza while he hasn't transformed yet? Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh weirdly after saying this. Although it is not about martial ethics, it is indeed safe. However, if you kill Frieza, you won't be strong enough, and you will still have to face Frieza's father, the Kurdish king. There's even Frieza's eldest brother, Gula. I just don't know if Gula exists in the Dragon Ball world he lives in. There are too many parallel time and spaces in the Dragon Ball world, and each parallel time and space has its own different development. In the main storyline of Dragon Ball, Gula does not appear, but that does not mean that he does not exist. Maybe Gula in the main timeline was killed for other reasons, and maybe he no longer exists. As for this world of time and space, Lin Chuan could only analyze it based on everything he knew. Chapter 52 Super Saiyan Level 4? Lots of ideas. As he thought more and more deeply, Lin Chuan had already controlled his huge body to sit on an extremely huge meteorite. If others saw his appearance at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Because such a large giant ape not only lives in the universe, but also changes its sitting position from time to time and even makes various humanized movements. Wait. Super Saiyan, giant ape transformation. Suddenly he thought of something, and an idea flashed in Lin Chuan's mind. As a hardcore Dragon Ball fan in my previous life, I knew the plot of the Dragon Ball world very well. It's just that after more than 20 years of apocalyptic life, many of his memories have been sealed away. At this time, after in-depth imagination of certain points, he quickly remembered some aspects that he had not thought about in the past. Especially those plots in parallel time and space that are not the main line of time and space. For example, in the time and space world of Dragon Ball GT Gaiden, there are advanced methods for giant ape transformation and Super Saiyan bloodline evolution. If you can maintain your sanity while transforming into a giant ape, and have a certain strength to transform into a golden giant ape, then there is hope that you can transform into the 4th level Super Saiyan. Man-Ape Super 4. I think that when he was on planet V3114, he just wanted to try this transformation method, so he tried his best to overcome the wildness of the giant ape and stay sane. In the past, it did fail. However, previous failures were most likely due to lack of own strength. It does not mean that it will still fail now or in the future. As his strength continues to improve. At this moment, his combat power reaches 1 million, and his giant ape form reaches tens of millions. This time, maybe it's an opportunity. By coincidence, I entered the giant ape state, and I just took this opportunity to understand how to transform from an ordinary giant ape to a golden giant ape. After all, the golden giant ape is the most critical step in transforming into Super 4. If he succeeds, then he will be truly invincible in this era. Of course, even if you are unsuccessful, you can gain a new understanding based on your current strength. Regarding the direction to take in the future, some detours can also be eliminated. With a decision in his mind, Lin Chuan immediately controlled his huge body to fly towards the moon. It's too far to go back to Earth. Since the giant ape transformation is taking place here, we might as well go back to the moon to gain insights. Landing on the moon's surface again, it was too big and caused quite a stir this time. Lin Chuan didn't think too much, he randomly found a stable position and sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to understand the form of the giant ape. Entering meditation in the form of a giant ape, Lin Chuan entered his own spiritual world. Different from the spiritual world when meditating in the human form, the spiritual world entered in the giant ape form is a bloody world. On the dark earth, a blood moon hung in the sky, extremely huge. Blood filled the air, murderous intent surged, and the aura of beastliness filled the entire world. There is no doubt that these are the cruelties and bloodthirsty engraved in the bones of the giant ape. However, Lin Chuan will not be affected, because he has already seen this spiritual world. It was when he woke up from this spiritual world that he fully controlled his reason. Time passes minute by minute. Even Lin Chuan himself didn't know how long he had been on the moon. It wasn't until something strange happened to his body that he finally woke up from his meditation. There is no doubt that the time for giant ape transformation has come. Even if there is always moonlight shining on it, if it cannot reach 17 million Boolean waves, it will not be able to maintain its existence as a giant ape. It is inevitable that the form will automatically be lifted. Speaking of which, if Lin Chuan hadn't come to the moon, the time to maintain the giant ape transformation might have been even shorter. The moon is always moving, so the intensity of reflected light will also change. Lin Chuan felt somewhat lost when he returned to his human form, because he is still confused about the golden giant ape. In the end, I can only conclude that it is probably as difficult to transform from an ordinary giant ape form into a golden giant ape as it is to transform into a super scion from Lin Chuan's human form. However, although the realization failed, this time's transformation into a giant ape seems to have tapped out a lot of my potential. Lin Chuan quickly came out of the disappointed mood and said to himself, "Some things cannot be forced. The more urgent it is, the more likely it is to go too far." Shifting his attention, he opened the system panel and saw that the combat power index at this time had reached 1.15 million points. This time, after coincidentally transforming into a giant ape, he actually increased his combat power by nearly 150,000. Even though his own combat power exceeded 1 million points, it felt too direct to increase his combat power by hundreds of thousands in one go. If he didn't have this feeling, Lin Chuan really wouldn't look at the attribute panel in a hurry to confirm the data. Standing up, Lin Chuan put aside all the thoughts about the golden giant ape and the transformation method of the 4th level Super Scion. He has written down all the previous insights, and will only make new attempts in the future when he becomes stronger. At this time, Lin Chuan had new ideas and was ready to make a new attempt. Now that he has tried to get to this point, he doesn't waste any time. Even though he was naked now, Lin Chuan didn't feel ashamed. Being on the moon, no one can see what he looks like now. Let me try again, Super Scion Breakthrough. My transformation failed in the past, maybe because of lack of strength or not enough S cells. But now, my combat power has exceeded 1 million points. With my current strength, can I do it? As my understanding deepens, the ideas in my mind become clearer and I know what I want to do next. In the original work, Sun Wukong reaches the 1st level of Super Scion with a power of 3 million points. Although his combat power at this time is only over 1.15 million, he is not weak anymore. At least it's much better than when I was still on planet V3114. Moreover, he clearly knows Che Yi's transformation method. Just this is enough to make up for the gap in combat power, right? After calming down his mind, Lin Chuan clenched his fists and took a half-bent posture. Completely concentrate your own power, guide all the energy to converge towards the center of the back. And finally explode in one go. Wow! A surging snow-white aura spurted out from Lin Chuan's body, like an erupting volcano spewing out magma. The terrifying power spread in all directions, and the entire moon trembled violently again because of this power. The aura continued to expand and become stronger, and its intensity completely overshadowed Lin Chuan's previous explosion. It even set off huge waves in the universe, each wave becoming more terrifying than the last. Chapter 53 Try Again. Misunderstand. Constantly increasing the intensity of energy condensation. Lin Chuan's forehead had bulging veins, and without any clothing to cover it, his figure looked even more ferocious and burly. Especially the thick green veins, like giant dragons clinging to Lin Chuan's body. It seemed as if his whole body would explode completely in the next second. This is all I have. No. I will risk everything to try to break through today. With a loud shout, Lin Chuan chose to completely release all his power. It was different from the previous full-force explosion. Now it is time to condense the power in the body to the limit in one breath, and then break through that bottleneck. It was precisely because of Lin Chuan's best efforts that a golden light flashed across his eyes. It was not fixed, and even Lin Chuan himself did not notice it. As time passes little by little, when the energy reaches its peak, which lasts for less than a minute, the breath begins to feel weak and begins to gradually decline. As expected, it still doesn't work? What's the problem? This attempt lasted several minutes. It still didn't succeed, so even if it continued, it wouldn't make much sense. Lin Chuan relaxed, regained, and calmed the power in his body. If you fail this time, you can only continue to strengthen your own strength, or improve your realm. Just like understanding the Golden Giant Ape and Super 4, wait until later to seek breakthroughs. Don't force things, don't take things seriously, know how to proceed step by step, and know how to accumulate slowly. After 2 lifetimes, Lin Chuan in his previous life was actually a very good person. It is all thanks to his career in the doomsday industry for more than 20 years that he has completely polished his character. So what if it fails? Haven't you experienced enough in these years? So what if it doesn't work? If you don't succeed this time, just try your best to succeed next time. This is Lin Chuan's mentality. For Lin Chuan, he was not 100% sure that he would succeed this time. If you are sure that you will succeed, then failure will indeed be a huge blow. In terms of strength, it should be enough. When it comes to S cells, with my current level of strength, there will definitely be no shortage of them. Could it be said that the transformation of Super Saiyan really requires anger as a guide to complete the transformation? If that's the case, why can those Saions in Universe 6 complete the Super Saiyan transformation without anger? Or is it really just a lack of strength? When the Saions of the 6th universe appeared in the Super Era, their normal combat power level cannot be underestimated. They are too strong. After thinking about it, Lin Chuan continued to analyze the problems, differences, and possibilities. Lin Chuan even used this to think of another aspect. That's the tail. Could it be that it's because of the tail? This shouldn't be possible, right? Lin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the tail behind his butt. In the setting, the Scions of Universe 6 are born without tails. From their own explanations later in the original work, we can learn that things like tails don't have much effect on them, so they naturally disappeared during the evolution process. Moreover, the Scions of Universe 6 don't even know about giant ape transformation. Other than that, there is no other difference between the Scions of the 6th universe and the Scions of the 7th universe. After thinking too much, Lin Chuan couldn't help but admire his own thinking. If this is really because of the tail, It is true that Sun Wukong completed the super transformation without a tail. Of course, the ultimate anger is certain. Later, Vegeta also seems to have broken through to Super Saiyan without a tail. Then to Sun Wuhan, Sun Wushan, Trunks. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous Lin Chuan felt. This crooked idea shocked him. He shook his head hard and threw these thoughts away. Just kidding, God's tail is the key to preventing him from successfully transforming. If the basic combat power index exceeds tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions cannot be broken through, then maybe we really have to try. For now, it's better to wait for some time to settle. Perhaps, with the improvement of strength, there will be new insights. After summarizing all the gains and insights, Lin Chuan set his sights on the earth again. There is no point in continuing to stay here. With a leap, Lin Chuan violently left the moon and rushed straight towards the earth. The speed was so fast that it once again reached hundreds of times the speed of sound, hundreds of kilometers per second. A short half-hour later, Lin Chuan broke through the Earth's atmosphere. Without wandering anywhere else, he quickly locked his target and landed on the rooftop of Bulma's round house. At this point, something embarrassing happened. Lin Chuan came back after pursuing Bulma's aura, so when he fell from the sky, he never thought that he had no clothes to cover him. At this time, Bulma was standing alone on the rooftop admiring the beautiful night view while drinking red wine. The two looked at each other. Before Lin Chuan noticed it, Bulma was stunned and dumbfounded. After being stunned for a few seconds, Bulma let out a scream, turned sideways and covered her face with one hand. You, why are you running around without clothes? No clothes. Looking down, Lin Chuan finally came to his senses. Lin Chuan, who didn't understand why at first, immediately blushed and turned around in embarrassment. Sorry, something happened on the earth just now, so all the clothes I wore were burned. As he spoke, his eyes once again collided with Bulma's gaze looking through his fingers. The two of them suddenly became awkward. Bulma wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow down, but she couldn't help but secretly took a look through her fingers. As a result, she was caught by Lin Chuan by chance. How to do? I do not want to live. Bulma's heart was extremely broken. The image of a lady is completely gone. Lady? If you say this, I'm afraid no one will believe it, and no one will think so. Bulma has a free and easy nature, is also innocent, courageous, and direct, and extremely intelligent. It can be said that there are many words that can be used to describe Bulma, but she is not the only one who can't match a lady. That. Lin Chuan was about to say something as he watched Bulma's cheeks burning red. The next second, Bulma ran away quickly and left the rooftop regardless of everything. Just leave like this, that's fine. Lin Chuan, who realized that he should quickly go back to the room to wash up and change clothes, stopped inking and quickly crossed the aisle and returned to his room. In any case, this time the misunderstanding was resolved. Chapter 54. The next day, Skill Transfer. The next day. Early morning. Lin Chuan was still asleep when he was woken up by Sun Wufan knocking on the door. It should be said that this is also the first time since coming to Earth that I have stayed in bed. It's not that Lin Chuan didn't think of it, but that he was having a sweet dream that all men wanted to have. He couldn't make a choice for a while, so he deliberately slept a little longer and calmed down in his dream. For him, it was just the last step to enjoy the ultimate happiness. As a result, it was accidentally broken by Sun Wuhan. I'm angry, but it's hard to get angry. What does a child know? After getting up and briefly washing up, Lin Chuan put on new clothes and walked downstairs. I have to say that Bulma's arrangements for him were really meticulous. Everything was arranged. At least after arriving here, Lin Chuan never found that he was missing anything. Enter the restaurant. While Shishi was chatting with Bulma, she was busy preparing breakfast with the home robot. Because Lin Chuan and Sun Wufan's demand was relatively large, even if there was a table of breakfast, Kikai still did not stop what she was doing. When Lin Chuan arrived, Bulma and Kikai's exchanges suddenly stopped. Looking at each other, the two of them thought about the awkward moment last night again. I don't know what Bulma was thinking, but after eating a few more bites, she picked up another piece of breakfast to take away. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuan, as if to demonstrate. It's just that against the backdrop of her rosy face, she doesn't appear to be serious or angry, but rather adds a bit of charm. Lin Chuan didn't say anything from beginning to end. He watched Bulma leave and his body trembled. The woman whose face he couldn't see clearly in the dream before was superimposed on Bulma's figure. Damn it, the woman he dreamed about last night was definitely Bulma. After finishing breakfast absent-mindedly, Lin Chuan kept thinking about how to resolve last night's accident. He believed that Bulma would not suspect that he was playing rogue, after all, he had already explained it. However, if a woman really insists on something, she cannot be coaxed easily. Besides, he doesn't know how to coax. In all his past and present lives, he is almost 50. He has been in love, but he is not an expert at it. Especially in the 25 years of this life, I have never had contact with the opposite sex, and Bulma was the first. Uncle Lin Chuan, I've finished eating. Let's go practice early. As Sun Wufan's voice came, Lin Chuan changed his attention. He nodded, let's go, starting from today, it's almost time to teach you something new. Really? Sun Wufan was excited. He has already felt the benefits of being strong, and at the same time he has always been eager to learn more and improve himself. The two of them walked out of the restaurant one after another and came to the back garden. In the morning, Lin Chuan would do morning exercises, and Sun Wufan would follow him. Gradually, he got used to exercising every day, and then went to practice Qi in the morning. Gohan, after the first 10 days of training, your strength has now reached a certain level. In terms of accurate numerical values, even if it does not exceed 1000 points, it is already very close. Based on your performance yesterday, I also discovered what you are lacking most now. Although you have learned how to attack and how to fight, you don't have many skills. If you don't know the skills, you can't use them at all. Use all your strength. Now, I will teach you 2 attack skills for close combat, and a means of releasing energy waves. As the words came out of his mouth, Lin Chuan had already seen the strength of Sun Wuhan after a night. The combat power exceeded 950 points and reached 980 points. There is a difference of 20 points in combat power. To be honest, we will definitely be able to break through the 1000 mark today. Breakthrough in battle, for science. No. In fact, for everyone, it is one of the fastest ways to improve strength. However, the scions are particularly noticeable. Sun Wuhan sparred with him every afternoon and evening, and he could improve his combat power by dozens of points in just 2 hours. Afterwards, the strength will increase by a small amount due to exhaustion of physical strength and recovery after the battle. Otherwise, how could it reach nearly 1000 points in 10 days? Yes, I will study hard, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan nodded happily, with a look of expectation on his face. Lin Chuan didn't do any ink and started the operation immediately. The 2 close quarters skills to be taught. One is to use the breath to condense on the fists to form a high-pressure air fist. When attacking from this, a more powerful fist will be released. This move is actually similar to the explosive punch used by Nappa in the original novel. But in comparison, it is definitely different. Nappa's explosive punch was too strong and powerful. It broke Tianjin Fan's arm with one punch, but if his physical strength was not strong enough, it would also cause damage to himself. In particular, his technique consumes a lot of energy, and he will be crushed against someone with slightly stronger strength. For example, Nappa was easily suppressed by Sun Wukong later. Even though his explosive fist was powerful, it not only had no effect, but also caused his own energy to be consumed quickly. Lin Chuan's Qi Hequan is different. As long as the Qi is attached to it, you can control how much Qi is compressed to exert as much power as you want. Finally, if you don't blow it out, your anger can still be contained. This requires great control over Qi. It is difficult for Sun Wuhan, but it is most suitable for him to practice. The second is a method that seems very ordinary but is extraordinary, the afterimage fist. It's like the afterimage fist in the original work, but Lin Chuan's afterimage fist can reach a greater limit, and can even simulate a period of afterimage movements to trick the enemy into fooling him. I remember when I first created this move, I just wanted to have fun fighting against the clones. It was not until later that as his strength improved and he fought with clones, this move became a very practical and common method. The close quarters skills are these two moves. Then there is the trick of energy release. In fact, Sun Wuhan has already learned how to condense energy bombs. Although the power is not very good, as long as he practices more frequently in the future and has a better grasp of Qi and energy, he can continue to increase the power. In the end, he created his own moves. Of course, it is currently impossible to create one yourself, so Lin Chuan taught him the secret of condensing Qi and releasing Qi. Finally, the trick was taught to him. Special moves such as Thunder Smash Cannon and Scarlet Penetrating Wave are impossible to teach. Even if he wanted to teach them, the current Sun Wuhan would not be able to learn them, let alone unleash them. The demand is too high, reaching at least 10,000 points of combat power. Therefore, Lin Chuan taught him another trick that was easier to learn, and the learning requirements were much lower. Extremely Bright Flash. Chapter 55 Guardian. What a joke! Time flies. Just like that, another week passed quietly. Western capital. Located at the very back of the manor, on the open wilderness connecting the Great Plains of Zidu. Lin Chuan was standing on a boulder looking ahead with a serious face. Not far away from him, Sun Wuhan was using all his strength to attack with fists and kicks. After constant training and practice, he has become very proficient in the display and use of skills. Just 7 days, not just the Kihi fist and afterimage fist that Lin Chuan first taught. He also learned all the fighting methods that Lin Chuan taught him in these 7 days. All in all, if Sun Gohan were to fight against Raditz when he first arrived on Earth at this moment, he would be able to avoid losing in a short period of time. The most important thing is that at this time, Sun Wuhan's combat power has reached 1,395 points. This value only took 20 days. Even though the improvement in this week is not as much as the improvement in the previous 10 days, the increase of 400 points is already quite terrifying. From a 4-year-old child who knew nothing, to the little master he is now. In particular, if he uses all his strength to use the brilliant flash, his combat power can soar to 1,700 points, or even higher. And this is still controllable strength that is not affected by emotions. Lin Chuan could imagine that if Sun Wuhan burst out in anger and then fired a full-strength extremely brilliant flash, it would definitely exceed the 2,800 points value of the original magic flash burst. Such strength, nothing else. It can be said that the Earth in the current era is the strongest. Even the current Z warriors have begun to practice crazily, but how can they become stronger at such an outrageous speed? Even Piccolo and Sun Wukong, their combat power at this time cannot exceed 1,300 points, right? Top of the sky, that is, it has just exceeded 1,000. This is because Piccolo and Sun Wukong endured Raditz's calamity and completely broadened their horizons. This is Lin Chuan's view. Of course, he wouldn't know that Sun Wukong's strength now exceeds 1,500 points. Although he was still running the snake path and had not received training from the North Kyo, he and Raditz's strength had been improved accordingly after experiencing the catastrophe of falling into hell. In addition, after eating in hell, only gods and yamas could eat it. The fruit of longevity. If you eat one of the longevity fruits, you will not be hungry for 100 days, and you can tap your potential and improve your strength to a certain extent. The effect won't be outrageous, but it won't be small either. This is also the key to Sun Wukong's combat power exceeding 1,500 points, and Raditz used this to break through to 2,000 points. There is also Piccolo, whose combat power level is approaching 1,500 points at this time. After the battle with Raditz, his strength broke through the boundaries, and after these 20 days of training, he continued to improve. His thoughts returned, watching Sun Wuhan's moves and trajectory. Very good. But your movements can be more agile. In addition, put aside the distracting thoughts every time you want to divert the attack, and let your body instinctively remember it and actively carry out the next attack. Lin Chuan's voice, the constant sound, also plays a role in correcting Sun Wuhan's mistakes. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan responded emotionally. Seeing that this boy was becoming more serious, Lin Chuan nodded. Before, Lin Chuan would never have thought that he would teach this kid so seriously. But as time went by, and I stayed with Sun Wufan for nearly 20 days, this boy politely called Uncle Lin Chuan at every turn. From the beginning, Lin Chuan felt his ears go numb after hearing it. Later, when I heard it, I took it to heart and truly regarded Sun Wuhan as his disciple. Through subtle changes, Lin Chuan finally understood how Piccolo changed in the original work. Piccolo, the great devil, completely became a good person because of Sun Gohan and became his protector. This shows how terrifying Sun Wuhan's luck is. Unknowingly, even Lin Chuan, a time traveler, was affected. Becoming Sun Wuhan's protector? What a joke! Lin Chuan didn't want to. Guidance is guidance, and teaching cultivation is teaching cultivation. In the past 2 days, Lin Chuan had a new plan. Be prepared to make some changes. He was able to guide Sun Wuhan in his practice, but he had to let Sun Wuhan leave for some other experiences. If you just practice in the current environment, you can indeed continue to become stronger, but without a sense of crisis. No matter how strong you are, if you are unable to stand alone and have no ability to survive, you will not be able to make yourself truly strong. Just when Lin Chuan made a decision and was ready to make new arrangements for Sun Wuhan after he finished his training. At this same time, above the Temple of Heaven, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Jiaozi, Yaqi Lubei, and Yamcha are currently practicing sparring. And their sparring partners are not each other, but the god's attendant, Bobo. Faced with the siege of 5 people, Bobo could handle it with ease. It has to be said that his 1030 combat power points are not false. Just dealing with these 5 people with only 23,400 points of combat power is as easy as eating and drinking. These days, several people have long known how powerful Bobo is. But knowing it, the constant setbacks made the 5 people's mentality almost collapse. After all, I had never thought that Bobo had such a powerful fighting ability. Think about the troubled times a few years ago when the big devil Piccolo was in trouble. If Bobo took action, what would happen to them? Fortunately, in this era, the big guy is a little strong who becomes more courageous with every setback, and his desire to become stronger has reached unimaginable heights. So even if I have to be beaten by Bobo several times every day, I can persevere and continue to challenge. Simply put, their goal now is to defeat Pop. Only in this way can we complete the first step of spiritual practice. After all, even Popo, who has 1030 combat power points, can't defeat him, and even Raditz can't compare with him. How can he face a stronger scion? Speaking of which, training with Bobo is actually reflected in the original work in disguise. Although it was not explained in detail, it was because they had completed various trainings in the Temple of Heaven and could not continue to improve their strength in the Temple of Heaven, so several people left one after another to pursue other paths of practice. The battle continued, and it was clearly visible how intense it was. However, one person among the 5 has been paddling. Who else but Achilobe? In this extraordinary period, Even dumplings are marching forward bravely to challenge Bobo, wanting to become stronger. Aquilobe always likes to take advantage of loopholes and hides behind as much as possible, unwilling to contribute. Not only was there no way to join the attacking camp, it actually dragged down the other four. Naturally, this isn't the first time this has happened, so others are already used to it. For them, if God hadn't called Aquilobe here, they would have been kicked out of the team out of patience. November is here, I beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Anyone who is interested can enter the group chat to discuss the plot together. Chapter 56 Let Gohan Become a God? Unsatisfied Piccolo. The battle was fierce. Tianjin Fan cooperates with Klin to attack, Yamcha supports from the side, and Dumpling looks for opportunities in the gaps. Even if his strength far exceeds that of a few people, Bobo can no longer crush a few people like he did at the beginning. Even though the difference in strength was huge, it was impossible for him to actually injure a few people. For Tianjin Rice, Kellen, Yamuati, Dumplings. From the beginning, they couldn't even resist Bobo's moves, but gradually, their cooperation became more and more tacit, and the strength they could exert became stronger and stronger. Make progress in battle and breakthrough in battle. Compared with when they first came to the Tian Shen Temple to practice, they have naturally improved a lot. Of course, only they know about this progress, and they are extremely happy about it, at least they are constantly getting stronger. They don't know that with their current strength, they are still much inferior to others. It should be noted that Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and the others have already exceeded 1000, and even Sun Wuhan has 1395 combat power points, but they are still struggling with hundreds of combat power points. The other side. Located on the edge of the Celestial Temple platform. Piccolo, the god of heaven, is leaning on his unique staff and using the authority of the Earth God to look at the lower world. These days, in addition to guiding this group of people to practice, he also goes to see what is happening in the lower world from time to time. The most important thing is to check on Lin Chuan occasionally. After all, this is an unstable factor. Even if it does not cause harm to the Earth now, there is no guarantee of what will happen in the future. It's okay not to look at it, but once he looks at it, he will be shocked and confused every time. Because the child he once thought was a burden turned into a peerless master in Lin Chuan's hands. I didn't expect that Wukong's child would have such a terrifying talent. If I had known this, I should have kept him by my side and nurtured him before Wukong entrusted him with his care. My heart is simple and kind, and my talent is so outstanding. In the future, you may be able to inherit my throne and become the new god of the earth. Wukong himself is unwilling. I am still worried about the future of the earth. I didn't expect him to bring me such a big surprise. In his thoughts, God Piccolo seemed to have made some decision. How could he believe such a thing if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? The 4-year-old child exploded with such terrifying strength. This also made him, an old god, feel that he had been eliminated by the times. Turning around and looking at Klin and the others who were still fighting behind him, the god couldn't help but sigh. There is no harm if there is no comparison. The people he originally had high hopes for were all martial arts masters with extraordinary talents. But now, it seems that he has been eliminated, and can only barely catch up. Alas! I don't know if they alone will be able to deal with those two scions in a year's time. It's best not to rely on that Lin Chuan. His variables are too weird. I wonder if Goku and Raditz have arrived at the Kaio at this time. God Piccolo kept sighing in his heart. His eyes shifted and he looked to the other side in the distance. Located in the center of the southern continent of the Earth, in a dead desert area. In order to cope with the two super powerful scions who will arrive in a year's time, Piccolo is training like crazy. He is using his own way to prove himself, and he is also using his own methods to make himself stronger. Indeed, it works extremely well. In just 20 days, Piccolo's strength increased by leaps and bounds. He even had the confidence to face Raditz alone. But despite this, he was still not satisfied. Ha! With a roar, Piccolo's whole body ignited with white flames. A powerful and heavy punch struck a giant rock mountain in front of him. Boom! In just an instant, the huge rock mountain 100 meters high shattered and collapsed under Piccolo's devastating punch. Debris scattered all over the sky and fell to the ground, showing the horror. This punch contains Piccolo's extremely powerful energy. It seems that it only destroyed this rock mountain. In fact, if this punch hits the ground, it can directly shatter the land under your feet. If the combat power is only faced by hundreds of beings, the body will definitely be pierced by this punch. This is Piccolo with 1450 combat power points. Not enough. It's far from enough. With this level of combat power, it can only be compared to that Raditz. It's simply not enough to deal with the 2 scions who will come in a year. Piccolo knows that his strength is far from reaching the standard. In order to gain more powerful combat power, he must change his training methods. 1 year is too short. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo jumped and reached the top of another rock mountain. Sitting cross-legged with legs, holding his breath and concentrating, he entered into meditation. Physical exertion and energy consumption are processes that must be experienced every time one achieves certain results in cultivation. Recover after consumption and seek breakthroughs at the peak to step into a higher realm. Is Piccolo's potential talent poor? Of course it's impossible. Even if Piccolo inherited everything from Piccolo I, this Piccolo is not Piccolo I. It should be noted that he is only 8 years old. Without Sun Wuhan's intervention and delay, his cultivation could go more smoothly without any hindrance. In the process of cultivation, I was single-minded and had nothing to worry about, so I was able to soar my combat power to this point so quickly. It should be said that the current Piccolo has not changed, and is very different from the original work. He is still the unruly Demon King Piccolo who only pursues power and self. Of course, his previous goal was just to surpass Sun Wukong and conquer the world. Now, he has surpassed all scions, including Son Goku who cannot lose. Conquering the world or something like that is too small in his eyes now. The universe is a platform, what is an earth? Western capital. Above the wilderness. Sun Wuhan finally finished his final training. He was so tired that he lay down directly on the ground, panting heavily. These days, he gets so tired every day. Then rest, eat, recover, and then continue practicing until night. Perhaps it was caused by Lin Chuan's intentional or unintentional stimulation, which made the little guy feel that he was far from enough, so he became more and more motivated. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chuan didn't bother him. Let him catch his breath and then say, "Gohan, your practice has reached a certain bottleneck these days. If you want to break through, you may need to undergo some other training." After the words fell, Sun Wuhan raised his head. He thought Lin Chuan was going to teach him something new, and he was extremely excited. He knows that he has become stronger. Coupled with this period of time together, Lin Chuan is the most respected elder in his heart. After you fully recover, I will take you to meet someone. In the next period of time, I will follow him to practice. In other words, you have to learn to survive on your own. Chapter 57 Give Piccolo an opponent. Afternoon. Lin Chuan took Sun Wufan to finish lunch, and then said goodbye to Kikai. The two of them left Zidu using the Wukong technique, one after the other. Although Kikai was worried that her son was going to be taken away to practice with others, her son was so serious and wanted to be independent. There was no other way for Kikai to accept it. In the past, it would have been good if Kikai could agree to Sun Wuhan's cultivation. How could she agree to Sun Wuhan leaving her side? In Kikai's mind, Sun Wuhan has always been a child. In the original work, it was not until Sun Wuhan found Bidalai that she gradually realized that her son had grown up. It can be said that a lot has happened during this time, and Kikai is slowly changing. In fact, she can also be considerate, she can also understand the general situation and understand the situation. Flying all the way through the air, aiming for the southern continent. Although the speed is not fast, it is not slow either. Lin Chuan could see what was on Sun Wufan's mind, so he could only comfort him and look away. Young eagles have to leave the protection of their parents to embrace the world, let alone humans. He is indeed still young for earthlings, but for scions, 4 years old is enough to invade the planet. For example, his father was sent to Earth, and his combat power was only 2. Southern continent. On top of a huge mountain in the middle of the desert. Piccolo, who was meditating calmly, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up suddenly and looked into the distance with a shocked expression. There was a special instinctive premonition that made him realize that he was being targeted. Who is it? That scion Lin Chuan? There is still a breath of energy, so familiar, Sun Wukong? Radids? No. It's not them. Piccolo murmured, tense for a moment. It's not a good sign to suddenly come to your door at this time. What happened 20 days ago was still fresh in his memory. The feeling of being completely suppressed and being shocked to the point of being unable to move will never be forgotten in this life. Looking towards the sky, Piccolo frowned and his eyes were solemn. My breathing almost stopped. He tried his best to maintain his energy and control his power, and he could explode with power beyond the limit in an instant. Until he clearly saw the 2 figures appearing on the horizon, Piccolo's originally serious expression was filled with shock. He saw the person besides Lin Chuan. Son of Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan. How is that possible? This breath, are you kidding me? Piccolo couldn't believe it. Although, when fighting Radids, Sun Wuhan exploded with unimaginable potential and power, which also shocked him. But how long has it been? Can you control that power in just 20 days? After practicing hard for so long, Piccolo suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, making him feel that he was worse than a child now. Piccolo didn't realize that in terms of age, he was only 4 years older than Sun Gohan. It can only be said that the fighting Namekians will mature earlier, and Piccolo inherited everything from the past Piccolo I, so he never regarded himself as a child. Here we are. Seeing Piccolo, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and said something to Sun Wuhan beside him. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan focused his attention and saw the unique figure on the top of the wasteland mountain. That person is Uncle Piccolo who came to save me with my father. Only then did Sun Wuhan know who Lin Chuan was going to hand him over to. When he heard Sun Wuhan's name, Lin Chuan was slightly surprised. Gohan, how did you know that his name is Piccolo? Because at that time I heard him call himself the Great Demon King Piccolo, and my father and mother told me many things in the past. My father also said that Piccolo is his most important opponent. Sun Wuhan's answer made Lin Chuan nodded. The most important opponent? Indeed, before the chapter on androids, Piccolo was Sun Wukong's most valued opponent. But since the beginning of the android chapter, Piccolo has slowly taken a back seat due to the gap in strength. Since then, the person most valued by Sun Wukong has also become Vegeta. I see. Let's go down first, and you will have to practice with him in the future. Without delving into other aspects of the problem, Lin Chuan said it, and fell from the sky first. Sun Wuhan followed closely behind without saying a word. He is still timid, and even if he becomes stronger, he will still be frightened by Piccolo's appearance. What's more, according to his mother, Piccolo is a super devil and a big bad guy who wants to destroy the world. Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo with a smile on his face. Sun Wuhan stood beside him because of his restraint, and just stared blankly. What's the matter with you coming to me? Piccolo was the first to speak. Hearing this, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and replied simply, don't be so nervous, I'll give you an opponent. Opponent? Piccolo's surprised gaze shifted to Sun Wuhan. There are only 3 of them here, and Lin Chuan is here to give him an opponent. Doesn't this mean the kid Sun Wuhan? Who is Piccolo? His IQ has always been online. What? You don't think it's appropriate? Lin Chuan smiled and tested Piccolo's true thoughts. Do you think it's appropriate? Piccolo asked slightly angrily after being hit on a sore point. Let Sun Wuhan, the son of Sun Wukong, be his opponent. What a joke! He is the great demon king Piccolo. I think it's quite suitable. Don't underestimate Gohan. His current strength is not much weaker than yours. You should be at the critical moment of breakthrough in strength now, right? Don't you want to have a good fight? Lin Chuan saw that after learning about Piccolo's current situation, he said. Piccolo was stunned. He made a sound in the next second and said in turn, I can understand that you are demonstrating to me? Or are you deliberately coming to me to find a sense of presence? As soon as the words changed, Piccolo joked, if you can accompany me to fight, then I will be happy to accompany you. You want me to fight with you? Are you sure? Hearing this, Lin Chuan admired Piccolo's courage. However, Piccolo during this period did have a character that would get stronger when strong and would never admit defeat. Whether it was when facing Vegeta and Nappa, or later facing Frieza who finally transformed. Why not? You are indeed very strong, but for me, fighting with you allows me to see a broader field. Piccolo knew that he could not be his opponent, but he still said calmly. At this time, communication is not difficult, so Piccolo is not against Lin Chuan. Although he would be wary of Lin Chuan, he was sure that the other party was not looking for trouble, so there was no need to talk more. After listening to Piccolo's words, Lin Chuan nodded. Although it was a request to be tortured, since it was what he wanted, Lin Chuan didn't mind letting him feel his power. You want to fight me just because you want to know what level of strength I have reached. Therefore, there is no need to fight or anything like that. I can just show it to you. However, after the presentation, I hope that you can take Gohan to practice with him in the future. Or, in other words, you can give him some guidance on his future training path and train him better. I believe that with your eyesight, soon you can see what he lacks. November is here, I beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Anyone who is interested can enter the group chat to discuss the plot together. Chapter 58 Lin Chuan, let's go to your hometown together. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes later. After Lin Chuan completely withdrew his aura pressure, Piccolo's face was already covered with cold sweat. He was completely shocked. Piccolo wanted to see his strength, so Lin Chuan showed how strong he was with 10,000 points of combat power. 10,000 combat power? For Lin Chuan now, it is not worth mentioning at all. After all, Lin Chuan's combat power has reached as high as 1,794,870 points just because of the increase in system combat power in this week and his own training results. It is only a little over 200,000 points away from 2 million points of combat power. Of course, now that he is strong enough, it feels like nothing, but to him before, 10,000 combat power was still no small matter. Especially for the current warriors on Earth, this is undoubtedly an unimaginably powerful force. Not only Piccolo, but also Sun Wuhan beside him was very frightened. Although Sun Wuhan has been staying with Lin Chuan, he has also been receiving guidance from Lin Chuan. But in fact, he had never really felt such a powerful aura from Lin Chuan. Is this your real strength? Or is it just something you used casually? Piccolo asked seriously after regaining his breath. In the past few minutes, he had truly realized his weakness. This was even more shocking than the last time Lin Chuan crushed his demonic light-killing cannon with his bare hands, leaving him unable to even resist. You can understand that this is all I have. Of course, you can also think that I still have some reservations. I feel the intensity of over 10,000 combat power. When your strength reaches this level, you will understand more. Lin Chuan did not give an accurate answer, but smiled. Why do you say it so clearly? Appropriate stimulation is good. But if you overexpose your strength to crush the opponent, even someone like Piccolo will probably feel powerless and become confused and take the wrong path. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo felt heavy. But he quickly regained his composure. As he let out a long sigh, the atmosphere surrounding him also changed. It seemed that due to the oppression of Lin Chuan's momentum, his strength had a breakthrough. By using pressure to break through, I also felt a stronger force, so I refused to admit defeat and crossed the barrier that I could not cross before. 1700 Combat Power Points. Simply feeling Lin Chuan's anger, and staying under Lin Chuan's suppression for less than 5 minutes, his combat power increased by 250 points. It seems normal, isn't it, just 250 combat power points? But it's actually quite outrageous. You must know that Piccolo's current overall combat power is only more than 1,000 points, and suddenly increased by 250 points. This is a small leap in the realm. Before, he might not have been able to defeat Raditz, who had 1,500 combat points. At most, he would be tied. But now, he is sure to win easily. Congratulations, after your strength breakthrough, your future cultivation will be smoother. Lin Chuan praised. Although these words were kind words, they sounded harsh to Piccolo's ears. Forget it, my meager strength is less than 1/10 of yours, but it won't take long before I can catch up with you, or even surpass you. Don't even think that I will thank you for my breakthrough in strength. I am the great Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo's tone was still so strong. Lin Chuan couldn't help but nod. Stay true to yourself, this guy is indeed quite aloof. The fact that you can break through under my pressure is your great talent. I don't need your thanks either. I just need you to guide Gohan well in the next period of time. I will come to pick him up soon. After all, the spaceship is already being built and it won't take long to complete. If you want to, then, you can go to your hometown, planet Namek, with us. After leaving a few words, Lin Chuan looked at Sun Wuhan beside him and nodded. Without waiting for Sun Wuhan to speak, he violently performed the Wukong technique and left without looking back. Watching Lin Chuan go away, Big felt mixed. It wasn't until a long time passed that he looked at Sun Wuhan because of a trembling sound. Without Lin Chuan here, without support, facing Piccolo alone, Sun Wuhan was frightened by his cold face. It has to be said that for ordinary people on Earth, the appearance of Namekians is the standard for monsters. This is especially reflected in some plots in the future, when the people on Earth directly identify Piccolo as a monster. In the final analysis, it is also because Piccolo has an aura of calmness and self-power. No strangers are allowed in. Anyone who is not a monster will definitely be regarded as a monster. Beings like Fat Majin Buu would not be considered monsters. They have the added bonus of being cute, full of fun, lively, and free-spirited. Humph! Son of Sun Wukong, can't you even stand firm in front of me? Are you the only one who wants to be my opponent? Ridiculous! Piccolo criticized. One sentence frightened Sun Wufan and made him tremble even more. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately understood what Lin Chuan had said before, he would soon discover this kid's flaws. He finally understood why Lin Chuan sent Sun Wufan here instead of sending it to others for guidance. Purely just using his terror to experience Sun Wufan. How can such a timid character be put to great use? It was like this when facing him. When facing the enemy in the future, wouldn't it be that he didn't even dare to move and wished he could faint from fear? Use things like going to planet Namek to hint to me and let me guide this little devil properly. You have a really good plan. But it doesn't matter, it's just to exercise your courage. There is indeed a powerful force in this kid's body. Humph! I just don't know what you think, Sun Wukong, that you are willing to let your son practice with your mortal enemy. Piccolo kept thinking in his mind, and his expression became more and more evil as he thought about it. He didn't know that Sun Wukong had gone to the underworld to find the King of Realms to practice. How could he know that Lin Chuan would take Sun Wufan to find him? Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't want to be your opponent. Sun Wuhan's response was weak. It can be seen that there are tears sliding down the eyes. This prototype is directly back to the prototype. It is equivalent to Lin Chuan's 20 days, indeed improving his strength, and his combat power is not bad. But having never experienced a severe beating, Sun Wuhan immediately withered away. Tch. You're such a useless brat. You have so much power, but you're such a waste. Piccolo muttered disdainfully. The next second, he had an idea and raised his hand directly. Since that guy handed you over to me, then if I don't do anything, I am indeed unqualified. Since you are so afraid of me, then just go and do the wasteland yourself. Survive. When you overcome your cowardly character and know that you must be brave to support yourself, you can be my opponent again. Chapter 59 Test Again, 100 times Gravity. Hidden in the dark, Lin Chuan was watching what Piccolo did to Sun Wuhan. It seemed like he left directly, but actually he came back halfway. With the help of perfect control of one's own breath, one can hide oneself without being discovered. It wasn't until he was sure that Piccolo would treat Sun Wuhan as he did in the original work that Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel disappointed for a while, and then he really left. I originally thought that after he left, Piccolo would put down his face and force Sun Wuhan to take action against him, in order to satisfy his desire to fight. In the end, Piccolo really held back. Not only did he not act too hastily, but he began to train her in a free-ranging style. I'm afraid it was another improvement in strength that made Piccolo care about Sun Gohan's strength, but he didn't show it immediately. Sun Wuhan's performance was within Lin Chuan's expectations. This little guy has many thoughts in his head that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Although he is timid and cowardly, he will be scared to the point of facing Piccolo. But when facing clear challenges in the future, he will also show his independent bravery. Generally speaking, he is much more mature than the original work, and he has withstood Lin Chuan's 20 days of training. Return to Zidu. Before Lin Chuan landed, he saw Kikai standing on the rooftop looking into the distance with a worried look on her face. Seeing Lin Chuan coming back, Kikai quickly asked about the situation. In order to reassure her, Lin Chuan could only tell her a few words and promised to pick up her son after the spaceship was completed. As for leaving it to Piccolo, the big devil, it was impossible for Lin Chuan to say. If she said it out, according to Kikai's character, she wouldn't be furious. Even if it is for the sake of their own children, which mother would be willing to let her children follow a big devil? All in all, Lin Chuan could only do some things to cover up the truth. Even in order to better train Sun Wufan, he would often instill some concepts in her ears intentionally or unintentionally, indirectly brainwashing her. Sun Wufan is not an ordinary child, her son is a genius. After saying goodbye to Kikai, Lin Chuan arrived at Bulma's space test cabin as quickly as possible. According to Bulma, this test cabin was set up a few years ago to study space satellites and space storage cabins. Many years ago, the Universal Capsule Company got involved in the space field in order to mine rare space ores. However, after getting involved in the extraterrestrial realm, it did not rush to expand outwards, but instead wandered in the near-Earth space. After all, according to Earth's previous technology, even if a spaceship was built, engines and energy would be big problems. It can be said that the Frisia Army spaceship brought by Lin Chuan helped Bulma and Brive solve many big troubles that they could not overcome before. Let's not talk about the spaceship for now. This place has now been transformed by Bulma into a gravity equipment experimental site. Because it is a sealed space capsule space and has oxygen supply facilities, it only needs to load the gravity equipment and make slight modifications before it can be used. This is also the reason why Lin Chuan is anxious to see off Sun Wufan today. Bulma gave him the exact answer yesterday. In order to test the gravity device, he will need to cooperate every day to complete the data collection for the next period of time. This time is not an hour or two, but a long time. It will take at least several days of continuous operation to draw a conclusion. In fact, you are too worried about equipment problems, which makes you get out of hand. For Bulma, it means that this is equipment installed on the spaceship. What if something goes wrong? Therefore, in order to eliminate the hidden danger of instability, all possibilities must be nipped in the cradle. It can't be perfect, but at least we have to make sure that 99.99% of the time there won't be any accidents. Step inside the massive interior. What catches the eye is an indoor activity venue that is as large as 6 basketball courts. Since all irrelevant objects have been dismantled and moved away, the place looks extremely empty. For Lin Chuan, it is the best indoor training place. There is enough space. If the gravity equipment can meet the standards, then he can carry out gravity training here. You're here. Noticing Lin Chuan's arrival, Bulma turned around and said while holding the record book in one hand. Yet. After hearing this, Lin Chuan stepped forward and arrived in front of the gravity console. Before he could speak, Bulma took the initiative and said, I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you really sent Gohan away. Are you really relieved? That's the great demon King Piccolo. We on Earth haven't killed anyone before. The big devil who blinks. Bulma still doesn't trust Piccolo. This is indeed the case in this era. Piccolo was not completely accepted by everyone until after Frisia's chapter. You're worrying too much. Although that guy is very aloof and looks evil on the surface, he's actually not that bad. Leaving Gohan to him is not only not a bad thing, but a great good thing. I believe that Kid Gohan will transform soon. After the words fell, Lin Chuan simply reassured Bulma. Okay, I can't say anything, let alone stop you. Bulma said, then thought of something again, and said, Did Kikai ask you? I suggest you don't tell her the truth, otherwise she won't be able to bear it. I told her before I came here. I didn't tell her who she was. You'd better be careful and don't let it slip. Lin Chuan nodded and said. The two of them communicated like this for a long time. Until Bulma completed the final steps and closed the record book. It's finally completed, and we can start testing next. I will go to the control room above to monitor, and more importantly, I will record and compare the data. You remember, although the limit value of the current gravity equipment is still uncertain, the current test is only 100 times gravity. Following Bulma's words, Lin Chuan nodded, Don't worry, I won't mess around. After hearing this, Bulma stopped saying anything and started to move quickly. Until she reached the other end of the door, walked out of the steel door of the isolation room, and then took the elevator to the control room above. We can start now. Last time it was 50 times the limit. This time we will start from 50 times. You should be fine, right? Bulma's voice came through the radio. Of course, no problem, then I'll start. His eyes changed slightly, Lin Chuan stepped forward and turned on the gravity equipment. Just like the last version 1.0 console, it is simple and easy to operate. Wang! There was a muffled sound. As gravity turned on, the surrounding space quickly turned dark red, and the number on the central control room directly reached 50 guaranis. This represents 50 times the gravity of Earth. Brothers, please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Anyone who is interested can enter the group chat to discuss the plot together. Chapter 60 Scions are monsters, 100 times more. With the activation of gravity, the pressure of 50 times the gravity of the Earth made Lin Chuan slightly labored for a moment. Yes, just for a moment. After that, I got used to it directly. With his strength, how could he be suppressed by a mere 50 times gravity? But a moment of supercharging does have some effect. After all, the first time it was doubled and increased step by step. Next, should I drive it directly to 100 times? Or should I slowly increase the multiple according to the method last time? Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at Bulma on the console above. Bulma was not as shocked as the first time. I already knew that Lin Chuan could bear it without being affected, but this was still the case for the second time. Isn't it normal? However, Bulma suddenly had a weird idea. Recalling what Lin Chuan said last time, 100 times gravity was nothing, but she wanted to see if Lin Chuan would be embarrassed when faced with a direct increase of 100 times gravity. Of course it's a direct increase. The test is originally 100 times gravity, but you won't be able to bear the sudden increase, right? The words were obviously ridiculing. Lin Chuan paused, then laughed the next second. He understood what Bulma meant. Okay. In that case, let's increase it to 100 times. With a chuckle, Lin Chuan directly pressed the plus button and held it down. Buzz buzz. The surrounding environment became scarier and scarlet, and the oppression became stronger and stronger. The gravity number on the control device is rising rapidly. 55G, 60G, 70G, 80G, 90G. After long pressing to reach a gravity of more than 90G, Lin Chuan released the long press, pressed several times in succession, and finally controlled the gravity to 100 guaranis. It is no longer as easy to adapt as before. But there was a slight sense of difficulty. 100 times gravity is not bad at all. However, if that's all, it's nothing. He secretly thought in his heart that Lin Chuan could stabilize his body without even needing the assistance of qi. He could fully accept the pressure of gravity with his own strength and body strength. Seeing this, Bulma stopped laughing. She originally wanted to see Lin Chuan make a fool of herself, but in the end, nothing happened. This is not 50 times the gravity of the Earth, this is 100 times. Completely two concepts. As a manufacturer, Bulma fully understands the difference between tens of times gravity and hundreds of times gravity. The pressure is constantly multiplying, rather than just multiplying 50 to 100 by 2. You scions are truly monsters, with 100 times gravity. According to my initial calculations, it would take at least 100,000 points of combat power to bear it, and it should only be barely bearable. Bulma muttered. She had measured Lin Chuan's strength more than once with a detector, and the highest data available was when Lin Chuan took the initiative to release it, with a combat power of over 30,000 points. Hearing Bulma's sigh, Lin Chuan finally came back to his senses, raised his head, and said, "My combat power index has already exceeded 100,000 points, so as I said last time, it will take at least a few hundred. Only twice the gravity can bring huge pressure to me." As the words came out, Lin Chuan continued to feel the substantial effect of 100 times gravity on him. The long-lost feeling of exertion made my body instinctively feel something. Since it needs to be maintained for a long time, I can't waste this time. Just in time, I will just practice here. As if telling Bulma, Lin Chuan no longer cared about it and started moving directly. This scene would be extremely shocking to outsiders. Because tolerating is to bear, but to move is another concept. Not to mention practicing. You really don't want your life, forget it. Anyway, you won't listen to anything I say, so it's up to you. If you can't bear it, remember to speak, I will block the terminal operation here. Bulma rolled her eyes. Lin Chuan knew where her limits were, so she worried about it for nothing. Time passed by like this minute by minute. Lin Chuan practiced in the huge space, enjoying the pressure brought by 100 times gravity to make himself stronger. Not to mention how much the combat power is improved. What is the effect? Lin Chuan can be sure that even if he is now practicing here at 100 times gravity for a long time, his strength will increase rapidly. And the training is not only about the level of combat power, but also the training of one's own strength. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening outside. It was here that Bulma, who was at the control room console, suddenly heard the sound of the communicator. He picked it up and looked at it. After confirming that it was his father, he answered the phone. After some exchanges, Bulma knew what was going on. There were some minor flaws in the manufacturing of the spacecraft over there, and she needed to go over and work out solutions together. After responding, Bulma looked at the time and saw that 2 or 3 hours had passed. Looking at Lin Chuan, who had been practicing on his own, Bulma couldn't help but think of the word monster again. It's been so long and I still don't feel tired at all. Although those exercises are simple movements, including push-ups, they last for several hours under 100 times gravity. If she hadn't known that times had changed, she would have suspected that she was dreaming. Ling Huan, there are some minor problems with the research on the spaceship. I need to go there. We have almost recorded the data here today. Do you need a break? Bulma asked. Hearing the sound, Lin Chuan, who was practicing, looked up and wondered where he was. After thinking about it, he said casually, if something happens over there, just go and help. It's not easy to sweat for once. I can't miss this opportunity. After receiving Lin Chuan's reply, Bulma twitched her lips, then you can continue to practice here. I will come over to record the data later. With Bulma leaving, Lin Chuan continued his first gravity training even harder. The longer Lin Chuan exercised his body under 100 times gravity, the more he felt like a fire was burning in his chest, and a steady stream of power emerged from his body. He finally understood why gravity training was called a training cheating device. For them scions, it is really the best way to practice under pressure. Under the extreme gravity environment, they can quickly squeeze out all the power in their bodies and force out their potential abilities, making their strength increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Bulma is gone. How about I carry her on my back to try a force of over 100 times gravity? With this idea in his mind, Lin Chuan stood up directly and walked to the control desk. It's said to be a 100-fold test, but to put it bluntly, wouldn't a higher fold test be better? Chapter 61. It's time to attack the fairy beans. Finger moves. Under Lin Chuan's operation, the gravity multiplier directly reached 150 times. It's not a little bit of improvement, but a 50-fold bonus in one go. It wasn't until 150 times the gravity hit him that Lin Chuan realized that this fucking 100 times gravity couldn't be compared to it. 100 times gravity can only bring so much pressure to him. But 150 times the gravity would make it difficult for him. With his strength of over 1.8 million points of combat power, it stands to reason that the force of gravity must be at least 200 times greater to give him this feeling. But the more he feels this pressure in advance, the greater his room for improvement. With a serious expression, Lin Chuan looked at the 150G displayed on the panel and made another decision in his heart. After a while, 200 times the force of gravity pressed on my body. It increased by 50 times again. At this time, Lin Chuan could already feel his body functions roaring. It's because I feel excited and happy to be in such an environment. Is 200 times the gravity the limit of the gravity equipment this time? Bulma should have set a peak value this time, otherwise, it shouldn't be impossible to add it. However, 200 times is enough for the time being. For me, it is just enough to maintain long-term practice. There is light in the eyes. Being able to practice under 200 times gravity for a long time, 100 times can be completely ignored. With his level of strength, he practiced for 3 hours under 100 times gravity and didn't feel tired at all. How could he improve? What's more, in such a sealed environment, super intensity and crazy training cannot be carried out, let alone the release of energy. What you practice is nothing more than your own physical fitness, physical strength, and control of your chi and energy under this kind of pressure. After getting used to it for a while, Lin Chuan started to move around. First came a few superspeed movements and difficult movements, allowing his body to tentatively touch the limit under this gravity. After confirming that he could do it, and soon feeling hot and sweaty and with blood gushing, Lin Chuan laughed. This feeling is true cultivation. Just like when he tried his best to improve his strength on planet V3114, he really challenged the limit again and again at that time, so that he could increase his strength to 15,000 points. In fact, if possible, it would be best if the gravity reaches 300 times or even more than 300 times. After all, Vegeta in the original book practiced and achieved breakthroughs in such an environment when his combat power exceeded 3 million or even higher. Is Vegeta that strong? Definitely. In the original work, he used Krillin to seriously injure himself, and then relied on Dandy to recover, and his strength went from hundreds of thousands to more than 2.5 million points. Later, he was easily killed by Frieza, and then resurrected by Shenron, and his strength was improved again. This is also the reason why Vegeta later broke through the Super Series in one breath, and his combat power far exceeded that of Son Goku at the time. Vegeta's foundation is not inferior to that of Sun Wukong, but in terms of realm, he is always one step behind. In fact, if the later Vegeta can continue to brush this Scion talent bug, he may become even more powerful. But he didn't have fairy beans. Even if bugs can be cleared, it will take more time and the improvement in strength will not be too obvious. You need to be aware of this bug of Scion's. The improvement in strength is indeed related to the degree of injury, but how much it can be improved is closely related to rapid recovery in a short period of time. Like Sun Wukong in the original work, he used the second recovery of the fairy beans to eliminate the bug that greatly increased the ability of Scions to recover from serious injuries. Otherwise, even if Sun Wukong's strength improves, he may not be able to reach 90,000 combat power points in 6 days. Of course, you can quickly improve your strength by brushing this in the early stage. But in the later stages, just the length of the artificial human beings was nothing. After all, at a stage where the combat power gap is often hundreds of millions, even if the combat power is increased by 1 million in a short period of time, it will not help. Thinking of fairy beans, Lin Chuan was also ready to take action. There was no chance before, but now the spaceship is being built. Before leaving the Earth to go to planet Namek, a certain amount of fairy beans must be obtained. Calculating, it will be less than 11 months before the Scions invade the Earth. According to the development of the plot, the senzu beans were eaten as snacks by a kilobe a few years ago. The reserves may be almost zero now, but they are definitely more than they will be a year from now. Therefore, we must act quickly. Otherwise, it would really be too late by the time a kilobe finished his training in the Temple of Heaven and returned to the top of Kalin Tower. Free control of fairy beans. If it really comes true, then there is no need to worry about being seriously injured and unable to recover in a short time. In future cultivation, as long as he has fairy beans, he can eat one anytime, anywhere to recover, and then continue practicing. Even if the Sendu cannot recover from the consumption of mental power, it is also a way to exercise one's mental power in turn, constantly touching the limit. In addition to fairy beans, Cat Immortal also has super divine water that can tap into potential. Will this thing also be effective for me? As a time traveler, how could he not know the existence of super divine water? However, for him, maybe the super divine water has no effect. After all, his level of strength is somewhat high. The target of super divine water was the era when the combat power was only 100 or 200 points. What's more, the setting of super divine water is actually the biggest effect is to purify evil spirits, and the development potential is only incidental. To be precise, the idea of purifying evil spirits is far-fetched. Because in the original setting, the super divine water is highly poisonous, people who drink the super divine water must first have a pure heart and have potential, otherwise they will be poisoned by the super divine water. The reason why it is used to purify poison is not that it can actually purify it, but that it has a feeling similar to fighting poison with poison. After all, even if this thing is effective for Lin Chuan, I'm afraid it will only be a slight improvement at most. His thoughts were almost disrupted by his own random thoughts. Lin Chuan shook his head and continued to practice. Nowadays, tapping into potential is not an option. Besides, he now has too many ways to become stronger. Even if you want to tap the potential, you can develop it with the help of the great elders there after going to planet Namek. The effect is definitely more powerful than super divine water. Cultivation continues. Lin Chuan didn't even know that Bulma had returned here before he knew it. After seeing Lin Chuan disobeying and turning on 200 times gravity, she became confused. Lin Chuan really didn't lie to her. He was able to practice under 200 times gravity and move freely. Angry, Lin Chuan didn't listen to her and acted randomly after she left. Although the test at 200 times was also acceptable, in order to maintain stability, she chose 100 times. You know, although the current 2.0 gravity device is very complete, it still has many flaws. Fortunately, she set the maximum index at 200 times, otherwise the equipment would be overloaded and paralyzed. Begging for a monthly ticket. Brothers. Chapter 62, Deceiving the Cat Immortal, the first step to freedom of a mortal being. The next day, Lin Chuan slept until 9 o'clock in the morning before waking up from his dream. After practicing until nearly 10 o'clock yesterday evening, Lin Chuan and Bulma returned to the big round house and had a full meal. It was inevitable to be complained and criticized by Bulma. Later, Lin Chuan walked away in a perfunctory manner, thus escaping Bulma's nagging. There was no way, he couldn't really be serious with Bulma. And it was true that he went against what he said and turned up the gravity to 200 times without authorization. Bulma didn't stop him immediately, but saw him finish his training and acquiesced in his use. If he couldn't bear a few words, he wouldn't be a man anymore. After a while, Lin Chuan stood up from the bed and could clearly feel the pain coming from the bones and muscles of his body. This is the first time in nearly half a year. I remember my last crazy hard training on planet V3114, and I felt close to this when I woke up the next day. Since then, he has not done any serious physical training. After all, nearly 4 months ago, Frisia's minions arrived, and he killed him and seized the spaceship. He then spent another 3 months on a space voyage to Earth. Don't mention the past. Now, after just one gravity training, he had reached this limit, and it obviously gave him a feeling of rebirth. Although there was no big breakthrough in terms of combat power, after yesterday's training, he had a more perfect grasp of his own strength. A realm that was unimaginable before, but now I have a new understanding after enduring 200 times the pressure of gravity. And the most important thing is that although my body is very sore, I have endless strength. After a simple wash, Lin Chuan went to the restaurant downstairs to have breakfast. At this point, Bulma was no longer at home, and neither was Shishi, and she didn't know what she was doing. However, there was food on the table, left for him. There are also smart home robots that will provide services to Lin Chuan. After filling his stomach as quickly as possible, Lin Chuan rushed to the gravity training room in no hurry. Today, he has more important things to do. After yesterday's tentative inquiry, Lin Chuan pretended to ask Bulma if there was any healing medicine on Earth that could quickly restore physical strength or restore injuries. Under his disguised reminder, Bulma told him directly about the fairy beans. From this, Lin Chuan also found a reason. He only knew about the existence of fairy beans because of Bulma, and he could actually plan such a thing. Otherwise, it would be a bit abrupt. Because he had just arrived on Earth not long ago, even if he could be said to have used alien technology to know some information about the Earth in advance, it was impossible for him to know about something as small as fairy beans, which had almost zero information. Of course he can steal it openly because of his strong strength, but others can't do anything to him. But if things develop like this, it will be boring. He came to Earth to settle down completely in the future, not to mess around and leave in the end. Leaving Zidu, Lin Chuan flew all the way towards the Tian Shen temple. In fact, Lin Chuan had already forgotten the specific location, but fortunately the Z warriors were practicing on the Temple of Heaven, so he could sense the aura. After a short time, Lin Chuan had arrived at his destination. Moreover, he also saw the cat immortal, who looked surprised and panicked after seeing him. As an immortal level existence on Earth, although cat immortal is a cat, he has lived for more than 800 years, and can be considered a master level existence on Earth. The combat power is 190 points. I didn't notice it when I passed by it when I first arrived on Earth. But now that I feel it carefully, it's really incredible. In the original work, he only trained Sun Wukong and did not show much strength. It should be said that this cat is very good at pretending to be real, especially in the plot of Tao Bibai. He could have instantly eliminated Tao Bibai, who climbed up the tower to seek super holy water, but he did nothing. He just pretended to be real. Dobai was fooled for a while, and finally it was left to Sun Wukong to solve the problem. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan expressed his intention to come and showed his goodwill to the cat immortal. The cat immortal was already suspicious of Lin Chuan's sudden visit, but now that he heard it, he directly greeted Bulma several times in his heart. For the cat immortal, even if Lin Chuan did nothing after coming to the earth, he even helped the earth and took care of Sun Wukong's son and raised him. However, he is a scion from an alien planet after all. The strength is so terrifying that it is beyond control. At this time, once it knows that anything on the earth is useful to it, it will definitely want to take it as its own. He was angry that Bulma, as a rare genius on earth, didn't even understand such a simple truth. That's what he thought. In fact, he didn't know that Bulma was much more understanding than him. The cat immortal only saw the surface, and was worried that the time was too short and what he saw were all illusions. Now that things like fairy beans have been exposed, there is no doubt that Lin Chuan wants to keep them for himself. No matter how friendly or nice you are, it's just a cover-up. Cat immortal is not stupid. He is the only one who knows the preciousness of fairy beans. In other words, Sun Wukong and Akilobe never take fairy beans seriously. Sun Wukong has always maintained an innocent heart and has never had any desire to possess anything. This is why he is only willing to give the fairy beans to Sun Wukong for free. Akilobe is a fool. Ever since this guy came to his place, he couldn't drive him away and wouldn't listen to his words. After he had stored the celestial beans for hundreds of years, he calculated the quantity in jars. As a result, in just a few years, there are only a few cans left. If this continues, not only will the fairy beans be eaten as snacks, but if you want to use the fairy beans in the future, you have to see if they grow. Fairy beans are not a common thing. They only grow a few every other year, and it depends more or less on luck. Seeing the reluctance of the cat immortal, Lin Chuan could not make a strong and free demand, so after some negotiations, he finally reached an agreement with the cat immortal. Obtain fairy beans from him, and then use his ability to send him some supplies. For example, his favorite fish, as well as various daily necessities. These alone are not enough to impress the cat immortal. So Lin Chuan directly used his ultimate move. You have eaten fish from Earth, but what about fish from alien planets? The cat immortal's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his voice almost dropped to the floor. In the end, it was Lin Chuan who took away the few remaining jars of fairy beans in the cat immortal's hand. The number was about 30. Using this excuse, Lin Chuan asked why the number was so rare, and the cat immortal told him the reason for the scarcity. Put it on the table. Knowing what's going on, Lin Chuan will have the obligation to take care of it in the future. After all, after taking the first step to free the fairy beans, the second step must be to deal with Akilobe, and then let the cat fairy try his best to plant fairy beans, no longer just planting them casually like before. Chapter 63. 1 month later, everything is ready. Time flies, fleeting. A month has passed quietly since I got the fairy beans from the cat immortal and reached an agreement with him in exchange for things. 1 month. To put it into perspective, apart from the occasional trip out, Lin Chuan stayed in the gravity training room to practice. It's been like this for a long time, and it hasn't changed in a day. As of today, his combat power index has reached 5,055,640 points. The unlimited combat power improvement system alone has indeed increased the combat power by more than 2 million points, but it was also Lin Chuan who improved hundreds of thousands of combat power with the help of practice. Together, it exceeded the 5 million combat power mark. A combat power of 5 million. Along the way, Lin Chuan would have felt incredible if he hadn't experienced it personally. Frankly speaking, I transformed into a giant ape a month ago and felt the strength of tens of millions of combatants. But after all, that was the strength after the transformation of the giant ape. Comparing it with the current strength, it is indeed much inferior, but it seems not much different. This also made Lin Chuan consciously confirm one thing. That was him a month ago. His own fighting ability was too poor, so even if his power after transforming into a giant ape could skyrocket to tens of millions of points, the strength he could exert was only a few million points. Now, the humanoid self has exceeded 5 million points of combat power. It seems that there is still a difference of 5 million points in numerical value, but the real level of combat power can completely reach the level of leapfrog combat. Today, Lin Chuan did not continue practicing with gravity. It can be said that Lin Chuan stopped his crazy training yesterday and the day before yesterday. There is no other reason. With the cooperation of Bulma and Breve, the spaceship is finally completed. Not only that, the final stage of short-distance spaceflight testing was also carried out in the past 2 days. It can be confirmed that the spacecraft is complete and can carry out stable space navigation at any time. Lin Chuan was so happy that he was about to start a new journey, so he stopped practicing and used meditation to combine work and rest to stabilize his level of strength. To put it simply, in fact, until he came to Earth today, he was not anxious to care about the progress of spaceship manufacturing at the beginning, or he wanted to start a new space journey as soon as possible. But as time went by, when things developed to the point where he sent Sun Wuhan away, he began to have some thoughts in his mind. After all, the earlier we arrive at planet Namek, the better the layout will be. And the most important thing is that the Dragon Balls of planet Namek can be reused every 130 days. This means that if he goes earlier, he can use it one more time. This time, it was 3 wishes. Who would object to having so many opportunities to fulfill their wishes? Lin Chuan has too many wishes that he wants to realize, especially the teleportation of Kaishin, the method of cultivating divine power, the ability of cell regeneration, etc. The Earth's divine dragon has limited abilities and cannot achieve it. At least the current Shenlong can't do it. Therefore, we can only place our hope on Palunga on planet Namek. If even Bolunga can't achieve it, then we can only rely on the super dragon. But with his ability, at least at the moment, it is impossible to gather the wishing beads. With such a big wishing bead, even if he was strong enough to easily destroy stars, he would not be able to push a dragon bead the size of a planet. Speaking of which, how did you evaluate the wishing beads in your previous life? This is something that mortals absolutely cannot gather together, and it is also something that mortals cannot use. Only higher gods, only angels, can gather them together and make wishes in the language of God. What's more, the wishing beads span 2 universes. After finishing today's meditation, Lin Chuan left the western capital and headed towards the southern continent according to his plan. A month ago, Sun Wuhan was entrusted to Piccolo. Now that the deadline has expired, the spaceship has been built, and he needs to take it back. Not only must Kikai feel completely at ease, but she must also take Sun Wuhan and Piccolo to go to planet Namek. From the beginning, Lin Chuan had already made a plan. Follow the original route? No. Change is definitely going to happen. Now is the best opportunity. In fact, since he saved Raditz and asked him to go to the King of Kai to practice with Sun Wukong, he had already begun to change intentionally or unintentionally. It's just that because I just arrived on Earth, many things can't be done clearly, so I didn't take much action. Now, the time has come. At least, some people must first become stronger. Starting with Son Gohan and Piccolo. And he also made an agreement with Piccolo a month ago. After the spaceship is built, he can go with him to his hometown. I believe he will not refuse to go. After all, only by seeing the wider world can we free ourselves from the constraints. Of course, Lin Chuan was a little selfish in letting Piccolo go to planet Namek. Because to the Namekians, Piccolo is the chosen one left behind. If he goes back with his help, he will definitely gain the friendship of the Namekians, and the Great Elder will receive them warmly. Otherwise, they are just pure invaders. There is no need to doubt Piccolo's weight. After all, this is a junior who can be remembered by the Great Elder. Strictly speaking, he is the best Namek warrior in the current era. Of course there is another one, and that is Nelu. Combat strength is 42,000 points. Compared with Piccolo, the gap is still huge. But if Piccolo at this time assimilates with the gods and becomes a human being, surpassing Nera will not be a problem. In any case, in the original work, Piccolo from the future trained on northern Kaiwang and increased his strength to tens of thousands of points in a short period of time. At least, it is much taller than Neru. Otherwise, Neru would not have said how Piccolo practiced to become so strong. Lin Chuan was quite surprised after not seeing him for a month. It has to be said that not only the relationship between the two parties has been very good in a short period of time, but not only Piccolo's strength has increased to 2,900 points, but Son Gohan's combat effectiveness has also increased from 1,395 points to 2,000 points. After 1 month of practice, he has reached this level of strength, which is extraordinary. If you know the original work, it took them nearly a year to reach 3,500 points for Piccolo and less than 1,000 points for Sun Wuhan. Of course, Sun Wuhan was influenced by Professor Lin Chuan, but Piccolo could only feel a few waves of pressure and relied purely on himself. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan informed him of his intention and sincerely invited Piccolo. This kind of opportunity could only be thought about before, but now it has really come. Piccolo hesitated for a while, but Son Gohan persuaded him because he and Piccolo had already established a relationship. In this way, Piccolo agreed with Sun Wuhan's uncle Piccolo. Reaching a consensus, the three of them returned to the western capital together. Needless to say, Piccolo's temperament has indeed changed because of Son Gohan. Is this the function of luck? Lin Chuan was also like this when he was coaching Sun Wufan, and he was gradually and subtly changed. Chapter 64 A new era is coming. It can be said that Piccolo's arrival directly scared Bulma's family. Of course, there are also Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King who are waiting for Gohan's return. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's explanation and his words perfectly resolved the embarrassment and hostility, and included Piccolo in this trip to planet Namek. Naturally, everyone can understand the reason why Lin Chuan did this. After all, Piccolo is indeed a Namekian. There is nothing wrong with going to Namek and taking him with you. In general, the shock brought by Piccolo in this era is still too sufficient. They all witnessed the battle 5 years ago with their own eyes, and their memories are still fresh and unforgettable. At the same time, Temple of Heaven. The god Piccolo noticed the actions of Piccolo and Son Gohan, so he focused his attention. He happened to hear about leaving the earth and going to planet Namek, which shook his heart, which had not shaken in many years. Before he and Big separated, he had been waiting for the arrival of his family, and had been longing to return to his hometown. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and this matter has finally come to light, causing the divine state of mind he had maintained for hundreds of years to collapse in an instant. He also wanted to go back and have a look. But he can't. Because he is the god of the earth, his responsibility prevents him from leaving the earth again in his life. It can be said that his fate has long been intertwined with the earth. Moreover, the Scion invasion is imminent. Even if he can leave the earth at this time, he is unwilling to leave. As a god, he has absolute awareness. Although he can come back before the Scions invade, he has an arduous task. He must improve the strength of this group of Earth's martial arts disciples as much as possible and strive for more protection for the Earth. A short period of more than a month, nearly 2 months. Piccolo, the god, has already seen the talents of Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dumpling. Perhaps they are still not as good as Piccolo and Sun Wufan at this time, but based on the data detected by the combat power detector that Krillin obtained from Lin Chuan, except for Dumpling, all 3 of them have exceeded 1000 combat power points. 5 years ago, he was so powerful that he could crush everything, even the great demon king Piccolo was nothing. This is achieved through hard training day and night, and breakthroughs made through constant battles every day. In the final analysis, it was because of Lin Chuan's relationship with the butterfly that it put a lot of pressure on them, giving them greater momentum and greater goals. Otherwise, in the original work, until the Scions attacked, Tianjin Fan, who had the highest combat power, would have reached 1830 points. Klin is second with 1770 points. Yamcha is weaker, 1480 points. The final Dumpling was 610 points. It is enough to show that their potential is terrifying and their talents are outstanding. However, the original work only reached that level of strength because the pressure was not enough. It is certain that if this continues, they will definitely become stronger in the future. They are all working hard to become stronger and are not afraid of hardships. But there is one person who has been selectively given up by the god Piccolo. There is no doubt that this man is Achilobe. After arriving at the Tian Shen temple, he would cooperate with him in practicing seriously at the beginning, but later he would simply fail. No matter what you do, eating comes first. In fact, if he continued to practice wholeheartedly, his strength would at least be comparable to that of Yamcha and Krillin. But now, it's not even as good as Dumpling's. Dumpling's combat power has exceeded 500 points. But he only had less than 400 points. Others don't know it, but God Piccolo knows very well that Achilobe's talent is actually no less than anyone else's. But even he couldn't correct his character, so he had no choice but to prevent him from dragging down everyone's cultivation progress. In fact, it was the god Piccolo who was too persistent. In terms of cultivation, no one can blame him. In the final analysis, it should be decided by people themselves whether they want to become stronger or not. Forcibly dragging people into cultivation and placing the responsibility on them is a bit of a moral kidnapping. Achilobe's character is indeed not very good, and his existence has eaten up the fairy beans. But, at the end of the day, he just wants to live a carefree life. Eating immortal food and living a lofty life like an immortal, who the hell would want to suffer so much to practice? In Achilobe's concept, saving the world can be left to Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others. The concept is this concept. It seems that Achilobe was also worried about the future, so he went to practice to become stronger. Otherwise, how could his combat power reach 970 points during Vegeta's attack? It's not as good as the Klin Yamuti Tianjin rice, but it's still powerful enough to surpass the previous era. It's just that times are changing so fast that a lot of the light has been obscured. Let's take the Era of the Earth chapter as an example. It's no problem for nearly 1,000 warriors to dominate the Earth, but Demon King Piccolo is a scumbag in front of this power. After all, he is also the last character who is qualified to compete with Krillin as the strongest person on Earth. You said Yamcha is also one? Yamcha tried hard but still lost to Klin, and later she even gave up on her own initiative. Therefore, Achilobe is the last candidate. The other side. Hell. The end of the snake path. After a month and a half of running, Sun Wukong and Raditz finally arrived here today. Compared to the original work in which Sun Wukong ran alone for half a year, it can be said to be several times faster. Ultimately, falling down the snake path was a blessing in disguise. They ate the fruit that only King Yama and God could eat, and under Radit's force, they both ate several fruits until they couldn't eat any more. This wave of operations not only made them energetic and not hungry for more than a month, but also greatly improved their own strength. Only then did they arrive in such a short period of time. At this time, the two of them stood side by side, looking up towards the top of Huangchuan. A small planet is just suspended over there. For ordinary people, even if they have certain strength, they may not be able to go up if they can't fly. But for Sun Wukong and Raditz, it is naturally not a problem. After more than a month, the two brothers have adjusted their personalities. However, although he is no longer so conceited, Raditz still hasn't completely given up on his habit of being aloof from his superior warriors. Let's go. We have to hurry up and see the king of the realm. I hope I won't be disappointed. Raditz took the lead and levitated directly into the sky. Seeing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." The next second, he used Wukong technique to catch up. The two of them approached northern Kaiwang, and a gravity 10 times that of the earth suddenly swept over them. Raditz was okay, he was surprised for a while and then quickly stood up. Sun Wukong didn't react and almost fell to the ground. After all, Sun Wukong has never been to an alien planet and has grown up in the Earth's gravity environment. Even if he is strong enough, 10 times the gravity will affect him. Chapter 65 Set off to Namek and let Piccolo practice under gravity. Earth. After Lin Chuan brought Sun Wuhan and Piccolo back, Bulma spent another 2 days purchasing all the needed supplies. Originally, we could set off early in the morning, but just to have a more comfortable interstellar journey, we wasted this time. In fact, this is just what Bulma and Shishi want. For Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wufan, what about the long interstellar voyage? Even if it takes a long time, they will only spend it on cultivation. What's more, this journey can reach the destination in 5 or 6 days. How to determine the specific location of planet Namek? This naturally means that Frisia's army's spaceship has the exact coordinates. The original work relied on the coordinates provided by the North Kaio, and then used the spaceship that Piccolo had brought to Earth in the early years. Now that Lin Chuan has arrived, there are too many ways to obtain the location. Even if it wasn't in Frisia's Legion's spaceship, he knew the exact location. Because he had studied it for a long time in his previous life. The fourth planet in the 27th main galaxy of the Vega constellation, the coordinates are SU83 and 9045XY. Kikai wants to go too? Definitely. In the original work, Sun Gohan went to planet Namek with Bulmak Krillin, and Chi-Chi was supposed to follow him. But in order to take care of Sun Wukong's injury, she had to bear the pain and say goodbye instead of going with him. This time, no Monkey King was injured, and there was no interference from any trivial matters. Lin Chuan naturally didn't mind her going too. After all, it's not a big deal, and it won't be a drag on this industry. Overall, it would be a good thing if Kikai went, because she could take care of all of them by herself. No one can compare to this. The portrayal of Kikai's housewife is even more remarkable in the Super era. It can only be said that Sun Wukong really doesn't care enough about his wife. Many of the negativity comes from not understanding and not communicating well. Near the research institute behind the manor. Large launch base. After the last batch of supplies was loaded onto the spaceship, the group of 5 people got ready for departure, said goodbye to everyone who was seeing them off, and stepped onto the spaceship. This spaceship is different from the one Sun Wukong boarded in the original work. Originally, the shape and structure of the spacecraft was based on Brive's design. However, with Lin Chuan's intervention and some suggestions on the shape of the spaceship, Bulma transformed it into a disc shape. Firstly, all the space can be used, and secondly, it is more convenient to add a few more special rooms. just like Frisia's emperor, but much smaller in comparison. This spaceship is indeed very big, and the diameter of the cabin has reached 50 meters. But Frisia's emperor was a large battleship with a diameter of several hundred meters. Even ordinary high-end spaceships have reached around 100 meters. Go inside the spaceship. What comes into view is an open area. This is a temporary activity area and a temporary storage point. To facilitate the transportation of goods, vehicles can even be parked. Of course, there is no need to park now, as all necessities are stored in the universal capsule. Even spaceships can be included in capsules. It is worth mentioning that the universal capsule was improved once again by Bulma. Because the last time the spaceship was transported, the jet could not be transformed into a capsule, so she strengthened this limit. As a result, not only the usable space was larger, but the limitations became smaller. Bulma also had a sudden idea under Lin Chuan's suggestion and created a portable universal capsule. As long as it is some object, as long as it is dead, you can use a portable capsule to lock it into the capsule space. Of course, this limit cannot be too large and can only be below 100 meters. Walking forward, after passing a passage of nearly 10 meters, we found the huge central control room. The total space is circular, with a diameter of about 15 meters and a height of more than 10 meters. The circular space is surrounded by arc-shaped structures except that the ceiling and floor are parallel. It is divided into two levels of space, upper and lower. On the first floor, there are 4 storage rooms, public toilets, maintenance rooms, living rooms, etc. On the second floor, in addition to a few necessary leisure areas, there are several gravity training rooms equipped by Bulma, which were built in accordance with Lin Chuan's requirements. Overall, the entire spaceship can be said to be almost perfect. I have to admire that Bulma and Breve have top-notch minds. Just come up with an idea and you can quickly implement it. Okay, are you all ready? Our journey to planet Namek is about to begin. Following Bulma's order, Lin Chuan and Bike felt a little embarrassed. It was Sun Wuhan and Kikai who started to look forward to it. A cold person will remain calm and silent even if he experiences something he has never experienced before. Of course, Lin Chuan is not the aloof type, he simply doesn't act that silly. Along with the sound of the engine, the spacecraft shook violently. After a few dozen seconds, it rushed directly out of the Earth's atmosphere and rushed towards the depths of the universe. The start was not very fast, because Gohan said that he wanted to see other planets in the solar system, and also wanted to see the sun up close. Lin Chuan was not interested in this. Once you enter space navigation, you no longer need to sit in a safe seat. In fact, he doesn't have to sit down at all, but since everyone is sitting down, he should cooperate. As soon as he left, Piccolo immediately loosened his seat belt and walked to the front of the spaceship. Here you can see the scene in the universe through the glass-like projection. This was also a huge shock to him. It was unimaginable before that we would leave the Earth and embark on an interstellar journey. After ending the low-speed cruise in the solar system and satisfying all Sun Wuhan's curiosity, Bulma started the spaceship's superspeed navigation mode. Once the target location is determined, the spacecraft's intelligent system will automatically navigate, which is extremely advanced. It will take 6 days to get to planet Namek. Uncle Lin Chuan, Uncle Piccolo, during this time, can we also practice in the spaceship? Sun Wuhan is a sensible child. He knew that Piccolo would be embarrassed here, so he took the initiative to mention training. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled knowingly. Piccolo smiled the same way. You kid, you feel uncomfortable even if you don't practice for a day, right? I don't mind, but I don't know if it's okay. Piccolo focused his attention on Lin Chuan. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled again and was about to speak when Bulma took the initiative to speak. I'm really convinced by you people. We've just stabilized the channel and you can't wait to practice. Can't you just stop and stop? And, even if you want to practice, please go to the practice room. Training room? I see. Is there a training room set up in the spaceship? Piccolo asked in surprise. I asked Bulma to make this specifically for the long journey in the universe. Come on, I'll take you to experience gravity training first. I believe you will be very excited. Lin Chuan already had an idea. Let Piccolo and Son Gohan practice gravity for 6 days. How strong will they be when they get to planet Namek? Chapter 66 Destruction of God's Realm, Angel's Attention. As the spacecraft completely leaves the solar system, Lin Chuan began to try gravity training with Piccolo and Sun Wuhan. For them, what they had been exposed to before was the kind of arduous training they could imagine. Now combined with the shock brought by technology and hard work, they immediately felt that if they could practice here, they would definitely become stronger faster. In particular, Lin Chuan also mentioned that the original planet Vegeta had 10 times the gravity of the Earth. Moreover, the gravity of Northern Kaiu, where Northern Kaiu is located, is 10 times the gravity of Earth. Piccolo is confused about Northern Kaiu and Northern Kaiu. Lin Chuan also realized that he was not involved in the plot of the Temple of Heaven, so he would never know. After some explanations, Piccolo became even more excited. Because he now knows everything and has a training artifact like the gravity training room, he can completely surpass Sun Wukong and Raditz. So what if there was someone like the Northern Kai King to train him? He Bike is not a vegetarian either. At this point, Piccolo and Son Gohan's gravity training began. Start with 10x gravity. Lin Chuan was surprised that Kikai didn't mind that Sun Wuhan was training with Piccolo. I don't know how she figured it out. All in all, Lin Chuan felt that it was not just his fault, Bulma must have done something that Lin Chuan didn't know about. At the same time, located in the most supreme realm of God in the entire 7th universe. It's not Kaishan realm. But destroy the divine world. I saw a tall and slender being, wearing an angel god's robe and holding a special scepter, talking to a strange-looking fish. They are none other than the angel Whis, and the pet of the god of destruction Beerus, the prophetic fish that can predict the future. Not bad, not bad. The cultivation of new tea trees this time has been very successful. The tea is fragrant and refreshing in the mouth, with a hint of freshness and no trace of impurities. Angel Weiss and the prophetic fish were sitting on the stone table, eating delicious snacks and sipping tea. As life forms of their level, their lifespans are already endless. Especially for a being like Weiss, it seems that he lives the same life every day, but in fact he comes up with some new tricks every day to kill the long boring time. This time it is about cultivating a top tea tree. Isn't it? After all, this is tea that only gods can taste. According to the appearance this time, it is at least twice as good as the last time. Just one piece, the energy contained in the tea is quite ridiculous, and it can not only improve your strength, develop your potential to comprehend divine power, and at least add a few hundred years to your life. The prophetic fish interjected. Weiss did not take such comments seriously. He smiled and took a sip of tea. It was at this time that a sudden change occurred. Boom! A shocking loud noise spread throughout the entire God of Destruction realm. Above the angel Weiss and the prophecy fish, at the top of the cosmic tree, is the location of the God of Destruction's palace. The rich firelight continued to spread out, showing how terrifying the power of the explosion was. You must know that this is the Destruction God realm. How intense is it? This tree is still a cosmic tree. It's not something that can be damaged casually. Really, Lord Beerus's temper is getting more and more irritable now. He will cause such a big noise every once in a while. When he was sleeping before, he was quite peaceful. Looking at the explosion flames dissipating in the sky, the prophet fish complained. There is nothing we can do about this. New negative energy is growing in the universe all the time. Lord Beerus wiped out most of the negative energy in the universe before falling asleep. He consumed too much divine power and energy and slept dishonestly. It's really normal. Weiss' explanation was spot on. After all, this is the reason why this sleep lasts for decades. I think it's not just like this. No matter how tired Mr. Beerus was in the past, he wouldn't sleep in such a bad state. It's been so many years since he fell asleep this time. On average, he would sneeze every once in a while. It's almost become a habit. The prophet fish kept complaining. Regarding this, Weiss seemed to have realized something again and laughed. What you said is not bad, maybe this has something to do with you. Weiss smiled mysteriously, and his words made the prophecy fish a little confused. Is it related to me? The little eyes of the prophet fish were full of doubts. I remember you made a prophecy before Lord Beerus fell asleep, saying that when Lord Beerus wakes up this time, he will encounter a destined enemy. Weiss said. Is Lord Beerus a powerful enemy? Is there such a thing? The prophecy fish fell into deep thought, and its body kept flopping and rolling in the fish tank. After thinking about it for a while, I finally thought of nothing. There is no way, fish's memory is like this, even he can't remember many things. He couldn't remember, but Weiss didn't pursue it, and just continued, it seems that you are talking about Super Saiyan God. Therefore, over the years, I have deliberately paid attention to the Scions living in the universe. Thinking of this, Weiss also became interested. He picked up the angel's scepter in his right hand and felt a little empty. Use special abilities to scan the entire universe to search for the whereabouts of Scions. Soon, a projection appeared. Above is a father and son hunting for prey on a deserted planet. If Lin Chuan were here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize who these two people are. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. And his father, Paragus. These are two Scion survivors living on Wampa planet. One of them does contain good strength. It is very likely that he is. However, this planet is a primitive planet. If nothing else, there is no way to leave, otherwise we will not continue to live a primitive life. Weiss murmured to himself, waving the scepter in his hand, and the projection changed. The picture projected this time was that of a short, thin Scion. Vegeta's younger brother, Tarbal. The little prince of the Scion clan, he was lucky enough to survive. Unfortunately, his talent and potential are not outstanding, and he is not a fighting Scion. In comparison, his brother is pretty good, Vegeta. The screen switched again and came to the universe. Two circular Frisia army spaceships are traveling through space. Inside the spaceship, the two Scions were in a dormant state. If it's not Vegeta and Nappa, then who is it? Whis took a serious look at Vegeta, intentionally or unintentionally. And then waved the scepter again. Hell! The projected images were of Raditz and Sun Wukong who were practicing on the North Kyo planet. Raditz did not die according to the normal trajectory, but went to the North Kyo to practice with Sun Wukong. The most important thing is that people who should have died did not die, but lived. Please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. A new chapter has begun. Chapter 67 Weiss Sai, arriving on planet Namek. The most stable space-time node seems to have undergone different changes. As an angel, Weiss was surprised for the first time in his history. His existence is beyond the universe, beyond life and death, beyond the constraints of rules. He has even experienced the destruction and restart of the universe countless times. He can see the past and future, and can also travel between parallel worlds of the past and future. These two Scions are really amazing. They are able to enter the underworld as living people, and they are still training under the King of Kai. Looking at you, you seem to care about them. Is there anything special about you? Your strength seems to be average. The voice of the prophetic fish sounded, and his words interrupted Weiss's thinking. Ho 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 ho. There are infinite possibilities in them. They are indeed very weak now, but it won't take long before the future of our time and space will become extremely exciting. Weiss. He narrowed his eyes and waved the angel scepter. Instead of stopping at northern Kai Wang, it moved to Earth. What has happened is projected like God's perspective. Astonishingly, these are some of the major events that have occurred on Earth in the past 2 months. Such a situation shows that Weiss has been paying attention to the situation on the Earth from a long time ago. It can also be said that he, who is omnipotent and omniscient, has long seen the future of this time and space, so he understands everything. Important scenes flashed across the projection quickly, and finally it was transferred to a large spaceship rushing out of the Earth and heading straight into the depths of the universe. As the picture cuts in, the scene inside the spaceship at this time is revealed. It's really unexpected. Not only have I never paid attention to this scion, but he also seems to have some kind of power to break the situation. Seeing the person frozen in the projection screen, Weiss expressed his feelings. For him, there are only a few key objects that he pays attention to. Even though there are still some scion survivors in the universe, he has always ignored them. The eyesight of angels is so terrifying, and they can see the past and the future in the long river of time. How can they not know which people are blessed with luck? How could we not know who can break the rules and create greater possibilities? Talos, that is, Lin Chuan, was imprisoned on planet V3114 and could not leave, and could not intervene in the main plot, so it was impossible for him to enter the eyes of an existence like Weiss from the beginning. Only now, everything has changed. Staring at Lin Chuan in the picture, Weiss' expression seemed unchanged, but in fact there was caution in his eyes. The gears of fate were quietly changed by him. If this continues, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In the future, there may be a place for him. He is a special case. After sighing in his heart, Weiss used the angel scepter to look at other places in the universe, and finally took back the angel's power. Wes, who do you think among the scions you just projected will be the super scion god? The prophecy fish didn't know what Weiss was thinking, but he didn't care, he had his own ideas, so I asked curiously. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future, maybe, it could be all, maybe, it could be no one. Weiss smiled, put down the angel scepter, and continued to enjoy afternoon tea. Confused by what Weiss said, the prophecy fish swayed for a while, then stopped thinking about it and ate the dessert. Nether. In the universe, no one who was noticed by Weiss would know that a supreme being stayed on their body for a moment. Especially Lin Chuan, he understands the plot of the original work and the horror of those super beings. If he knew that Weiss was paying attention to him at this time, he would definitely feel fear in his heart. After all, he is a time traveler, and if he is spotted, his life may be in danger. To put it simply, even if he is a scion now, as long as it is known that he is a time traveler, it will be a virus to the world. The most powerful person in the world, those managers will not watch the virus spread and develop, so they will definitely kill him. Thanks to Lin Chuan, he has always been able to intervene in the plot steadily and make changes in subtle ways. There are not many big flaws to follow. That's all. Time flies and 6 days pass in the blink of an eye. In the universe, it is located in the 27th main galaxy of the Vega constellation. The spaceship that Lin Chuan and others were on finally arrived at its destination, arriving on the surface of Namek, the 4th planet in the galaxy. The spaceship is parked in space. Panoramic projection allows Lin Chuan, Bulma, Piccolo, Sun Wuhan, and Chi Kairu to stand in the universe and see the appearance of the planet in all aspects. Is this planet Namek? From this distance, it is much larger than the Earth. Bulma was the first to make a comment. She has made achievements in any field, and she can see that the size of this Namek planet is probably not comparable to that of 10 Earths put together. She also hurriedly took out her space voyage diary from her arms and recorded everything she saw and the data in it. Planet Namek. This is my hometown. Touched by emotion, Piccolo took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain a calm mind. Somehow, he felt something, as if the planet was resonating with him. It seemed to be telling him from the bottom of his heart that this was his home. It's unbelievable. There are 3 huge stars on the edge of the Namek planet. No wonder Uncle Lin Chuan said that there is no night on the Namek planet. There is no blind spot of sunlight. There is no night on the planet at all. Sun Wuhan looked at other scenes. During this trip, he not only practiced gravity all the time, but also conducted in-depth exploration of the universe in his free time, and saw many sights that were impossible to see before. Beside him, Kikai breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing. When planet Namek arrived, it meant that their journey was temporarily over. Although I will stay on this planet for a while, I can breathe fresh air in a short period of time. Regarding space travel, Kikai still couldn't accept it, and she felt that she was not living a down-to-earth life. Especially since she left the Earth, she has been uneasy. Okay, let's go to the control room and prepare. We'll land on Namek first. At Bulma's order, the panoramic mode was turned off, and the group quickly returned to the control room from the observation deck and sat down. At this moment, on Namek, a group of Namekians who were working suddenly saw a flash of fire in the sky. Then, a spaceship came out of the sky and flew over their heads. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they immediately became alert. That's an outsider. A spaceship. A fighting-type Namekian in his prime had an ominous premonition in his heart and warned everyone. Feeling something bad, he planned to go and have a look. Everyone, go back to the village temporarily and tell the elder to contact the Great Elder. I'll go check on the situation. The next second, the combat-type Namekian flew out at full speed, following behind the spaceship. Chapter 68 The Foreseen Future, Approaching Warriors. Planet Namek. The top of a cliff somewhere in the Middle East. A huge white round house with a special shape is located here. Here, lives the most senior elder on planet Namek. Normally, the Great Elder usually spends this time in sleep. But today, the Great Elder did not fall asleep. Instead, he had a premonition of the arrival of some people and took the initiative to summon Nelu, who was guarding him. He is too old to move freely. When his longevity was about to come to an end, he used his inherited special ability to predict the future. After seeing the corners of the future, he originally thought that he would have to suffer for a while before he could truly be relieved of his burden. But he didn't expect a sudden change. In his sleep in the past few days, he had been dreaming continuously, and new pictures kept appearing in his mind. Let him know that the future he thought he could predict for a long time is undergoing huge changes with the emergence of some unstable factors. Master Great Elder, what are your orders? Nelu stood in front of the Great Elder with a respectful expression and asked. As the best warrior among the Namekians, he has been guarding the Great Elder since he came of age, ensuring the Great Elder's safety. Neru. We have welcomed some alien guests on Namek. As the words came out of his mouth, his weak voice showed that the Great Elder at this time was almost the same as he was a year later. Also, Namekians have long lifespans. In 1 or 2 years, not much has changed. Therefore, although there is still more than a year to live, it is insignificant compared to the Great Elder's long life. Hearing this, Nelu reacted immediately and asked seriously, is this the crisis of genocide that you predicted in the past, Great Elder, is coming? Genocide crisis. Indeed, it is such a catastrophe for the Namekians. The Great Elder once said it himself, and it also showed that the Namekians alone cannot solve the crisis. However, the prophecy at that time was that in times of crisis, powerful alien warriors would appear to help them defeat powerful enemies. No. It's not yet time before the crisis arrives. The alien guests who came this time should not be enemies. At least there are no evil thoughts in their aura. Moreover, I feel that among them, there is a person from our family who has been living abroad. They are not here to invade, so Neru, go and pick them up, to avoid unnecessary conflicts and bring them directly to me. Perhaps future crises will be better solved because of the arrival of this group of people. The Great Elder ordered Nelu. Such words made Nelu's heart tense. He knew that this matter should not be handled carelessly, but he also had to carry out the orders of the Great Elder. Yes, Great Elder. Then I'll go right away. Turning around, Nala walked out of the Great Elder's room with a heavy heart. He walked outside the house and said to the two companions who were also guarding the Great Elder, I need to go out to carry out the tasks assigned to me by the Great Elder, so the guarding work will be left to you two for the time being. Don't worry. We will protect the Great Elder. You go ahead, Niru. The two nodded. In the next second, Nala flew into the sky and left here. In his perception, he already knew where the target was. And with the spiritual power of the Great Elder to point the direction, he would not make a mistake. The other side. After gliding for hundreds of miles in the sky, the spacecraft finally stabilized and landed at the designated location. As the spaceship landed, the hatch quickly opened, and 5 people stepped out of the spaceship one after another. Because planet Namek is a planet made up of countless islands, at a glance, it feels like entering an infinite cycle of worlds. Although each island is different, they are all similar. Is this the real landform of Namek? Although it is very different from what you said before, the environment here does not seem to be as desolate and barren as you said. There are still a lot of animals and plants alive, right? Bulma immediately paid attention to the surrounding environment and asked Lin Chuan at the same time. The information they knew before was all verbally told to them by Lin Chuan. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, there are still some differences. What I said is just what I know. The information is not wrong. It is rumored that Namek experienced a mass extinction a long time ago. There were very few Namekians who survived the disaster. I think the past Piccolo was sent to Earth when that disaster occurred. As for the reason why this planet looks like it does now and is also glowing with vitality, I think it must have something to do with the current Namekians. As Lin Chuan spoke, he looked into the distance. In his sense of breath, he could detect someone approaching quickly. He must have seen the arrival of the spaceship, so he took the initiative to investigate the situation. The other party was well hidden, that is to say, Lin Chuan was extremely powerful and enveloped the whole world immediately, otherwise he would not have been discovered. On the side, Sun Wuhan and Kikai expressed their emotions after Lin Chuan and Bulma. Lin Chuan didn't answer because he was talking about comments about the environment of planet Namek and what he thought of this planet. On the contrary, he and Bulma have something in common. Where's Piccolo? At this time, he calmed down and looked at the surrounding environment. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps it was scattered memory fragments flashing through his inherited memory. The scene stirred up emotion, giving him an indescribable feeling. It's almost here, everyone has temporarily recovered. Especially you, Piccolo, your tribe is here, get ready to meet. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, and the chi he felt was extremely close, and he reminded everyone. The most important thing, of course, was to tease Piccolo. Hearing this, Piccolo was startled, his aura perception expanded, and he indeed noticed a very powerful aura approaching. In fact, this is thanks to the fact that his strength is no longer what it used to be, otherwise he would not be able to lock it with his breath so quickly. Piccolo is no longer the Piccolo he was 6 days ago. After 6 days of cosmic travel and 6 days of gravity training, Piccolo and Son Gohan completed 60 times the gravity training together. The gravity increases 10 times every day. Although it only reaches 60 times the gravity, it also makes the strength of the two people improve by leaps and bounds. Coupled with Lin Chuan's guidance, the battle with them successfully stimulated some of their respective potentials. Overall, although it was not as high as expected, Piccolo's combat power index reached 45,000 points, and Son Gohan's combat power also broke through to 32,000 points. Of course, such a quick breakthrough was also related to Lin Chuan giving them some fairy beans. When they are tired, sleepy, or injured, a fairy bean can directly resurrect them with full blood, which will greatly increase their strength. Therefore, brushing bugs is not the prerogative of science. Chapter 69 The potential is terrifying, Piccolo has changed. Piccolo's potential is equally terrifying, otherwise, he would not have gone to northern Kaiwang after his death in the original Scion Invasion chapter, and relied on his own training to gain tens of thousands of combat power in a short period of time. It should be noted that after he was resurrected, he arrived at the planet Namek and happened to meet the dying Niru. Nialu's comment was, "I really can't believe how you practiced to become so powerful." Then, after receiving Nialu's approval and entrustment, he was assimilated, and his strength increased by more than 10 times, reaching and exceeding 1,000,000 level combat power. Therefore, after 6 days of adapting to 60 times the gravity, his combat power was only 45,000 points, which Lin Chuan felt was low. After all, there was Lin Chuan's assistance and guidance, both intentional and unintentional. All I can say is that there is less pressure on me and I have experienced less things. Breakthroughs in certain realms may require special methods. It's like truly experiencing life and death. Besides, Sun Wuhan, although his strength continues to improve, he has only reached 32,000 points, which is really low. Originally, Lin Chuan believed that Sun Wuhan could use gravity training and Scion's bug talent to reach a combat power of more than 50,000 points. As a result, let alone 50,000 points, the final 40,000 points were not even reached, just over 30,000 points. Of course, this also has something to do with the fact that he has little time to practice. Lin Chuan and Piccolo have been practicing non-stop, and no one can restrain them. But Sun Wuhan is different. Firstly, he is still a child, and secondly, because Kikai keeps watching, he will not be allowed to continue practicing once the time is up. Lin Chuan and Bike couldn't say anything about this. Could it be forced? After all, she is a mother, and it's not that she doesn't want her son to practice, she just allows her son to combine work and rest. Not to mention these, in short, with the current strength of Piccolo and Son Gohan, they can defeat Nappa and Vegeta, who will arrive on Earth 10 months later. Let alone Vegeta, even if he encounters Dodoria and Sabo, Frisia's right-hand men, he can defeat him in seconds. Except for Jinyu, all of the Jinyu special forces can fight head-on and will never lose. Times are moving forward, and things are indeed different from before. As for Piccolo and Sun Wufan, they followed Lin Chuan and were directly influenced by Lin Chuan, and their strength entered a later era. After determining the location of the breath, Piccolo turned around and looked towards the source of the breath. Sun Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma also turned and looked at him. In the distant sky, a figure continued to zoom in, finally revealing the sturdy Namekian warrior. This person has reached a very high level of energy control and has incredible abilities in perception. It seemed that he knew that he had been locked, so he did not intend to hide. He rushed towards this place at an extremely fast speed, and finally landed in front of the 5 people. Except for slightly different body shape and appearance, everything else is almost exactly the same as Piccolo. After sensing the aura emanating from this Namekian warrior at close range, it can be determined that his strength is definitely more powerful than Raditz when he first came to Earth. Lin Chuan could see the combat power data in his eyes, which was as high as 3,000 points. Compared to Piccolo before setting off, he was slightly more powerful. Of course, the actual combat power level cannot be compared. Son Gohan exclaimed, "He is indeed a Namekian, just like Uncle Piccolo." Bulma joked, "If I had seen this before, it would have scared people to death, another big demon King Piccolo." The 2 voices made the visitor frown. However, he immediately focused on Piccolo. "An outsider, and a compatriot I've never seen before, where are you from?" Looking at Piccolo, although the hostility was no longer so severe, he still looked at everyone with vigilance. "Don't worry, we are not intruders." Piccolo took a step forward and said, looking at the strong fellow tribesman in front of him. The cloak draped around his shoulders fluttered in the wind, making him look very domineering. Coupled with the intentional and unintentional aura, no one would believe him if he was not showing off. Sensing the aura emanating from Piccolo, the Namekian looked shocked and unbelievable. Could it be that you are one of the children who were sent away from the planet in the great disaster many years ago? Whose child are you? There are actually such a powerful force. No. No, even if you were sent away at that time, your age. After feeling Piccolo's strength, the Namekian was immediately stunned. He made a guess, but it was unrealistic. Because so many years have passed since that big change, even those who were sent away from the planet at that time should be old by now. How did he know what Piccolo had gone through? This matter is a long story. In short, we are from the Earth, and I grew up on the Earth. Piccolo answered. His kind communication surprised Lin Chuan and others beyond their expectations. Although Piccolo has indeed changed, it is also because the 6 days of getting along are more harmonious. But Piccolo is still Piccolo, and he still has his aloofness. Is that so? Anyway, as a member of the same tribe, you are welcome to go home. Also, my name is L. The Namekian introduced himself. Biko. Piccolo also said his name. After a few exchanges, the vigilance was completely let down. Al was the first to ask, are they all from Earth? Did they send you back? That's right. Piccolo's expression didn't change much. I see. Since I am your friend, I am completely relieved. As long as you are not an enemy, you are a guest of our Namekians. Al returned to being a simple-minded bastard. It was as if the serious person with a solemn face had never appeared before. It can be seen that the Namekians will behave very friendly once they are sure that there is no threat. This is also related to the rule of the Great Elder for so many years. Almost all Namekians are children created by him. We adhere to the principle that we will not offend others unless they offend us. If someone offends us, we must also determine whether we can resolve the matter in a friendly manner. If this is not possible, we will use force to suppress it. Hello, my name is Sun Wuhan. Kikai, she is this child's mother. You can call me Bulma, Earth super genius scientist. Link Huan. After a series of self-introductions, Al sincerely invites the group to visit his village and rest. He also explained to them the current situation of Namek planet and the distribution of tribes. Just as he was about to take action, Lin Chuan sensed another extremely strong aura approaching rapidly. Someone's here again. It is certain that the owner of this aura has a combat power that is at least comparable to that of Piccolo at full strength. On the Namek planet, Lin Chuan couldn't think of anyone else except Nelu, who had a combat power of over 40,000 points. As he expected, the person who came was none other than Nelu. Ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Please feel free to read. The subsequent plot is more concise and exciting. Also, fattening masters don't have to worry about the word count being too few. It will be updated at least on the first day of publication with at least 100,000 words. Chapter 70 Read Memory, hundreds of times more powerful. The strongest warrior of Namek's current era. Al was surprised by Neru's arrival, but he calmed down and asked. Neru, you also saw the arrival of the spaceship, so did you come over to check on the situation? I have basically confirmed just now that they are alien guests from the Earth, and they have also sent back our tribesmen who were left behind. Following Al's introduction, Neru nodded. Well, the Great Elder has foreseen the situation in advance, so he sent me to take them to meet them. Neru explained his purpose straightforwardly. These words surprised Al, and he immediately said respectfully, so, does the Great Elder already know about it? Then I will go with you. After the words fell, before he could continue to say anything, Nalo shook his head. No, you can go back to your tribe first. The safety of the Great Elder is protected by us. In contrast, in the recent period, you should not leave. The tribe is too long and too far away. As these words came out of his mouth, Al clearly understood what Neru wanted to express. A few years ago, they were convened by the Great Elder and given their own arduous tasks. No one could act without permission. Understood, then I'll go back first. Nodding, Al turned to look at Lin Chuanbek and his party, and said goodbye with a smile. The Great Elder wants to meet you, so I can't force you to go to the tribe to rest. Nielu is the most powerful warrior of our clan, and he will escort you all the way. When Al left, even Piccolo Linghuan, an outsider, could not stop him. After all, even Piccolo, who is also a Namekian, is temporarily an outsider. After sending Al away, Neru's eyes swept over everyone. Finally, his eyes fell on Piccolo. As expected, they care more about people of the same clan. Even though Lin Chuan's body exudes an aura that makes people have to take him seriously, it can't compare to a member of the same clan whose strength is comparable to his own. The most important thing is that this clansman still has strong strength gained from practicing on alien planets. He was looking at everyone, and everyone was looking at him carefully. Especially Piccolo. After their eyes met, Piccolo's aloofness was more vividly displayed. Piccolo never thinks that he will lose to others, especially after his own strength continues to increase. He knew that Nielu was extremely powerful. If he hadn't been practicing desperately in the gravity training room these days, and with the help of Lin Chuan, he would have been an ant when he was still on Earth alone. Returning tribesmen and guests from afar, please come with me. Nielu took the initiative to speak, breaking the calm. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan and Piccolo nodded one after another, followed by Sun Wuhan. After Bulma and Shishi confirmed that they wanted to go together, they quickly put the spaceship back into the capsule, and then took out the jet. This was something Bulma had prepared a long time ago, and it was an upgraded version of the jet. Times have changed. The previous jets were too slow, so the improved jets are several times faster and will no longer be limited by height issues. It can be said that this is also Bulma's fulfillment of what she said under the Kalin Tower as promised. The purpose is to use the technological power at his disposal to go to the Celestial Temple by himself. Nielu led the way, not very fast, and also passed by a certain Namek tribe, allowing everyone to see the living conditions of the Namek people. Unpretentious. Looking at the hard-working Namekians and their lifestyle, Bulma and Sun Gohan's understanding of the Namekians was based on these 4 words. By meeting these Namekians, everyone except Lin Chuan knew that not everyone on the Namekians was like Piccolo, Al, or Niru, with strong strength. Soon, under the guidance of Nielu, the group came to the place where the great elder of the Namek people lived. Seeing the visitor, the 2 Namekians guarding the great elder here were surprised one after another. After a while of questioning and communication, I finally understood what was going on and then stepped back. It's not that they don't want to continue communicating, but that the great elder can't wait. Seeing the great elder's posture and appearance, even Lin Chuan, who had been mentally prepared, was startled. Of course, what shocked Lin Chuan the most was the great elder's strength, which had a combat power of hundreds of thousands of points. This is a great elder who is almost dead. It is hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was young. He was surprised, let alone Sun Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma. Chi-Chi and Bulma were frightened and hid behind Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. It seems that they are afraid of what this huge old guy will do to them. Piccolo, on the other hand, only had a flash of surprise and remained calm. He could clearly feel that the great elder was different from the Namekians outside. That feeling of being connected in life, it's like, he comes from him. Elder. He murmured softly. The words came to his lips, but he didn't know how to express them. Child who lives outside, it's great to be able to see you, can you get closer and let me take a closer look at you? Although the elder covered his voice and forced himself to take a breath, he could still it sounded like he was a little weak. After hearing this, Piccolo hesitated for a moment and stepped in front of the great elder. The other party slowly raised his huge right hand and gently landed on his head. For Piccolo, this kind of action that was considered blasphemous to his dignity should have made him furious, but strangely, not only did he not feel angry at all, nor did he show any resistance. The great elder's touch was like a father caring for him. The unprecedented feeling made Piccolo break his state of mind, and his strength also improved accordingly. Once you are powerful enough to reach a certain level, sometimes just a sudden realization can increase your strength. Others couldn't see it, but Lin Chuan could. Of course, the great elder should also feel it. I see, because I separated myself, I am missing that part. The strange power spread from the great elder's hands to Piccolo's body, and he also revealed Piccolo's situation. Piccolo could feel that the great elder had invisibly read his memories that were not private. After a moment of silence, the great elder smiled kindly again. You have perfectly inherited everything from Kadaz, and your appearance is almost exactly the same as your father's when he was young. It's a pity that if you hadn't been separated into two different individuals, maybe you would be 1,000 times more powerful than you are now. As the great elder's words came out, everyone was startled when they heard the words. Especially Sun Gohan, Bulma and Chi Chi. The complete Piccolo is 1,000 times more powerful than he is now. What is the concept? Chapter 71 Potential Development. Even so, I don't bother to get that kind of additional power. If you want me to be reunited with that old guy from God, with all due respect, Great Elder, it's impossible in this lifetime. Piccolo was determined. How could he know that he would assimilate with the gods and become one again due to the crisis of artificial humans? The Great Elder saw the memory and seemed to see the future. This is one of his special abilities. No one can completely guarantee that things in the future will not happen. My child, I will not interfere with you or force you. So you can rest assured. As a great elder, I fought side by side with your father. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am now. I owe Kadaz a lot. As a child living in a foreign land, I have not found you for so many years. It was my fault. Now that I am about to die, I can only give you a small gift to make up for my debt to you. I hope that with my help, you will not only become stronger, but also be able to protect your tribe and this hometown in the future. As he spoke, the great elder's hand began to exert force slightly. He took this opportunity to activate his ability without hesitation. While Piccolo was still hesitant to understand, a mysterious power enveloped Piccolo's body. The mysterious power that could not be described in words ran through his whole body, and Piccolo was dumbfounded. His body is being opened up and his soul is being sublimated. My power is actually, this. The body and soul undergo transformation in all aspects. Piccolo's combat power has grown explosively. Wow! The snow-white aura lingered around Piccolo uncontrollably, creating a strong pressure. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan intentionally or unintentionally protected Bulma behind him and deployed his aura barrier. Seeing this, Sun Wuhan gathered his aura and stood in front of his mother. Potential development has reached this point. Piccolo's potential is no worse than that of a Saiyaman. Yes, after all, in the future, he also mastered the power of the Dragon God, and further transformed into Orange Piccolo, a true super Namekian. Lin Chuan, who made an evaluation in his mind and knew what was going on, expected Piccolo to reach a higher limit. Although, no matter how strong this power is, it cannot be compared to him now. But the current strength that Piccolo can achieve is higher, which in disguise shows that the potential of the Great Elder can be developed to a higher limit. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan was surprised by Piccolo's aura and couldn't help shouting. Bulma and Shishi didn't know why, and remained frightened from beginning to end. The development time took more than a minute. Finally, the Great Elder withdrew his hand, and Piccolo stopped from the sudden increase in strength and quickly came to his senses. This is the only thing I can do. Although part of your body is missing, your potential is still so great that I can't even imagine it. I can't develop your full potential. I hope you won't be disappointed. Following the Great Elder's kind words, Piccolo would not be satisfied. At this moment, the respect for the great elder in his heart was even stronger. You must know that his strength at this time is at least several times that of before. Only Lin Chuan could see that his combat power reached 225,000 points. It's 5 times the previous value. You know I have an evil side, so why do you want to develop my potential and make me stronger? Are you really not afraid that I will turn back into the big devil after I get the power? Piccolo pretended to be a devil. Said proudly. He did this on purpose. What would he like to hear from the great elder? From the previous memory reading, the great elder discovered his identity. In this case, there is no need to hide one's ambitions. You can't. Maybe your predecessor could, but you definitely won't do it now. The great elder's words, Yun Danfenking, pierced Piccolo's heart and completely changed Piccolo. Humph! Don't want me to say thank you. Also, don't die. I don't want to see you, the great elder, die for me when I first come to my hometown. Piccolo was in a very deep mood. It was complicated. After he said these words, he turned and walked out of the room. It's not that he doesn't want to stay long, but staying here makes it difficult for him to breathe. He tried his best to maintain his inner self and did not want outsiders to notice the changes. After all, how could he not realize that he is no longer the same person as before? Especially in the past month or so, plus this space voyage. Ahem. This child still needs an opportunity to completely change himself. Okay, now it's time to thank you, the people on Earth, and the scions. The elder coughed a few times to divert his attention. Finally, he looked at Lin Chuan and Sun Wuhan. Bulma and Shishi were ignored by him. Because it doesn't have much strength. Of course, he still thanked me with a kind smile. After several exchanges, Bulma and Kikai were no longer afraid. Because the great elder is a good person, not as intimidating as he appears on the surface. Without the communication barrier, Lin Chuan also stated his purpose, Great Elder, I don't like beating around the bush. Since you had a premonition of our arrival early on, you should be able to roughly guess the purpose of my coming to planet Namek. The next second, Lin Chuan stopped ink and got to the point. First, I hope you can help me develop my potential, just like you just developed Piccolo's potential. Of course, I also hope you can develop this child's potential. Second, I want to borrow a Dragon Ball from your clan. Although the Earth also has Dragon Balls, its ability is limited and I cannot fulfill my wish. After the words fell, Lin Chuan looked at the Great Elder and nodded slightly. After digesting Lin Chuan's words, the Great Elder spoke slowly. I can tell that your strength has reached an unfathomable level. You are so powerful. Do you still want to become stronger? Although I can develop my potential, in my current state, and looking at your current strength, I may only have a minimal effect on you. The elder said, paused, and looked at Sun Wuhan aside. Based on this child's foundation, if he has enough potential, he can be like Piccolo's child. However, it is not necessarily possible to develop it. After finishing speaking, the great elder looked at Lin Chuan again. I've probably guessed what you said. You just need to develop your potential. No matter what the result is, I won't blame you. Lin Chuan said. The great elder nodded, and then said, there is no problem in developing the potential. In any case, you can be regarded as the benefactors of our clan. After all, you have sent Kadaz's children back. It's just that regarding the Dragon Balls, I'm sorry that I can't promise you directly. Everything is mutual. If you gain something, you will lose something. Asking for ticket data, poor. Chapter 72, 8 million combat points. The realization of a wish requires the consumption of a very large amount of willpower, and once the wish power is consumed to realize the wish, the Dragon Ball will generate an extremely large amount of negative energy. If we fail to control it, unimaginable disasters will occur. The reason why our Namek clan suffered a disaster many years ago has nothing to do with the Dragon Balls. the Great Elder said, then pretended to pause. After hearing these words, Lin Chuan roughly understood what the Great Elder meant. Although I was shocked by the GT plot setting that negative energy will be born after making a wish with the Dragon Balls, the excessive use of the Dragon Balls will cause unimaginable disasters, which is indeed described in detail in the Majin Buu chapter and even the Super Era. Just because of this, you don't want to let him use it. Lin Chuan was thoughtful and understood the Great Elder's meaning. The preface and the following words seemed to warn him of the consequences of using the Dragon Balls, but at the same time they were telling him that using the Dragon Balls would require paying a corresponding price. Lin Chuan smiled indifferently, and regardless of the presence of others present, he said, "If you have any conditions, just put them forward. You should also know that I am determined to fulfill my wish during this trip." There was a hint of strength in his words. Of course, Lin Chuan would not do it forcefully. After all, making a wish requires the help of the Namekian language. With Lin Chuan's words, the Great Elder would no longer be secretive. In fact, he and Lin Chuan already understood each other. He was also testing Lin Chuan to see if this scion was different from the one in his dream. After all, the Dragon Ball cannot be used casually by outsiders. If it is given to someone with an impure mind, it will definitely bring unimaginable disaster. And this is why making a wish must be in Namekian language. The last barrier set up by the Great Elder is to prevent this kind of thing from happening. At least under his rule, no children will betray the clan, let alone actively cooperate with others to make wishes. Therefore, even if the Dragon Ball is taken away by outsiders, it will not cause harm to the world. I hope you can understand that as the Great Elder of Namek, I must consider the future of my hometown and my ethnic group. The Dragon Balls are not meant to be used casually, but today I am going to use them to make a deal with you. It's a pity that the child is not complete. Otherwise, maybe his strength will be enough to rival the enemies that will come in the future. After listening to these words, you will be confused, but to be honest, I have a premonition that Namek will usher in a huge disaster in the near future. My children and I may all be buried in this disaster. In the midst of disaster, the Dragon Ball can be lent to you, but I hope that when the time comes, you can help my people and protect my planet through this crisis. As the Great Elder's words came out, Lin Chuan was startled. At this time, it was completely concluded that the Great Elder could indeed foresee the future. As a time traveler, how could he not know the development of the plot, and how could he not hear what he was saying? However, even if he knew that the disaster would happen in the future, he could not tell it. After all, how could he know what would happen in the future? Yes. If the Namekians encounter a disaster in the future, I will help. But I cannot completely guarantee that I will do what you said. I can only do my best. Lin Chuan agreed to the Great Elder's request. Hearing this, the smile on the Great Elder's face became even brighter. Your words are enough. Now that our deal is complete, I can help you develop your potential first. Lin Chuan nodded and walked to the Great Elder without hesitation. The Great Elder raised his giant hand again and landed on Lin Chuan's forehead. Seal your own mental power and use all your strength to sense the Great Elder's intentions. After all, this old guy can read memories. Lin Chuan couldn't let him see his memory, so he cautiously let himself go and sealed the memory with his own spiritual power. Others would not know about Lin Chuan's caution, but the Great Elder knew it very well. He had really planned to look at some of Lin Chuan's memory fragments, but as soon as his mental power entered, it was all gone. It was the gap in strength that made him unable to read the other person's memory when others refused. And the reason why he could see Piccolo's memories was entirely because Piccolo didn't resist. Forget it, since I have chosen to believe, then I will completely believe in you. After letting go of the obsessions in his heart, the Great Elder's mind became much clearer. Wow! As the ability to develop potential was activated, snow-white aura emerged around Lin Chuan's body. Although it was not as shocking as Piccolo's, Lin Chuan could feel that he had indeed experienced a sublimation. Unlike Piccolo, Lin Chuan's strength and the fact that he has been practicing in the gravity training room have already reached a certain level of control over his power. The external system is enhancing its own combat power every moment, which allows Lin Chuan's body to instinctively adapt to the increasing strength. Therefore, even if his own strength increases, it will not make him uncontrollable. You can feel that the power in your body is constantly being stimulated. Time passes by minute by minute. 2 minutes later, the Great Elder retracted his arm and took a breath. It was particularly difficult for him to display his abilities and develop Lin Chuan's potential. Ahem, I can only help you develop so far. I hope you won't be too disappointed. With your potential, it's hard to imagine how powerful you will be in the future. After completing the release of his potential, the Great Elder's words told Lin Chuan that even if he didn't have a system, he still had unlimited possibilities. It's enough. Although my strength has not improved much, it has brought me to a new level. Lin Chuan thanked him. The next second. Open the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kg. Combat Power Index, 8,000,005 points. The current level of the system, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power plus 1 second. The combat power he possessed since the day he left the Earth, coupled with the 6 days of space travel, and the improvement obtained by Lin Chuan's own practice. Before developing his potential, Lin Chuan's combat power had already exceeded 7 million points. Now the development of this potential has directly replenished hundreds of thousands of points, bringing his combat power value to 8 million points. 7 million combat power and 8 million combat power. The gap is indeed not too big, so Lin Chuan doesn't feel very excited. All in all, we are getting closer to the tens of millions level. In the next period of time, the most important thing for him to practice is to study the transformation of Super Saiyan. It is conceivable that if he becomes a Super Saiyan at this time, the 50 times increase in the first level and first form alone can bring the combat power to 400 million. Chapter 73 Nalo's Bold Words. The Divine Dragon Palunga appears. 400 million combat power. This is a step that Lin Chuan must take. Otherwise, even after a year, his combat power will still not easily exceed 100 million. Okay, next is this child. The Great Elder said directly without pausing. Although he was already a little tired, he had to finish it at once. This is also the final consumption, and he will sleep for a few days to recover the lost mental energy. Go, Gohan. Lin Chuan saw the change in the Great Elder and knew that this kind of thing could not be delayed, so he urged. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan stepped forward obediently. He is kind-hearted and honest. Although he was a little afraid at first because of the elder's size and appearance, his prejudice soon disappeared as the elder became friendly and approachable. Thank you, Great Elder Grandpa. Sun Wuhan thanked him politely after having close contact with the Great Elder. This also made the smile on the Great Elder's face become gentler. You're welcome. I see infinite possibilities in you. My child, your future achievements will be limitless. The Great Elder said as he used his potential development ability again. The situation happened again when Bach developed its potential. And because of his obvious lack of control, Sun Wuhan's increased strength created even greater momentum. Until the end of development, Sun Wuhan couldn't believe that his power could be so great. It's amazing, it's amazing. Is this still me? Sun Wuhan's childish voice was full of excitement. For children, the feelings brought about by the improvement of strength are directly displayed through their small mouths and expressions. Others can only judge how strong Sun Wuhan is by his energy. Lin Chuan could see the exact value. This guy's combat power index reached 188,000 points. It is slightly inferior to Piccolo, but this power has surpassed the strength of his father when he arrived on Namek in the original work. However, his potential was not as good as Piccolo's after being developed, which surprised Lin Chuan. I thought that this kid could surpass Piccolo in one breath. Perhaps it was because he was so young that his body strength could only bear so much. Great Elder, are you okay? Because the development turmoil this time was too big, Nalu outside the house couldn't help but rushed in and shouted with concern. Seeing that the Great Elder's breath was so weak, he hurriedly stepped forward to check the situation. It wasn't until he was sure that there was nothing strange about the Great Elder, but that he had just consumed a lot of energy, that he felt relieved. I have nothing to do, Nalu. You just happened to come in, so please work hard and summon the elders of each department and ask them to bring the dragon beads over and make a wish for this alien friend. The Great Elder maintained his calm. Said. He was very tired, but he still had to say some things and give instructions on some things. Use dragon balls for them. Nalu couldn't believe it. At this moment, I suddenly realized why this group of Earthlings came to planet Namek. Besides for Dragon Ball, why else? Seeing Nalu's worries, the Great Elder nodded and continued, don't worry, the Dragon Balls can be used by them. They will always be our Namekian friends in the future. Although friendship is on the surface, that's what it means. But in reality it means forcibly binding each other together. Lin Chuan was not stupid. He looked at the Great Elder and gave his promise, don't worry, Great Elder. Although everyone gets what they need, since I promised, I will definitely do it, protect you Namekians. A clan. The words fell. Lin Chuan took Sun Wufan, Bulma, and Kikai out of the Great Elder's residence. He didn't stay in the house and say anything to the Elder because it was not necessary. And the Great Elder must have something to say to Nalu alone. After waiting for a long time, Lin Chuan and others waited until Nalu came out. This guy's face was full of confusion, but he was helpless. As the number one warrior of the Namekians, even though he is now completely outclassed by Piccolo, he is still arrogant. I will contact all the major ethnic groups to bring the Dragon Ball. Although I don't know what you rely on to make the Great Elder trust you, but if you do any bad things to Namek, even if you die, I will drag you with me. Lu's words were full of hostility. Lin Chuan knew that he couldn't ease up with him easily, so he simply didn't say anything. Anyway, as long as the wish he wants to make comes true, then everything about coming to planet Namek will be considered completed. 2 hours passed. After 6 tribal elders arrived one after another, 6 Dragon Balls were brought here, and then Nalu took out the last Dragon Ball from the elder's house. The 7 huge dragon beads glowed with bursts of golden light, extremely bright. For the Namekians, this was a scene they had not seen for many years. Because gathering the Dragon Balls to summon the Divine Dragon Palunga requires the approval of the Great Elder. There is basically no need, and they will never summon Palunga to make a wish. This time, what they didn't expect was that the Great Elder actually gave the Dragon Ball to the alien to make a wish. These Namek Dragon Balls are really big. They are much bigger than the Dragon Balls on Earth. Bulma, as someone who has studied Dragon Balls carefully, kept looking at these huge Dragon Balls with shock in her eyes. Such a huge Dragon Ball, who knows what the dragon summoned looks like? The Dragon Balls have been gathered. Please stay away, I'm going to summon Palunga. Nalu motioned for everyone to keep a distance. Upon hearing this, everyone took a step back. As Neera spoke the summoning spell in Namekian, the 7 Dragon Balls reacted. The orange stars inside the 7 Dragon Balls began to shine, and in an instant, the entire sky of planet Namek was dyed black by a mysterious force. As golden light exploded from the center of the 7 Dragon Balls and shot straight into the sky, the darkness was lit up. At the center of this golden light, a ferocious and burly body appeared. The divine dragon Bolunga that covers the sky and the sun. Come on stage. Is this the dragon of Namek? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief when she saw this. She had imagined many possibilities, but she had never thought that the dragon on planet Namek would actually look like this. This is not a divine dragon, even if you say it is a monster crawling out of the abyss, some people will believe it. The image is the same as the appearance of the name Qian, giving people an intuitive feeling of a demon king. So big. Sun Wufan opened his mouth wide, unable to conceal the shock in his heart. He had never seen a divine dragon on earth. The first time he saw a divine dragon that could grant wishes was from Namek, and he was extremely curious. Beside him, Kikai was quite frightened and nestled against her son. "Where's Piccolo?" At this time, he was looking thoughtfully at the dragon on his home planet. In his concept, this is the genuine Shenlong. Of course, he would not know that even the divine dragon of planet Namek was not the real source. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Thank you to all those who supported me. Chapter 74 The Most Humane Dragon in History. Those who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, tell them your wishes. No matter what they are, this dragon can help you realize 3 of them. As Bolunga spoke in normal language, several people except Lin Chuan were once again surprised. The wish went from 1 to 3. This is too outrageous. It's incredible to have a wish come true. There were constant lamentations, mostly from Bulma complaining that the dragon on Earth was really not up to par. Compared with the dragon here, it is simply not worthy of carrying shoes. Piccolo echoed, but also expressed his own opinions, and by the way, he disparaged Piccolo, the god of the earth. As for their verbal praise, Palunga was very impressed, and he puffed up his burly chest for a while. "Okay, Palunga has been summoned. Now you can tell your wish." Palunga can fulfill a total of 3 wishes, but the wish must be made in the language of our Namekians before it can be realized. Naru understood the meaning of Bulma and Piccolo's verbal exchange. But even if he cared, he didn't delve into it. Wishes must be made in Namekian language. If Lin Chuan's wish is unrealistic and threatens their clan, then according to the instructions given to him by the Great Elder, he can only realize Lin Chuan's wish in disguise, or simply express it. This wish cannot be made. After listening to Naila's words. At this time, Lin Chuan was actually looking at the divine dragon that was much larger than the Earth's divine dragon. Looking at Bolunga, who exuded boundless dragon power above his head, Lin Chuan said without hesitation, "My first wish, please let the dragon grant me the ability to teleport to and from any planet at will." After saying these words, Lin Chuan glanced at Nailu again. After hearing this, Nailu analyzed the wish and found that there was no threat. He raised his head and translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian to make a wish to Palunga. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you realize your wish." Palunga didn't remain silent for long, and answered after thinking for a few seconds. Lin Chuan couldn't accept this answer. "Why?" Lin Chuan frowned and asked. "You know, it's just teleportation. Is it that difficult?" The Earth Dragon cannot achieve this, but Lin Chuan can understand. But Palunga's answer directly affected his mentality. "You know, in the original work, Barunga's power can involve the entire universe, and even the realm of Kaishin can have a hand." As someone who had made a wish with Lin Chuan, Bulma knew how Lin Chuan was feeling now. She was also surprised, but she didn't speak. With the bridge of communication, Palunga did not hesitate to ask Lin Chuan and answered directly, "The teleportation you mentioned, which can travel to and from any planet without any medium, can only be mastered by the kings and gods of the past generations who have managed the universe. Ability, that is to say, only Kaishin can learn and use it. Although this dragon can indeed involve the realm of gods, it still cannot let you, a mortal, learn the divine control skills. Moreover, it requires divine power to activate the divine control skills. Even if it is given to you, you will not be able to use it." When he said this, Lin Chuan looked stunned. This was something he hadn't thought about. The dragon of the earth only said that the realm of gods cannot be touched. This time I know it completely. The instant movement of the King of Emotions is actually a divine control technique. To perform that teleportation requires the power of God. There was so much information that Lin Chuan was slowly absorbing it, let alone others. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, Palunga changed the topic and said, however, this dragon knows that there is a teleportation skill similar to this God's control skill in the universe. On a planet called Adra, there is a group of special Adelates. Although the teleportation they master is extremely limited, and they need to lock the target first before they can teleport, it can still be regarded as teleportation. Kind of. If you need this kind of teleportation, this dragon can realize it for you, and can give you a small upgrade as compensation for not being able to fully realize your wish. After Divine Dragon Bolunga finished speaking, Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows. How to improve and upgrade? Although it cannot be upgraded, you must lock the target to teleport, but you can add a specific ability. As long as you leave a spatial mark on the place you have been to, you can use teleportation to travel. What do you think? Palunga asked. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's brain was spinning rapidly, and Bolunga's words kept repeating in his mind. Although this is indeed not as good as Kaishan's teleportation, it seems to be good. Okay. Lin Chuan nodded. Palunga made an okay gesture with his hand. The next second, he did not wait for Nalo to make a wish again, but directly carried out the wish fulfillment. This is the humane Palunga. Compared to this, the Earth Divine Dragon is nothing short of scum. Wang! Palunga's eyes glowed red, and the surging willpower was released. Lin Chuan felt that there was a lot more information flowing in his mind, and his body naturally absorbed it. That's about learning how to use teleportation and how to mark space imprints. Your first wish has been fulfilled. Now please tell me your second wish. After realizing the first wish, Palunga continued to ask Lin Chuan. My second wish should be simpler than the first. Please give me the ability to recover from my own injuries when I am near death or seriously injured. Although I did not decide to make this wish at the beginning, in order to be able to establish the foundation, Lin Chuan decided to advance this wish to the first batch of wishes that must be realized. Self-healing ability, or healing ability. After hearing this, Nalo didn't feel that there was any harm in the wish, let alone the aspect of immortality. He simply translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian and told Palunga. After receiving the wish-making instruction for the second wish, Palunga was silent for a moment. I don't know how big the recovery scope you are referring to is, but this dragon can give you a special self-healing ability. As long as there is still energy in your body, you can use it no matter how serious the injury is. The energy can be transformed into healing power to heal one's own injuries. In this case, can you accept it? Palunga said. Lin Chuan was not in a hurry when his wish was changed again. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was pretty much the same and nodded to Palunga. Okay, then the second wish will be fulfilled for you now. With Lin Chuan's consent, Palunga immediately began to fulfill the second wish. Chapter 75, Chuan Chao and Super Saiyan God, How to Cultivate Divine Power. With the flash of red light in Palunga's eyes, Lin Chuan could clearly feel that some subtle changes had taken place in his body. It seemed as if something had been changed in his body, but it was not serious. And the ability to heal himself appeared in his mind. As long as you have enough energy, you can heal all injuries on your own. Even if a broken arm is reborn or the internal organs are crushed, it can be restored with the help of enough healing energy converted from energy. It's simply outrageous. This divine dragon Bolunga is really the best good guy in the original novel. Not only will we help you realize your wishes, but we will also take the initiative to help you optimize your wishes every time. It's called a gift of wishing benefits, but in fact this is his humanity. He is not a rigid dragon. Okay, your second wish has been fulfilled, now please tell me your third wish. Palunga continued. After realizing the first two wishes, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and fell into deep thought. After 2 experiences, he was also thinking about something crucial. Perhaps, this wish can be realized in advance. I just don't know if Palunga can help him realize it. If not, what good suggestions or methods does he have? Before I realize my 3rd wish, I want to ask you a few questions. Is that okay? Lin Chuan made some kind of decision in his heart and raised his head to look at Palunga. Upon hearing the inquiry, Palunga hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Chuan no longer hesitated. Even though there were many Namekians nearby, even Piccolo, Gohan, Bulma, Shishi, and the others were there, the questions he wanted to ask could still be heard by them. You should know that there are 2 legends in our Scion family, one is the legendary Super Scion, and the other is the legendary Super Scion God. I discovered the differences between them through research, and learned a lot about them. So, I want to know if I can become the legendary Super Scion, or Super Scion God, through my own training. Lin Chuan's questions were carefully organized, causing Shenlong Palunga to quickly fall into silence. He is omniscient and omnipotent. After Lin Chuan inquired, he directly connected to the database that belongs to their Shenlong. The legendary Super Scion is a super warrior who is born every 1000 years of reincarnation in your Scion clan. This is something you are born with. It is an innate advantage that cannot be acquired. However, through hard work and practice, you can still become an ordinary Super Scion. With your current strength, you already have enough strength foundation, so you can achieve it in the near future. As for the Super Scion God, since you already understand the legend, you should also know the method of transformation. It's just that this requirement is extremely demanding, and the Scions surviving in this era cannot meet this condition. Finally, what you said about becoming a Super Scion God with the help of training is indeed feasible. God can be born or acquired. As for more information, it touches too many secrets of the realm of God. It's not a wish, so please forgive me for not being able to answer it for you any longer. Palunga's explanation can be regarded as an accurate answer. Although he was a little disappointed, it was also within Lin Chuan's expectations. It is indeed almost impossible to become the legendary Super Scion, and there is already a legendary Super Scion in the world today. It's something you're born with, and excellence cannot be achieved through nurture. The Super Scion God, as the Dragon Barunga said, he knows the method of transformation, but it is impossible to succeed in the current situation. Even if Son Goku and Son Gohan meet the conditions, it would take 5 Scions. Of course, this is not the best way to become a god. In the Super Era stage of the original work, Vegeta relied on his own power and the guidance of the angel Whis to become a god. This is the true path. So, there is a way, but do I need to make a wish? Lin Chuan asked in a different way. Palunga had a sad look on his face. He didn't expect that he had not come out for many years and finally came out to take a breath of fresh air. The wishmaker he faced would be so difficult to deal with. The areas he had to cover were all on the edge of the limit of his abilities. Do you really want to know? This dragon does know a cultivation method that does not touch the realm of gods. Perhaps with your talent, you may be able to rely on yourself to cultivate the power of trance one day in the future. When the time comes, with divine power, you may also transform into a Super Scion God. Palunga's words were like opening up a new world. An alternative way to become a god? If so, then my 3rd wish is this. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up and he said. It's better than nothing, so I might as well give this practice a try. If you can succeed, it will be great. If you can't, it will also be a failure experience. In summary, you can become more perfect and avoid detours in the future. Turning to look at Nialu, Lin Chuan didn't need to say anything at this time, because Lin Chuan and Palunga's exchange had already confirmed their wishes. Nialu translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian and made a 3rd wish to Palunga. After receiving the wish-making instruction, Palunga's eyes flashed red. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt a huge flow of information pouring into his mind. That was the alternative divine power cultivation method given to him by Palunga. Of course, you have to practice it before you know whether it is feasible or not. All your wishes have been fulfilled. I bid farewell to this dragon. Goodbye. With all the wishes fulfilled, Palungama turned into golden light and shot straight up to the sky, bringing with it naturally 7 dragon beads. When the golden light completely converged back into the dragon beads, the 7 dragon beads turned into boulders due to exhaustion of their willpower, and flew to 7 different locations on Namek at a speed exceeding the limit. After the wish was made, the darkness that originally blocked the sky returned to a bright and clear sky. Why did I hear your last wish so vaguely? One moment it was about the legendary Super Scion, the next moment it was about the Super Scion God. You asked for a training method to become a god, just to become that legendary god. If you want to become a god, wouldn't it be enough to go back to Earth and ask the god? He is a god, so he should be similar, right? Bulma came to Lin Chuan's side and asked. While others were still in shock of making a wish, she had come back to her senses. What you said makes sense. But there is still a big difference between the 2 gods. You will know this later. Lin Chuan played it safe and did not tell Bulma the details. Please vote and reward. Thank you, author.